Sebastian Swan, an esteemed graduate of Slytherin, heir to an ancient alchemical lineage, and the wealthiest individual in the magical realm, returned to Hogwarts as a professor. After a lapse of 12 years since his graduation. Chapter 1. Sebastian Swan died on July 2, 1990, at 8 a.m., within a manor on the outskirts of London. Sebastian stepped onto the balcony, drawn by the gentle strains of music. He gazed at the rising sun, stretching languidly as he soaked in the warmth. What splendid weather we have today. Sebastian Swan was a fully fledged wizard, having graduated from Hogwarts, the finest magical institution in Britain, 12 years prior. Jeff, bring me my breakfast today. I wish to dine in the sun. With a swift motion, a house elf appeared, standing at approximately 3 feet tall, adorned with large bat-like ears and bulging eyes akin to tennis balls. Unlike the typical house elf, dressed in old pillowcases, this one was attired in a slightly outdated yet respectable little suit. Sir, your breakfast. Additionally, here is today's daily profit. Sebastian cast a glance at the elf, a frown creasing his brow. Why are you still wearing that suit, Jeff? It's become quite worn. The Swan family is now the foremost enterprise in the magical community. If you go out like this, others will think I am not deserving of my fortune that I in response to Sebastian's complaints. The house elf, Jeff, did not exhibit any extreme contrition, but instead lowered his head and defended himself. But, sir, this was the first outfit you guided me to create in your youth. Jeff adores this outfit. Hearing this familiar argument, Sebastian felt a wave of exasperation and rubbed his temples with his right hand. Jeff had always been his devoted caretaker since childhood. House elves, as magical beings, serve their designated masters for life and exhibit unwavering loyalty, especially when treated kindly. Such loyalty can become fervent. Every wizarding household yearns for a house elf, yet they are seldom seen outside ancient wizarding families and Hogwarts. Very well, very well. Remember to change your attire before you leave. Choose something fashionable. Waving Jeff away, Sebastian took a hearty sip of his coffee and reclined in his chair, perusing the daily prophet as he swayed gently to the music. The life of the wealthiest wizard is so delightfully unpretentious and understated. Deep within, he harbored a secret. Beyond his identity as a wizard, he was also a transmigrator in his previous life. He had been a recent university graduate who met an untimely demise while bravely intervening in a violent crime. Perhaps he had coincidentally succumbed to the tides of transmigration. When he regained consciousness, he found himself within the body of a newborn infant named Sebastian, destined to face an early demise. Restricted by the limitations of an infant's body, the mature soul of Sebastian did not exhibit any peculiarities, continuing to eat and sleep as expected. However, unlike other infants, he remained notably less active until he reached 7 months of age, often contemplating the absurdity of a situation, feeling quite lost in the throes of infancy. Surely, he could not be a simpleton. Ultimately, in a desperate bid, his pure-blooded wizarding family, his parents and grandparents ventured into the unfamiliar Muggle world. They clumsily sought out a renowned pediatrician. Undergoing a comprehensive examination, seeing his family's unwavering concern, Sebastian finally accepted the reality of his transmigration and genuinely embraced them as his kin in this life. What had the Muggle doctor said? With his somewhat retained vocabulary, Sebastian grasped that infants should crawl often, otherwise they might grow up directionally challenged. This was unacceptable. Despite his earlier resistance to the notion of transmigration, witnessing the healer at St. Mungo's performing magic ignited his ambition to become a formidable combat wizard. He could not afford to be directionally challenged in battle. Crawl. He must crawl. Upon returning home, Sebastian commenced a delightful exploration of his surroundings, much to the astonishment of his family. Particularly, Anton Swan, his grandfather, was so elated that he leapt with joy, exclaiming, "Merlin's beard! This Muggle doctor possesses remarkable skill." Even Dumbledore would be impressed. With his heart unburdened, Sebastian felt a surge of excitement at the mention of Dumbledore's name, as if magic was surging through him, lifting him off the ground. Double joy. Anton Swan, in his excitement, even managed to pull out a tuft of his beard. Dumbledore. The magical world of Harry Potter. Sebastian mused silently. When he had first seen the healer at St. Mungo's examining him with a wand, he had harbored doubts, but now, such uncertainties dissipated entirely. After all, if Dumbledore had appeared, how far could Harry Potter be? This was a dream manifesting into reality. After all, who hasn't fantasized about receiving an acceptance letter to Hogwarts delivered by a round-faced, pudgy owl? He, the trio, should he choose Hermione as his wife? Or perhaps cozy up to Luna? Should he partake in the trio's fantastical adventures? Or remain at a distance, silently observing as an invisible bystander? After all, one misstep could lead to an encounter with a bald, noseless creature with a penchant for mischief. Sebastian found himself caught in a new dilemma. Upon reaching his first birthday, he learned that it was, in fact, 1961, and he felt his dreams shatter. After all, his previous self had only recently watched the films, recalling the plot vaguely. As for the original text, he had long forgotten it entirely. 1961. He was unsure of the birth years of the trio's parents. Let alone Hermione and Luna, they were from an entirely different generation. But as Sebastian reminisced, a wry smile graced his lips, and he sighed. The dawn of a new era unfurls slowly. With a flick of his wrist, a letter floated into the room. The seal on the back of the envelope had been broken, embossed with a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle, encircling a grand H. Yes, he opened the letter. It read, "Dear Mr. Sebastian Swan, regarding the arrangement for the newly established position of Deputy Headmaster at Hogwarts, you are required to attend an interview. The interview will take place promptly at 10 a.m. on July 2nd. Please prepare accordingly. You may choose to use flu powder to enter the school location, Deputy Headmaster's office, or you may arrive at the school gates in advance, and we will arrange for staff to escort you, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall." Sebastian smiled slightly, rising to his feet and finishing the remainder of his coffee in one gulp. Chapter 2. Childhood. Ever since the disillusionment of his first birthday, Sebastian found himself ensnared in a different layer of anxiety. Even a dullard like him could surmise, based on the cinematic narratives in his mind, that the time was the eve of the Second Wizarding War, an era of conflict, the age when Voldemort reigned supreme. Having already considered himself a part of the Swan family, Sebastian's heart brimmed with concern for his lineage. What fate awaited the Swan family? What if the Dark Lord took a fancy to them? The Swan family, a venerable pure-blood lineage, prestigious and traditional, a veritable treasury of gold. In every conceivable light, the Swan family appeared suitably impressive. Should Voldemort utter even a single word suggesting a kinship with the Death Eaters, what would become of the Swan family? Forced into conscription? Should he leap into the role of a seer? Yet, upon further reflection, Sebastian promptly dismissed this notion. What ludicrous idea! Did he wish to hasten his own demise? He knew of only two seers. One, too powerful, had been confined by Dumbledore in Nurmengard for upsetting the balance of the game. The other, woefully inadequate, had been brought to Hogwarts for protection by Dumbledore. In every regard, being a seer appeared to be a perilous occupation. Moreover, being merely a child, should he undertake the mantle of a seer, there would only be two possible outcomes. First, everyone would regard him as a jest. For how credible could a child's words truly be? In his past life, he had been a law-abiding model citizen. To masquerade as a mystic? A mismatch for his true calling. He possessed no genuine prophetic abilities, and a casual verification would surely expose him. Should he be branded a liar from childhood? Redemption in this lifetime would be a formidable challenge. The second possibility would be that people believed in him, yet most of his prophecies would likely pertain to the bald, noseless creature. There exists no wall that does not leak. Once that reached Voldemort's ears, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. Sebastian had no desire to precede Harry's parents in fate. He had yet to even touch a wand. At this moment, Sebastian recalled the beloved kin and brotherhood system of traversers. Thus, he embarked on his daily ritual of invoking the system. He was nothing if not diligent, unwavering for 365 days a year. He was profoundly devoted, able to assure with all his heart that he had never been so sincere in his previous life while burning incense and praying. After all, the reality of his transmigration lay before him. What if the system were indeed genuine? However, whether due to the system's fear of incurring costs or Merlin's indifference, 2 entire years passed, and not once did Sebastian catch even a glimpse of the system. With no other recourse, after deep contemplation, he devised 2 strategic directives for himself. First, rely on effort. Second, rely on wealth. When it came to diligence, Sebastian feared no rival. After all, his previous self hailed from a land renowned for its industriousness. Moreover, as a scion of a pure-blood family in the magical realm, he possessed access to an abundance of magical tomes and a profound heritage. From the moment he learned to read, he has been striving for excellence. Had he been in the same year as Hermione, he would undoubtedly have left her in tears from the intensity of his efforts. As long as he attains a level of power comparable to that of Dumbledore, what does he have to fear from a bald man with a peculiar nose? As for wealth, the Swan family is relatively affluent. However, even great wealth must be spent wisely. Thus, Sebastian categorized the Death Eaters into 2 factions, the Zealous and the Fence-Sitters. In his spare time, he would often linger by his grandfather's side, articulating his thoughts and leaving the old man in a state of bewilderment. Previously, the elder had pondered the peculiarities of this child, who seemed dull and disinterested in play, preferring instead to immerse himself in books. It now appeared that a genius had emerged from the Swan lineage. In this manner, The Swan family distanced themselves from the fervent extremists while maintaining close commercial relations with the fence-sitters, ensuring they were well fed. Moreover, the fence-sitters dared not regard the Swan family as easy prey, for grandfather Anton Swan was a formidable force, and grandmother was a retired auror. These fence-sitters even feared that, should the Swan family join the Death Eaters, they would overshadow them. Therefore, it can be said that the most reluctant to welcome the Swan family into the ranks of the Death Eaters were these very fence-sitters. Thus, with the support of these allies, the Swan family managed to evade the attention of Voldemort. Fortunately, although Merlin had closed one door on Sebastian, he had left a window ajar. Though lacking a system, the Swan family's bloodline endowed them with considerable innate talent. Much like the descendants of Slytherin, who could awaken Parseltongue, the Swan family possessed an extraordinary ability for magical perception. Thanks to this talent, their ancestors excelled in alchemy and potion-making, although the Swan family shifted their focus primarily towards alchemy. For Sebastian, this exceptional magical perception was the perfect combat gift. Within a radius of 10 meters and a 360-degree range, he could distinctly sense all things imbued with magic, be they wizards, magical creatures, or alchemical items. Within this sphere, whenever a wizard cast a spell, he could perceive the following aspects: the brilliance of their magical energy, the flow rate of magic within their wand, the unique trajectory of magic as their wand waved through the air, and the direction in which their wand pointed. Furthermore, this perceptive range could expand as his own magical power grew. Sebastian often humorously referred to his magical talent as the observation of magical energy. With this ability, he could frequently replicate the flow rate and casting trajectory of others with precision. After swiftly executing a spell, he would then gradually adjust it to suit his own needs. Achieving a perfect fit, Sebastian often lamented that, before him, no unique spells existed. Fire shields? Fire gods clearing the path? He welcomed them all. Moreover, the fusion of his body with the soul that was destined to perish during his transit produced a synergistic effect, amplifying his magical growth to 3 times that of an ordinary wizard, propelling him into the ranks of the elite. By the time he turned 11 and began his schooling, Sebastian's magical prowess had already surpassed that of an average adult wizard. With the addition of 8 years of theoretical studies in magic, Sebastian possesses a wealth of magical knowledge that surpasses that of most 7th-year students. Consequently, upon his arrival at school, he garnered the admiration of numerous professors. However, one professor stood apart: Dumbledore. Why, you may wonder. Slytherin. Sebastian vividly recalls the resounding call of the Sorting Hat during the ceremony. Regrettably, his first choice had been Gryffindor. Yet he found himself assigned to Slytherin. At that time, the Second Wizarding War had just commenced, with Voldemort wreaking havoc. Slytherin had nearly transformed into a breeding ground for Death Eaters. Given Sebastian's exceptional abilities, it was only natural for Dumbledore to harbor concerns that he might stray down a dark path. In truth, Sebastian harbored no bias against any of the houses. Consider his family. His grandfather, Anton Swan, graduated from Slytherin. His grandmother, Jan Swan, from Hufflepuff. His father, Sam Swan, from Ravenclaw. And his mother, Shirley Swan, from Gryffindor. Discrimination among houses? Even if Sebastian had 3 more lives, he would not dare. His family members all hoped that Sebastian would join their respective houses, each placing a wager of 100 galleons on the outcome. However, Sebastian's mother refrained from participating in this bet, believing that her son had always possessed a demeanor suggestive of someone who felt that nefarious individuals were constantly plotting against him. Hardly a Gryffindor trait. Yet it mattered little. After all, Sebastian's guiding philosophy had always been, regardless of his house, if you engage in reasoned discourse with me, I shall embody Dumbledore. Should you refuse to reason with me, I can just as easily embody Voldemort. Chapter 3. Reunion with Old Friends. Clad in an exquisite suit, Sebastian gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Standing at 6 feet tall, he appeared remarkably imposing. His thick black hair framed a face where 2 elongated eyebrows, sharp as a knife's edge, accentuated his piercing gaze. His blue eyes shimmered like the azure sea, rendering them difficult to behold directly. A high, straight nose and rosy lips sculpted his handsome visage, which resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. His complexion was flawless, making him appear much younger than his 30 years, more akin to a lad just entering his 20s. Within him resided the steadiness and composure of a mature man, balanced with the vigor and exuberance of youth. Sebastian smiled slightly, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. Still as handsome as ever. If I were to venture into the Muggle world to film a movie, Tom Cruise and Leonardo DiCaprio would have to step aside. As Sebastian approached the grand entrance of the estate, he cast a glance towards Hogwarts, murmuring to himself, Flue powder? It tends to soil one's attire, which would be rather unseemly for today. Thus, he decided disapparition. After a sensation akin to having his face compressed, Sebastian found himself standing before the majestic gates of Hogwarts. The entrance was splendid, forged from iron, imbued with powerful magic to safeguard the students within from any disturbances. On either side of the grand entrance stood numerous stone columns, each crowned with a winged wild boar. Sebastian raised his wrist to glance at the time on his enchanted watch. It was precisely 9:30 a.m., the exact hour agreed upon for his arrival. He gazed longingly at the distant Hogwarts castle, marveling once again at its majestic splendor. Just as he finished his thought, the great doors slowly swung open, revealing a male wizard emerging from within. He was gaunt, his skin a sickly yellow, with shoulder-length black hair slicked back, clinging to his face like a curtain. Dressed in a long black robe made of dull, unremarkable fabric, he appeared almost bat-like as the breeze caught the hem of his robe, causing it to flutter. Upon spotting Sebastian, a smirk curled at the corners of his lips, and he spoke in a slow, sarcastic drawl. "Look who it is. Sebastian Swan, the wealthiest wizard in the magical realm, gracing Hogwarts with his presence. Truly, Hogwarts shines brighter for it." Sebastian appraised the newcomer from head to toe before raising his wand to his chest in response. "What is it, Severus? Do you have something to impart?" Severus mirrored the gesture, raising his wand in kind, and replied, "Old traditions." The two stood in silence for a brief moment, then simultaneously unleashed spells at one another. Mouthful, Terra. In mere seconds, a flurry of enchantments erupted between them, vibrant and chaotic. Neither wielded powerful offensive spells, nor employed defensive charms. Instead, they relied on nimble footwork to evade each other's attacks or deftly deflect the incoming hexes with their wands. With spells such as Inverted Bell, Silencing Lock, Weak Knees, and Fiery Scorch, they transformed into masters of minor hexes, casting a rainbow of lights that sliced through the air with piercing shrieks. The barrage of hexes fell upon the protective enchantments of the Hogwarts entrance like a torrential downpour, causing ripples to emanate outward. Severus found himself on the defensive, struggling to evade the relentless spells while seeking openings to counterattack. He was cautious, having not engaged in dueling for many years. During that time, his request to teach defense against the dark arts had been consistently denied by Dumbledore, leading him to devote his energies to potion research instead. Yet he was determined not to embarrass himself, especially after years apart, both longing to give the other a small taste of their prowess. Moreover, this rapid-fire duel of unguarded hexes harkened back to their school days at Hogwarts, a playful competition that tested a wizard's fundamental dueling skills. It examined their footwork, timing, spell accuracy, and the ability to control and stabilize their magical output, as well as their physical stamina and more. Both had entered Hogwarts in the same year, sorted into Slytherin, and shared surnames that began with the letters, even residing in the same dormitory. Upon entering school, Severus Snape possessed a greater knowledge of spells than half of the seventh-year students. Yet his roommate was well-versed in many more incantations. The two often engaged in magical discussions and duels, gradually forging a profound friendship. Moreover, this individual understood Snape, assisting him in his pursuit of Lily, and ultimately preventing him from uttering those 3 hurtful words, for which Snape remained eternally grateful. Deep down, Snape acknowledged that he was unlikely to rival Sebastian. After all, since their first day of school, Sebastian's magical prowess had always surpassed his own, and he seemed to possess an innate talent for dueling, replete with advanced concepts and training philosophies. The swift offensive use of the non-protective jinx was a technique of his invention. Nevertheless, Snape resolutely thought to himself, "I refuse to be defeated." He was determined not to succumb to this insufferable show-off, this boastful swan. As the pace of the attacks suddenly intensified, Snape found himself momentarily flustered, inwardly cursing, "This speedster. How on earth does this insufferable swan manage it?" Although he had spent the initial 2 years post-graduation as an Auror in the Ministry of Magic, after Voldemort's downfall, he returned to his family's business. Upon becoming the wealthiest wizard in the magical realm, he ventured to the eastern magical world, claiming he was traveling. When did he find the time to train? How could he still be this formidable? As it appeared that Snape was on the brink of collapse, a silver-white, phoenix-shaped Patronus materialized between the two. Then, a somewhat exasperated voice from above broke through. "Mr. Swan and Professor Snape, I implore you to cease at once. The gates of Hogwarts cannot withstand your onslaught. Professor Snape, please escort Mr. Swan to my office promptly. I shall await your arrival." Realizing that their playful duel could not continue, Sebastian chuckled heartily and sheathed his wand. He then casually draped an arm over Snape's shoulder as they strolled toward Hogwarts Castle. How far you have fallen, Severus. I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already on the verge of defeat. Sebastian teased as they walked. If memory serves. I believe no spell of yours has actually hit me, Snape retorted, his fists clenching in frustration. Upon hearing this, Sebastian erupted into laughter. Severus, your tongue remains as defiant as ever. I suspect even fiend fire couldn't scorch your lips, haha. Snape, incensed, took a deep breath to compose himself, then halted and solemnly inquired. Sebastian, you have achieved great success and amassed considerable wealth. Why choose to return to Hogwarts as a mere professor? Do not be so serious. Let us converse as we walk. After fulfilling material needs, one must also address spiritual ones. Why Hogwarts? We can discuss this further upon meeting Professor Dumbledore. That way, I won't have to repeat myself. But why advocate for the addition of a vice principal position to the Board of Governors? I directly requested Headmaster Dumbledore to create such a position, but he declined. You see, within the rules, and with a bit of gold, the governors are quite supportive of my endeavors. All roads lead to Hogwarts. I believe that Professor Dumbledore would not be particularly pleased with such conduct. As they spoke, the two arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, standing before the entrance to the headmaster's office. Guarding the door was an exceedingly grotesque stone gargoyle resembling a dripping tap. Snape cast a glance at Sebastian that seemed to convey a sense of foreboding, then stepped forward and uttered the incantation to the gargoyle. Cockroach cluster. Chapter 4. Meeting Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was a circular chamber, remarkably spacious, adorned with eclectic and exquisite furnishings that lent the room a distinctive charm. Upon a delicately legged, intricately carved table lay an array of peculiar alchemical artifacts and ancient silverware, each piece unmistakably valuable. In one corner of the room stood a somewhat worn shelf, upon which rested a crumpled and grimy wizard's hat, its surface dotted with patches, giving it a somewhat tattered appearance. One should not underestimate this hat based on its exterior. It is, in fact, a veritable antique, its worth immeasurable by mere galleons. This hat was once an ordinary headpiece belonging to Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts, crafted a millennium ago. After the establishment of the school, Gryffindor, along with the other 3 founders, imbued this hat with consciousness. During the sorting ceremony prior to the annual feast, first-year students would line up in alphabetical order by surname, each taking turns donning this hat to determine their house. The walls of a room were adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, both male and female, each gently snoring within their frames. As Sebastian and his companion entered the office, the portraits stirred, opening their eyes to observe Sebastian, engaging in hushed whispers. One bearded wizard, sporting a goatee, upon spotting Sebastian, exclaimed loudly, "Look, this is the most illustrious graduate we have ever had from Slytherin." He was Phineas Black, a former headmaster from Slytherin. Sebastian bowed to the portraits and then turned his gaze towards the wizard, Albus Dumbledore, seated behind the headmaster's desk. At that moment, Dumbledore reclined in his chair, gently massaging his temples with his slender fingers, as if troubled by a headache. Upon hearing the voices of the portraits, Dumbledore opened his eyes, revealing bright blue orbs that seemed to penetrate the very soul. A fleeting trace of fatigue vanished in an instant. "Sebastian, welcome, welcome." Dumbledore rose, extending his arms toward Sebastian. "I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. However, it would be splendid if you could show a bit more kindness towards the doors of Hogwarts. They have stood for over 1,000 years. Sebastian stepped forward, embracing Dumbledore lightly, and playfully replied, "You do me an injustice, Professor Dumbledore. I must point out, a significant portion of the spell that recently struck the door originated from the hands of your own faculty. Moreover, the doors of Hogwarts have withstood a millennium of formidable enchantments. Surely, a few minor hexes could hardly inflict any damage." Sebastian chuckled, straightening his chest a little more, the emblem of the Swan family gleaming brilliantly upon it. "Professor, let's not forget the nature of our lineage. Should you find the grand entrance of Hogwarts unsatisfactory, merely utter a word, and I assure you, we shall replace it with a brand new one and even expand the entrance, ensuring it is both aesthetically pleasing and grand. It would be on the house, a contribution to my alma mater. You, the renowned arbiter from your school days, still possessing that eloquence," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, shaking his head. "Please have a seat." Sebastian quickly added, "Professor Dumbledore, could we have Professor Snape remain? He has shown great interest in my arrival." Dumbledore nodded. "I have no objections. Severus, do take a seat as well." Once everyone was settled, Dumbledore drew his wand and inquired, "Would you care for something to drink? Pumpkin juice? Tea?" He then playfully winked, "Or perhaps a rich butterbeer?" Sebastian reached into his enchanted wallet, retrieving 2 bottles of dark beverage, which he placed on the headmaster's desk. I recommend this delightful drink, which has taken the Muggle world by storm. It's perfect for quenching one's thirst in this July heat. Its creator, Jacob, is a kind-hearted and exceptionally brave individual who has aided us immensely. Dumbledore smiled knowingly. Many affectionately call him the Chosen Melon. He once offered me this drink, but alas, circumstances prevented me from tasting it. Today, however, I shall indulge. Dumbledore extended his hand to pour himself a glass. Professor Dumbledore, please wait a moment, Sebastian interjected. Without any visible gesture from him, frost rapidly formed on the soda bottle, exuding a cool mist. Sebastian then stood, personally pouring a generous glass of soda for each individual. Remarkable, Dumbledore praised, glancing at the soda, which bubbled and fizzed delightfully. He raised his glass and took a sip. How refreshing. Sweet. The bubbles burst in my mouth, tingling and delightful. Dumbledore immediately found himself enamored with this Muggle beverage, eagerly taking another hearty sip. What a pity that at my age, I am only just discovering such a delightful drink, he lamented. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Sebastian's expression shifted. Who says you're old? Wizards generally enjoy long lifespans, and the more powerful they are, the longer they live. Former Headmaster Dippet was over 200 when he assumed the role. You are yet to reach 110, truly in the prime of life for a wizard. Judging by appearances alone, you look no more than 60. Dumbledore burst into hearty laughter. Ah, you still possess that charming wit. The atmosphere between Sebastian and Dumbledore gradually warmed, the initial awkwardness dissipating with their engaging conversation. After conversing for a while, Dumbledore straightened his posture, leaning slightly forward and clasped his hands together, resting his arms on the table. His piercing gaze, magnified by his half-moon spectacles, locked onto Sebastian as he inquired earnestly, Sebastian, we are all aware that you have added a vice principal position at Hogwarts through the Board of Governors. As the headmaster, I believe I possess the authority to determine your employment. To my knowledge, under your stewardship, Swan Alchemy has ascended to become the wealthiest enterprise in the British magical community. Indeed, in the entire world of magic. Furthermore, since your graduation, you have been acquiring properties in the Muggle world. In the past 2 years, you have also ventured into the tumultuous Muggle realm of Russia, amassing considerable wealth and subsequently investing in real estate globally. Clearly, you have achieved remarkable success. And whether in the magical or Muggle sectors, you must possess numerous enterprises requiring your management. What compels you to be so resolute in your desire to join Hogwarts? I wish to hear your thoughts, your most genuine thoughts. Chapter 5, Sebastian's Aspirations. Dumbledore had conducted his investigation thoroughly. Gazing into the commanding eyes of Dumbledore, Sebastian felt no trepidation. He exuded confidence, certain that Dumbledore was not employing legitimacy against him. Even if the venerable elder was the most formidable wizard of the 20th century, he was certain he would perceive the intrusion immediately. He had no intention of deceiving this man. Furthermore, his experiences across 2 lifetimes had illuminated for Sebastian the truth that sincerity is the ultimate weapon in human interactions. Sebastian sat up straight, slowly extending his right hand, forming a single finger gesture, and then stated, I may be the wealthiest individual in the magical world, but I can assert with conviction that I have no interest in galleons. Upon hearing such audacious words, Snape nearly faltered in maintaining his impassive demeanor. His fists clenched tighter than iron. This arrogant fool, if it weren't for Dumbledore's presence, he would have unleashed a curse upon Sebastian or perhaps delivered a resounding punch to that insufferable face. Listen, such words are hardly befitting of a person, Snape thought. Sebastian was acutely aware of the weight of his proclamation, and without waiting for Dumbledore or Snape to react, he continued, in other words, accumulating galleons has never been my aspiration. My focus has always been solely on the magical realm. This pensive is an alchemical artifact crafted by the ancestors of the Swan family, and due to the extreme rarity and high cost of its materials, it is exceedingly scarce. I recall there being one in the headmaster's office, yet it appears to have been concealed by Dumbledore. He extended his wand, pressing it against his temple, and a faint silver glow began to emanate from the movement of the wand, coalescing into 2 slender threads. These threads shimmered with an ethereal light, as if imbued with some arcane power. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the threads floated gracefully towards the meditation basin, where they diffused like ink swirling in water upon contact. Sebastian gestured invitingly before reaching into the basin. In an instant, he found himself in a dimly lit alleyway. The passage was filled with peculiar wizards, most of whom appeared rather disheveled. Standing there, Sebastian felt the memories wash over him as the wizards passed through his very being. In the center of the alley, another Sebastian ambled slowly, a younger version of himself, dressed impeccably and bearing a stern countenance, wand in hand. The other wizards kept their distance, their gazes tinged with a hint of trepidation. Those who frequented the alley had sharp eyes. It was evident that this young wizard was not to be trifled with. Turning around, Sebastian regarded the two individuals who had followed him. "Observe the foot traffic here," he remarked. "While it may not rival the bustling Diagon Alley, it is by no means sparse. Do you truly believe that all who frequent this place are dark wizards?" Before they could respond, Sebastian gestured for them to follow his memory. The memory of Sebastian continued deeper into the alley, eventually arriving at a collection of makeshift stalls, where he engaged in conversation with a vendor whose face was unmasked. Although referred to as a free market, it was merely wizards laying out cloths on the ground to display their wares. Dumbledore, observing the vendor conversing with Sebastian, exclaimed, "Bilbo. Indeed, Bilbo Henry. A muggle-born Hufflepuff who graduated from Hogwarts long before my time. He now works at Swan Alchemy," Dumbledore continued. "I am surprised you still remember him, Professor," Sebastian replied, somewhat astonished. "I remember every student who has graduated from Hogwarts. My memory is quite sharp. I can readily recall each name," Dumbledore stated. Sebastian explained, "I came a Nocturne Alley seeking to recruit some wizards for Swan Alchemy, which is how I encountered Bilbo. He later revealed to me that his OWL and Newt results were rather poor, with only 2 satisfactory grades. His academic performance did not secure him a respectable position. However, he refused to descend into the darkness of becoming a dark wizard, engaging in illicit activities with magic. Nor did he desire a reclusive existence in the wilderness. The housing in Nocturne Alley is quite affordable. Thus, he invested all his savings to purchase a modest home here and began concocting low-grade potions to make a living. He confided in me that despite the alley's notorious reputation, he could still live as a wizard here." Sebastian turned to Dumbledore, locking eyes with him. He may have struggled academically, yet he did not succumb to the allure of darkness. In the Alley of Upside Down, one can find not only the dark wizards, but also numerous Bilbos. Bilbo was fortunate to have encountered me before his downfall. At Swan Alchemy, we excel in recognizing the brilliance within individuals, rather than merely assessing them through their achievements. Yet, I arrived too late. Many have already fallen into despair. After all, this is the Upside Down Alley. Each year, small wizards akin to Bilbo graduate, but alas, Swan Alchemy lacks the sufficient positions to accommodate them all. Sebastian gazed once more at the memory of his former self and spoke softly, "Professor Dumbledore, many yearn for the magical realm. Countless individuals prefer to believe that it is merely due to a lost owl that they did not receive their acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I wonder how they would react if they were to witness this side of the magical world. Moreover, the Muggle world is evolving at an unprecedented pace. In contrast, the magical realm has remained stagnant since my childhood, still enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Bilbo and others chose to remain in the magical world for its enchantment and convenience. But what will happen in 10 or 20 years? What if Muggle-born wizards discover that life in the magical realm pales in comparison to the vibrancy and ease of Muggle life? What choices will they make then? What if half-blood or even pure-blood wizards share the same sentiments? I dread to imagine the consequences. Professor, the British magical community is akin to a grand tree, with Hogwarts serving as its roots. Currently, a dire issue afflicts this tree. I could easily disregard these matters." Sebastian glanced at Dumbledore once more. "For even if I were to lie in bed all day, gold galleons would still flow into the Swan family's treasury. I could lead a life of unimaginable luxury in the Muggle world. However, I am a wizard, and a true Slytherin at that. I possess my own ambitions and aspirations. With great power comes great responsibility. I cherish the magical realm, which is why I strive to make it more vibrant and lively. Yet, relying solely on myself and Swan Alchemy is insufficient. We must start with the children, inviting more individuals to join in transforming the magical world, allowing this grand tree to grow stronger and more flourishing." Sebastian smiled calmly at Dumbledore. "This is my answer. Professor Dumbledore, are you satisfied?" Chapter 6, The Interview. Upon hearing Sebastian's words, Dumbledore was somewhat moved. He had endeavored to regard this exceptional young man with high esteem, yet he had never anticipated such profound awareness and lofty ideals from Sebastian. "With great power comes great responsibility," Dumbledore murmured, echoing Sebastian's sentiments, expressing his admiration. "Sebastian, you are truly remarkable. I can sense your sincerity. You speak these words with genuine intent. Your actions at Swan Alchemy clearly demonstrate your commitment to your ideals of improving the magical realm, or rather, you have been doing so since your enrollment at Hogwarts. Forgive me for my previous biases. I have long misconstrued your actions as mere attempts to win the hearts of others. I believe an apology is owed to you." Sebastian was utterly taken aback by Dumbledore's unexpected apology, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. With a shy smile, he ran his fingers through his hair. Indeed, old Dumbledore had not erred. He too harbored ambitions to win the favor of others. This endeavor had commenced the moment he first boarded the Hogwarts Express. Sebastian recalled vividly that upon entering a compartment, he found himself in the company of a small boy with dark hair and a small girl with red hair. Through their conversation, he learned their names, Severus Snape and Lily Evans. To his astonishment, they were of the same year. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. They bore a striking resemblance to their cinematic counterparts. After all, this was Snape, the future master of potions. What is the most precious commodity of the 20th century? Talent. With an eye on the budding genius of Severus, Sebastian resolved immediately to invest in winning his favor and fostering collaboration. A comprehensive arrangement for Snape was in order. Moreover, although the films did not elaborate, it was evident that Hogwarts harbored more than just this singular talent. Upon enrollment, Sebastian embarked on his quest for friendship. Gradually, his peers came to recognize the boy named Sebastian. After all, he was handsome, generous, and skilled at Quidditch. Despite his Slytherin lineage, he greeted everyone with a warm smile, devoid of the haughty demeanor typically associated with pure-blood wizards. Whether confronting Muggle-borns or half-bloods, he exhibited none of the arrogance that characterized many of his pure-blood counterparts. Furthermore, despite his formidable prowess, he spoke with charm and often championed fairness, addressing issues rather than individuals. As time passed, he cultivated friendships across all houses, earning a reputation as a mediator. The rapid growth of Slytherin alchemy and its ability to attract a multitude of talents was intricately linked to his endeavors at school. Reflecting on his image in Dumbledore's eyes, Sebastian mused, pure blood, Slytherin, eager to win hearts. What a striking resemblance this bore to Voldemort. No wonder Dumbledore had harbored prejudices against him. Fortunately, the misunderstanding had been cleared, resulting in mutual contentment. Dumbledore gazed at the somewhat bashful Sebastian, momentarily lost in thought. The resemblance was uncanny. He too had once been filled with youthful vigor, striving alongside the equally spirited Gellert Grindelwald to overturn the statute of secrecy for a greater good. Alas, now this young man had chosen to come to Hogwarts. What path would he pursue? Dumbledore felt a twinge of concern, tempered by anticipation. He feared that this young man, in his impatience, might unwittingly inflict greater harm upon the magical world, already weary from 2 consecutive wizarding wars. Yet, he also harbored a sense of hope. What transformations might this young individual bring to Hogwarts and the magical realm? He is indeed correct. The magical world has languished in stagnation for far too long and is in dire need of change. Reflecting on the unparalleled vitality that Sebastian has instilled in Swan alchemy, it flourished across the magical communities of various nations in less than a decade. I have encountered numerous wizards employed at Swan alchemy. When Swan alchemy is mentioned, the reactions of these wizards are strikingly similar: joy and pride. In many respects, this young man has already demonstrated his capabilities, has he not? Perhaps it is prudent to extend him a measure of trust. Dumbledore nodded slightly and addressed Sebastian and Snape. Let's first emerge from the pensive. Once outside, Dumbledore settled back into the chair designated for the headmaster. Compared to before, he appeared considerably more relaxed, leaning back in his chair with an air of languor. So, Sebastian, now that you are to become the deputy headmaster, what are your intentions? Or rather, what is the primary goal you aspire to achieve? Stability, at the very least. A sense of assurance filled Sebastian's heart upon witnessing Dumbledore's response. He must not falter. He must remain steadfast. Gathering his thoughts, Sebastian spoke. My initial objective is to dismantle the barriers between the houses, to unite the 4 houses of Hogwarts into a cohesive force. Noticing the furrowed brows of the 2 beside him, Sebastian continued to elucidate. I recognize that this goal is formidable, given that the 4 houses have held mutual disdain for one another since the school's inception, especially under the influence of the Dark Lord. The ideology of blood purity has deeply permeated Slytherin, leading to a near-total estrangement from the other 3 houses. In such circumstances, fostering unity is indeed a daunting task. Simple reasoning will not suffice with students of their age. They are inherently rebellious. Hearing the same argument twice often breeds a counterproductive response. They are also at an age marked by sensitivity and heightened pride. Therefore, I have resolved to help them identify a common adversary, one formidable enough that if they wish to avoid being thoroughly vanquished and becoming the subject of ridicule, they must learn to collaborate and face the challenge together. I will begin by rallying influential students within each house. I am confident that, inspired by exemplary figures, an increasing number of students will come together. At that point, The divisions between the houses will naturally dissipate. Observing the rapt attention of the two individuals, Sebastian smiled and withheld further details. Dumbledore likewise wore a benevolent smile, remarking, "Sebastian, your reasoning is commendable, but please do not burden this old man any further. Do continue." Chapter 7, Recruitment. Sebastian remained silent for a moment, then casually produced a booklet. The booklet was approximately half an inch thick, bound with Muggle A4 paper. He rose to hand the booklet to Dumbledore, who continued. "The detailed steps and the rationale behind them are all meticulously inscribed in this proposal. I trust that once you have perused it, the essence will become clear to you. I would appreciate your feedback promptly, whether it be affirmative or critical, as timely communication is the cornerstone of success." Dumbledore, intrigued, accepted the Muggle-style proposal and turned to the first page, which boldly displayed the word Quidditch. He was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that Sebastian would approach the matter through the lens of Quidditch. Indeed, this young man possesses remarkable prowess in the sport. This year, he had participated as the seeker for the England national team in the Quidditch World Cup, where they had reached the quarterfinals and were poised for victory. It was worth recalling that since he had become the seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team in his second year, Slytherin had not suffered a single defeat. Not one. Each match had concluded within 20 minutes, with many opponents left in tears, vowing never to play Quidditch again. In his debut match, Sebastian had captured the Golden Snitch in a mere 2 minutes, shattering the Quidditch record. Dumbledore vividly recalled Professor McGonagall's astonishment and complaints. Now, with this young man intent on tackling Quidditch, one could only wonder how he would proceed. It was rather tantalizing, keeping the elder in suspense. Dumbledore felt an urgency akin to a cat scratching at the door, eagerly flipping to the second page to continue reading. "A stroke of genius," Dumbledore exclaimed, nodding in agreement as he read, murmuring, "Indeed, quite so." Observing Dumbledore's reaction, Sebastian discreetly turned to Snape and raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "Well, what do you think?" Snape remained impassive, fully aware that any response would only inflate Sebastian's ego. Ignoring him was the only way to maintain an upper hand. After merely 2 pages, Dumbledore closed the proposal, a deeper smile gracing his face as he declared, "I must concede, you are indeed a genius. I can see the potential for breaking down barriers, and the likelihood of success appears promising." Upon hearing this, Sebastian straightened in his seat. "Then, Professor Dumbledore, might I inquire whether I could attain the position of Deputy Headmaster? After all, without the title of Deputy Headmaster at Hogwarts, I would be unable to implement even the first step outlined in this proposal." With a smile, Dumbledore rose, circled the headmaster's desk, and approached Sebastian. He opened his arms wide and said, "Welcome to Hogwarts. From now on, you shall be responsible for fostering international relations between schools." Sebastian's heart raced with excitement as he stood up and embraced Professor Dumbledore gently, expressing his gratitude for the recognition. "Thank you for your acknowledgement, Professor Dumbledore. Should you have any questions regarding the proposal, please feel free to reach out to me. After all, I am still young and in need of your guidance. With the most formidable wizard of this century backing me, I dare to fully unleash my potential. Once you confirm everything is satisfactory, I shall commence my work." Dumbledore chuckled heartily, giving Sebastian's shoulder a light pat before replying, "I have faith in your abilities. Sebastian, I, as an elder, implore you, please at all times, extend your patience and understanding towards the magical community and the children. Do not rush into things, all right?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's plea, Sebastian solemnly responded, "I understand. Trust is a precious commodity, and I shall not betray your faith in me." With that, he produced an exquisite gift box and presented it to Dumbledore. "Professor, this is a gift for you. Inside, you will find an assortment of Muggle candies and chocolates. I hope you will enjoy it. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Dumbledore's eyes brightened as he accepted the gift box, teasing, "Believe me, there is no more fitting present. Goodbye, Professor Swan. Farewell, Professor Dumbledore." Sebastian and Snape made their way outside, and as they reached the entrance to the headmaster's office, he turned around playfully and inquired, "Professor, have you ever witnessed the hunting process of snake?" Sebastian mimicked the snake with his right hand, paused momentarily, and then suddenly lunged forward, before achieving success. "I too am quite adept at waiting. After all, I am a true Slytherin." With that, he exited the headmaster's office. A true Slytherin, indeed, Dumbledore mused, smiling as he opened the gift box and sampled the candy, savoring its coconut flavor. Once outside the headmaster's office, Sebastian's steps became noticeably lighter, and he appeared less composed. "Joy invigorates the spirit. Severus, come to my home tonight, and we shall not part until we are thoroughly inebriated." As he spoke, Sebastian leaned closer to Snape, cupping his hand beside his mouth, glancing around conspiratorially, and whispered, "Yesterday, 2 Aurors from the Ministry encountered a dark wizard and fell victim to his dark magic." "So?" Snape shot Sebastian a glance, subtly stepping aside. "Those 2 Aurors were gravely injured by a rather obscure dark curse. Other healers are at a loss. But Mia possesses a solution, albeit a slow one, methodically alleviating the effects of the dark magic. You won't be harmed if you go. Otherwise, would I dare invite you to my home?" Sebastian retorted cheekily. Snape glared at him fiercely before silently striding away. Mia Allen, Sebastian's wife, now known as Mia Swan, entered Hogwarts the same year as him. During their school years, she was Lily's roommate and was once celebrated as the most elegant lion of Gryffindor. Mia and Lily shared a remarkably close bond, almost leading Mia to become the godmother of Lily's child. However, Porter consistently opposed this, ultimately causing the plan to be abandoned. Lily's father, an Auror, suffered injuries from dark magic during his missions, gradually succumbing to pain and death. This profoundly impacted her. During her schooling, she fervently studied dark magic, determined to devise counter-curses for various dark spells. Upon graduation, she joined St. Mungo's Hospital as a healer in the curse damage department. Despite her dedication to the study of dark magic, Mia found understanding from Lily, while she herself faced Lily's disdain. Such injustice. Furthermore, both were vying for the affections of a Gryffindor lioness. Why was it that only Sebastian won her heart? How unfair. A pang of bitterness stirred in Snape's heart. "Hey!" Sebastian's voice echoed from behind him. "Grumpy old man, let's walk together tonight. I still have to visit other professors this afternoon." "You need not accompany me," Snape replied, momentarily halting his steps. "Who would want to accompany you, you wretched swan?" Snape thought bitterly, quickening his pace to leave. Chapter 8. Visiting Professors. That old bat. Still so proud. Sebastian silently berated him. He intended to visit the professors at the school, some of whom had taught him while he was a student at Hogwarts, and others who had acquired their positions only after his graduation. He was determined not to miss any of them. Fortunately, the students had just begun their break, and the professors were still on campus. Had he delayed even a couple of days longer, he might have encountered only a handful of solitary professors, as they too had their own lives. Before setting off to Hogwarts, he meticulously considered each professor's personality traits and thoughtfully selected a series of appropriate gifts. After all, it is wise to cultivate relationships. They would soon be colleagues, and establishing rapport was essential. Sebastian raised his hand to check his enchanted watch, realizing that mealtime had already passed. I didn't expect to converse with Professor Dumbledore for so long. Then he decided to visit Professor McGonagall first, as his onboarding paperwork awaited her attention. Indeed, I'm a true Slytherin. The astute Slytherin adeptly navigated interpersonal relationships. If Sebastian were to name the professors he admired most, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly top the list. In his eyes, although she maintained a stern demeanor that instilled respect and awe among nearly all students and faculty, she treated every young wizard equally, showing no favoritism towards those from her own house of Gryffindor. Reflecting on a certain unnamed professor, Sebastian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why couldn't that individual learn a thing or two from Professor McGonagall? Professor McGonagall's office is situated on one side of Hogwarts Castle, a spacious and luminous chamber from which one can gaze through the tall arched windows to the distant Quidditch pitch and the dark lake beneath the castle. Tap, tap, tap. Sebastian knocked on the door of Professor McGonagall's office, then quietly awaited a response. "Come in," came her distinctive voice from within. Upon opening the door, Sebastian beheld an ancient desk in one corner of the office, adorned with a brass pen holder and several journals on Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall sat behind the desk, engrossed in a copy of Transfiguration Today. Her high nose was framed by a pair of square spectacles, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom. Her long hair, now tinged with gray, was neatly styled into a bun, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing Sebastian, Professor McGonagall's face lit up with joy. She rose and warmly embraced him. After all, he was her proud protege. From a very start of his studies, Sebastian had exhibited an extraordinary talent for transfiguration, joining her club in his first year and bringing her considerable acclaim in the academic and educational realms. "It has been too long, Sebastian. I am so delighted to see you." Her eyes radiated warmth as she appraised him from head to toe, remarking, "You've grown quite a bit, yet you remain as handsome as ever." In response to her affectionate demeanor, Sebastian could not help but express his feelings. "Dear Professor McGonagall, I have missed you dearly." He then presented her with a carefully prepared gift, solemnly handing it over. This is a compilation of Transfiguration manuscripts from Russian wizards. Some concepts within are remarkably advanced and quite enlightening. I hope you find it enjoyable. Moreover, Sebastian playfully winked, adding, "I also brought a generous supply of catnip." Professor McGonagall burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Splendid. I appreciate everything." She gestured for Sebastian to sit down, her joy evident as she continued, "Congratulations, Sebastian. From now on, we shall be colleagues. I will send the formal employment documents via owl." Sebastian's smile was unmistakable. It seemed that Professor Dumbledore had already informed her, and he added, "I look forward to your guidance. After all, I will forever remain your student." Professor McGonagall nodded with a sense of satisfaction, then said, "I mustn't forget to congratulate you. Sebastian, thanks to your efforts, the England Quidditch team has reached the top 8. It has been many years since such a remarkable achievement. Moreover, from the very first match of the Quidditch World Cup, you have maintained the record of catching the golden snitch within 2 minutes. You are now an international superstar. The Daily Prophet has even given you the illustrious nickname the 2-Minute Man. I have saved the newspaper. Because of you, our chances of winning the championship this year are exceptionally high." Upon hearing this, Sebastian could hardly contain his excitement. By the heavens, a 2-Minute Man, Sebastian thought vehemently. The prophet of prophecies. Sooner or later, we at Swan Media shall bring you down. Observing Professor McGonagall, who became exuberant like a young girl at the mention of Quidditch, Sebastian refrained from interrupting her, instead wearing a smile as he listened to her continue. "Ever since you gifted me a magical television from Swan Alchemy, I have not missed a single match. Look." Professor McGonagall gestured to a nearby bookshelf, where Sebastian noticed an array of magical recordings. All were Quidditch matches captured by Swan Media. Whenever I find a moment, I use this magical television to watch live broadcasts of the matches. If I am truly pressed for time, I purchase the recorded magical images to enjoy on this television. With this thought, a hint of concern crossed Professor McGonagall's face as she promptly inquired, "By the way, Sebastian, what will happen to Quidditch if you become too busy with work?" Sebastian thumped his chest confidently. "Fear not, Professor McGonagall. It is merely a Quidditch match. On the field, no one knows the position of the golden snitch better than I. A single day, set aside on match day, is all that is required." After chatting with Professor McGonagall for a while, Sebastian reluctantly rose to bid her farewell. Upon leaving her office, he visited Professor Flitwick, presenting him with a precious manuscript of spells. He then called upon Professor Sprout, bestowing upon her a collection of rare herb seeds, which greatly delighted the head of Hufflepuff. Sebastian also encountered Professor Kettleburn, gifting him a voluminous tome of magical photographs, all taken by Sebastian during his time in the Muggle world. At that moment, Professor Kettleburn was still the instructor for Muggle studies. His office was adorned with numerous wildflower specimens, each painstakingly pressed during his travels. Professor Kettleburn enthusiastically recounted the origin of each flower, his words brimming with a love for life. Listening to him, Sebastian felt a sense of wonder. This was so different from the portrayal in the films. So bright and sunny, and he was teaching right here at Hogwarts. Casting aside the questions in his mind, Sebastian continued on to the next professor's office. After visiting all the professors, the daylight had begun to fade. Sebastian arrived at the door of Professor Snape's office. He pushed the door open with a flourish and strode in boldly, exclaiming, "Come on, Severus, we must drink heartily tonight." Chapter 9, The Feast. Gazing at the Swan Manor before him, Snape felt a twinge of awe. "Is this your new home?" He surveyed the surroundings, silently critiquing, "What an extravagant abode." The manor's architecture harmoniously blended classical and modern design elements, its grand exterior complemented by contemporary glass facades and steel structures, exuding a majestic splendor. The garden within is exquisitely arranged, with flower beds blooming in a vibrant array of colors, their fragrant scents wafting gently in the breeze. Snape scrutinized his surroundings. He observed that, aside from some modern amenities such as a swimming pool and gymnasium, the estate also boasted numerous structures unique to the magical realm, including an oulary and a greenhouse teeming with enchanted flora. What purpose does the expansive clearing serve in the distance? Snape studied it closely. A modest dueling arena? Quite the lavish spectacle. "Come now, Severus, allow me to demonstrate my skills this evening." Before Snape could fully comprehend the layout of the estate, he was ushered by Sebastian into the main building. After changing into comfortable attire, Sebastian rolled up his sleeves and strode towards the kitchen, casually remarking, "Make yourself at home. Severus, order whatever you desire. French cuisine, Chinese, or perhaps Italian." Snape swallowed silently. This insufferable swan indeed possessed some culinary talent. Back in her school days, he often sneaked into the kitchen, even preparing late-night snacks himself. Snape had benefited from his skills, savoring numerous delectable dishes. Years had passed without such indulgence, and a wave of anticipation washed over him. He pondered for a moment, finding it difficult to decide, and simply uttered a nonchalant reply. Upon hearing Snape's response, Sebastian felt no hesitation and promptly decided on an elaborate Chinese meal, having recently dined exclusively on French and Italian fare. An opportune change. As for British cuisine, don't make me laugh. With a flick of his wand, Sebastian conjured forth a dazzling display of light, as knives and ingredients seemed to leap into action, initiating a wondrous culinary performance. The knives danced through the air, each cut resembling a meticulously choreographed dance. Vegetables leaped gracefully under the tip of the blade, seemingly guided by magic, embodying a joyful melody in their airborne ballet. Before long, a medley of ingredients was prepared to his liking, infusing the kitchen with an invigorating aura of magic. Sebastian harbored no aversion to cooking. After all, controlling the entire process with magic rendered it merely an alternative form of practice for him. Soon, a sumptuous feast was laid out, the aroma tantalizing and mouth-watering. Once seated, Sebastian produced a bottle of wine encased in a white porcelain vessel. Come, this is the perfect accompaniment for Chinese cuisine, strong and delightful. With a cheerful smile, he poured Snape a generous glass. If you enjoy it, I'll send you home with a few bottles. Typically, Snape abstained from alcohol. As a master of potions, he required precision in his craft, and wine was hardly befitting of a potion master. However, this meal marked a reunion with an old friend, and this insufferable Swan was indeed a rare companion with whom he could connect deeply. He resolved to relax and embrace the moment. He gazed at the clear, luminous liquid in his glass. It certainly appeared to be fine wine. The generous Swan remained as open-hearted as ever, never concealing good things. He gently brought the wine glass to his nose, inhaling the unique fragrance that enveloped him. It smelled delightful. He wondered how it would taste. Snape raised his glass, exchanging a brief glance with Sebastian, and then downed it in one swift motion. In an instant, a sharp sensation surged from his throat straight to his stomach, causing him to turn his head abruptly and cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. He lifted his gaze to see a triumphant smile adorning Sebastian's face. How infuriating. That wretched Swan. He did this on purpose to make me look foolish. Oh, Severus, your face has turned quite red from coughing. Can you handle it? If not, I can switch it for juice or cola. Juice? Cola? What a humiliation. Snape seethed internally. He raised his wand, transforming the wine glass into one the size of his fist, then cleared his throat and spoke slowly. I believe a larger goblet is more befitting of our status. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, if someone prefers a smaller glass, I shall not insist. Observing Snape's reaction, Sebastian burst into laughter, reveling in his success. Dealing with the proud requires a touch of provocation. He chuckled to himself. With a swift motion, he enlarged his own glass, rising to fill both their cups, and cheerfully declared, "Don't just drink, eat." A sip of wine paired with a bite of food is truly delightful. As the evening progressed, Sebastian set down his glass, and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Snape. "Severus, I have an ambition. I intend to restore Slytherin to its former greatness. Once the term begins, I will reform Slytherin. You must cooperate." "Cooperate how?" Snape replied noncommittally. "Why, it starts with you." Sebastian shot Snape a pointed look, unable to suppress his retort. In the past 2 years, every Hogwarts graduate from Swan's alchemy has spoken of a certain professor who has become infamous. Infamous for his sharp tongue, notorious for his favoritism, awarding Slytherin points indiscriminately while deducting from other houses. As a professor, you cannot conduct yourself this way. Sebastian was somewhat exasperated. He slapped his thigh and declared loudly, "Since the rise of the Dark Lord's ideology, Slytherin has nearly become a den of scoundrels. Just look at how things have changed in just a few years since my graduation. To make Slytherin great again, relying solely on these current students is a mere fantasy. It's a miracle our house hasn't been abolished. From now on, I shall be the banner for Slytherin, just as people think of Gryffindor when Professor Dumbledore is mentioned. I want the world to know what Slytherin truly represents. As for the students, we shall take our time. I possess ample patience. And as for you, temper your demeanor and learn from Professor McGonagall." Hearing Sebastian's reprimand, Snape's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately refrained from retorting, silently accepting the truth of the words spoken. Observing Snape's reaction, Sebastian's tone softened considerably. "I understand that you are not adept at navigating interpersonal relationships. Becoming the head of Slytherin at such a young age, especially as a half-blood, has drawn the ire of many. Achieving your current status is no small feat." With a shift in his tone, Sebastian continued, "Leave the rest to me, and do not mistake my intentions for a power grab." Upon hearing these words, Snape felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, as he indeed struggled with such matters. He raised his glass and took a sip of wine before replying coolly, I have never cared for power. You may pursue your ambitions as you please. I shall support you. Rest assured. Chapter 10. Inebriation. Hearing Snape's assurances, Sebastian exhaled in relief. That works splendidly. Just cooperating is sufficient. Although their relationship was amicable, directly addressing Slytherin without Snape's involvement could foster resentment, considering Snape was the official head of Slytherin. It was wise to clarify matters in advance. With his mind at ease, Sebastian jested, I know, you are indifferent to everything. Your heart has long been consumed by thoughts of Lily, has it not? Do not blame me for being cruel and touching upon your wounds, Severus. This is merely a well-known desensitization technique in the Muggle world, he mused inwardly. It is unacceptable to remain ensnared by the shadows of the past. One must gather their strength. Mentioning Lily elicited a tinge of regret in Sebastian. For instance, the betrayal by Wormtail during their school years. He and the Marauders were fierce adversaries, and any words he uttered could easily be misconstrued as attempts to sow discord. After all, superficial friendships often lead to profound misunderstandings. However, for the sake of Mia and Lily's relationship, Sebastian made considerable efforts to assist Lily. He had Mia deliver numerous precious alchemical protective items and potions to her, the most valuable being a pair of vanishing cabinets and a vial of Felix Felicis sent by Snape. Unfortunately, Lily ultimately did not survive. Had she lived, Snape would not have fallen into such despair. Reflecting on this, Sebastian felt an acute headache. After becoming Snape's roommate, he had quietly endeavored to reform him. Initially, this endeavor was fraught with challenges, but Sebastian soon discovered the key to gaining Snape's compliance. Lily would never love someone like you. Each time he uttered this phrase, Snape would awkwardly approach him, seeking advice on how to improve. Under Sebastian's guidance, Snape gradually relinquished his obsession with dark magic and began to study potions alongside Lily. He distanced himself from the extremist pureblood ideologues and learned to respect other Muggle-born wizards like Lily, no longer referring to them as mudbloods. Considering the pride of this impoverished boy, Sebastian also provided him with numerous orders for Swan's alchemical potions. With a newfound supply of galleons, Snape transformed his outdated wardrobe. His attire became more refined, following Sebastian's suggestions. Sebastian, in his pursuit of helping Snape win Lily's affection, crossed paths with Mia, now his wife. Everything seemed to be progressing positively, yet fate was unkind to Snape. During the Christmas holiday of his 6th year, he clandestinely ventured into Nocturne Alley, hoping to procure a rare potion from the black market as a birthday gift for Lily. Unfortunately, he encountered Voldemort, accompanied by a cadre of Death Eaters. Among them was a recently graduated pureblood wizard who recognized Snape, already renowned in the field of potion-making, and introduced him to Voldemort. In a desperate bid to see Lily again, Snape was coerced into branding the dark mark upon his left forearm and joining the ranks of the Death Eaters. Regrettably, Lily failed to comprehend Snape's predicament. Upon learning of his allegiance, she severed all ties with him, plunging him into despair. He incessantly sought counsel from Sebastian, yet the latter had no viable solutions to offer. He could only advise Snape to masquerade as a mere bookish potion maker, cautioning him against committing murder for Voldemort, for such actions would obliterate any chance of reconciliation with Lily. Subsequently, he introduced Snape to Lucius Malfoy, a moderate among the Death Eaters, hoping he would provide support. As for the Death Eater who had recommended Snape to Voldemort, it was rumored that he soon succumbed to a potion mishap, resulting in his untimely demise. Upon hearing Lily's name, Snape drowned his sorrows in drink. At that moment, Sebastian produced an ancient tome of magical notes and handed it to him. What is this? Snape mumbled, his tone heavy with despondency. An ancient magical manuscript I acquired during my travels, replied Sebastian. The Veiled Realm? Snape inquired, the term unfamiliar to him. Indeed, the tale recounts a wizard whose soul, after being assailed by foes, found itself in a place known as the Veiled Realm. As Sebastian elaborated on the narrative, Snape's interest peaked, and his spirits began to lift. Sebastian continued, the tale does not clarify whether his body perished or lingered in a state of near death after the attack. I later inquired of my grandfather about the existence of the Veiled Realm. As a master alchemist, he has perused countless tomes of magic. He informed me that he had indeed encountered references in ancient texts stating that death is merely another grand adventure. After death, the soul first arrives at the Veiled Realm. The courageous souls choose to press onward, while those with lingering attachments wander within its confines. Enthralled by the tale, Snape was suddenly jolted by a chilling question from Sebastian. Severus, do you think Lily's soul might be wandering in the Veiled Realm at this very moment? Snape felt his chest constrict painfully. He loosened his collar and muttered, "Damn it." The air felt heavy, as if stifling. Sebastian continued, "You must understand. Lily undoubtedly worries deeply for her son Harry. After all, it was she who courageously stood before the Dark Lord, sacrificing her life to save Harry. Although no records document this, let us ponder for a moment. Can those wandering souls perceive the world of the living? If so, her spirit would surely wish to witness Harry grow, eventually establishing his own family." Sebastian paused, then inquired, "Severus, do you believe Lily's spirit can see you now? Would she commend you in your role as a professor, or would she feel disappointment?" With each question Sebastian posed, Severus felt a tightening in his heart. His hands were uncertain, trembling as he grasped the bottle, pouring himself a generous glass of wine, which he then consumed in one swift motion. Had the wine soured? Wasn't it just fiery moments ago? Why did it taste so bitter now? Severus rose unsteadily, staggering towards the sofa. Behind him came Sebastian's voice. "I have prepared a special gift for you. Shampoo, a brand Lily used in the Muggle world." Infuriating, his head spun. What had that wretched Swan just uttered? It was difficult to comprehend. Lily? Severus could no longer endure. He collapsed onto the sofa. He felt a spell gently cradling him, allowing him to recline. Before losing consciousness, he summoned all his strength to utter two words, audible only to himself. Lily. Chapter 11. Severus. Observing Severus slip into unconsciousness, Sebastian shook his head in resignation, followed by a deep sigh. Unlocking his heart is no easy feat. Why does it always feel so hopeless in this life? That Severus, overall, is remarkably gifted. He is a brave warrior, an exceptional spy, an outstanding potions master. Since his student days, Sebastian had been plotting. He envisioned Severus working at Swan Alchemy. He was confident that if Severus joined as a researcher, he would achieve remarkable success, both in potion studies and dark magic research. After all, he was the one who had invented dark magic and its counter-curses during his student years. Under his influence, Severus did not visit the Hog's Head Inn and thus never heard the prophecy. He chuckled to himself. This way, no one would betray Voldemort. However, despite Sebastian's meticulous plans, fate had other designs. Voldemort learned of the prophecy, the one stating he would be defeated by a child born at the end of July. Sebastian felt a sense of helplessness. How could Dumbledore and his brother overlook such a crucial matter? Simultaneously, he wondered who had overheard the prophecy and subsequently informed Voldemort. It is said that there was a rotund fellow, enveloped entirely in a black cloak, with only a pair of eyes visible. Soon, Voldemort determined that Lily's child, Harry, was indeed the boy foretold in the prophecy, and commanded all Death Eaters to hunt down the Potter family. By the time Severus Snape learned of this grave news, he had completely lost contact with Lily. He could only implore Sebastian to assist her as much as possible, and subsequently sought help from Dumbledore. In Snape's eyes, only Dumbledore, the formidable wizard whom Voldemort feared above all, possessed the power to safeguard the Potters. Under Dumbledore's guidance, he became a perilous double agent, willing to do anything for Lily. After Voldemort's downfall, Snape regained his reputation through Dumbledore's validation, ultimately becoming the potions master at Hogwarts. Sebastian shook his head in regret, momentarily lost in the memories of the past. It was a pity that Snape could not be recruited to Swan Alchemy. He had still become a professor whom young wizards both feared and despised. As a potions master, Snape was never reticent in his teaching. He improved countless potion recipes and methodologies, imparting them generously to the young wizards of Hogwarts. In this regard, Snape was undoubtedly a competent professor, earning the respect of his fellow educators through this merit. However, setting this aside, Sebastian found himself utterly at a loss for words regarding Snape's teaching methods, undeniably oppressive in nature. Sebastian was all too familiar with such an educational paradigm, having grown up under it himself in a past life. Moreover, Snape possessed an unparalleled talent for sharp criticism. The combination of caustic wit and a suppressive teaching style was indeed a case of 1 + 1 equating to more than 3. One need only observe how the young wizards trembled at the onset of potions class. In such an environment, no matter how proficiently one taught, the students would remain impervious to the lessons. Furthermore, was this not dreadfully outdated? In this modern age, the trend is towards encouragement in education. Oh, Snape, dear Snape, you old bat should take a page from Professor Swan's book and learn how to ignite a passion for learning in children, guiding them to embrace their studies. Sebastian sighed once more. In this elusive reverie, he had perhaps misled Snape in a minor way. May this benevolent fib inspire him to bravely enact change. Rising from his seat, Sebastian held the bottle to his chest, giving it a gentle shake, then cast a disdainful glance at Snape. What a feeble creature. There is still over half a bottle left. Perfect for fish. We've only had 2 cups, and you're already out cold, Jeff. First, take Severus to a guest room. Then change him into a fresh, clean set of pajamas, so he can rest well. Sleeping on the sofa. If this gets out, where shall I hide my face? Sebastian stretched languidly and ambled towards the bedroom, ready to retire for the night. After a restful slumber that extended until 9 in the morning, Sebastian, having completed his morning rituals, made his way to the living room. To his surprise, he discovered that Severus had already departed, taking with him the gift of shampoo that Sebastian had presented. A sly smile crept across his face as he felt a surge of private satisfaction. It seemed that Severus had indeed absorbed his words from the previous day. Undoubtedly, Lily remained an effective leverage against Severus, no matter the moment. Severus, may you earn the admiration of all, even for Lily's sake. Upon opening the envelope, Sebastian extracted a substantial stack of parchment. At the top lay a formal letter of employment, which read, "Dear Mr. Sebastian Swan, we are delighted to inform you that you have been officially appointed as the Deputy Headmaster of Hogwarts. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for the communication affairs between Hogwarts and other international magical institutions. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts." Sebastian marveled internally at the swiftness of this process. It had scarcely been an afternoon. As he leafed through the documents, he found numerous papers pertaining to his onboarding, meticulously prepared by Professor McGonagall. At the end, there was a handwritten note from her, stating, "I have read the proposal you presented to Professor Dumbledore. Proceed with confidence. I will always support you. P.S. I eagerly anticipate the new changes you will bring to Hogwarts." Reading McGonagall's note filled Sebastian with warmth. Truly, she was a remarkable figure, ever so considerate. Though she appeared stern, her heart radiated kindness, providing abundant encouragement to those around her. After enjoying breakfast, Sebastian donned a suitably understated wizarding robe, determination swelling within him. Onward, Sebastian. You are a true Slytherin. An opportunity has presented itself before you. Seize it. Press on, Sebastian. This is your inaugural step into the realm of education. Despite your myriad identities and notable accomplishments in the educational sphere, you are but a fledgling, a nascent star on the rise. While many await their acceptance letters from Hogwarts, you have ascended to the role of professor, poised to reshape it with your own hands. Forge ahead, Sebastian. This is your first stride towards transforming Hogwarts. You have boasted before your colleagues. Do not betray their trust, nor your own aspirations. Sebastian adjusted his attire once more. Now, the first destination, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France. Let us embark. Chapter 12. Madame Maxime Beauxbatons Academy of Magic is nestled in the Pyrenees of southern France. The castle of the school, an exquisite French palace, is ensconced among the mountains, surrounded by enchanting gardens and fountains crafted by magic, exuding a majestic aura that captivates all who behold it. The Beauxbatons Academy of Magic has stood for over 7 centuries, bearing witness to the passage of countless years. Sebastian recollects visiting the esteemed headmistress, Madame Maxime, while expanding the operations of Swan alchemy in France, during which he also had the opportunity to tour the school. During mealtimes, woodland fairies would serenade the students in the banquet hall, infusing the dining atmosphere with an air of mystery and romance. Upon his arrival in France, Sebastian did not immediately seek an audience with Madame Maxime. Instead, he first settled at the headquarters of Swan Alchemy in France, where he penned a letter outlining his intentions and proposing a meeting. After all, in European culture, it is considered quite impolite to arrive unannounced. Moreover, Sebastian now represented more than just himself. As the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts, he could not afford to bring shame upon his institution. Thus, he required a meeting of utmost formality. On the appointed day, Sebastian arrived punctually at Beauxbatons Academy and, accompanied by a member of the staff, was ushered into Madame Maxime's presence. "Welcome, Sebastian," came her warm voice as she approached gracefully. Madame Maxime stood nearly 3 meters tall, adorned in a black satin gown and bedecked with exquisite opals, exuding both stature and elegance. Her bright, piercing eyes revealed a resolute and confident demeanor. With a smile, she raised her right hand to Sebastian. "It is a great honor to meet you, Madame Maxime," Sebastian replied, gently bestowing a kiss upon her hand before taking a seat at her invitation. Observing the young man settled before her, Madame Maxime inquired gently, "Sebastian, in your letter, you expressed a desire to enhance communication and collaboration between our magical schools. As a representative of Hogwarts, what specific ideas and proposals do you have in mind?" Sebastian replied in a composed manner, "Madam, there are 3 esteemed magical schools in Europe, Beauxbatons, Hogwarts, and Durmstrang. These institutions enjoy a prestigious reputation within the magical community. Although each school is situated in distinct geographical locations, they have maintained close ties and cooperation throughout the years to broaden the horizons of our young scholars and foster friendships. Over 700 years ago, the three schools jointly established the Triwizard Tournament, held every 5 years, a tradition that endured for some time. Unfortunately, the tournament was eventually discontinued due to the tragic loss of too many participants. Before he could finish, Madame Maxime interjected, her brow slightly furrowed. "Are you suggesting the revival of the Triwizard Tournament? That is no trivial matter." Sebastian, with a confident smile, clarified, "You misunderstand, madam. I do not intend to restore the Triwizard Tournament. Rather, I propose to organize a simpler inter-school event that would promote healthy competition among the three schools. An event that engages all students from three schools, allowing them to broaden their horizons and forge new friendships through healthy competition." Madame Maxim stepped forward, her interest piqued, and sat up slightly straighter. Sebastian drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, a line of shimmering words appeared beside them. "The Quidditch Cup of the magical schools? Indeed, nearly every student adores Quidditch, and it carries little risk. It is undoubtedly an excellent means of fostering collaboration. But how do you intend to execute this, Sebastian?" Madame Maxim inquired, her voice a blend of curiosity and excitement. "My plan is for each school to establish its own Quidditch team, competing in a round-robin format. To ensure fairness, the referees for each match will be appointed by a third school. Each team will play one match at home and one away, resulting in 4 matches against the other 2 schools. The top 2 teams will then face off in a final championship match. The ultimate victor shall be crowned champion." Sebastian presented a beautifully crafted proposal to Madame Maxim, detailing the steps within, inviting her to peruse it thoroughly, and assuring her of his availability to address any inquiries. Sebastian's voice took on a slightly bashful tone as he confessed, "I do harbor a personal interest in this endeavor. Swan Alchemy has recently established a new division, Swan Media. Additionally, earlier this year, Swan Alchemy launched 3 alchemical products: the magical camera, the magical imaging device, and the magical television." Madame Maxim remarked, "I am aware. Your French branch of Swan Alchemy kindly sent me samples. Moreover, I have heard that during the Quidditch World Cup, these products have been exceptionally popular." Sebastian smiled and continued, "Swan Media seeks to obtain the broadcasting rights for the Quidditch Cup and the sales rights for the magical imaging device. Of course, throughout the entire season of the Quidditch Cup, neither the revenue from these alchemical products nor the advertising income during the broadcast will be retained by Swan Media. Instead, it will be equally distributed among the 3 magical schools." Madame Maxim regarded Sebastian with a teasing glint in her eyes. "Truly, you never miss an opportunity to benefit your own enterprise." Taking the proposal from Sebastian, she began to read it meticulously. After a day of fervent discussion, Madame Maxim reached a decision. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic would co-host the Quidditch Cup with Hogwarts. After bidding farewell to Madame Maxim, Sebastian traveled to the north, employing the same persuasive techniques to convince the headmaster of Durmstrang Institute. During this period, he also took a day to attend the Quidditch World Cup, where he again witnessed the exhilarating spectacle of capturing the golden snitch within 2 minutes, propelling his team into the semifinals. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto his bed, burying himself beneath the covers. Oh, the exhaustion of days devoid of self-determination is simply overwhelming. Chapter 13. Preparations before the school year. After merely a day's respite, Sebastian, despite his unwillingness, reluctantly extricated himself from the soft, comforting embrace of his bed. He continually urged himself onward. "Sebastian, do not falter. You are now the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts. The languorous and cozy lifestyle has bid you farewell. Moreover, as the saying goes, a new official must ignite 3 fires. The first blaze is already fervently alight. Now, seize the moment to kindle the second flame." In Sebastian's vision of his role as deputy headmaster, he intended to instigate changes at Hogwarts through 3 primary initiatives, each representing a flame he wished to ignite. The first flame would emanate from the responsibilities under his purview. Thus, he introduced the Quidditch Cup for the magical school, aspiring to bridge the gaps between the houses through the exhilarating sport of Quidditch. Next, he aimed to kindle the second flame by transforming the alchemical resources within the institution. He planned to revamp the facilities of Hogwarts, both inside and out, with the promise of gold galleons ensuring a stunning renewal of the school. Ha ha ha, the professors and students will surely be delighted. As for the third flame, he resolved to tackle personnel matters. Issues such as the absence of a teaching syllabus and uninspiring lecturing styles would not be tolerated. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sebastian shook his head, dismissing the restless ideas. Thinking too far ahead, how foolish of me. He subtly reminded himself not to rush. Sebastian, you are indeed a novice in the realm of education, and an appointee at that. It will be a blessing from Merlin if the other professors simply refrain from giving you disdainful looks. Is personnel management truly your concern at this moment? What if a professor were to retort, "Who do you think you are, having taught for but a few days?" That would be quite the predicament. Sebastian, dear Sebastian, you are a true Slytherin. Patience is essential. A genuine Slytherin does not engage in unprepared battles. Once you have demonstrated results that garner the respect of all professors, then you may address personnel issues. That day will surely come. Upon arriving at the alchemical storage of Swan, Sebastian beheld a staggering array of alchemical items, including alchemical beds, magical lamps, and enchanted furniture. A surge of pride welled within him as he mused, Hogwarts, this is the legacy I am establishing for you. With such an abundance of items, which professor could possibly resist? Which young witch or wizard would not be enamored? Even before receiving his official appointment from Hogwarts, Sebastian had already placed orders for these alchemical items. He had anticipated that such a vast assortment would not be ready until mid-August. To his surprise, the staff had proven remarkably efficient. Observing the multitude of employees gathered to witness the unveiling, Sebastian proclaimed, "Over the past month, each of you has worked tirelessly. I never imagined that so many alchemical items could be prepared in such a short span of time. Indeed, our employees at Swan Alchemy are truly remarkable." With a grand gesture, Sebastian proclaimed, "I declare that all employees who participated in the crafting of these items shall receive double their wages for last month." As his words resonated, the surrounding staff erupted with excitement. "Goodness, our boss is incredibly generous," they exclaimed. "What a marvel. I've heard that these alchemical items are to be donated to Hogwarts free of charge. Just imagine how many galleons that entails." "What? How is that possible?" "By Merlin's beard, the young wizards today are so fortunate. How vexing. I just graduated this year and will miss out. Boss, I would gladly bear your children." The employees were elated, gathering together to discuss their sentiments, affirming, "Our boss is exceptionally generous. He is a conscientious entrepreneur. He deserves to prosper. I shall work for him my entire life." Listening to the praises of his employees filled Sebastian with an unparalleled joy, akin to sipping a cold cola on a sweltering summer day. If not for the throngs of staff present, he would have laughed heartily with arms akimbo. Producing a grand, seamless expansion box he had prepared beforehand, Sebastian directed the employees to pack the items within. Subsequently, he apparat to Hogwarts. At that moment, Hogwarts was unusually tranquil, devoid of the usual hustle and bustle. From his prior knowledge, Sebastian was aware that only Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout were present. Professor Sprout tended to the herbology plants and had taken residence at the school, while Professor McGonagall was exceedingly busy, working tirelessly on the admissions for the young wizards since the commencement of the holiday. Oof. Sebastian scoffed inwardly, feeling a twinge of resentment. Old Dumbledore truly lacks consideration for others, treating Professor McGonagall as if she were an alchemical item. It is time for me to step in and bring her some joy. He drew forth his wand and sent a Patronus message to Professor McGonagall, then leisurely made his way to the Great Hall. Upon entering, he cleared a space with his wand and began to arrange the various samples he had retrieved from the box upon the cleared area. Professor McGonagall soon arrived at the Great Hall. As she entered, she beheld an array of alchemical items, her expression one of perplexity as she turned to Sebastian. "Sebastian, what are these?" she inquired. With pride swelling in his chest, Sebastian replied, "I have always regarded Hogwarts as my second home. Having achieved a modicum of success, I wish to donate these alchemical items to the school." Before Professor McGonagall could respond, Sebastian eagerly approached her, introducing the items. "Behold this alchemical magic bed. Simply draw the curtains, and it completely blocks out external light and sound. With it, the young wizards shall no longer be disturbed by their roommate snoring. Quality sleep is the foremost assurance for effective learning." Leading Professor McGonagall to the second alchemical item, Sebastian continued his enthusiastic exposition. "And this is a magical lamp, the unparalleled choice for protecting the vision of young wizards. To this day, the magical realm has yet to uncover a remedy for myopia. No matter the hardships, we must not let our children suffer. No matter how impoverished we may be, we must not compromise on education, whether it be in the library, classrooms, corridors, public lounges, or dormitories. Let us illuminate every conceivable space with magical lights." As Sebastian concluded his presentation of the last alchemical item, he proudly patted the box he had brought. "An abundance of alchemical items awaits. Furthermore, I have prepared the finest versions of each item for the esteemed professors to utilize. They toil tirelessly and deserve nothing but the best. Since it is somewhat inconvenient for Swan's alchemical staff to enter Hogwarts, I resolved to undertake the transformation myself. Not until Sebastian uttered his final words did Professor McGonagall's smile show any signs of waning. Rubbing her hands together, she exclaimed joyfully, "I have long found those old desks and chairs unsightly. Thank you, Sebastian. However, I cannot allow you to shoulder this burden alone. You must conserve your energy to prepare for the Quidditch World Cup. I shall write to the other professors and invite them to assist tomorrow." With that, Professor McGonagall hurriedly departed, her brisk and lively steps radiating sheer delight. She could hardly wait to share this wonderful news with her fellow professors. Chapter 14. Snape's Concern. Everyone was abuzz with excitement, even engaging in minor disputes over how to adorn the school. Yet, such trivial disagreements would not tarnish the professors' camaraderie. Under Sebastian's meticulous guidance, the professors grasped how to utilize these alchemical items. To enhance efficiency, Professor McGonagall first cleared all the tables and chairs from the Great Hall, allowing Sebastian to arrange the alchemical items. Each professor brimmed with enthusiasm, showcasing their unique talents as they ventured toward their designated areas, embarking on their busy decorating endeavors. Meanwhile, Sebastian accompanied Snape to the Slytherin common room. Upon entering, Sebastian could no longer contain himself and jested, "Oh dear, is this still our potions master? What a transformation! I nearly failed to recognize you just now. Look at that flowing black hair, no longer greasy at all. Quite dashing, I'd say. Why the serious face? You ought to smile more." Snape shot a disapproving glance at Sebastian, choosing to ignore him while his wand continued to move tirelessly. "As for that black robe you're wearing, toss it as far as you can. When you walk, the wind makes you look like a grandad." As he listened to Sebastian's incessant chatter, a faint crease appeared on Snape's forehead. He remained silent, yet his wand danced even more fervently. "Once your attire is ready, I shall take you to the Muggle world. We can find a renowned stylist named Tony to give you a trendy haircut. If you fancy, we can also buy clothes there. You can rest assured. Just leave it all to me." Sebastian patted his chest, exclaiming, "Money is no object. I assure you, these are all esteemed brand from the Muggle world." Observing that Sebastian showed no signs of halting, Snape, feeling somewhat exasperated, interjected, "I have heard that you intend to distribute the proceeds from the inter-school Quidditch Cup among the 3 schools. Today, you have also donated a plethora of alchemical items to Hogwarts. Has our wealthiest benefactor taken up the role of Santa Claus?" Though Snape's tone remained neutral, Sebastian could perceive the underlying concern for a friend in his words. Having been friends with Snape for many years, Sebastian understood all too well the peculiar manner in which this individual expressed his care. A proud and aloof creature. At first glance, there would indeed be some short-term losses. However, it mattered little. Swan Alchemy was not lacking in galleons. This course of action was entirely aimed at promoting Swan Media, a burgeoning sector under Swan Alchemy. Although the Quidditch World Cup had brought them a surge of popularity, Wizards still held a preference for the Daily Prophet. My intent is to gradually position Swan Media to surpass the Daily Prophet until it becomes a staple in every Wizard's home, ultimately displacing the Daily Prophet entirely. Sebastian surveyed the newly refreshed Slytherin common room and remarked, "As for these alchemical items, I am genuinely grateful to Hogwarts for this opportunity." Grateful? To be giving away money and yet expressing thanks? Was this fellow's mind not right? Confusion filled Snape's thoughts. Just look at the Swan Alchemy emblem on these items. The young witches and wizards will be in close proximity to these items for 7 years. Before they even graduate, they will become loyal patrons of Swan Alchemy. This is the power of advertising. This method was learned from a Muggle celebrity, Lebus. It is undeniably effective. Sebastian patted Snape on the shoulder, proudly declaring, "Severus, do not focus solely on immediate gains. One must keep a long-term perspective." Witnessing Sebastian's renewed self-satisfaction, Snape couldn't help but internally scoff. This insufferable Swan, always so purposeful, adeptly achieving multiple objectives with a single endeavor. What a shrewd individual. As they conversed, the two arrived at the dormitory area, commencing the installation of magical lamps and the replacement of alchemical bedding. "By the way, Severus, I sent you some chemistry experiment books while I was in the Muggle world. Have you had a chance to look at them? What are your thoughts on issues such as laboratory lighting and controlling the heat during experiments?" Upon hearing Sebastian's inquiry, Snape struggled to conceal his disdain. "Perhaps you have spent too long in the Muggle world and have forgotten that you are a wizard. When brewing potions, the reaction time of the ingredients is variable. One must use magic to keenly perceive the changes and add various potion components at the right moment. This is why, even when brewing the same potion, each potion master's technique varies. As for the steps detailed in the textbooks, such as adding ingredients only after the potion has turned red, It is merely a simplistic tutorial designed for the uninitiated. Sebastian turned around and, upon seeing Snape's patronizing expression, immediately recognized his misunderstanding. He chuckled lightly. Of course, I am aware that one must utilize magical perception. Let's not forget, I may not be as adept as you in potion research, but when it comes to brewing potions, you have yet to surpass me. Snape was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of frustration. How could a master of potions like himself be outdone by a mere merchant? It was infuriating. Thanks to his unparalleled talent in magical perception, he consistently brewed the most exquisite potions. Before Snape could formulate a retort, Sebastian continued. However, young witches and wizards possess insufficient magical strength, particularly those in their 6th year or below. They lack the capability to perceive the changes during the potion brewing process through magic. They can only rely on visual observations. Moreover, even a prodigy like you only discovered the wonders of magical perception in your 4th year. Prior to mastering magical perception, the chemical experiments from the Muggle world still hold substantial educational value. Furthermore, I have observed that temperature is a critical factor influencing potion brewing. Muggle laboratories can control temperature with remarkable precision. Perhaps you could pioneer a new era in potion brewing. Snape, though skeptical, felt a surge of anticipation. With that, Sebastian added, by the way, when teaching potion classes to young witches and wizards, remember to brighten the magical lamps. The dungeon is unbearably dim. Indeed, it seems so. Glancing at the bright magical lamp, Snape thought with a fierce determination, given the current conditions, I wonder who could possibly falter in potion class now. Chapter 15, Dumbledore's Request. On August 29th, just 3 days before the start of the new term, Sebastian received a letter from Dumbledore. Although the letter did not specify the nature of the matter, Dumbledore indicated that it was of great importance and required his prompt presence at the school for discussion. It seems Professor Dumbledore holds me, the deputy headmaster, in high regard. He wishes to confer with me on a significant issue. How splendid. It appears my efforts have been acknowledged, and I may be entrusted with more responsibilities. I wonder if I will be managing personnel or finances. Such a dilemma. How to choose? Sebastian hurried to Hogwarts and arrived at the headmaster's office. Upon sitting down, he was met with astonishing news. What? You want me to teach Muggle studies? Professor Quirrell has been doing just fine. Why me? Sebastian's tone was laced with disbelief, and he felt a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. While the matter was indeed significant and warranted discussion, it diverged considerably from what Sebastian had envisioned. Dumbledore smiled warmly and said, Sebastian, do not be hasty. Allow me to elucidate the matter. Professor Quirrell resigned the day before yesterday, which took me quite by surprise. I attempted to persuade him, but to no avail. Allow me to show you something. With that, Dumbledore produced a magical photograph and placed it before Sebastian. Upon closer inspection, Sebastian realized it was indeed a photograph he had gifted to Quirrell. Could it be? Before Sebastian could respond, Dumbledore continued, in the photograph you presented to him, there are numerous elements he does not recognize, let alone their names and purposes. His resignation was resolute, as he expressed that he could no longer mislead the students. On the day of his resignation, he packed his belongings, stating he was off to explore the Muggle world. At this juncture, Dumbledore raised his hand to rub his forehead. It has been less than a week since the term began, and even if we were to circulate a recruitment advertisement now, I am concerned we may not find a suitable professor. Fortunately, this photograph from Professor Quirrell has prompted a thought. You have spent the last 2 years immersed in the Muggle realm. Furthermore, since assuming the role of deputy headmaster, you have not been tasked with any specific subjects, merely overseeing the Quidditch team, a rather light burden. You see, no one is more fitting for the role than you. With that, Dumbledore rose from his seat, approached Sebastian, and patted him on the shoulder with a warm smile. Sebastian, you wouldn't want to put an old man in a difficult position, would you? Such treacherous words sent a shiver down Sebastian's spine. Teaching is teaching. Why all the elaborate preamble? Yet, perhaps this is fortuitous. He would have the opportunity to connect with more young wizards. He stood up immediately, his expression resolute as he addressed Dumbledore. Absolutely, Professor Dumbledore. I am as integral to Hogwarts as a brick. I shall go wherever I am needed. You can rest assured that the Muggle Studies class is in capable hands. After all, isn't it just Muggle Studies? I have been a Muggle in a past life. This will be a breeze. Just watch me create some wonders. I guarantee the young wizards will be so enthralled, they'll beg me not to end the class. As Sebastian pondered, a myriad of ideas flashed through his mind. He bid farewell to Dumbledore and made his way towards the door of the headmaster's office. However, before he reached the entrance, Dumbledore called him back. Turning around, Sebastian saw Dumbledore, giving him a thumbs up. I nearly forgot to congratulate you, Sebastian. Last Sunday, you played splendidly in the finals against Canada. Professor McGonagall has been singing your praises these past few days. Truly, you are the man who secured victory in under 2 minutes. You are now a superstar. With a playful wink, Dumbledore teased, I hear the Quidditch committee is embroiled in a heated debate about altering the rules to diminish the role of the Seekers. Gratefully thanking Dumbledore, Sebastian departed from the headmaster's office. On his way out of the school, he found himself deep in thought. Diminishing the significance of the Seekers in Quidditch? The existence of such a flaw should have been rectified long ago. In the realm of Quidditch, the Seeker embodies a role steeped in individual heroism, operating independently from the team's collaborative efforts. The match unfolds with the relentless pursuit of the Golden Snitch. For once the Seeker captures it, the game concludes, bestowing a remarkable 150 points upon the team. Typically, the Seeker's grasp on the Snitch secures victory. Altering the rules of Quidditch? How could such a change occur without my involvement? I am the Seeker of the champion team in this Quidditch World Cup, the man who sealed our triumph within a mere 2 minutes. Throughout the annals of Quidditch World Cup history, none can compare. Listen closely, what a resounding moniker. It was I who leveraged the privilege of post-match interviews to persuade the Daily Prophet to bestow such an illustrious title upon me. Is there a Quidditch player with a more resounding nickname? Is there a more illustrious career than mine? Is there a player on the field more valiant than I? Witness the Quidditch finals, where the Canadian team, aside from their Seeker, entirely abandoned their offensive maneuvers, resorting to foul plays directed solely at me. The scene, where they were determined to take me out of the game, is etched clearly in Sebastian's memory. What a farce! For Sebastian now, his magical perception is extraordinarily acute. The confines of a mere Quidditch pitch are hardly a challenge. It can be said that any subtle movement on the field does not escape his awareness. Surrounding and intercepting? That is but a dream. I am exceedingly courageous. Sebastian glides across the pitch with the agility of a fish in water, effortlessly evading all distractions posed by his opponents. He even capitalized on the blind spots and the disarray of his adversary's positioning, skillfully dodging the bludger aimed at him, sending the Canadian Seeker, who had been closely tailing him, hurtling away. Relishing the sweet taste of victory, Sebastian resolved to convey his suggestions. Relying on Outpost felt too sluggish. Should he venture there in person? This way, he could make the most of the 2 days remaining before the term commences, swiftly finalizing matters. Yes, he would go now, directly, upon arriving at the gates of Hogwarts. Sebastian surveyed his attire. Quite presentable indeed. Well then, apparate. Chapter 16, A Stunning Revelation. On September 1st, when Sebastian arrived at Hogwarts, the sky had already begun to darken. Glancing at the now immaculate entrance of Hogwarts, Sebastian couldn't help but exclaim, it has been cleaned to perfection. I had failed to notice this during my own time as a student. How disappointing to have overlooked the professor's diligent efforts. However, had it not been for my previous encounter with Snape, during which several minor hexes had landed upon the entrance, I might never have taken such a close look at Hogwarts Gate. Even now, I may not have discerned the professor's meticulous intentions. A knowing smile crept across Sebastian's face as he took purposeful strides toward the castle. Upon entering the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, Sebastian observed that the professors had nearly all gathered. Seated at the head table, Dumbledore noticed Sebastian's arrival and offered him a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Come here, Sebastian. I have intentionally saved a seat for you. As Sebastian looked up, he saw Professor Flitwick waving energetically in his direction, having just called his name. Though his voice was high-pitched, it resonated with enthusiasm. Professor Flitwick, responsible for teaching charms at Hogwarts, possessed an extensive knowledge of the subject. With his engaging teaching style and amiable disposition, he had become one of the most beloved professors among young witches and wizards. Despite his diminutive stature, Flitwick often had to stand atop a stack of books to reach the table during lectures. However, those who underestimated him based on his height would be gravely mistaken. Flitwick's magical prowess was profound. In Sebastian's perception of magical energy, while he did not shine as brightly as Professor Dumbledore, he undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 professors. Aside from him, moreover, Professor Flitwick was a distinguished dueling master, having won the championship in his youth. During his time as a student, Sebastian had often sought Flitwick's guidance, and the professor generously imparted his knowledge. Occasionally, when the urge struck him, he would even engage in a few duels with Sebastian himself. Sebastian carefully surveyed the seating arrangement of the professors. Flitwick occupied the right side of the table, with Snape seated to his left, separated by an empty chair. Just as he settled into his seat, and before he could greet Snape, Flitwick addressed him again. Congratulations on winning the Quidditch World Cup, Sebastian. You played exceptionally well. Upon hearing this, Snape could not suppress a disdainful smirk. Hypocrite, that insufferable Swan. He puts on a facade of insincerity in the presence of professors. It is truly demeaning to sit beside him. Snape remained silent, listening as Flitwick continued. Sebastian, I have heard from Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore about your aspiration to bridge the gaps between the four houses this year. What a remarkable ambition. You must share with me the journey of your thoughts. What has inspired such an idea? What a multitude of reasons. I wonder if the absurd complaints of internet trolls from my previous life count. Dismissing the fleeting thought in his mind, Sebastian replied methodically. Having spent 2 years in the Muggle world, I encountered numerous Muggle children. They often exhibit an array of admirable qualities: bravery, diligence, loyalty, grand aspirations, and so forth. In contrast, what about young wizards? Let me illustrate with my own experiences during school. I have witnessed first-year Slytherin wizards who, in their loyalty to friendship, disregarded the judgment of their peers to befriend students from Gryffindor, only to be deemed outcasts by their classmates. I have also observed first-year Gryffindor wizards, whose passion for learning and lack of athletic inclination led their peers to label them as bookworms. Additionally, I have seen first-year Ravenclaw wizards, whose audacious spirits and penchant for adventure were met with ridicule from classmates who deemed them mediocre and disinterested in scholarship. I have even encountered first-year Hufflepuff wizards, whose lofty ambitions and aspirations to achieve greatness resulted in their gradual isolation by fellow students. I have witnessed far too much. These young wizards gradually come to realize that anything that deviates from the characteristics of their houses is met with rejection. Over time, a month or two passes, and Hufflepuff is left with only loyalty, Ravenclaw with only wisdom, Gryffindor with only courage, and Slytherin with only ambition. Sebastian surveyed the room, noting that the professor's attention had been drawn to him. He continued, saying, upon meeting Muggle children, I found myself questioning repeatedly, is it not possible for every child to embody all these qualities? Can a child not be both courageous and passionate about learning, loyal to friendship, yet possess grand ambitions? Why must our young wizards be confined to expressing a singular trait? Have we not stifled their other characteristics? The sorting system at Hogwarts originated from the 4 great wizards of a millennium past. But what of today? Has this system become antiquated? Sebastian paused, observing the professors lost in contemplation, before he continued, I cannot definitively comment on whether this system is beneficial or detrimental. I simply do not wish to see the house traits become heavy shackles upon them. Each of them can embody courage, loyalty, a thirst for knowledge, and grand aspirations, regardless of whether they belong to Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. I long to witness all the beautiful qualities that belong to humanity reflected in them. I hope every young wizard can express themselves freely and be their most authentic selves. No sooner had he spoken than Dumbledore erupted into applause, his eyes glistening with approval as he raised his goblet in a toast to Sebastian. Sebastian, I look forward to the unique changes you will bring to Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick's response was even more exuberant. He leapt onto his stool in excitement, nearly losing his balance. Standing atop the stool, he patted Sebastian on the shoulder, exclaiming, Marvelous. Sebastian, I shall assist you in your endeavors. Snape remained immersed in contemplation, somewhat entranced by Sebastian's words about loyalty to friendship and befriending Gryffindor students. Gradually, the sounds of laughter and joy from the students outside the hall grew closer, heralding their arrival. The students were coming. Chapter 17. The bustling opening feast, oh my goodness. Upon entering the great hall of Hogwarts, the young wizards erupted in astonished exclamations. What did they behold? Aside from the floating candles and the ceiling that revealed the starry night sky, the great hall had undergone a remarkable transformation. With brand new tables and chairs, and vibrant magical lights, it was almost unrecognizable after just one summer break. The young wizards were beside themselves with joy as they quickly took their seats and began animatedly discussing the changes. Has Dumbledore come into a fortune? How could he have acquired so many splendid alchemical items? One speculated, surely the professors must have discovered Merlin's treasure. Another chimed in, indeed, didn't T. Merlin once say to seek it out, for he has hidden his treasures in one place? Dumbledore must have found it. Look, these are all custom pieces. The school must certainly be thriving, exclaimed a second-year student who was delighted to find himself slowly rising from his bench, prompting an outburst of excitement. Is it true? Really? I want to try. Other younger wizards followed suit, and upon confirming the phenomenon, they gasped in wonder. This is fantastic. Mother will no longer worry about me being too short to reach the food on the table. I wish we could have a set at home. At the Gryffindor table, Charlie Weasley found himself feeling somewhat bored. He had initially been excited to discuss the exhilarating Quidditch matches he had witnessed over the holiday. How much more riveting than this table and its benches? He wondered what his companions were so intensely engrossed in. Looking over at his younger siblings not far from him, he noted their exuberance. Goodness, each one more thrilled than the last. Percy, usually so composed, was now eagerly exploring the table, envy gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, Fred and George were entwined, dancing in circles. Charlie sighed. These fellows are still just children, unlike myself, who has matured into a responsible adult. He lifted his gaze towards the staff table, where the professors were all smiling, seemingly having anticipated the students' reactions. Even Professor Snape's demeanor appeared less severe than usual. Wait a minute, who was sitting next to Professor Snape? Why did he look so familiar? By Merlin's beard, Charlie exclaimed with a sudden, sharp cry that momentarily drowned out the discussions of the young wizards. What's wrong? What happened? The young wizards turned their curious gazes toward Charlie. Before they could discern his expression, Charlie sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. He extended a trembling finger toward the staff table, shouting, "The 2-Minute Man." What? The 2-Minute Man? Sebastian Swan has arrived. The young wizards swiftly turned their heads in the direction Charlie was pointing, their excitement palpable. In an instant, the entire auditorium fell into an eerie silence, as if a pause button had been pressed. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, the hall erupted with fervor. The young wizards emitted a cacophony of sharp cries, as if they were determined to lift the ceiling off. In the blink of an eye, they swarmingly gathered near the professor's table. Observing Professor Snape beside them, the young wizards felt a twinge of fear, hesitating to approach. They stood a meter away, animatedly gesturing and fervently waving at Sebastian. Ah, it's indeed the 2-Minute Man. So handsome. Look, he is smiling at me. Can I have your autograph? Sebastian's expression grew somewhat pained, yet he endeavored to maintain a smile, waving back at the young wizards. Who initiated that nickname? Why call him the 2-Minute Man? It should be the man who secures victory in 2 minutes. How rude. I shall find out who it is. Sebastian discreetly glanced over. Ah, a redhead, quite sunny in appearance. I shall remember you. As the situation escalated, a few brave young wizards, having quelled their fear of Snape, rushed forward to request autographs. To prevent the delightful opening feast from devolving into a mere signing session, the young wizards took their seats, yet their excitement remained unabated, buzzing with conversation. Oh my! Who would have imagined that a global superstar would be our professor? It must be a dream. I surely haven't woken up yet. Pinch me. I suspect Professor Dumbledore has cast a spell on me. The most remarkable seeker in the world. Not to mention, he is the owner of Swan Alchemy, the wealthiest in the magical realm. I suspect the headmaster must have struck a hefty deal with him. Just look at these alchemical items. Nonsense. He must have donated a substantial sum of galleons to come to Hogwarts as a professor. The young wizards chattered excitedly. Having confirmed one undeniable truth, that man was indeed coming to Hogwarts as a professor. However, new questions soon arose. What subject do you think Professor Swan will teach us? That is obvious. It must be Quidditch. He is the best seeker, after all. First-year students are in for a treat. How unfair. I just advanced to second year. Had I known, I would have delayed my enrollment by a year. At this moment, a dissenting voice emerged. I don't think that is the case. Look, Professor McGonagall is here too. Oh, I see. He must be the new defense against the dark arts professor. That makes sense. Only the defense against the dark arts professor changes every year. Ah, why would Professor Swan choose such a path? Is he in danger? Upon hearing these discussions, some overly sentimental young witches fell into a deep worry and began to silently pray. Meanwhile, a certain newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, feeling like a mere shadow, had already fainted in despair. Just then, the grand doors of the auditorium swung open once more, and Professor McGonagall entered, leading the newly admitted young wizards. Professor McGonagall cast a stern gaze around the hall, and gradually, a hush fell over the assembly. She approached the front of the professor's table, placing the sorting hat upon a chair, and commenced the sorting ceremony for the first-year students. Seizing the moment while Professor McGonagall presided over the proceedings, Sebastian discreetly nudged Professor Flitwick's arm, inquiring about the name of the red-haired young wizard. Charlie Weasley. Sebastian mused silently to himself, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Excellent. We shall have much to discuss in the future. Hee hee. Chapter 18. A Grand Atmosphere. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, the newly inducted young wizards began to mingle, engaging in lively conversation. Ding ding ding. Attention please. Professor McGonagall tapped her spoon against her goblet, drawing the young wizard's attention. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore rose to introduce to all the young wizards. This year, our faculty welcomes a new face. Professor Moses Roberts will be responsible for teaching defense against the dark arts. As his words faded, a middle-aged wizard stood from the professor's table, waving to the students below, who responded with scattered applause. The young wizards buzzed with chatter, and if one were to listen closely, they would discover that their discussions bore no relation to this professor. How is he the defense against the dark arts professor? Shouldn't it be Professor Swan in charge of that class? Splendid. Professor Swan will be spared from danger. Is Professor Swan now teaching Quidditch? Indeed, I should have enrolled a year earlier. After a brief pause, Dumbledore continued his introduction. The other new addition is Professor Sebastian Swan, who will teach Muggle studies. He also serves as the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts, specifically overseeing the school's exchange affairs. A buzz of excitement erupted in the hall. All the young wizards leaped to their feet, applauding fervently. Professor Swan, Professor, will you teach us how to play Quidditch? Professor, can I have your autograph? Frustration mounted. That course is only available in the third year. Why am I just in the second? I should have entered a year earlier. What is this exchange program? Dumbledore smiled, raising his hands to quell the commotion. All right. I know you all adore Professor Swan. There is an entire year ahead of you to look forward to. I trust you will find your time together immensely enjoyable. Now, let's give the stage to Professor Swan. I believe he should first demonstrate the use of some alchemical items, for even I was at a loss upon my initial encounter with some of them. Amidst the resounding applause, Sebastian rose, moving to the front of the professor's table, facing the young wizards with a warm smile, and declared in a clear voice, first and foremost, thank you all for your kind reception. He bowed slightly, offering a courteous gesture to the young wizards. The professor bowed to us. He is a true gentleman. He is simply splendid. As the voices of the young wizards began to subside, Sebastian continued to express my gratitude for the opportunity bestowed upon me by Hogwarts. I have made a donation of several alchemical items on behalf of Swan Alchemy. I hope everyone enjoys them. After all, if I keep you from your slumber, the professors might hold me accountable. With a slight smile, Sebastian waved his wand gently at his bag, and a palm-sized magical bed flew out. Under his control, the bed expanded to its full size in midair and softly descended to the ground without a sound. This spectacle incited another wave of excitement among the young wizards. How did a palm-sized magical bed emerge from the professor's bag and grow to such a size? Fool! The professor's bag must have been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. The bed was shrunk using a reduction charm and stored within the bag. With a casual gesture, Sebastian selected a fortunate young audience member to serve as his model. What is your name? He inquired, looking at the adorable young boy before him. The boy politely bowed and replied, My name is Cedric Diggory, Professor, and I am in my second year. This little fellow is Cedric, the future captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, a paragon of honesty and integrity. No wonder he is so well-mannered. Sebastian whispered a few instructions into Cedric's ear and directed him to sit on the bed. After drawing the curtains, he allowed Cedric to emerge after a brief moment. Upon exiting, Cedric exclaimed excitedly, It's astonishing, Professor. Once I drew the curtains, I could no longer hear the outside sounds. It was completely dark, and I couldn't see any light. However, following your instructions, when I activated the magical lamp at the top of the curtains, it was no longer dark at all, and I could even control the brightness of the lamp. At Cedric's words, the young wizards were utterly thrilled. So advanced, soundproof, and lightproof. And it even has a lamp. Some young wizards anxiously scratched their heads, eager to experience it for themselves. How wonderful! I can snore confidently without disturbing my roommates. If I can't sleep at night, I can turn on a magical lamp to study. I can sing in the middle of the night. The young wizards eagerly shared their thoughts, brimming with ideas for how to utilize the magical bed. Do you realize how expensive this bed is? My family bought a similar one from Swan Alchemy for nearly 100 galleons. A magical bed costs almost 100 galleons. Good heavens! With so many young wizards present, each one would add up quickly. The young wizards began to count on their fingers, some unable to compute the total. Sebastian paid no heed to their chatter, swiftly introducing one alchemical item after another. By the time he concluded the presentation, the young wizards were left in a state of stunned disbelief. Professor Swan is truly extravagant. Just how many galleons must all these alchemical items cost? As if the young wizards were not yet sufficiently astonished, Sebastian once again brandished his wand, waving it towards the satchel. A multitude of items soared into the air, hurtling towards the young sorcerers. With thoughtful consideration, Sebastian enhanced these objects with a luminescent charm, causing them to twinkle like stars. It was not until each young wizard was graced with a shimmering celestial orb that he dispelled the charm. The emblem of Hogwarts, featuring Gryffindor lion, Slytherin serpent, Ravenclaw eagle, Hufflepuff badger, and the grand letter H encircled by these four beasts, was revealed. Sebastian's voice gently resonated in the ears of the young wizards. Dear young sorcerers, this is a gift I bestow upon each of you individually, a gift that is uniquely yours. Chapter 19, Breaking News. The young wizards erupted in a cacophony of excitement, their shrill cries filling the entire hall as they leapt about, as if attempting to lift the very ceiling. Although Sebastian had anticipated this reaction, the sheer volume of their exuberance nearly rendered him deaf. Is this for us? Can we take it home after graduation? Professor Swan, I adore you. Seeing that the young wizards showed no signs of calming down, Sebastian cast a sonorous charm upon himself. Everyone, please settle down. Upon hearing his voice, the young wizards quieted, redirecting their attention to their idol, Professor Swan. However, they could hardly contain themselves, squirming in their seats. What is the matter? Why hasn't Professor Swan finished speaking? I'm anxious. Observing their restlessness once more, Sebastian employed the sonorous charm again to recapture their focus. Now, I have one final announcement. This year, I will be establishing the Hogwarts Quidditch team. This team will represent Hogwarts in competition alongside the teams from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute. The victorious team will receive a monetary prize sponsored by Professor Swan, 100 galleons for each member. Charlie's attention was immediately piqued, and he eagerly stood to declare, Professor, let us have the Gryffindor team. We're the strongest. Before he could finish, captains from other houses rose to counter his claim. Nonsense. Clearly, our house's Quidditch team is the strongest. Instantly, young wizards from various houses rallied to support their respective teams, asserting that their Quidditch squads were indeed the mightiest. Before the young wizards could devolve into chaos, Sebastian spoke sternly, silence. Noting Professor Swan's growing displeasure, the young wizards straightened in their seats, adopting a more serious demeanor. Each one sat upright, secretly competing to be the straightest, as if believing that such a posture might sway the professor's choice in their favor. I will not select any specific house as Quidditch team to represent Hogwarts, rather than merely selecting the best from the rest. We shall choose the 7 most skilled individuals from the 4 Quidditch teams to form the strongest Hogwarts Quidditch team. As Sebastian's voice faded, a flurry of young wizards could no longer contain their excitement, whispering in hushed tones. Oh no, Professor Swan seems to hail from Slytherin. Indeed, might he only select students from Slytherin? I find myself disliking Professor Swan a bit. In stark contrast, the Slytherin students stood tall, displaying smug smiles, convinced that Professor Swan would undoubtedly favor his own house. After all, glory belongs to Slytherin. Sebastian surveyed the room, taking in the expressions of the young wizards with a hint of amusement, yet he calmly declared, the team selection will be conducted in a transparent and open manner. I care not from which house you hail. I am solely focused on the results of the selection. The top 7 will automatically become members of the team. Charlie felt an invigorating surge of determination. A fair selection process. The Hogwarts Quidditch team competing against other magical schools for the Quidditch Cup, with a reward of 100 galleons for each participant. Good heavens! Each aspect was irresistibly enticing. Just the thought of it sent his blood racing. He constantly encouraged himself, pledging to secure more spots for Gryffindor and outshine Slytherin. As he prepared to seek out Gryffindor's keeper, Wood, to strategize, Professor Swan's words echoed in his ears again. The selection will occur on the first Saturday following the start term. Assemble at 8:30 in the morning on the Great Lawn before the castle. Those aspiring to participate in the selection, please do not be late. My sense of time is quite strong. Come prepared, as I shall provide specialized flying broomsticks for the selection. Moreover, should you perceive any unfairness during the process, I welcome you to voice your concerns to Professor Dumbledore. Sebastian glanced at the young wizards, noticing their eager anticipation. He then dropped another enticing piece of news. Additionally, I require 60 young wizards to form a professional cheerleading squad. When we travel to compete against other magical schools, the cheerleaders will accompany us to rally support for the Hogwarts team. Those interested in cheering for Hogwarts or exploring other magical schools, do not miss this opportunity. Time is fleeting. If I continue speaking, I fear you may faint from hunger. The specific competition format and cheerleading selection criteria will be posted on the notice board tomorrow. Please check it then. What? Did I hear correctly? A cheerleading squad. We can even visit other magical schools. A chorus of dismay erupted among the young wizards, condemning Professor Swan's perceived impropriety. Professor Swan, please clarify. You have piqued our curiosity entirely. We are not hungry yet. We can hold on. Please, do enlighten us now. Throughout the entire banquet, the young wizards were brimming with excitement, indulging in their meals while fervently discussing the Quidditch team, the cheerleading tryouts, and the alchemical items introduced by Professor Swan. Sebastian exchanged a knowing glance with Snape, both nodding in silent agreement. Before the students set off, Snape rose from his seat, his distinctive voice resonating through the hall. Slytherin students, gather in the common room. We need to convene a brief meeting. Chapter 20. The new official's third fire. Upon reaching the entrance of the common room, Sebastian shot Snape a questioning glance. What is the password? Snape cast a disdainful look at Sebastian before stepping forward and addressing the stone wall outside the common room. Pure blood. The wall revealed a stone door, which gradually creaked open. Only when the door was fully ajar did the two step inside in succession. As they entered the common room, Sebastian silently grumbled to himself. Pure blood? What era are we in that such an antiquated password is still in use? Besides, what business do you, a half-blood wizard, have with this nonsense? I ought to change that wretched password to something like glory or unity. After all, unity is the prevailing theme at Hogwarts moving forward. Once inside the common room, they found it already brimming with eager Slytherin young wizards, animatedly discussing the transformed space. Professor Swan. Upon seeing Snape and Sebastian, the young wizards greeted them in unison, while a few whispered among themselves. I told you Snape changed his hairstyle. Look how it flows now. What hairstyle? Look again. Oh, I must have been mistaken. He probably just washed it. What shampoo does he use? It smells rather pleasant. Hearing their murmurs nearly provoked a laugh from Sebastian. What a struggle it must be. Snape's expression darkened slightly, yet he refrained from showing anger. Instead, he raised his wand, transfiguring a chair into a half-meter-high platform. Clearing his throat, he drew the attention of the young wizards. Now, we shall hold a brief meeting, with Professor Swan taking the floor. Sebastian thought to himself, Oh, Snape, you went out of your way to create a platform for me to shine, didn't you? Such small-mindedness. Fine, I shall seize this opportunity to make an impression. Disregarding his earlier thoughts, he stepped confidently onto the platform and addressed the young wizards. Greetings, young Slytherins. Today, as a representative of Slytherin, I wish to discuss the matter of our house's honor. Upon my arrival, I discovered that Slytherin House has secured the House Cup for 5 consecutive years. This is commendable, truly splendid, and I am immensely proud of you all. However, I have heard some differing opinions from few alumni. Sebastian paused, surveying the young wizards who remained silent. The room was hushed, and though they did not speak, their eyes were filled with curiosity and questions. Some assert that our Slytherin House's victory in the House Cup lacks integrity. This incenses me, prompting me to question their reasoning. They claim that Professor Snape exhibits blatant favoritism towards Slytherin, often unjustly deducting points from other houses. In light of such inequity, they deem our Slytherin triumph a farce. I must inquire, do these allegations stir your ire? You. Yes, you. And you. Are you not indignant? Sebastian locked gazes with the young wizards one by one, and was heartened to see shame and anger reflected in the eyes of several. Professor, what should we do? The head of Slytherin stepped forward, addressing Sebastian. Indeed, Professor. What course of action shall we take? The young wizards erupted in fervent agreement. How dare they question our honor? While it is true that Professor Snape has been somewhat excessive in deducting points from other houses, our accomplishments are unequivocally valid. Apart from the Ravenclaw students, none of the other houses can truly compete with us. Henceforth, Professor Snape shall adopt a fairer stance. He will enact changes, treating every young wizard with impartiality. As for you, I implore you to dedicate yourselves to your studies. Prove yourselves through your achievements and prowess. To the members of the Quidditch team, I urge you to train diligently and elevate your skills. Let your victories silence all detractors. I want each and every one of you to join forces and secure this year's House Cup with the most pristine and glorious results, leaving those who belittle Slytherin with nothing to say. Sebastian surveyed the young wizards once more and bellowed. Can you accomplish this? Inspired, the young wizards shouted, We can. We will succeed. Glory to Slytherin. Suddenly, a young wizard posed an incongruous question. What if someone provokes us? Provoked you? Sebastian chuckled lightly at the inquisitive student. How is it that I hear, quite often, it is you who instigate others? His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What defines our Slytherin character? Ambition, cunning. A shrewd Slytherin does not create enemies indiscriminately. Therefore, I urge you to exercise restraint and embody the poise expected of Slytherin students. Verbal sparring is the act of cowards. You must learn to silence others with impeccable victories. What shall you do if provoked? Sebastian puffed out his chest, declaring proudly, During my time at Hogwarts, I was known by the resounding moniker of the Arbiter. Should you encounter any provocation, any assault, or any injustice, do not hesitate to approach me. There are matters that Professor Snape may find inconvenient to address, but I am here for that purpose. From this day forth, what your headmaster can manage, I shall oversee. What your headmaster cannot manage, I shall take upon myself. I will not permit any grievances to befall you. Sebastian glanced at the seemingly invigorated young wizards, reveling in their own arrogance. He hastily added, "Of course, let me make one thing clear. Should I discover any of you bullying others and bringing disgrace to Slytherin, do not blame me for being merciless." Upon exiting the Slytherin common room, a sense of satisfaction filled Sebastian's heart. The third flame of his new office had finally ignited. With the professors temporarily preoccupied, he decided to target the softer adversaries first, directing this flame towards the young wizards of Slytherin. It was all in the name of Slytherin's glory. Severus, you too, give it your all. Show these students the change within you. Be a professor worthy of respect. He raised his hand toward the sky. Lily is watching you. Do not let her down. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Sebastian silently mused. Do not blame me for mentioning Lily again, Severus. As long as you have not completely transformed, this secret will be mine for a lifetime. Chapter 21. House Elves. Sebastian aimed to seize the momentum of his third flame and find another easy target. Thus, after parting ways with Snape, he made his way to the kitchens of Hogwarts. The kitchens were situated beneath the Great Hall, adjacent to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. To gain access, one had to locate a portrait of fruit and gently tickle a pear, which would erupt into laughter and transform into a door handle. Inside, house elves scurried amidst various magical utensils, diligently engaged in their tasks. One of them excitedly rushed toward Sebastian, beaming and bowing repeatedly in greeting. Other house elves, hearing the commotion, abandoned their work and eagerly gathered around him. Master Swan, what would you like me to prepare for you? They chorused. The house elves encircled Sebastian, their high-pitched voices buzzing in his ears, making it difficult for him to discern their words. Please quiet down. He raised his hands, gently pressing them down. His eyes sparkled with greed, fixated on the house elves before him. The capitalist spirit within him flared to life. What splendid employees. Obedient, loyal, diligent. If he could recruit them all into Swan alchemy, Sebastian was confident that he could double the current scale of the enterprise. Since his first day at Hogwarts, Sebastian had frequented the kitchens every few days. Within 6 months, he had forged friendships with all the house elves at Hogwarts. After all, what house elf would not adore a young wizard who was friendly, polite, and often presented them with gifts? Unfortunately, they had initially agreed to accompany him upon graduation to work at Swan alchemy. However, Dumbledore had caught wind of this arrangement and hurried over while Sebastian was still painting a bright future for the house elves. In the presence of Sebastian and the entire assembly of house elves, he firmly rejected Sebastian's request, assuring the house elves to diligently attend to their duties. Sebastian vividly recalls the cacophony that erupted in the kitchen, with numerous house elves weeping aloud, leaving Dumbledore visibly flustered. Despite the rejection, Sebastian maintained a cordial friendship with the house elves until his graduation. On that momentous day, all the house elves gathered to bid him farewell. A magnificent sea of faces creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Sebastian steadied himself, a smile gracing his features as he surveyed the crowd of house elves. From now on, you shall address me as Professor Swan. I have been appointed Deputy Headmaster of Hogwarts, and I look forward to your guidance. Professor Swan, please, command me to do something. The scene before Sebastian filled him with immense pride. Do not underestimate the bond one share with the house elves. Professor Dumbledore, ultimately, they shall still serve me. Seizing the opportunity before the third flame flickered out, it was indeed the perfect moment to hone their skills. Turning to the house elves, Sebastian proclaimed with gravity, I am about to issue an order, the very first since my ascension to Deputy Headmaster, and I trust you will execute it well. All the house elves fixated their gaze upon Sebastian, their bat-like ears perked in keen anticipation, fearful of missing a single word. Sebastian continued, the attire you currently wear is outdated. Thus, you require new garments, more splendid, exclusive uniforms for Hogwarts. Clothing? Is this not sufficient in its beauty? Jeff, Sebastian called, producing a multitude of fabric swatches. With a snap, Jeff appeared at his side, adorned in a newly styled butler outfit emblazoned with the Swan family crest, a soaring swan. In an instant, a considerable distance formed around Sebastian as the house elves retreated, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes filled with disdain as they pointed at Jeff, the discarded elf. Upon hearing their murmurs, Sebastian did not feel anger. Instead, he smiled at Jeff, offering encouragement. Go on, the rest is entrusted to you. Jeff puffed out his chest, striving to exude an air of authority. He represented the dignity of Mr. Swan. Listen, Jeff proclaimed, raising his voice, I am a house elf of the Swan household. I was not abandoned by my master. The garments I wear were not a gift from Mr. Swan. He holds profound respect for us house elves. He understands that bestowing clothing directly would be an affront to our dignity. Jeff proudly lifted his chin, declaring, "The attire you see before you was crafted by my own hands." With that, he turned his head, casting a grateful glance at Sebastian. "Mr. Swan has stated that a house elf's attire reflects, to a certain extent, the standing of their master. Hence, he has entrusted me to guide you in creating your garments." As Jeff's words faded into the air, a surge of excitement swept through the house elves, who could no longer contain their eagerness, exclaiming, "Indeed, Professor Swan is so kind to house elves. Professor Swan is the greatest wizard. Professor Swan, oh my." However, at that moment, Jeff astutely noticed that some house elves displayed a look of unease. Instantly, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he bellowed, "Do you intend to defy Professor Swan's orders?" Upon hearing this, the little elves bowed their heads, reluctant to oppose Professor Swan's directives. Sebastian raised his wand and cast a transformation spell on 2 apples, turning them into 2 life-size mannequins adorned in clothing. One mannequin was dressed in a male butler's outfit, while the other donned a maid's attire. Both garments were elegantly emblazoned with a Hogwarts crest across the chest, exuding a sense of refinement. "Very well, house elves, over the course of the next week, I expect you to learn garment making from Jeff. By the time I next visit the kitchen, I hope to see you all looking splendid," Sebastian declared with finality, for his stomach had begun to grumble, protesting against this delay. "It's time for a midnight snack." He called a house elf to his side and instructed, "Mary, could you please fry me a small portion of steak? Well done." "Thank you." Mary trembled with excitement, as if on the verge of fainting. Professor Swan expressed his gratitude to the house elves once more, affirming his status as the most magnificent wizard. The house elf, named Mary, busily prepared the ingredients, internally reciting her thoughts. Sebastian found a seat, reflecting on the impressive labor force before him. Once they mastered the art of garment making, perhaps he could arrange for them to take on some orders. He chuckled to himself. Chapter 22. Muggle Studies. Hogwarts had officially commenced its academic year, and students were immersed in a whirlwind of diligent study. He initially reviewed past OWL and Newt examination papers, discovering that they contained rather antiquated questions. For instance, please describe what a flashlight is and how it's used. Or, provide examples of transportation tools used by Muggles. Furthermore, what is the process of brewing tea for Muggles? What on earth are these? Sebastian lamented inwardly. It felt as though they were completely out of touch with the times. These wizards' minds remained so conservative, unwilling to venture out and witness the current state of the Muggle world. Indeed, due to the existence of the statute of secrecy, wizards were compelled to shield themselves from Muggle discovery and must never reveal the existence of the magical realm. In order to facilitate the integration of wizards into Muggle society, Muggle Studies was born. Prior to Sebastian's arrival at Hogwarts, Muggle Studies had been teaching young wizards about the lifestyles of Muggles. This had resulted in Muggle Studies being renowned as one of Hogwarts' most trivial courses. The young wizards who opted for this course did so primarily in pursuit of an effortless credit. Upon receiving the enrollment list for this class, Sebastian found himself quite astonished. Behold, among the students from 3rd to 7th grade, fewer than 60 had signed up for the Muggle Studies course, with more than 2/3 being either Muggle-born or half-blood young wizards. Yet, it is hardly surprising, aside from those merely seeking to coast through for credits. There are also overachievers eager to learn. Who among those genuinely interested in acquiring magical knowledge would choose Muggle Studies? However, after revisiting the previous textbooks, Sebastian understood that the students were not entirely to blame. Just look at how this course had been conducted in the past. It should have been an immensely engaging class. Now let them watch me. Those young wizards who chose not to enroll in this course shall come to regret their decision. Sebastian first coordinated with other professors to rearrange the schedule, consolidating all Muggle Studies classes for 3rd to 7th grade into Thursday afternoons. He then approached Professor McGonagall, requesting a larger classroom to facilitate his teaching. After finishing lunch on Thursday, Sebastian, armed with the exam papers he had meticulously prepared, made his way to the Muggle Studies classroom. Upon entering the room and standing at the lectern, he gazed down at the sea of young wizards. The nostalgia of his own school days washed over him. The number of students in every classroom was quite similar. Sebastian produced the attendance roster, and the young wizards seated at the back were met with a spectacle that left them utterly astonished. They beheld as Professor Swan's attendance book floated into the air, the names transforming into glowing butterflies that fluttered towards their respective young wizards. The butterflies alighted upon their shoulders, making them shimmer with a radiant glow. Percy Weasley, a 4th-year student, was taken aback. He realized he had underestimated Professor Swan. Such exquisite, wandless magic, a spell he had never witnessed before. Unlike his brother Charlie, Percy was not particularly fervent about Quidditch. Thus, he perceived Professor Swan merely as a Quidditch superstar. He believed that the professor had chosen Muggle studies solely to enhance his reputation at Hogwarts, for those in the know understood the course's true nature. Nevertheless, regardless of how trivial the course may seem, it was rather irresponsible to gather students from all grades for a single class. Surely, the curriculum for 3rd and 7th graders could not be the same. As a scholar enrolled in 12 subjects, Percy harbored a subtle disdain for Professor Swan's approach. He promptly seated himself at the back, intending to complete assignments for other subjects during the class. However, witnessing Professor Swan showcase his skills left him genuinely surprised, igniting a spark of anticipation within him. He hoped that the professor's teaching would be as splendid as his wandless magic. Wow, Professor, what kind of magic is this? Can you teach us? The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became lively, as the young wizards eagerly expressed their questions. Sebastian observed the lively atmosphere in the classroom, a sense of pride swelling within him. A promising beginning indeed. It seemed that showcasing a bit of skill was quite necessary. This certainly captivated the young wizards. With a slight smile, he spoke, "Excellent, no one is absent. Although this magic is merely a simple counting spell of my own invention, it may still be a tad premature for you all. Before we commence the formal lesson, we shall engage in a brief assessment." No sooner had he finished speaking than the young wizards erupted in lamentation. "Why must we start with a test, Professor Swan? This is rather unamusing." Sebastian raised his wand and gently waved it towards them. Suddenly, the young wizards realized they could not utter a sound, their expressions shifting to one of terror as they looked at Sebastian. "Professor, this isn't necessary. We can refrain from speaking without being rendered mute." Sebastian pointed his wand at the test papers, which then soared into the air and landed precisely in front of each young wizard. "Do not worry. Once you have completed the test, you will be able to speak normally again. As for the examination, students in grades 3 to 5 will be tackling some OWL exam questions from 5 years ago, while those in grades 6 to 7 will face new questions from the same time period. Fear not. If you encounter any you cannot answer, simply skip them. This assessment is not graded. It is merely a means for me to gauge your abilities." Sebastian glanced at the disgruntled students and chuckled softly. "Let me share a little secret. The examination board's question setters are rather lazy. Many questions are recycled." "Recycled? Does that mean?" The young wizards were suddenly intrigued, their ears perked up, eager not to miss a word. "You are quite likely to encounter genuine questions. Well then, you have 30 minutes. Let's begin." "Wow, Professor, you are too generous. Real questions. However, you underestimate us. This isn't enough. You should give us all the past papers. Really, we can handle it." With excitement coursing through them, the young wizards eagerly opened their test papers and began their work. Sebastian stood at the podium, observing the students below. He noted that the Muggle-born and half-blood wizards appeared confident, while the purebloods, save for the likes of Percy Weasley, seemed troubled, some even nibbling on their quills. Before long, the 30 minutes flew by. The test papers soared back into the air, neatly gathering together as Sebastian collected them. "I found it rather simple, truly befitting a Muggle studies class. What to do? I left so many blank. Did you all remember the questions? Rest assured, they're all etched in our minds." No sooner had the papers been gathered than the young wizards began to whisper among themselves. Tapping the blackboard, Sebastian drew their attention. "Excellent. Everyone has adhered to my request. Today, you are all adorned in Muggle attire. Now, please submit your wands in an orderly fashion. Today, we shall commence our lesson on Muggle studies. Chapter 23, An Unusual Classroom Experience. Handing over wands? One odd request. Shall we pretend to be Muggles?" Soon, all the young wizards surrendered their wands, and Sebastian stowed them away in his undetectable extension charm bag. With a grand gesture, he led all the young wizards outside. What was happening? Were we not about to start the lesson? Why were we heading outside? Before long, they found themselves at the castle gates. This left the young wizards utterly bewildered. Indeed, it was Muggle studies. Why were they making their way toward the school gates? A lively group gathered outside the school, where they discovered a car parked. The young wizards turned in unison to their Professor Swan, eagerly awaiting his words to alleviate their confusion. Not one to keep them in suspense, Sebastian laughed heartily. "Young wizards, what are you waiting for? Get in the car." With the professor's encouragement, the young wizards eagerly squeezed onto the bus. Before they could settle in, one young wizard who had previously ridden the night bus began to share his experience animatedly. "The night bus. I wrote last year, but I ended up feeling quite nauseous afterward. When I took it, there were only some moving beds, and wizards lay on them quite unsteadily. Wow. Now it's transformed into rows of seats, and they're leather, so soft to sit on. Remember to hold on tight. Once the bus starts, you'll feel a strong push. I fell over last year and wobbled on the floor for ages before getting back up. Once aboard, Sebastian delivered a brief safety lecture to all the young wizards. Under his guidance, they grasped the purpose and usage of seatbelts. After everyone had fastened their seatbelts, Sebastian instructed the driver, "Let us go." The young wizards immediately tensed, gripping the armrests as if the seatbelts offered them no sense of security whatsoever. One considerate young wizard noticed Sebastian still standing in the aisle and anxiously shouted, "Professor, hold on tight. You'll fall." However, before his words could fully escape, the bus surged forward with a whoosh. As they observed the obstacles ahead automatically veering aside, the young wizards found themselves perplexed. Where was the promised push? Where was the anticipated fall? Would the professor think they looked foolish in their anxious state? A muggle-born wizard murmured, "How can there be no inertia? This is not scientific at all." His companion immediately interrupted, "Are you daft? We are in a magical world. We don't adhere to science. We embrace magic." A more senior young wizard speculated, "I believe this involves the principles of the undetectable extension charm. A case enchanted with the undetectable extension charm remains undisturbed regardless of external tumult. Have you heard of the esteemed Newt Scamander? It is said that in his youth, he enjoyed wandering about with a suitcase full of magical creatures." Observing the puzzled expressions of the young wizards, Sebastian smiled and said, "Greetings, everyone. This is the Night Bus 20, launched by Swan Alchemy, which you may also refer to as the Night Coach. It offers enhanced safety and comfort, making it an ideal mode of transportation for wizards who are unable to apparate. Just as convenient as before. All you need to do is stand by the roadside and make a gesture with your wanna-hail-it." Upon hearing the professor's explanation, the students could hardly contain their excitement, engaging in animated discussions. "The only downside to Swan Alchemy is that they never advertise their new products," one commented. "Indeed, I wonder how they have thrived until now. Their quality is outstanding, relying solely on word of mouth." Another replied, "How wonderful. Next summer, when we visit Diagon Alley, I must bring my parents along to ride the night bus." "Professor, where are we headed?" a student inquired. In response to their question, Sebastian feigned mystery, declaring, "A secret. Let us first engage in conversation." He directed his gaze toward a Slytherin student and asked, "Marcus Flint, I have heard that you are not particularly fond of muggles. What prompted you to choose this course?" "Honestly, I was concerned about passing my exams and other subjects. So I opted for this class in divination in order to secure my OWL qualifications," Marcus replied. This elicited a hearty laugh from the young wizards, much to Marcus's chagrin. Sebastian intervened, saying, "There is no shame in admitting that. I, too, chose this course during my studies. And truth be told, the examination is indeed quite straightforward." Spotting a familiar red-headed lad in the crowd, Sebastian called out, "Charlie Weasley, you seem to be enjoying yourself just now. Care to share your thoughts?" Charlie chuckled heartily and replied, "Professor, to be honest, that is precisely my reason as well. I believe most people choose this course for the same reason." "Excellent," Sebastian exclaimed with a smile. "Since our collective goal is to succeed in our examinations, let us strive toward that aim." Sebastian took a seat and began reviewing the students' test papers. A significant number of blank responses. "Whose paper is this?" "Oh, Marcus. I thought we agreed this course was simple." He glanced at the next paper. "Impressive. Word for word as described in the textbook. Percy Weasley certainly lives up to his reputation as a top student." After reviewing all the young wizards' papers, Sebastian felt reassured. They had all performed reasonably well. Achieving the educational objectives seemed quite attainable. Before long, the night bus came to a halt in front of a large warehouse on the outskirts of London. After disembarking, Sebastian gathered the young wizards and addressed them, rather than having you read through some tedious texts. "I believe it is far more beneficial for me to personally guide you in experiencing the Muggle world." With that, Sebastian turned and opened the large doors of the warehouse, emblazoned with the Swan family emblem, leading the young wizards inside. The warehouse was even larger than a Quidditch pitch, with a circular track encircling its inner walls, where a variety of Muggle items were displayed. The young wizards were brimming with excitement. The professor is simply too cool. This experience is entirely distinct from the mundane studies we have engaged in previously. We are directly immersing ourselves in the Muggle world. What a novel approach to learning. Look at these Muggle artifacts. They have been meticulously categorized by grade level. The professor truly possesses a remarkable system. Charlie, leading the group, excitedly tapped his brother Percy and exclaimed, "Father would surely adore this place. I ought to write to him immediately, inviting him to join us for class." Chapter 24, Relishing the Moment. Sebastian led the young wizards to the array of Muggle items, turned, and proclaimed, "I have a singular objective. To ensure that each of you passes the Muggle Studies examination by the end of the afternoon." He surveyed the room. noting the incredulous expressions on the faces of the young wizards. Do not deem it unattainable. Please have a modicum of faith in your professor. A sense of pride welled within Sebastian. After all, isn't it merely a matter of educational assessments? In this regard, no professor at Hogwarts could rival my experience. Moreover, the subject of Muggle studies is quite manageable. He confidently addressed the young wizards. All the items here have been arranged according to your textbooks. I have categorized them by grade level. Your objectives are threefold: to ascertain the names, functions, and methods of usage for these items. Do not fear damaging them. I am quite a skilled wizard and can easily repair any mishaps. Furthermore, for those wizards of Muggle descent, this is your domain. So do lend a hand to your peers. What are you waiting for? Go and explore. Upon hearing this, the young wizards could no longer contain their excitement and joyfully dashed towards their designated areas. Professor Swan, your teaching methods are truly exceptional. Professor Swan, after attending your class, I am certain I will excel in the OWL examinations. Professor Swan, we adore you. Meanwhile, Percy stood before a bicycle, curiously examining it from top to bottom. Is this the bicycle described in the book? 2 wheels. Is this how most Muggles travel? Without magic, how do they maintain their balance? Beside him, a young witch from Ravenclaw noticed Percy's inquisitive demeanor and recalled the professor's encouragement to assist classmates. She stepped forward and asked, "Would you like to try riding the bicycle?" Feeling a bit shy, Percy replied, "Thank you, Miss Crivet. I am merely curious about how Muggles manage to stay balanced." "Call me Penelope," she said, as she pushed the bicycle onto the track and beckoned him. "Come, give it a try. It's quite simple, and I'll help you." Percy mounted the bicycle, and with Penelope's support, he wobbled and slowly began to ride. "Hey, this is quite enjoyable." Charlie, witnessing this, brought over another bicycle and decided to give it a try as well. With years of experience riding a flying broomstick, he swiftly mastered the technique, surpassing Percy, and soon sped down the runway. Charlie rode with such fervor that he had yet to learn how to brake. Helplessly, he shouted, "Professor, help! I don't know how to stop." No sooner had he uttered these words than he found himself lifted into the air, eventually landing gently beside the runway with his bicycle. The other young wizards, witnessing Charlie's predicament, erupted into laughter. "What a weakling, Charlie! Didn't you read the instructions next to the bike?" Sebastian approached Charlie and said, "Wesley, just gently squeeze the handbrake to reduce your speed. Give it a try." After speaking, Sebastian glanced at Marcus, who had been laughing the loudest, and said with a hint of annoyance, "Marcus, why don't you give it a go? Afraid of falling?" Marcus's smile faltered. He was apprehensive about embarrassing himself in front of everyone, yet he was reluctant to admit his fear. Reluctantly, he pushed a bicycle forward and began to ride slowly. Before long, he, too, utilizing his skills from riding a flying broomstick, grasped the intricacies of cycling. He halted beside Charlie and boldly challenged, "Charlie, dare to race me and see who rides faster." Charlie, unable to resist such provocation, mounted his bicycle with the courage befitting a Gryffindor, and the race began. Sighing and choosing not to engage with the 2 mischievous boys, Sebastian turned his attention to the other young wizards. Let them have their fun. If memory serves, Charlie's paper had quite a few blanks as well. Throughout the afternoon, Sebastian moved among the various grades of young wizards, tirelessly assisting them with their queries. As the young wizards began to grasp the concepts, at 5 o'clock, Sebastian gathered them in a room adjacent to the warehouse. "Wow, an arcade!" exclaimed a few Muggle-born wizards upon seeing the room's decor, their delight evident. Sebastian smiled and explained, "All right, I see everyone is quite tired from learning. Now it's time for some entertainment. These are the most popular games among Muggle children. Pair up and enjoy." As he finished speaking, paired numbers appeared above the young wizards' heads, and they quickly found their matching partners, happily engaging in play. Marcus teamed up with a third-year Muggle-born wizard, and they began playing a game called Contra. Initially, Marcus felt disdain for being paired with a Muggle-born, but that soon changed. His character met its demise countless times. Damn it, why is it so difficult? His face flushed with embarrassment. A pure-blood wizard like him, being outperformed by a Muggle-born. Sensing Marcus's discomfort, the Hufflepuff Muggle-born paused his character and, rather than holding a grudge against Marcus's earlier attitude, patiently guided him on the game's strategies. In no time, Marcus grasped the essential techniques. This is enjoyable, truly fascinating. The little Muggle wizard is quite impressive. The exhilarating sensation of being swept away is delightful. "Take that," Marcus exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Infectiously spirited, the Hufflepuff wizard also let loose, wreaking havoc in all directions. The room was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Charlie was completely engrossed in an exhilarating racing game, while Percy, amidst Penelope's cheers, maneuvered Pac-Man through chaotic adventures. However, The little wizard's reactions left him somewhat helpless. Please, Professor, let's play a little longer. I haven't fully grasped the workings of these machines yet. Professor, we are learning about Muggle entertainment. Just a bit more time, please. Professor, I beg you. Chapter 25, The Sugar-Coated Bombshell. After the little wizard's heartfelt pleas, Sebastian extended the time until 6:30 p.m. His stomach growled with hunger, and concerned that the little wizards might suffer from hunger, he reluctantly concluded the day's lessons, gathering them together. All right. If you behave well in class, I shall bring you again. Even outside the warehouse, the little wizards chattered excitedly about their experiences of the day. You didn't see my dodging just now. I was so agile that the enemy couldn't touch me. Unfortunately, I lost the last match. The game was so much fun, and I looked quite dashing in my overalls. Once aboard the night bus, Sebastian sighed inwardly. It's nearly 7 already. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to instruct the driver to take the bus to the nearest fast food restaurant, KFC. Upon entering, Sebastian grandly announced to the little wizards, "Eat to your heart's content tonight. All expenses are on the professor." The little wizards were overjoyed, eagerly surrounding the Muggle wizards to solicit their advice. The Muggle wizards promptly transformed into culinary experts, pointing and suggesting from a menu. Before long, each little wizard was happily enjoying a hamburger in one hand and a cola in the other. This drink called cola is absolutely delicious. Originally, Sebastian had worried that some pureblood wizards might be averse to Muggle food. However, seeing their delight put his mind at ease. They were enjoying the cola and savoring their meals, eagerly discussing the flavors of their hamburgers with one another. Particularly, Marcus, who was now chummy with his newly acquainted Muggle wizard, was animatedly discussing game details while they ate. Not bad at all. The sugar-coated bombshell is indeed effective. In Sebastian's eyes, pure-blood wizards, half-blood wizards, and Muggle wizards were all wizards. With the rapid development of the Muggle world, it was essential for wizards to unite. It seemed that the beginning was promising. Even Marcus, a staunch pure-blood advocate, was befriending a Muggle wizard. Sebastian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Isn't it all just about having fun? After all, regardless of whether the cat is black or white, as long as it can catch mice, is a good cat. As the bus set off, Sebastian returned the wands to the students. Once tranquility returned, the excitement of the young wizards gradually waned, and one by one, they began to doze off. Suddenly, Marcus rose from his seat and moved to sit beside Sebastian. With a conflicted expression, he looked at Sebastian and inquired, "Professor, I have some questions. I have always taken pride in my pure-blood wizard heritage and held a certain disdain for Muggles. However, after today's outing with you, I have come to realize that Muggles possess many admirable qualities. What struck me most is their remarkable ability to create a variety of entertaining games. Wizards, on the other hand, seem to have little beyond Quidditch in terms of popular entertainment. This has left me feeling somewhat troubled, and I cannot comprehend why this is the case." Seeing Marcus's troubled expression, Sebastian smiled gently and patiently explained, "Muggles are an incredibly creative race. Furthermore, their population is vast. To put it this way, even if only one genius emerges from every 10,000 Muggles, their total number of geniuses would far exceed that of all wizards combined." I struggled with this realization for quite some time. Upon hearing that Professor Swan had also experienced similar distress, Marcus perked up and quickly asked, "Professor, how did you resolve this dilemma?" Sebastian gazed into his eyes and replied earnestly, "Indeed, the current creativity of wizards lags significantly behind that of Muggles. However, acknowledging one's shortcomings is not a matter of shame. We are Slytherins, and we revere strength. In terms of creativity, Muggles are indeed the stronger ones." Noticing that Marcus appeared somewhat disheartened after hearing his words, Sebastian kindly patted him on the shoulder. "Do not be disheartened, Marcus. Muggles have their strengths, and we wizards possess our own unique advantages. What we need to do is set aside our wizardly arrogance and regard Muggles as equals. We should learn from their strengths and express them through the medium of magic. I'll let you in on a little secret. Swan's alchemy developed in just this manner. Quite effective, wouldn't you agree? Just look at how swift the night bus is. Can you imagine how long it takes to travel from Hogwarts to London? Muggles cannot drive at such remarkable speeds." Sebastian ruffled Marcus's hair and chuckled. "Observe more. Think more. We have an entire year of Muggle studies ahead of us. I hope you find your own answers." Before long, the night bus came to a stop in front of Hogwarts' grand entrance. He clapped his hands to capture the students' attention. "Were you all satisfied with today's Muggle studies class?" "Very satisfied. It was delightful. I never expected Muggle cuisine to be so delectable. The games were also so much fun." Sebastian interjected, silencing the excited young wizards. "It is quite a challenge to find an afternoon when everyone is free. Dear little ones, should you wish to venture forth again. It is imperative that you diligently fulfill the assignments I have bestowed upon you. Ah, their assignments indeed. However, fret not, for the prospect of future escapades fills the young wizards with fervor. Professor, do enlighten us. We shall assuredly commit ourselves to your tasks. A subtle smile graced Sebastian's lips. For the students of the 3rd and 4th grades, your assignment is to document the Muggle artifacts you have encountered today. An additional merit shall be granted for comparing them with their counterparts in the wizarding world. 5th grade students, you are to further analyze the strengths of both the wizarding and Muggle realms based on the aforementioned observations. As for the 6th and 7th graders, you are required to delve deeper into the factors that engender the disparities between the two worlds. Sebastian's demeanor turned serious. Each student must complete their essays independently. The deadline is 2 weeks hence. Present them to me in our Muggle Studies class then. Observing the slightly dazed expressions of the young wizards before him, Sebastian continued. Chapter 26, the popular Muggle Studies class. Upon arriving at his office the next day, Sebastian was confronted by Snape. Why do you not reside at Hogwarts daily? The students were unable to locate you last night. Leaning back in a chair, Sebastian replied languidly, You dwell in the school for convenience. I, on the other hand, have a wife. Is it not delightful to sleep beside her? Seeing the boastful expression on Sebastian's face, Snape felt a surge of irritation. Standing upright, he spoke deliberately. Many young Slytherins sought you out last night, eager to enroll in your Muggle Studies class. Unable to find you, they roused the poor potions professor from his slumber. I trust this esteemed professor can empathize with the challenges faced by ordinary faculty and address these matters himself, yes? With that, Snape swept away, leaving Sebastian's office in a huff. He had no desire to linger in that ostentatious office for even a moment longer. As he watched Snape's retreating figure, Sebastian felt a twinge of confusion. A collective visit to his office? Last night, that hardly sounded like the Slytherin serpents. It bore a striking resemblance to the antics of Gryffindor lions. Was there such urgency? Sebastian struggled to comprehend the young wizard's eagerness, underestimating the impact of his novel teaching methods on them. Yet, the little wizards were indeed in a frenzy, eagerly wishing to enroll in Muggle studies. They had witnessed nearly 60 young wizards vanish for an entire afternoon, only to reappear as bedtime approached. Curiosity burned bright within them. The spirit of gossip ignited. Where had they gone? Were they not attending Muggle studies? Why had they all ventured out in the afternoon? Charlie and the others, suddenly the center of attention, eagerly began to recount their experiences, their words brimming with excitement about the day's adventures. Professor Swan is my idol. Whoever speaks ill of Professor Swan shall not be spared. Sebastian's name has once again become the focal point of attention among the young wizards. Unlike the previous Quidditch stars, this time he has risen to prominence in the role of a professor. How enviable. The professor takes students out for leisure. The professor invites students to play games. The professor treats them to meals. Each of these actions stirs the hearts of the young wizards immensely. How infuriating. Why did I not enroll in the Muggle Studies course earlier? The older students are filled with regret, but the third-year wizards do not share this sentiment. I want to enroll too. I want to take Muggle Studies. As Sebastian entered the Great Hall at noon, he was besieged by enthusiastic young wizards. He felt like a small boat tossed about in a storm, unable to stand firm, with the shouts of the young wizards ringing in his ears. Professor, I want to enroll too. Professor, I truly adore Muggle Studies. Please accept me. Professor, please do not turn away a soul eager to learn. Sebastian, overwhelmed by the sea of eager faces, struggled to raise his hand to bring about silence. The young wizards were exceedingly passionate. Fortunately, he had come prepared, thanks to Snape's timely warning. What a good friend, truly commendable. He steadied himself and articulated the plan he had long prepared. Everyone, please remain calm. Any third-year wizard can enroll in my course. Just submit your essays together in the next class. Upon hearing this, some young wizards could not contain their excitement and shouted. Sebastian smiled and replied, Muggle-born wizards and half-blood wizards, you may draw inspiration from your previous lives. As for pure-blood wizards, I trust you have all visited King's Cross Station. Let us use that as an example. He continued, the specific requirements will be posted on the notice board, so please check it yourselves. He then pointed to two red-haired wizards in the crowd and said, You too, Mr. Weasley, do not crowd around with the second years. Your course starts next year. Professor, that's not fair. Fred exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. We are equally passionate about learning. You cannot dismiss us just because we are only in second year. Professor, why not discuss it with Headmaster Dumbledore and make Muggle Studies a compulsory course? That way, there will be no need for distress, George chimed in. Upon hearing the twins, the second-year wizards began to stir with excitement. Yes, Professor, please discuss it with the headmaster. We are not afraid of hard work. Hearing their chants, some first-year students squeezed in, joining in unison. Sebastian felt a headache coming on. He surveyed the scene, noting that young wizards from all 4 houses were present. Goodness, their chants were remarkably unified. Just the other day, they were throwing dung bombs at each other. Now they seemed quite united. Faced with this dilemma, he reluctantly invoked Professor McGonagall's name, employing a classic tactic to deflect the situation. How about this? Why not seek out Professor McGonagall first? As long as she consents to your participation in the third-year courses, I have no objections. Upon hearing the suggestion to find Professor McGonagall, the young wizards dispersed with a hint of reluctance. Fred muttered as he walked, Professor Swan is so unreasonable, making us consult Professor McGonagall. Indeed, Professor McGonagall will surely reprimand us. George chimed in, blaming Percy and Charlie for incessantly praising how simple bicycles are and how enjoyable the games are. Yes, and the muggle hamburgers and cola. Fred, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, let us go find them. With that, the two led a throng of second-year Gryffindor wizards off in a whirlwind. Seeing the young wizards around Sebastian disperse, Professor Flitwick approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, congratulations, Sebastian. You are now the most popular professor in the entire school. Moreover, I just spotted Marcus from Slytherin laughing and chatting with a Hufflepuff wizard. Such scenes were previously unimaginable. With a trace of satisfaction on his face, Flitwick continued, your ambition to bridge the divide between the houses is already bearing fruit. After patting Sebastian on the back, he excitedly remarked, Sebastian, if you ever need assistance, do not forget about me. Chapter 27. Selection rules. The fervor surrounding the Muggle Studies class persisted throughout the day. Wizards, both those who attended and those who did not, from lower and upper years, engaged in animated discussions about yesterday's Muggle Studies lesson. The young wizards began to fervently converse about the upcoming Quidditch tryouts. In the Gryffindor common room, Charlie, as the captain of the Gryffindor team, was delivering a pre-battle address to his teammates. For tomorrow's tryouts, I hope everyone is energized. Let us give our all and outshine those Slytherin fellows. Let us go. We're the strongest. Come. Let us speculate on the selection process for tomorrow. On Saturday morning at 8:20, when Sebastian arrived at the castle's front lawn, all 4 houses' Quidditch teams had assembled. Even Professor McGonagall was present, a fervent enthusiast of Quidditch. She would not miss such a significant event as the Quidditch team selections. The Great Lawn was teeming with students, with anyone interested in Quidditch gathering in droves. Hogwarts was certainly more appealing than Hogsmeade when it came to Quidditch. Today's tryouts were personally overseen by Professor Swan. Remember, before arriving at Hogwarts, Professor Swan was the world's top seeker. And since this was a selection for the Quidditch team, why not be at the pitch? Sebastian surveyed the Quidditch teams from the 4 houses with satisfaction. Excellent. They were brimming with spirit. However, upon seeing the Slytherin team, he furrowed his brow slightly. Marcus's appearance significantly lowered the average attractiveness of the Slytherin team. Oh well, it's not a beauty contest. As long as they excel at Quidditch, that is what truly matters. Sebastian greeted Professor McGonagall with a wave of his hand, signaling the group to follow him down towards the castle. Before long, he led the young wizards to a spacious clearing by the Black Lake. He first produced several flying broomsticks designated for the selection process, followed by an alchemical apparatus, a towering scoreboard measuring over 2 meters in height. With a flick of his wand, Sebastian magically stabilized the scoreboard on the ground, then gestured towards the Black Lake. Instantly, vibrant, colorful rings materialized above the lake, resembling a multitude of splendid rainbows shimmering under the bright sunlight. They encircled the Black Lake in a meticulously arranged manner, varying in height, with each ring boasting a prominent numerical designation. Between certain rings, black orbs floated and darted about restlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, the young wizards erupted in excitement. What kind of magic is this? It's so beautiful. Are the contestants supposed to fly through these rings? Look, the 11th ring is so close to the water's surface after diving from the 10th ring. A moment's inattention could send someone crashing into the lake. And look further. After passing through the 20th ring, a sharp right turn is necessary. Otherwise, one might miss the 21st ring. At this moment, Professor McGonagall approached Sebastian, marveling, how remarkable. Sebastian, your ability to control your spells with such precision from this distance is impressive. I'm rather curious to know how far you have progressed in your magical studies. However, that can wait. Let us proceed with the selection process. Nodding at Professor McGonagall, Sebastian called the astonished Quidditch players together. Today's selection test will evaluate each contestant's fundamental flying skills. Your task is to ride the broomsticks and accurately navigate through each ring, circling the Black Lake. Only the 14 fastest and most skilled individuals will advance to the specialized selection round this afternoon. Sebastian raised his hand, pointing to the 2 nearest rings as he explained. Timing begins when you pass through the first ring and concludes upon exiting the 36th ring. Be mindful that only upon successfully passing through the preceding ring will the next one turn green. If the next ring does not change to green, you must return promptly and re-navigate through the previous ring. Otherwise, your score will be deemed invalid. Furthermore, any contact with the rings will add 2 seconds to your flying time, while being struck by a black orb will incur an additional 10 seconds. Should you require further clarification, please refer to the rules outlined on the back of the scoreboard, which contains detailed illustrations and explanations. In the interest of fairness, we shall now draw lots to determine the order of participation. After the draw, observing the anxious expressions on the players' faces, Sebastian encouraged them. Do not be nervous. A single poor flight does not define you. Each of you has 3 opportunities, and your final score will be based on your best flight time. Competitor number 1, you have 10 minutes to prepare. Disperse. Gazing at the numeral 1 in his hand, Charlie inhaled deeply. His fortune was not particularly favorable. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As the captain, he would pave the way for his teammates. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, he began to meticulously observe the halo above the Black Lake, mentally simulating his flight. At this moment, the shores of the Black Lake were crowded with young wizards, their discussions incessant. Oh dear, number 1 is truly unfortunate. With a mere 10 minutes to prepare, one exclaimed. Indeed, the later one goes, the more advantageous it becomes, as one can learn from the experiences of those who flew before. I do not share that sentiment. The longer I watch, the more anxious I become. It would be better to take flight sooner. Thus, it seemed that Professor Swan's rules were rather reasonable. Each participant had 3 attempts, with only the fastest flight counting. Although Swan hailed from Slytherin, he conducted himself with considerable fairness. Indeed, he even provided flying brooms, thus eliminating any unfairness in equipment. Fred and George from Gryffindor squeezed beside their fellow team members, offering encouragement. Upon discovering that Charlie was the fated number 1, they consoled him, saying, Charlie, we believe in you. You are the best. Absolutely. Your skills have been certified by Professor McGonagall. Unfortunately, Charlie was wholly absorbed in his mental flight simulation, barely registering their words, finding their chatter somewhat bothersome. As the 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, Sebastian stepped forward, his voice booming as he proclaimed. The selection for the Quidditch team officially commences. Number 1, prepare yourself. Charlie emerged from the crowd, the cheers of support resonating behind him. He mounted his broom, glancing at the now green halo of number 1, silently motivating himself. Come on. Chapter 28, The Assessment Target. With a sudden push from the ground, the broom shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Observing his flying posture, Sebastian silently admired, quite impressive. No wonder he is the captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team. Once Charlie soared past the 12th halo, the first halo would turn green again, signaling Sebastian to commence. No problem, Professor. I have thoroughly understood the rules posted on the scoreboard, replied the Slytherin wizard as he mounted his broom, beginning his tense wait. At this moment, Charlie sat astride his broom, the howling wind enveloping him. He fought to maintain balance, fully concentrated on controlling the broom, flawlessly navigating through one halo after another. After a rapid ascent, and successfully passing through the 10th halo, Charlie made a slight adjustment. Damn it, did I just brush against the ring? He thought. Focus. The first challenge, the 11th halo, loomed ahead. Should he decelerate to pass? After a brief moment of hesitation, Charlie resolved in his mind. He decided to take the plunge. Lowering his body, nearly pressing against the broom, he gripped the wooden handle tightly and plunged downward from above. His gaze was fixed intently on the 11th hoop, silently calculating the distance in his mind. Closer, even closer. Now is the moment. Charlie abruptly tugged on his flying broom, initiating a deceleration. With the force of inertia, he successfully passed through the 11th hoop, and then he expertly accelerated, skimming just above the water surface. Wow! The onlooking young wizards erupted into cheers. What a magnificent maneuver. They had anticipated that Charlie would plunge into the water at such high speed. Splendid job, Charlie. They rejoiced and leaped with delight. Even the Slytherin students were captivated by Charlie's daring performance, applauding in admiration. As Charlie passed through the 12th hoop, the second-ranked Slytherin wizard hurriedly rushed out, signaling the waiting third competitor to prepare. Sebastian turned to Professor McGonagall, saying, Professor, I believe Charlie is performing exceptionally well. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is bound to secure a position on the school team. Professor McGonagall beamed with pride. I have always believed in this young man and have consistently encouraged him to pursue a career as a professional Quidditch player after graduation. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow slightly, pondering. Sebastian, I have a question regarding the scoreboard. Why are the times recorded between the hoops for Charlie? Wouldn't it suffice to log only the total flight duration? Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's inquiry, the young wizards perked up, marveling at her insight. Professor, you truly understand us. We have been wondering the same thing and have longed to ask. Sebastian patiently clarified. Professor McGonagall, the positioning of each pair of hoops is intentional. Different placements assess various flying skills. Take Charlie as an example. Notice how his speed has diminished significantly as he passes through hoops 23, 24, and 25. This indicates that he still lacks proficiency in executing rapid, successive turns. By recording the time taken to pass through each hoop, we can clearly identify the flying deficiencies of the young wizards. At this point, Sebastian smiled gently, glancing at Charlie, who was nearing closer. If I were to directly inform Charlie that his rapid turning skills are lacking, he might not readily accept it. After all, most people find it difficult to acknowledge their flaws when pointed out by others. However, with these numbers, I need not say much, for one's own performance cannot deceive oneself. Upon hearing this explanation, the young wizards experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder the first selection round was set up so intricately. It was indeed designed to evaluate various skills. Professor Swan was remarkable, even articulating such profound reasoning regarding the selection process. After listening to Professor Swan, some Quidditch team captains felt a bit sheepish, reflecting on the selection methods of previous years. In comparison to Professor Swan's approach, there seemed rather juvenile. Professor Swan was truly an expert. No wonder he has become the most formidable seeker in the world, Fred of Gryffindor exclaimed. It's no surprise I felt Charlie was flying a bit slowly just now. It turns out rapid turns are his weakness. George chimed in, asserting that true speed lies in quick turns. Who wouldn't he accelerate in a straight flight? Sebastian directed Charlie to land, and once he was steady, offered his congratulations. 3 minutes and 11 seconds, quite impressive. Charlie glanced at the scoreboard and exclaimed, Professor, aren't there 3 attempts? Would I get to fly again? I believe I can fly faster. No need to rush. Take a rest first. I will call you after contestant number 28 takes off. At that moment, Sebastian sensed a slight issue with contestant number 4. Splash! A tremendous spray erupted beneath hoop number 11. The young wizards gasped in unison, shouting, Professor, someone has fallen into the water. Quick, save him. Sebastian pointed his wand at the surface of the water beneath hoop 11, and the fallen wizard floated up. He then gently turned his wrist and cast a drying charm on the young wizard. It would be unfortunate to catch a cold. The floating wizard felt a bit dazed, shaking his head to regain clarity. Oh, it was the professor who saved him. A wave of warmth washed over him as he felt his clothes become dry again. Glancing at the broomstick still clutched in his hand, he swiftly mounted it and sped toward the next hoop. After this little incident, the contestants became more cautious, fearing they might be the next to embarrass themselves. Following the third flight of contestant number 28, several second-year wizards gathered around Sebastian. Professor, we want to participate in the selection too. Fred shouted. Yes, we want to give it a try. The other young wizards echoed, noticing the enthusiastic Fred and George. Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of excitement and suggested, Sebastian, why not let them give a shot? They're set to try out for their respective house teams next week, and this would be a convenient practice. If you're tired, you can take a break. I'll keep an eye on things. Sebastian raised his wrist to check the time. It was 11:16. There is still plenty of time. He looked up and said to the young wizards with a generous smile, No problem. Perhaps we might uncover a couple of prodigies. Chapter 29, An Offer Hard to Refuse. The young wizards cheered and immediately prepared with great enthusiasm. Watching these second-year youngsters, Sebastian felt a flicker of anticipation. Drawing from his recollections of films from his past life, he recognized several of the young wizards, Fred Weasley and George Weasley from Gryffindor, Angelina Johnson and Elias Spinett, Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, Graham Montague from Slytherin, and Roger Davies from Ravenclaw. Goodness, they would later become key players in their respective house Quidditch teams. I wonder if these little ones can surprise me. Unexpectedly, 3 young wizards successfully secured spots among the top 14. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Cedric Diggory. Notably, Cedric achieved an impressive 8th place, truly deserving of his reputation as the Hufflepuff captain by his 3rd year in the film. The performances of the other young wizards were less remarkable, as their flying experience paled in comparison to that of the seasoned players. Given this disparity, their results were rather predictable. Nevertheless, their innate talent shone through. Although they fell short of the exceptional level of the top-tier wizards, they were assured of joining the Quidditch teams of their respective houses this year. Professor McGonagall was elated to see such promising Quidditch talents emerging from Gryffindor, and she gathered the players to shower them with praises. Amidst the crowd, Fred had a sudden burst of inspiration and whispered a clever idea to George. He then shouted towards Professor Sebastian, "Professor Swan, would you grace us with a demonstration? Let us witness your prowess." Fred's call immediately captured the attention of the onlooking young wizards. What a splendid idea to have the professor take the field. They were eager to see how he would navigate through the number 11 hoop and wondered if he might falter. The excitement was palpable as they yelled, "Professor, show us your skills. Don't hold back. Crush us with your performance. Professor Swan, are you afraid? Let us witness the flying prowess of the world's foremost seeker." Hearing the enthusiastic chants from the young wizards, Sebastian found himself both amused and bewildered. Take the field himself? With no pity for them, he glanced around, noticing the glimmer of anticipation in the eyes of every young wizard. How could he possibly refuse such heartfelt enthusiasm? However, he reminded them that this was their request, and if they regretted it later, it would be on their heads. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Very well, I shall provide you with an impromptu lesson." With that, he summoned a broomstick and mounted it. With a powerful push, he soared towards the number 1 hoop. The spectators were eager to see the performance of the world's premier seeker. Soon, they were left in awe, jaws agape in disbelief. Professor Swan flew with extraordinary fluidity, akin to a bird in flight. While Charlie had previously exhibited commendable skill, he paled in comparison to Professor Swan. Just observe the seamless turns, executed without the slightest deceleration. Next came the number 10 and 11 hoops. By Merlin S. Beard. How is this possible? The young wizards gasped, witnessing an astonishing feat. After bursting through the number 10 hoop, Professor Swan executed a spiraling dive, precisely navigating through the number 11 hoop before soaring upwards towards the next hoop. Could a human truly perform such maneuvers? As fellow Quidditch players, how could he be so remarkably exceptional? The young wizards were abuzz with excitement. My goodness, the professor is truly remarkable. This is the caliber of the world's foremost seeker. Observe closely. The professor consistently navigates precisely through the center of the rings. He flies along the optimal trajectory, minimizing any need to decelerate and maintaining full speed. Alas, I neglected to bring my magical camera. Had I recorded this, it would undoubtedly have been a commercial triumph. Sebastian then showcased an array of extraordinary maneuvers, providing the young wizards with a splendid visual spectacle. After passing through the 36th ring, the young wizards eagerly turned their gaze to the scoreboard, anxious to discover the professor's time. 1 minute and 59 seconds. Goodness, that is significantly faster than Charlie's best time of 2 minutes and 38 seconds. How could he be so swift? Truly astonishing. The young wizards could no longer contain themselves. They cheered and rushed towards the gently descending Sebastian. As soon as he touched the ground, he was encircled by the enthusiastic crowd, their jubilant cries ringing in his ears painfully. Professor McGonagall stood nearby, watching the commotion with a smile, showing no intention of intervening to alleviate the situation. It took considerable effort for Sebastian to calm the young wizards down. He proclaimed loudly, "The morning selection trials have concluded. The top 14 participants are to gather at the Quidditch pitch at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You have 2 hours to rest. I hope you take the time to rejuvenate and return invigorated for the afternoon trials." With that, he stowed his broom and quickly exchanged pleasantries with Professor McGonagall before departing. He first enjoyed a hearty lunch in his office before comfortably reclining in the common room for a delightful nap. When Sebastian arrived at the Quidditch pitch at 2 o'clock, the 14 morning victors had already assembled. Without further ado, he commenced the afternoon trials. The participants took turns testing their skills in the same order as the morning. To prevent any competition for the same position, Sebastian ensured that each contestant participated in all events. They began with a hitting accuracy test as chasers, followed by an attack on a moving bludger as beaters while flying at high speed to hit a moving alchemical dummy. Next, they undertook defensive tests as keepers. Each test was conducted in 3 rounds, with the best performance recorded as the final result. Lastly, he allowed the participants to experience the role of a seeker, although most found it quite challenging. Only Charlie and Cedric managed to stand out. As for Wood from Gryffindor, he appeared utterly befuddled on the pitch, unable to locate the golden snitch. Unfortunately, the seeker test had to be called off after just 1 round due to Sebastian's exasperation. Chapter 30. The Unexpected Selection Results. After an afternoon of testing, 7 participants emerged victorious, joining the Hogwarts Quidditch team, with the seeker being Charlie Weasley from the 7th year of Gryffindor. The goalkeeper is Oliver Wood from Gryffindor, a fourth-year student. The two batters are Marcus Flint from Slytherin, a fifth-year, and Debbie Henry, a seventh-year witch from Ravenclaw. The three chasers consist of Landon Cook from Slytherin, a seventh-year student, Paul Ford from Ravenclaw, also a seventh year, and Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, a second-year student. Notably, Charlie, having achieved the highest selection score, has been appointed as the captain of the Quidditch team. This outcome surprised Sebastian to some extent. As for the upperclassmen, it was hardly unexpected, given their years of Quidditch experience. Among them, Wood is particularly renowned as a Quidditch enthusiast whose training has remained unscathed by any adverse weather conditions. Charlie and the others retained their previous positions. Those who were chasers remained chasers, and the goalkeeper remained a goalkeeper. However, Marcus, who had previously been a chaser, now demonstrated remarkable precision in his striking. And what of Cedric Diggory? He is merely a second-year wizard. Such innate talent. Furthermore, if memory serves, Cedric was a seeker in the original narrative. Who would have thought that he also possessed considerable aptitude as a chaser? Who says the Badgers lack offensive prowess? His shooting is quite accurate. A throng of Hufflepuff wizards surrounded Cedric, offering their congratulations. And even the older students who were not selected spared no effort in extending their well wishes. It must be said that the Badgers exemplify unity and camaraderie. If only all students at Hogwarts were as amiable as the Badgers. Sebastian, unwilling to interrupt the jubilant celebration of the young wizards, declared in a clear voice, "The 7 selected students, please gather at the Quidditch pitch at 5:30 p.m. on Monday. Enjoy this weekend to the fullest. Today is a day for celebration." He then boldly proclaimed, "No one shall interrupt today's festivities, not even the professors." The Slytherin wizards cheered in delight as they frolicked toward the common room, completely oblivious to Snape, who had grown stern upon hearing their raucous cheers. Only 2 had been selected. What was there to be so jubilant about? Snape stood at the door of his office, enduring the noise, ultimately refraining from dampening the spirits of those young ones. One must nurture the students. One must nurture the students. On Monday afternoon, the 7 young wizards arrived early at the Quidditch pitch, each bearing their respective broomsticks. They gathered in pairs according to their houses, with Cedric standing solitary in the center. There was little to be done. Hufflepuff had only 1 wizard selected. When Sebastian arrived at the Quidditch pitch, this was the scene that greeted him. He sighed inwardly. The path to breaking down barriers is indeed a long and arduous one. Waving to the students, Sebastian called out, "The 7 selected students, please come over. I have gifts for you." Upon hearing the mention of gifts, the young ones were instantly intrigued, flocking around with eager anticipation. Even the small wizards observing from the sidelines craned their necks, eager for a glimpse. They were all immensely curious about what Professor Swan would bestow upon the members of the Quidditch team. After all, in the eyes of the young wizards, Professor Swan was renowned for his generosity. As 7 students approached him, Sebastian produced 7 meticulously prepared large gift boxes and handed them over. "What are you waiting for? Open them and see." With the professor's encouragement, the students exchanged glances and could no longer contain their curiosity, swiftly tearing open the boxes. Inside, they discovered a complete set of black Quidditch uniforms, accompanied by matching Quidditch hats and windproof goggles. Seeing the full ensemble, Charlie immediately shed his old uniform and donned the new attire. "Wow!" exclaimed the surrounding young wizards in awe. "You look so impressive. This black uniform appears so luxurious. It's far more attractive than the uniforms of the various houses. And look at the Hogwarts crest. I want one." The Weasley twins, standing at the edge, rushed to Charlie's side, eagerly admiring the uniform, causing a shiver to run down Charlie's spine. As the other team members began to wear their uniforms, Sebastian addressed them. "This outfit is not merely stylish. It is waterproof and features a warming function, ensuring that you will not feel excessively cold even in winter. The hat protects your head from severe injuries caused by stray bludgers, and the windproof goggles not only shield against the wind but also guard against dust and rain, allowing you to see clearly even in heavy downpours. All of this was arranged by me through Swan's alchemy, prepared urgently for you this Sunday as a benefit for joining the Quidditch team." Upon hearing this, the players felt a surge of empowerment, yearning to mount their brooms and soar into the sky. The onlooking young wizards erupted with shouts, "Professor, we want some too. Professor, is there a chance to purchase them from Swan's alchemy? Professor, I made a mistake during the selection. Please give me another chance." Hearing their pleas, Sebastian quickly reassured them. This selection process is fair, just, and transparent. To those who were not chosen, do not despair. Every year at the start of the school term, the team will hold new selections. Train diligently, and next year, if you make the team, you will receive your own gear. And for those already selected, do not become complacent. It would be quite embarrassing to be dropped next year. With that, he produced 7 brooms and handed them to the team members. The young wizards were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Are we also being gifted flying brooms upon joining the team? In the latest model, the Nimbus 2000, they exclaimed in excitement. Professor is quite generous. They hurriedly inquired, Professor, is this also a gift for us? Sebastian, with a hint of annoyance, replied, Not at all. These brooms are the property of the Quidditch team. You only have the right to use them. Now, what are you waiting for? Start practicing. Chapter 31. Settling Accounts with Dumbledore. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Sebastian has been busy procuring Muggle supplies and preparing uniforms for the school team, all at his own expense. As a capitalist, he is hardly one to squander his wealth without purpose. He is no saint. His generosity serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it genuinely aims to enhance the quality of education and win the favor of others, while on the other, it reflects his ulterior motives. Sebastian has never forgotten his ambition to become the White Wizard of the magical realm. However, he harbors a deep disdain for Voldemort's brand of terror. The notion of pureblood supremacy and the idea that Muggle-born wizards are inferior is utterly outdated. What era are we in? The dogma of bloodlines has long since fallen out of favor. Even the royal families of the Muggle world have become mere mascots. Furthermore, the number of pureblood wizards is dwindling, while Muggles and half-bloods abound. Ultimately, whether one is a Muggle-born, half-blood, or pure-blood wizard, they are all wizards at their core. Fundamentally the same. Attempting to oppress Muggles and half-bloods, draining them of their essence, is bound to incite resistance. Voldemort, in his attempts to dominate the magical community through force and oppression, has never succeeded, ultimately confined to making a ruckus in Britain. In contrast, the first Dark Lord Grindelwald had an influence that spanned across Europe, even reaching the shores of America. When comparing these two Dark Lords, Voldemort is utterly defeated in ideology and power. As for his image, there is no comparison. What merit does he have? Moreover, Sebastian holds the title of Dark Lord in contempt. The very term evokes a sense of malevolence, making it impossible to earn the trust of others. His past experiences have taught him that detachment from the populace inevitably leads to failure. It is imperative to pursue legitimate avenues, uniting wizards under a banner of trust in the official channels, as seen in the original narrative. This requires immense prestige. To achieve this, neither his identity as a businessman nor as a Quidditch player suffices. Thus, Sebastian has arrived at Hogwarts in advance to become a professor. After all, every British wizard graduates from Hogwarts. He intends to leverage his familiarity with the storyline to begin laying the groundwork early, while simultaneously winning the hearts of his students. In a few years, should he manage to personally vanquish Voldemort, he would undoubtedly garner substantial prestige. At that point, whether entering the Ministry of Magic to pursue a political career or positioning his allies to become Minister of Magic will be a straightforward endeavor. After all, the call for Dumbledore to become Minister stemmed from his victories over 2 Dark Lords, though he himself declined the offer. However, there remains a pressing issue. Sebastian's current strength is insufficient to orchestrate the magical world according to his will. He requires not only immense prestige, but also formidable power as a foundation. The law of the jungle remains an unchanging truth. He is acutely aware that he is not yet a match for Voldemort in his resurrected form. Consequently, he is eager to learn Dumbledore's unique spells to enhance his own abilities. Moreover, in his childhood, he had vowed to master the formidable incantations associated with the fire god. However, such spells were rather private, and Dumbledore had never displayed them publicly. Sebastian found himself without an opportunity to clandestinely learn them. Upon his graduation, he had earnestly sought Dumbledore's counsel, only to be met with a ruthless refusal, justified by his youth. Upon returning to Hogwarts, he was at a loss for words. He feared being misunderstood by Dumbledore yet again. Thus, Sebastian devised a rather dubious plan. He would throw money at the issue. He lavished his galleons on Muggle studies and the Quidditch team. Sebastian had meticulously calculated his strategy. Should he request reimbursement from Dumbledore now? He certainly could not present the funds. Therefore, he would naturally propose his desire to learn magic, which Dumbledore would find difficult to decline. It matters not whether the cat is black or white. What matters is that it catches mice. After dinner, Sebastian leisurely made his way to the headmaster's office, reveling in his cleverness. It had been quite some time since the school year commenced. Certain accounts needed to be settled. Headmaster, I have arrived. Hee. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore reclined in his chair, leisurely sipping on a cola. Delightful. He contentedly adjusted his beard, leaning back against the chair. There were no mischievous young wizards to contend with, nor pressing matters to address. The life of a headmaster was indeed blissful. Suddenly, A portrait hurried over to inform him that Professor Swan was approaching the office. Upon hearing this, he quickly stowed away his cola and placed an academic journal before him. The image of a headmaster must be maintained, after all. He wanted Professor Swan to see that, even at his age, one must never cease the pursuit of knowledge. Before long, Dumbledore heard the sound of the office door opening. He looked up to see Sebastian walking in, a smile gracing his lips. "Good evening, Sebastian. I wonder what brings you here. Please take a seat." As he spoke, he produced a cup and placed it before Sebastian, playfully winking. "Would you care for something to drink? Tea, pumpkin juice, or perhaps cola?" Sebastian, unreserved, drew his wand to enlarge the cup, then requested a full glass of cola, which caused Dumbledore's heart to ache a little at the thought. After raising the cup and taking a hearty sip, he turned to Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I find myself in a bit of a predicament that requires your assistance." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, his thumb and forefinger pressed together, rubbing them nervously. "Just a slight inconvenience," he added shyly. Dumbledore, momentarily perplexed by Sebastian's expression, could only ask with curiosity, "What sort of trouble?" "I shall do my utmost to assist you." "Your assurance brings me great comfort," Sebastian replied, his spirits lifted. "You see, we are already in the second week of the term. Might you consider reimbursing me for my expenses in Muggle studies?" Dumbledore inquired with surprise. "Muggle studies? Reimbursement?" Upon observing the perplexed expression on Dumbledore's face, Sebastian immediately recognized that the moment to showcase his acting prowess had arrived. "Indeed, Headmaster. Professor McGonagall has informed me that the teaching materials prepared by the professors for their courses are reimbursable. I have prepared an abundance of teaching aids for the Muggle Studies class, and the young wizards have all expressed their satisfaction with them. You see," Sebastian rubbed his hands together in a gesture of feigned humility, smiling obsequiously at Dumbledore. "Might I request reimbursement for these expenses?" At this revelation, Dumbledore felt a moment of clarity. Indeed, there was a stipulation regarding reimbursement when hiring professors. Moreover, he had heard from numerous young wizards that Sebastian had amassed a veritable treasure trove of Muggle supplies. This constituted a considerable expenditure. It would be rather inappropriate for Sebastian to bear this cost alone. Morally and ethically, it was the school's responsibility to reimburse him. However, how many galleons would that entail? He wondered if he could withstand such a financial burden. Chapter 32. Dumbledore, you think you could deceive me, young man? With this thought in mind, Dumbledore lifted his soda and took a small sip, nervously inquiring, "How many galleons are we talking about?" Sebastian's face lit up with delight. "Let me calculate that for you. An entire warehouse of Muggle supplies cost approximately over 200,000. At an exchange rate of 1 to 5, that amounts to over 40,000 galleons. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "I'll let you off with a little discount." Dumbledore, suspecting he had misheard, cleared his ears and asked again, "How much?" 40,000 galleons. Sebastian held up 4 fingers. "What do you think? I'm offering such a substantial discount out of respect for you. If it were anyone else, say Severus, the amount would stand firm. I have the receipts to prove it." "What? 40,000 galleons?" Dumbledore felt overwhelmed. To say nothing of 40,000, even producing 10,000 would leave the professors to fend for themselves next month. He felt no sense of ease, only the sensation of an ant on a hot stove. After much contemplation, Dumbledore spread his hands in resignation, sighing deeply. "Sebastian, you are well aware of the school's financial situation. We simply cannot muster such a sum at this time. Perhaps we should devise a plan to address this predicament." Finally, that was the response he had been waiting for. Sebastian stifled his inner excitement, covering his face with his hands and adopting a look of feigned distress. After all, it was 40,000 galleons. That was no trivial matter. He rubbed his face vigorously, as though resolving to make a decision. "How about this, Professor Dumbledore? Why don't you teach me some unique spells? Perhaps the fire-making charm, the water prison, and of course your transfiguration skills. Any spells that could enhance my combat prowess. These are the most valuable offerings I can conceive. Let 40,000 galleons serve as my tuition for your instruction. What do you think? What a clever lad." While pretending to demand payment, he was truly yearning for Dumbledore's magical teachings. Dumbledore felt a swell of pride within. "Ah, my dear fellow, I see through your cunning ruse. Do not speak of 40,000 galleons. Even if I were to offer you 100,000, you would still refuse. However, regarding my unique magical techniques, my previous reluctance to impart them to Sebastian stemmed from uncertainty about his true character. Yet, it appears that I may reconsider. In my eyes, Sebastian is not only talented and promising, but also instills a sense of trust. As the wealthiest individual in the magical realm, He has undoubtedly attracted the attention of numerous dark wizards. It is only natural for him to seek to enhance his combat prowess. In the future, he may even assist me in confronting Voldemort. Thus, it seems that teaching him my exclusive magic is not such a detrimental decision after all. In fact, it saves me a neat sum of 40,000 galleons. What a bargain. Moreover, this young lad possesses an innate talent for performance. Had I not been aware of his background, I might have been deceived myself. However, if I were to acquiesce immediately, it would lose its charm. Let us see how he navigates this situation. Upon grasping the essence of the matter, Dumbledore felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Leaning back in his chair, he smiled and said logically, "You should have submitted your application prior to the start of term, and only upon approval could you expect reimbursement. Nevertheless, the school must not let you suffer any loss. How about we arrange for an installment plan? For instance, we could reimburse you 5,000 galleons initially, with the remainder to follow gradually." Alas, this was not what Sebastian had anticipated. Why was Dumbledore deviating from the established protocol? Observing the elder's reaction, his smile and relaxed posture, Sebastian realized that his scheme had been uncovered. He felt an urge to slap himself in dismay. He had bungled the situation and inadvertently turned the tables on himself. If he were to accept this payment, his reputation would be tarnished. Students would perceive Professor Swan as seemingly generous, yet all the funds would be drawn from the school's coffers. Consequently, his initial investment would be rendered futile, and rather than winning hearts, he risked losing the trust of his students. Furthermore, what does 40,000 galleons amount to in the grand scheme of things? What truly matters to him is magic, as long as he can master Dumbledore's unique techniques. Spending 40,000 galleons would be a trivial concern. Alas, what folly it is to engage in such trivial games before a master strategist. This is a man who has outmaneuvered not one, but two Dark Lords. My meager cleverness pales in comparison. Sebastian hastily declined. "Professor Dumbledore, please do not underestimate me. I am aware of the school's current struggles, and I am fully committed to standing shoulder to shoulder with it. In truth, I'm not in such a rush." Dumbledore, however, was not one to indulge him. "If the school owes you money, I cannot rest easy at night. The reputation of Hogwarts must not suffer under my watch. How about this? I will summon the other professors to brainstorm and devise a solution together. Perhaps Severus could brew some potions. Or we could settle your debt with the herbs cultivated by Pomona. In any case, I will ensure that you do not bear any loss, even if it means selling off my belongings to reimburse you." Oh dear, Sebastian was utterly flabbergasted. Could the conversation continue in such a manner? Why bring in the other professors to exert pressure? The old man was lacking in decorum. The two engaged in a lengthy negotiation, and ultimately, Sebastian conceded, saying, "Professor, we are well aware that Voldemort will inevitably return. Therefore, I wish to learn from you to enhance my combat prowess." Upon hearing Sebastian's heartfelt admission, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "You must understand, once you learn my spells, you will be perceived as unequivocally aligned with my side." With a nonchalant smile, Sebastian replied, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I am already a professor of Muggle studies at Hogwarts. In the eyes of others, I am already one of yours. Moreover, when Voldemort resurfaces, he will not overlook the lucrative target of Swan alchemy. However, my knees have always been too proud to bow and kiss another's robe. Professor, you see, I am left with no choice, am I not?" Upon hearing Sebastian's sincere words, Dumbledore smiled faintly. What then of the 40,000 galleons? Sebastian's eyes sparkled with realization. This was indeed an agreement. Dumbledore had so clearly offered him an opportunity. To miss it would be foolish. He clenched his fist and declared grandly, "Professor, worry not. This small sum shall be on my account. I will also cover the subsequent course expenses. The school shall not face any burden." At this, Dumbledore revealed the warmest smile of the evening. "Sebastian, let us commence with Transfiguration. Chapter 33. Let us play hide and seek." Dumbledore truly embodied the might of the greatest wizard of the age, weaving spells with exquisite finesse. Under his wand, the headmaster's office seemed to come alive. The bookshelf in the corner transformed into a lush green tree, the tomes morphing into fluttering leaves that rustled in the gentle breeze. The floor became a carpet of verdant grass, while the chairs morphed into vibrant tree stumps. The office supplies on the desk transformed into woodland creatures, scurrying about in playful abandon. Even the figures in the portraits upon the walls appeared to wander joyfully through a dense forest. It was a breathtaking spectacle. Deep down, Sebastian had always harbored a sense of pride. With his unique magical talent and diligent study, he had excelled in all subjects since his early days at school, overshadowing his peers. Neither Snape nor the Marauders could compare to his magical prowess. To this day, he arrogantly categorized wizards into tiers of power in his mind. Dumbledore at the pinnacle, Voldemort in the second tier, followed by himself, while all others languished at a lower level. However, witnessing Dumbledore's extraordinary display jolted Sebastian to his senses. A glimpse through a narrow aperture revealed just how far he still had to go compared to the most elite of wizards. He silently admonished himself, "Sebastian, do not let pride consume you. The return of Voldemort is not far off. It is imperative to elevate yourself swiftly." With this thought, he promptly adjusted his mindset and focused intently on his studies. As Sebastian exited the principal's office, he realized that curfew had already passed. His spirits soared with delight. Although the journey had been fraught with challenges, the outcome was splendid. Strolling through the desolate corridors, he began to hum a cheerful tune, swaying slightly in joy. He continued until a portrait voiced its discontent, compelling him to reluctantly cease his merriment. Oh, what bliss! It had been ages since he had so thoroughly engaged in learning from the esteemed wizards. But what if he still craved more excitement? A decision was made. He would capture a few wandering young wizards for some added amusement. Little ones, encountering me is indeed your fortune. With this thought in mind, Sebastian slightly loosened his magical perception. 2 on the 3rd floor, 2 on the 4th, and 4 in the kitchen. Before long, he had ensnared for young wizards, all of whom were Hufflepuffs sneaking snacks in the kitchen. "Professor, we were wrong. We were just hungry. Please spare us. Join us for a bite. I've got butterbeer." The last one is quite clever, knowing to entice the professor with food. Sebastian chuckled at the little gluttons, given their sincere acknowledgement of their misdeeds. "I shall not deduct points." The young wizards, both astonished and grateful, hurriedly expressed their thanks. After departing from the Hogwarts kitchen, Sebastian furrowed his brow slightly. Hadn't he just spotted them on the 3rd floor and seen them flee? How audacious! My temper. Just wait. Let us see where you run. It's time for a game of hide and seek. With this thought, he lifted his feet and strode purposefully toward the locations of the 2 young wizards he sensed. Upon ascending a flight of stairs, Sebastian sensed something amiss. How could these 2 little rascals anticipate his movements? They consistently veered away from his direction. Wait, this sensation feels oddly familiar. He had once engaged in a similar game of wits with a certain quartet during his own nighttime escapades. Sebastian focused his magical perception and discovered that one of the young wizards was clutching an alchemical item. Could it be the Marauder's map? If so, these 2 young wizards must be the Weasley twins, aligning perfectly with the narrative he remembered. Hith, you've provoked me. You've bitten off more than you can chew." He extended his wand, and with a gentle flourish, the disillusionment charm enveloped him, rendering his figure indistinct. Then, he waved his wand again, casting a silencing charm that formed a faint halo around him, concealing his movements and sounds completely. Finally, he cast the name-obscuring charm upon himself, ensuring that his name would vanish from the Marauder's map. All was in readiness. Off he went. Upon arriving before a mirror on the 4th floor, Sebastian could discern faint whispers emanating from behind it. "Hey, George, why has Professor Swan's name suddenly disappeared? And why can't we find him anywhere? I am uncertain. Fred, should we venture outside? Remaining hidden here is not a viable option. Indeed, let us proceed cautiously. If we hear any noise, we must quickly conceal ourselves." "Very well, let's go." Upon hearing this, Sebastian swiftly sidestepped into the shadows. Before long, the mirror split down the middle, and the twins emerged stealthily from within. They hunched low, tiptoeing forward, pausing intermittently to consult their map of living points, extending their ears to attentively listen to the sound around them. Quite professional. They even knew to keep close to the walls. It seems they have had their fair share of nocturnal escapades. With the map of living points in hand, it is no wonder the professors cannot locate them. Sebastian quietly trailed behind the twins, observing their antics. It was not until they ascended another floor that the twins finally relaxed. "All clear, George. Aside from Professor Swan, the other professors are in their respective lounges. It appears we are alone now. Hooray. Let us seize the moment to explore the corridor from last time." Sebastian could not help but chuckle, dispelling the silencing charm and the name concealment spell that had enveloped him, continuing to follow the twins. "Hey, Fred, I think I hear someone behind us." After glancing back and seeing no one, he urged, "Quick, check the map." Fred, having also heard the footsteps, hurriedly retrieved the map of living points and held it to the light. To their dismay, Sebastian Swan's name was prominently displayed right behind them. "Oh no, the professor is far too cunning, trailing us without our notice. This must be the effect of the disillusionment charm Charlie mentioned. We're merely second-year wizards. Is such treatment truly necessary?" Fred and George were filled with indignation, casting a glance at the spot where the footsteps had ceased. With the intended effect achieved, Sebastian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He dispelled the disillusionment charm and smiled at the twins, saying, "Hello, Mr. Weasleys. What a splendid night for a stroll." Chapter 34. The Heart of Talent. Upon seeing Sebastian suddenly materialize, the Weasley twins did not feel fear. Rather, they eagerly seized his sleeves, one on each side. "That's so cool. Professor Swan, how did you do that? Was it the disillusionment charm? Can you teach us?" Hey. Aren't you afraid at a time like this?" It seemed his intimidating presence was not as formidable as he had thought. Observing the cheeky grins of the twins, Sebastian remarked with mock annoyance, "You want me to teach you the disillusionment charm for your future escapades? Come along, gentlemen." At this, Fred and George felt a twinge of fear, dreading the prospect of facing Professor McGonagall. The thought of her stern visage sent shivers down their spines. If the unyielding Professor McGonagall were to discover their mischief, not only would Gryffindor lose points, but they would also face a severe reprimand. It was only upon stepping into Sebastian's office that Fred and George finally felt a sense of relief. At last, it seems all will be well. At most, we shall merely incur a few deductions. Professor Swan, with his amiable demeanor, is unlikely to put us in a difficult position. In truth, Sebastian has long harbored a keen interest in the twins. After all, these two little rascals are renowned geniuses in the original narrative. Although they have consistently delighted in mischief, they can also be regarded as budding inventors. They revel in concocting prank products, such as instant skipping class candy and extendable ears. Eventually, they established a joke shop in Diagon Alley, flourishing with vibrant success. Typically, he lacked a suitable reason to approach this delightful duo, yet today fortune smiled upon him. He could not wait any longer. He must recruit them. Sebastian's entrepreneurial spirit ignited once more. He resolved to invest in the twins immediately, planning to invite them to join Swan Alchemy upon graduation, allowing them to showcase their talents fully. As for the joke shop, he could also support their endeavor, albeit requiring someone to manage it on their behalf. Mrs. Weasley would be an excellent fit for such a role. By the time the children had grown, she would find herself rather bored at home, and this arrangement would conveniently address her need for reemployment. After seating the twins on the sofa, Sebastian produced 2 cups and, emulating Dumbledore's graciousness, inquired, "What would you like to drink, gentlemen? I have pumpkin juice and butterbeer. Or perhaps you would prefer a muggle beverage, cola?" Fred and George exchanged astonished glances, then replied in unison, "Cola." Upon seeing the bubbling dark beverage, George hesitated. "Is this cola?" Just as described by Charlie. Yet, it doesn't appear to be very appealing. "What is this color?" Fred, not pondering too deeply, lifted his cup and gulped it down with enthusiasm. He drained the cup in one go, then let out a resounding belch. Unabashed, he gazed at Sebastian in delight, exclaiming, "This is truly delicious," just as Percy said. "May I have another cup, Professor Swan?" Observing Fred's reaction, George swallowed hard. He no longer hesitated, raised his cup, and, imitating Fred, drank heartily. Seeing the twins' exuberance, Sebastian felt no annoyance. Rather, he summoned the cola bottle to float and refilled both cups generously. Watching Fred and George clinking their cups together, Sebastian chuckled softly. These two little troublemakers were quite carefree, even finding time to toast. He smiled warmly and beckoned to the twins. "Show me the map." Upon receiving the Marauder's map, Sebastian felt a wave of nostalgia. This was a legendary artifact from the films, and it was his first time handling it. He carefully employed his magical senses and, drawing upon his years of alchemical experience, swiftly unraveled the secrets of the map. Technically, it was not particularly challenging. The true treasure lay in the creativity behind it. As he observed the names upon the map, Sebastian tapped it with his wand and softly uttered, "Mischief managed." The writing on the parchment suddenly vanished, leaving it pristine and immaculate. Witnessing this scene, Fred and George leaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Professor, how do you know how to use this map? Are you a pointy fork or a big foot? Or perhaps a moon face? Surely not a worm tail?" The twins were exhilarated. Since acquiring the Marauder's map, they had indulged in many nocturnal escapades. Their evasion of professors and Filch was entirely due to the map's prowess. Encountering someone who seemed to be its creator was truly joyous. Sebastian smiled faintly and denied, "Regrettably, none of those. However, I am acquainted with these individuals, though most of them are my adversaries." Upon hearing that the professor knew the creators, Fred and George suddenly understood. No wonder he had so effortlessly caught them. "Gentlemen, I wonder if you would be interested in participating in an alchemical project?" An alchemical project? The professor was inviting them to partake in an alchemical endeavor. How splendid. Fred and George exchanged glances and excitedly replied, "We would be absolutely delighted, Professor." Was the alchemical project? Sebastian picked up the Marauder's map and gestured for them to sit down. Do not rush. First, I would like you two to replicate the Marauders map and create a new map. The twins' eyes brimmed with confusion as they hurriedly inquired. Why must we replicate it to create a new map? Professor, if you desire the Marauders map, we could simply gift it to you, as we have already uncovered all the secret passages. Hearing their words, Sebastian found himself both amused and bewildered. How had he come to resemble a bandit? Coveting something merely because it was valuable? He patiently explained, every year, after the new students arrive, some inevitably get lost within the castle. The pathways are exceedingly intricate. The staircases shift, and some steps are traps that can ensnare one's feet. Thus, I intend to establish an alchemical project to create a navigational map by replicating the Marauders map. Fred's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, how cool. I am eager to assist, Professor. What shall we do? George, however, appeared somewhat perplexed. Professor Swan, this should be quite simple for you. Why entrust it to us? At George's remark, Fred became agitated. He lunged at George, covering his mouth, and sheepishly smiled. Professor, do not heed him. George is merely fatigued and speaks nonsense. What he means is that we are willing. Observing the twins' antics, Sebastian raised his wand to separate them. A wicked smile crept across his face as he gently remarked, feeling rather drowsy, are we? Speaking of which, I recall that it was your late-night ventures that led to my capturing you. Consequently, a deduction of 1 point each shall serve as a reprimand. Gryffindor loses 2 points. Chapter 35. Come to the Professor's Bowl. Fred and George gasped in shock, exclaiming, Professor, you cannot do this. We were having such a delightful conversation. Why deduct our points? Gazing at the twins' disgruntled expressions, Sebastian felt an inner sense of delight. That is precisely the sensation. Exercising the right to deduct points for the first time, delightful. He smiled and stated, this is the first time I caught you. So each of you will lose just 1 point as a form of reprimand. After all, point deduction is not the objective. What the professor truly wishes to see is that you refrain from nocturnal escapades in the future. You are at a crucial stage of growth, and insufficient sleep can hinder your height development. Should I catch you again, each of you will lose 2 points, and upon a third offense, 4 points, and so forth. Do you comprehend? Recognizing the resoluteness in the professor's tone, Fred and George dared not argue further, merely thumping their chests to assure him they would certainly forego night wandering henceforth. Observing their prompt acquiescence, Sebastian found it somewhat amusing. Were this their first encounter, he might have genuinely been moved by their earnestness. Unfortunately, he was well aware of the mischievous nature of these two boys. If they could truly refrain from nocturnal activities, it would be as if the sun rose in the west. Most likely, they were contemplating their frequent absences from school, knowing they would have ample opportunities for night escapades in the future. Sebastian smiled subtly, choosing not to expose their little schemes, for he had no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. If he displayed any distrust, the twins would undoubtedly raise an uproar of being wronged. Thus, he had a sudden inspiration and casually handed 100 galleons to George. Here you go. This is the initial funding for your project. Take it. Fred and George exchanged incredulous glances. There is funding for the project? 100 galleons. By Merlin. Is this real? Am I dreaming? George quickly stood up, exclaiming, Professor, this is far too much. We cannot accept it. Fred opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, but ultimately refraining. Noticing their reaction, Sebastian was somewhat taken aback. However, recalling their conduct in the film, he could understand their perspective. Resisting the temptation of money truly showcased them as good children. The Weasley family's upbringing was indeed commendable, instilling strong values in their children. He smiled appreciatively and explained to the twins, keep it. This galleon is not a gift, but rather the seed funding for the project. Understand that in Swan Alchemy, every new project is subjected to a professional evaluation before financial allocation. Now that I am inviting you to join a new alchemical venture, it is only reasonable that I provide the funding. Besides, glancing at the twins' gleaming eyes, Sebastian confidently declared, it's merely 100 galleons. Where's the excess? Working alongside the professor, galleons are not an issue. This is just the initial funding, which you must utilize within a month, and new funds will be available next month. However, Sebastian shifted his tone, imparting solemnly, you must learn to keep accounts. Every single galleon must be meticulously recorded. Do you understand? By Merlin S. Beard. Professor Swan is indeed generous. It's a pity he seems not to lack for support. In that case, we shall certainly work diligently alongside you. Fred and George were utterly delighted, thumping their chests with exuberance. Rest assured, Professor, we shall diligently record every single canute. You can place your complete trust in us. Sebastian continued, should you encounter any insurmountable questions, feel free to approach me directly. Furthermore, You are to report on the project's progress monthly. And do remember to bring along your ledger. Do not attempt to spare expenses. Spend what is necessary. If you exhaust your galleons prematurely, do not hesitate to return to me with your accounts. By the way, the knowledge associated with the Marauder's map may still be beyond your current understanding, so I will provide you with a selection of books. With that, Sebastian picked up a quill from the table and began to write with great fervor. In no time, he had compiled a list of recommended readings and handed it to the twins. Upon receiving the professor's list, Fred and George leaned their heads together. Scanning the titles, A Comprehensive Guide to Alchemy, How to Begin Alchemy, Analysis of Alchemical Materials, and the Intersection of Spells and Alchemy. Goodness, so many books. Alchemy truly is profound. Observing the twins as they meticulously studied the list, Sebastian felt a swell of joy. These twins were not only intelligent, but also possessed remarkable magical aptitude, learning at an astonishing rate. However, their exuberance often led them to mischief. They were either causing trouble or plotting to do so. Professor McGonagall had expressed both affection and exasperation towards them, lamenting to Sebastian on more than one occasion that if only they could channel their energy into their studies. Now that they had a wealth of knowledge to absorb, they would surely quiet down, and with any luck, Professor McGonagall would find some respite. Sebastian recalled vividly that in the original narrative, the twins began crafting various whimsical gadgets only after advancing to higher grades. He pondered what delightful surprises these two rascals might conjure for the wizarding world so early on their alchemical journey. He tapped the table to regain their attention. Some of these books are available in the school library for you to borrow at your convenience. If you require a professor's signature, you may approach me directly. Should you find borrowing cumbersome, or if the library does not possess certain titles, you may order them through the owl post from Flourish and Blots. Just be sure to keep accurate records. Our project spans a year, so I will not rush you. There is no need for haste. I only require that you take measured steps, diligently mastering each new piece of knowledge. He then shifted the topic. Are you familiar with Zonko's joke shop? Zonko's joke shop? Which young wizard isn't aware of it? Why does the professor ask? Fred promptly replied, Indeed, we were there just last Sunday to purchase some dung bombs. Upon hearing Fred's words, George grew anxious and nudged his brother with his elbow. You fool, is that something we should disclose? We are merely second-year students. We haven't even ventured to Hogsmeade yet. This is tantamount to confessing. We're doomed. The professor will surely deduct points. Perhaps they will also notify Professor McGonagall. Sebastian, oblivious to the subtle interactions between the two, continued, Have you both noticed how long it has been since Zoko's joke shop released new products? The twins shook their heads. It has been many years. The current offerings are nearly identical to what I encountered during my school days. Swan Alchemy once analyzed Zoko's products, noting that his methods of crafting have remained remarkably similar, lacking significant innovation. Therefore, do not rush. Take this opportunity to deepen your knowledge of alchemy, rather than merely focusing on the practical map. Do you understand? Upon hearing the professor's words, Fred and George appeared contemplative, abandoning their utilitarian mindset to build a solid foundation. They were not given time to respond before they heard Sebastian's somewhat buoyant voice. Oh, and to prevent a day in the future when I might receive a furious letter from your mother, ensure that you complete all your assignments diligently. And do not let your grades slip. I shall frequently consult with your professors regarding your progress. Study hard, for you would not wish for the professor to cancel this project, would you? Fred and George exchanged glances, their expressions turning sour. They had hoped to relinquish some subjects, but now they were under the professor's watchful eye. They resolved to study diligently and improve their efficiency instead. Alas, their ambitious Hogwarts adventure plan had barely begun its first year before being abruptly halted. There was no choice. The professor's demands were simply too numerous. Farewell to our adventurous aspirations. Farewell to our nocturnal escapades. Farewell to our youth. Chapter 36. You mentioned this after I've drawn my wand? What a fulfilling evening. This was my first time sleeping at the school since becoming a professor. It felt remarkably peculiar. Seizing the moment before the excitement faded. Shall I seek out Snape for a drink? Just as he prepared to depart, Sebastian caught sight of someone stealthily making their way toward the Forbidden Forest. He raised his hand to check his enchanted watch. 11:46 p.m. Which young wizard possesses such audacity? This cannot go unaddressed. It interrupted my intention to converse with Snape. Truly bold. With this thought, Sebastian swiftly retrieved a potion to mask his scent, applying a few drops, for the creatures of the Forbidden Forest possess remarkably keen senses. Next, he cast the disillusionment charm, the silencing charm, and the concealment charm upon himself, then elegantly mounted his broomstick, soaring out of the window. Do you see? This is professionalism. Today, he was determined to provide this nocturnal wanderer with a lesson. The reckless little imp dared to venture into the forbidden forest at night. Once I capture you, you shall face dire consequences. To Sebastian's astonishment, the individual was none other than Professor Mosey Roberts, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. At this hour, heading into the forbidden forest? I must follow. In the first year, Quirrell succumbed to Voldemort's possession and ultimately perished. In the second year, Lockhart proved to be a fraud, and after falling victim to his own obliviate charm, he secured a permanent suite at St. Mungo's. In the third grade, Lupin, a werewolf, nearly attacked Harry and Hermione due to his forgetfulness in consuming the Wolf's Bane potion. In the fourth grade, Moody's situation was even more dire, as his identity had been usurped by young Barty. Although his life was spared, he remained confined within a trunk for nearly a year. By the fifth year, Umbridge, the seasoned sycophant of the Minister of Magic, turned Hogwarts into a veritable nightmare, becoming a figure of widespread disdain. Indeed, each of them exhibited remarkable talents. The position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor has been notoriously cursed by Voldemort, yet the circumstances seem rather extreme. During my own schooling, aside from the annual change of professors, nothing particularly unusual occurred. Could it be that, as the main storyline approaches, an array of peculiar entities are beginning to emerge? Such individuals raise questions. Who among the virtuous would venture into the forbidden forest at such an hour without first casting a disillusionment charm? It is utterly unprofessional. With a keen sense of magical perception, Sebastian trailed Professor Robert from a distance, meticulously retracing his steps. Initially, Sebastian suspected Robert of being a poacher. Given the wealth of valuable creatures in the forbidden forest, such as acromantulas and unicorns, which held considerable allure for wizards. However, as the night wore on without any fruitful discoveries, it became evident that the new professor was merely consulting a notebook and muttering to himself. From his vantage point, Sebastian could not discern the content of Robert's mumblings, prompting him to maneuver his broomstick closer. Faintly, he caught the mention of a single word, Gryffindor. Gryffindor? Was Robert searching for something related to Gryffindor? Observing the notebook in Robert's hands, Sebastian felt a surge of desire, almost succumbing to the temptation to reveal himself and exclaim, "Professor, please wait. This object is connected to me. How intriguing. What could it be that pertains to Gryffindor?" Regrettably, whether due to the incompleteness of Robert's notes or other factors, no progress was made until dawn, yielding naught but disappointment. In the following 2 days, Sebastian remained at the school, yet Professor Robert exhibited no sign of activity. This was not a viable situation. Unlike other professors, Sebastian was not a resident student, and thus had to resort to the most traditional and effective method of summoning help. On Thursday morning, bright and early, he arrived at the potions office and gently knocked on the door. The distinctive voice of Snape resonated from within. "Enter." Sebastian glanced around before swiftly stepping inside and closing the door behind him. Upon seeing Sebastian, Snape appeared quite taken aback. "Ah, it's Professor Swan. What did you learn to knock?" he inquired. "If you're still a student, I would award you extra points for mastering the art of politeness." Sebastian chuckled. "Hello, Severus. It's been far too long. I missed you dearly." Severus Snape's expression darkened, and he retorted with irritation, "Speak plainly." That insufferable Swan always wore an expression devoid of shame whenever matters arose. How delightful it would be if the students could witness such a countenance. He adjusted his attire, then crossed his arms over his chest, gazing silently at Sebastian. "Come now, please commence your performance." Sebastian disregarded the sarcasm in Snape's words and, with a flourish of his wand, cast protective and concealment charms throughout the office. Snape, taken aback, rose to his feet, drawing his wand with caution, and inquired, "What is the matter? Has something occurred at the school? Why is that insufferable Swan so cautious?" "All the protective charms have been deployed." Realizing the misunderstanding from Snape's gesture, Sebastian feigned an air of mystery and lowered his voice, saying, "I suspect there may be something amiss with Professor Robert. Based on my previous experience as an Auror, I believe he is not a good person. You sought me out merely to express your suspicion of Professor Robert?" Snape's face paled with anger. This scoundrel, playing games with himself. Calm down. Losing one's temper would be conceding defeat. He scrutinized Sebastian with disdain, remarking, "Such a serious accusation warrants evidence. Do not be hasty." Seeing that his ruse had not succeeded, Sebastian hurriedly approached to placate him. "Allow me to explain in detail." He leaned forward, tidying up Snape's chair, then donned a beaming smile, adopting a sycophantic demeanor as he bowed slightly to Professor Snape, saying, Come, esteemed Professor Snape. You are magnanimous. Please have a seat." He gestured invitingly with his hand. Snape sheathed his wand and languidly settled into the freshly cleaned chair, fixing his gaze upon Sebastian, silently urging him to continue. The night before last, I observed Professor Robert sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. I stealthily followed him, and guess what? Snape showed no inclination to respond, maintaining a stoic expression as he coldly regarded Sebastian. Unfazed, Sebastian leaned on Snape's desk, animatedly continuing. He roamed the Forbidden Forest all night, and I overheard him searching for something belonging to Gryffindor. I must ascertain what Professor Robert is truly after. You must assist me, Severus. I cannot reside at the school indefinitely. Just keep an eye on things for me and inform me of any discoveries using the two-way mirror I gifted you. Snape remained unimpressed, responding coolly, You possess no evidence substantiating that Professor Robert is not a good person. Seeking something is not a crime. Moreover, I have no interest in Gryffindor's legacy. I am a Slytherin, after all. If you are intrigued by the legacies of the four founders, perhaps you should first investigate the Chamber of Secrets associated with Slytherin. The Chamber of Secrets? What is there to find? Isn't the entrance located by the Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor? Moreover, without the parcel tongue, who could possibly gain entry? Observing Severus Snape's unyielding demeanor, Sebastian had no choice but to unveil his trump card. He produced several rare potion ingredients, placing them decisively upon Snape's desk, straightened his posture, and with an air of haughtiness inquired, Will this do? Please provide a definitive answer. Snape glanced at the materials on the desk, swiftly seized them, and with a brisk stride, made his way to his storeroom. A deal was struck. Chapter 37. Achieving a passing grade is truly effortless with Snape's assistance. Sebastian felt considerably more at ease. After all, this was Snape, a formidable force endowed with intellect. He was undoubtedly a prime asset for espionage. Monitoring a rather obscure professor of defense against the dark arts would be a mere trifling task. The primary focus was to instill a sense of assurance. Due to the previously low enrollment in the Muggle Studies course and the commencement of a new term, it was decided that students from 3rd to 7th year would attend classes together, as the curriculum remained uniform across all grades. The intention was to prepare the students for an excursion into the Muggle world, as time was rather limited. Once the foundational material was covered, the class would then be divided into smaller groups to allow for a more in-depth exploration tailored to each year. Among these students, those in 3rd to 5th year would only need to accomplish a straightforward task, to learn how to seamlessly integrate into the daily lives of Muggles and acquire essential knowledge that Muggles require. Undoubtedly, this was the very essence behind the establishment of the Muggle Studies course. Students from all four houses mingled, enjoying refreshments and engaging in playful banter, thereby fostering camaraderie while effortlessly passing examinations, a truly advantageous duality. Conversely, the 6th and 7th year advanced classes could not indulge merely in leisure. Students were required to contemplate the distinctions between the magical and Muggle realms, seeking ways to learn from the latter to address the shortcomings of their own world, ultimately enhancing the magical community. Through this educational approach, not only could the magical world achieve a better understanding and acceptance of the Muggle realm, but it would also cultivate a generation of young witches and wizards who were adaptable and inclusive, armed with their unique abilities and profound insights into both worlds. They would contribute positively to society and create wondrous miracles in the days to come. This was Sebastian's aspiration for the Muggle Studies course. Naturally, the current 6th and 7th year students had been selected by the former professor, Quirrell, and Sebastian held no lofty expectations for them. As long as they could excel in the ultimate wizarding examinations and seamlessly navigate the Muggle world, that would suffice. So many students. Have all the 3rd year witches and wizard arrived? Looking around, they all seem rather diminutive. Thankfully, this classroom is spacious enough. Otherwise, seating would have been a challenge. As previously mentioned, 3rd year students wishing to enroll in Muggle studies needed only to submit a paper during this session to secure their place. Hence, Sebastian had not received a list of 3rd year students in advance. It is apparent that the number of participants is rather substantial, with nearly 100 3rd year young wizards in attendance. In such circumstances, the necessity for class division becomes evident, allowing for flexible adjustments. The classroom is currently abuzz with excitement, particularly among the newly arrived 3rd year wizards, who are fervently discussing the new tricks Professor Swan might unveil today. Meanwhile, a group of arcade enthusiasts led by Marcus congregates, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they engage in spirited discussions about gaming strategies and tips for conquering challenges. Each individual is wholly engrossed, eagerly sharing their insights and experiences. Upon Sebastian's entrance into the classroom, the young wizard's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and their discussions came to an abrupt halt, enveloping the room in a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Sebastian approached the podium, his gaze falling upon the neatly arranged papers, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Excellent. The students are quite proactive, having submitted their assignments without needing to be urged. It seems that my Muggle Studies course truly captivates them. He then produced a stack of prepared examination papers, declaring, as per tradition, we shall commence with a brief pre-class quiz. Some of the girls, who had heard of Sebastian's enchanting attended spell, grew restless, eager to witness the dazzling charm in action. Having heard tales of the beautiful, luminous butterflies it conjured, they chimed in, Professor Swan, won't we see the attendance magic today? Professor, you haven't taken roll yet. You're so handsome. While deftly directing the examination papers to the young wizards, Sebastian smiled and explained, given the uncertainty regarding how many third-year students will join the Muggle Studies class, we shall take attendance in the next session. The roster will be based on the papers you've submitted. For now, let us begin the quiz, with a time limit of 30 minutes. Best of luck. Without hesitation, the young wizards seized their magical quills and began writing with fervor. The classroom fell into a hush, the only sound being the soft rustle of pen against paper. Each young wizard was fully immersed in their tasks, with no distractions or conversations to disrupt the focus. Standing at the podium, Sebastian surveyed the expressions of his students. The new arrivals did not surprise him. The Muggle-born and half-blood wizards appeared relatively relaxed, while the pure-blood wizards seemed somewhat anxious. Even Marcus, typically a lackluster student, was visibly animated, nodding in delight as he wrote. Sebastian raised an eyebrow, pleased. It appears that this innovative teaching method is indeed effective. Engaging education is truly remarkable. Before long, 30 minutes had swiftly elapsed, and the papers began to rise, fluttering toward Sebastian. Marcus, not even pausing to set his pen down, eagerly turned to his companion beside him and boasted, that was too easy. We didn't even need the full 30 minutes. Does the professor look down on us? He must have intentionally chosen such simple questions. I feel confident about the OWL exam. Securing a passing grade will be a mere formality. Seated behind him, Charlie Weasley could no longer contain himself and jested. Come now, Marcus. I noticed you left quite a few questions unanswered on your exam. Surely 30 minutes will be more than sufficient. Marcus immediately shot him an indignant glare, retorting, what do you know? Those unanswered questions haven't even been covered by the professor. Raising his head with pride, he continued, I answered every question pertaining to Muggle objects. Are you doubting Professor Swan's teaching abilities? Charlie wholeheartedly agreed with Marcus's assertion. With Professor Swan around, achieving a failing grade was indeed a challenge. Observing their exchange from a distance, Percy Weasley nodded in quiet approval. Exactly. Professor Swan's instructional methods are undeniably effective. At this rate, the Muggle Studies exam will be the simplest of all. We can then focus our revision efforts on other subjects. Especially since we've chosen 12 courses, it's quite overwhelming. Today's Muggle Studies class will be a welcome reprieve. He cast a glance at the Ravenclaw which beside him, pondering silently. I wonder if Penelope enjoys the co-op game Contra. It will be perfect for 2 players. Once the exams were collected, Sebastian turned to the eager students, exclaiming, excellent. The new students are donning Muggle attire as well. Let us proceed. As per tradition, please hand over your wands. We're off. Chapter 38. What can 25 pence accomplish? The group made their way outside the school, where a 3-tiered night bus awaited them. Wow, a 3-tiered night bus. This is different from last time. How impressive. The newly joined Muggle Studies students were beside themselves with excitement. They had heard tales of the night bus and were not disappointed upon seeing it in person. Meanwhile, Charlie and the other students who had previously experienced the ride strove to suppress their own thrill, attempting to appear nonchalant. What is so exciting? These kids are just inexperienced. They thought, it's merely a night bus. Silently, they shuffled towards the bus door. Charlie and Marcus squeezed to the front, each unwilling to yield an inch. They exchanged glances, both brimming with competitive spirit. I claim the front seat on the 2nd or 3rd tier. Get on board. Don't block the entrance. Sebastian called out, observing the squabbling duo. Charlie and Marcus, step aside and let the younger students board first. Once all the students were safely buckled in, Sebastian instructed the driver to set off. He paid no heed to the raucous little witches and wizards, instead finding a seat for himself and retrieving the students' exams to review. Marcus has made significant progress. His descriptions of Muggle items are quite accurate. However, his understanding of the Muggle world appears to be lacking. It's clear he hasn't perused the textbook. Not to worry, he'll learn in due time. After disembarking from the night bus, Sebastian once again led the students to the warehouse they had visited previously. While studying, remember to keep 3 points in mind. What is this item called? What function does it serve, and how is it used? Those who have attended before may review previous lessons or explore new items in other grade areas. As for the latter part of the lesson, Sebastian's lips curled into a slight, enigmatic smile. creating a sense of anticipation as he hinted at some intriguing discoveries we would embark upon together. I assure you, everyone shall delight in it. Dismissed. If there are any questions, feel free to call upon me. The young wizards promptly scattered, pondering the professor's meaning. Engaging in some delightful activities? Something everyone would enjoy. Could it be that a game competition awaits? How splendid. Come, who will join me in forming a team? The young wizards were suddenly perplexed. Wasn't there supposed to be game time? Why were they back on the night bus? The gaming group, led by Marcus, became restless, voicing their inquiries. Professor, are we not playing games today? Indeed, were we not promised a game competition? We have our teams ready. We are certain to secure first place. Game competition? Sebastian chuckled softly. I never claimed that. However, if you perform well in this class, arrangements can be made in the future. Do not be disheartened. The upcoming content will prove far more fascinating than mere games. Let's learn how to shop in the Muggle world. As he explained the basics of Muggle currency, the night bus arrived at a large supermarket. Once the vehicle came to a halt, he produced his wallet, shaking it before the young wizards. Come, it's time for disbursement. Muggle coins, 25 pence each. Upon hearing about the money, the little ones were instantly invigorated, as if they had received a surge of energy, bursting with excitement and joy. Money? Shopping? How cool. I want a cola. I want to buy everything. As soon as they received their coins, the pure-blood wizards rushed into the supermarket, though their exhilaration soon waned. What is this? 25 pence cannot buy much at all. A can of cola costs 35 pence. This amount only suffices for a few sweets. No wonder those muggles and half-blood wizards were not anxious. They were well aware of the purchasing power of 25 pence. At that moment, Sebastian's voice echoed in each young wizard's ear. Have you realized that your money is insufficient? Hearing the professor's teasing words, the young wizards displayed expressions of profound dismay. They silently grumbled about this mischievous professor while eagerly searching for Sebastian. Unfortunately, Sebastian remained on the bus, communicating with them through magical means. Their attempts to convey reproach with their gazes proved futile. Today's lesson theme is cooperation and sharing. So you must form different teams to purchase the items you collectively desire, whether it be cola, biscuits, or even Muggle toys. As long as the team members can reach a consensus, they may procure them. However, the professor does have a small request. Each team must consist of at least 4 members, with representatives from 4 distinct houses. Sebastian's voice resonated with an undeniable authority, reflecting his deep concern for these young wizards. He meticulously calculated every detail, ensuring that the Muggle Studies class would not solely focus on the knowledge of the Muggle world, but also foster connections among the students. Without restrictions, the young wizards would inevitably gravitate towards their own houses, leaving the pure-blooded Slytherins at a disadvantage, as many lacked experience in the Muggle marketplace. Furthermore, indulging in food and entertainment is a quintessential way for children to break down barriers and cultivate friendships, though these youngsters may appear hesitant while forming teams. Once they are presented with delectable treats, their joy will be palpable. Besides, in order to discover what is truly delightful, the pure-blooded wizards would surely require the assistance of their Muggle and half-blood counterparts. Experiencing the charm of collaboration in advance is indeed beneficial, particularly for the Slytherins, who often look down upon others. Cooperation is not a simple endeavor. A smaller team means limited resources, while a larger team increases the complexity of collaboration. It will be intriguing to see how these young wizards navigate their choices, as the lessons of the day are profound. Upon hearing the professor's requirements, the children exchanged glances, pondering how to address this challenge. Selecting suitable teammates from various houses and forming a cohesive unit is no trivial task. Nevertheless, faced with such stringent conditions, they had no choice but to press on. Charlie wandered the supermarket aisles, and upon hearing the professor's words, he immediately called over Wood to approach Marcus of Slytherin. Hey, Marcus, did you hear what the professor said? Want to team up? Marcus internally grumbled about the professor's meddling. Ugh, another collaboration with a Gryffindor. How irritating. Can't I just buy some candy myself? However, teaming up with Charlie and Wood, who were part of the same sports team, seemed reasonable. Moreover, with fewer upperclassmen available, failing to form a team would be disastrous. Watching others indulge while being left empty-handed would be more painful than death itself. After a moment's contemplation, he readily agreed. No problem, I'll find a Hufflepuff classmate, and you two can look for Ravenclaw. Before long, Marcus found his gaming partner, a Hufflepuff wizard, Charlie, and Wood also recruited a 7th-year Ravenclaw student, and together they formed a team of 5. Among them, only the Hufflepuff had experience from the Muggle world, quickly establishing himself as the star of the group due to his extensive shopping knowledge. The third-grade young wizard stood undaunted among the throngs of older students, confidently commencing his introduction of the myriad products available in the supermarket. "This delightful, barbecue-flavored chip is a must. We can share a bag together," he exclaimed. The ice cream is equally tempting, with flavors such as strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate, though it would be a challenge for our group of 5 to divide it evenly. "And look at this, Oreo cookies with a creamy filling. Everyone who has tasted them raves about their goodness." Alternatively, we could opt for a few small boxes of yogurt, which are quite affordable, far more economical than soda. Charlie and his companions were captivated by the dazzling array of products, their mouths watering at the Hufflepuff Wizard's enthusiastic presentation. Marcus, fiddling with the coins in his hand, remarked, "Honestly, the currency exchange for Muggle coins is astonishingly simple. The 1 to 10 exchange rate is remarkably convenient. However, the currency of the magical realm is a convoluted affair. 29 nuts equal 1 sickles, and 17 sickles convert to 1 galleon. Every time I make a purchase, I feel my mind is overwhelmed." He sighed. "Regrettably, our collective funds amount to only 1.25. I wish we could sample everything." Marcus swallowed hard, pondering how splendid it would be to spend galleons. An idea struck Charlie, and he proposed to the group. "What if we asked the professor to exchange some pounds for us?" The others brightened at Charlie's suggestion, eagerly applauding the notion. "If we pool our resources in exchange for a few galleons, we could indulge in whatever we desire. I have 1 galleon. How about you all?" Marcus boasted. "I possess 2 sickles." Yet, before they could set off, the voice of Sebastian reached their ears. "Unfortunately, the professor does not facilitate currency exchanges. You will need to make some compromises." The 5 friends instantly felt deflated, their hopes of exchanging currency dashed, leaving them to budget carefully. Marcus grumbled, "Professor Swan is rather stingy. How can we possibly make do with such a meager amount? Truly miserly." Hearing Marcus's complaints, Charlie and the others exchanged incredulous glances, then discreetly stepped back to distance themselves from him. What bravery, to dare to call Professor Swan stingy. Aren't you concerned he might overhear you? Although the professor was less generous today than on previous occasions, they were still using the professor's money. Perhaps they should consider removing Marcus from the group and recruiting a Slytherin student instead. Upon noticing their gazes, Marcus's face turned pale. "Oh no, how could I voice my thoughts aloud? The professor must have heard me. I just mentioned wanting to exchange for galleons." He lamented, feeling cornered. "What do I do now? I need help, urgently." Beads of cold sweat formed on Marcus's forehead as he rapidly devised a defense. "Please, don't misunderstand. Although the professor appears stingy today, it is for our own good. We must appreciate his benevolent intentions. If everyone had ample money, cooperation would cease to exist. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to simply purchase what we desire? He is willing to bear the brunt of criticism to teach us the importance of collaboration." As he spoke, Marcus abruptly shifted his tone, casting a fierce glance at his companions and employing the art of moral coercion. "You see, our ability to stand together in harmony, despite being from 4 different houses, is entirely due to the professor's efforts. He is, in my heart, the greatest wizard. Do you not agree?" What was taken aback by Marcus's words rendered speechless. How shameless! What flattery resonates like thunder! And now he seeks to drag us into his sycophancy towards the professor. Is this the cunning Marcus? So astute? Surely he must be under the professor's soul-binding spell. As the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, Charlie stepped forward, firmly patting Marcus on the shoulder while exclaiming, "You're absolutely right. The professor has undoubtedly invested considerable thought on our behalf. We must not disappoint his dedication. Let's continue our shopping." Observing Wood's astonishment, Charlie raised his eyebrows, feeling a sense of pride. This assist, while rescuing Marcus, also served the intricacies of social dynamics. Having aided Marcus now would ensure his cooperation on the field later. Wood, still youthful, required further refinement in the ways of social conduct. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the remaining 4. "Come, let us tally what we shall purchase." Marcus wiped the cold sweat from his brow, casting a grateful glance at Charlie. "Goodness, Charlie actually came to my rescue. Truly, he deserves recognition as the Quidditch captain." The group huddled together, murmuring and calculating, until they reached a consensus. They decided to spend 70 pence on 2 cans of cola to share, 40 pence on a bag of crisps, with the remaining coins allocated for sweets. Upon returning to the bus, the seating arrangement of the young wizards had transformed significantly from their earlier journey. The newcomers, initially seated solely with their housemates, had now mingled with their group members to share their treats. The little wizards chatted and laughed, completely shedding the initial awkwardness. After receiving a candy from a Ravenclaw girl, Sebastian smiled as he observed the students. "Goodness, almost everyone has a cup of cola." Thankfully, The bus was well stocked with disposable cups. Otherwise, I can only imagine the chaos among the little ones. After all, none of them possess wands at the moment, leaving them unable to cast transfiguration spells. Most of their purchases were quite similar, predominantly cola paired with crisps or biscuits, along with a selection of candies. However, there were some unique choices. One all-girl group had purchased a variety of fruits, grapes, bananas, and oranges. Quite clever, as fruits are relatively inexpensive. A few boys opted for 2 bottles of bubble solution, taking turns to blow bubbles in playful delight. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Sebastian returned the wands to the students. Everyone, please settle down. The current time is 6:10 p.m., and the auditorium awaits you with a delectable feast, so let us be brief. The topic of this assignment is to compare the shopping experiences in the Muggle world and the magical realm, with a deadline of 2 weeks. Attention, 5th grade students. The criteria for selection into the advanced class will no longer rely on the OWL examination, as this particular course will prove quite effortless for you. Therefore, if you aspire to join the professor's advanced class in 6th grade, please take your assignment seriously. Additionally, due to an unexpected increase in class size and the varying content across different grades, we will commence differentiated instruction starting from the next class. The specific schedule will be communicated later. Furthermore, to celebrate the successful completion of today's Muggle Studies lesson, Sebastian smiled gently and announced, "I have decided to bestow some rewards upon you." He opened his inconspicuous extendable bag, from which bottles of soda and bags of candy flew out, landing precisely in the hands of each young wizard. Observing the gleaming eyes of the children, Sebastian waved his hand and declared, "What are you still doing here? Hurry to the auditorium for dinner." Dismissed. Chapter 40. The cold exterior, warm heart of Snape. In the days that followed, Sebastian's life remained undisturbed as he diligently fulfilled his role as a professor of Muggle studies and guided the Quidditch team in preparation for the upcoming interschool matches. Time quietly slipped away, and before long, it was the first Sunday of October. Amidst the eager anticipation of the young wizards, the European Interschool Quidditch Tournament commenced. The Beauxbatons Quidditch players, led by Madame Maxime, arrived at Hogwarts today early via magical carriages. In honor of their arrival, Hogwarts hosted a grand banquet to welcome these distant guests. Early on Sunday morning, Sebastian arrived at the Quidditch pitch, which had undergone a remarkable transformation, with numerous spectator stands added, exuding both elegance and grandeur. To ensure the safety of the audience, particularly to prevent any stray bludgers from injuring spectators, Sebastian invested a substantial amount of galleons to install various alchemical protective items in each stand, striving for absolute security. After all, today's match would be broadcast live across Europe, and every detail here represented the pride of Hogwarts. Snape also rose early, making his way to the Quidditch pitch where he found Sebastian occupied with a busy crew from Swan Media, finalizing the adjustments to the broadcast equipment. Upon noticing Snape standing nearby, Sebastian stood to greet him. "Severus, good morning. I did not expect you to take such an interest in the Quidditch match." Snape leaned against the railing, gazing out at the Quidditch field, and replied in a measured tone, "As a professor of Hogwarts and head of Slytherin, it is only natural for me to pay heed to the significant events of the school. I merely wish to inquire about our chances of victory today." Sebastian stroked his chin, pondering their chances. "If Charlie can swiftly seize the golden snitch, victory shall be ours. If—" Snape turned to Sebastian, his expression one of incredulity. "Are you implying that we are likely to lose?" Sebastian nodded, a hint of resignation in his tone. "There is little we can do. The students possess remarkable individual skills. However, their teamwork leaves much to be desired. The Beauxbaton students are formidable as well, and should Charlie fail to capture the golden snitch promptly, defeat is all but assured. How can you remain so composed?" Snape's voice quickened. "In my opinion, you ought to adopt a more stringent approach. Today, the Minister of Magic will be in attendance. If we lose, do you think he will be pleased? Should we falter, what will the viewers think? If we suffer defeat, you may no longer be the beloved Professor Swan to the young wizards. When the cacophony of disapproval engulfs you, I hope you will not regret it." Sebastian gazed at his old friend, feeling a warmth in his heart. This proud creature, though his words were harsh, they were laced with genuine concern. He clapped Snape on the shoulder. "Do not fret. Fudge is a mere politician. The restoration of communication among the 3 magical schools has already enhanced his resume. Even if we lose, he would not dare offend me, given his recent ascent to power. Any dissent must be swallowed, for after all, Swan alchemy is a significant benefactor of the ministry. As for any scorn, a Slytherin such as myself hardly cares for such trifles. Thank you for your concern, Severus." "Concern?" Snape shot Sebastian a disdainful glance. "My only concern is for the reputation of Hogwarts." With that, he flicked his robe and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Sebastian. I shall reserve a seat for you at the faculty table. Once you have arranged everything, do come by. I may offer you some advice. Watching Snape depart, Sebastian felt a surge of emotion. This proud individual could hardly muster an excuse, yet still sought to provide counsel. Was it concern for his spirits, should he lose? Thank you, Severus. The young wizards gradually entered, filling the stands. In the distance, a grandstand was occupied by the cheerleading squad, 60 young witches and wizards clad in matching uniforms, poised under the leadership of Captain Penelope, ready to rally for the Hogwarts team. Having completed the final equipment checks, Sebastian surveyed the bustling field before making his way to the players' preparation room. Charlie was fervently delivering a pre-game declaration. Today, all of Europe's wizards are watching us. Let's give our all and showcase our prowess. Hogwarts is the strongest. Let's go. Once Charlie concluded, Sebastian approached, inquiring with genuine concern. How is everyone? Are we prepared? Is there any tension among the team? Unfazed, Marcus patted his chest, proclaiming, little bows batons, we shall prevail. Would step forward, reassuring, fear not, Professor, I shall not miss a single elusive quaffle. We will give it our all. Charlie's voice resonated with determination as he affirmed, I believe we can win. However, despite the fervent declarations, Charlie sighed inwardly. Truth be told, he harbored little confidence for today's match. After all, he had observed the team's performance closely. He silently encouraged himself. Come on, Charlie. Capture the golden snitch early and secure victory today. In stark contrast to the others, Cedric was visibly anxious, his hands trembling slightly. Understandably so, as he was merely a second-year student. With no prior experience, participating in such a prestigious event was indeed a formidable challenge for him. Hearing his teammates' words, he mustered his courage to speak, I'm not nervous. The moment the words escaped his lips, his face flushed, and he quickly corrected himself. What I mean is, I will strive to cooperate with the upperclassmen. Rest assured, Professor, I will not hold you back. Sebastian chuckled softly, ruffling his hair, and gazed into his eyes with warmth, saying, do not worry. Give it your all, for the professor believes in your abilities. Oh, what a fine lad. If only all the players possessed Cedric's spirit. Victory would be assured. He surveyed the team, raising his voice, excellent. You are all spirited. I have but one request. Prioritize teamwork. Let us go. You are the best. Chapter 41. Charlie bore a heavy heart, yet he could not voice his concerns. Alas, achieving victory in the match was not merely a matter of shouting slogans. As the game commenced, the Hogwarts team found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Charlie soared through the air, increasingly anxious. He realized that only Cedric was attentive to cooperating with his teammates, while the other two chasers behaved like solitary wolves. Once they obtained the ball, they charged toward Bosbaton's goal with reckless abandon. Though their exceptional flying skills allowed them to evade the opposing defense, their singular approach was easily countered by the opponent's goalkeeper. In contrast, the Bosbaton's players exhibited extraordinary synergy. Each pass was impeccably timed, as if they could foresee their teammates' positions and intentions. Despite Hogwarts players giving their utmost effort, they continually struggled to devise an effective response, leaving them in a state of disarray. Faced with such a well-coordinated team, even Wood's extraordinary skills could not withstand the onslaught. Ding! The bell rang, signaling another goal for Bosbatons. 4-0. The crowd erupted in gasps and cheers. The Bosbatons supporters elated, while those of Hogwarts appeared disheartened. After Bosbatons scored for the fourth time, Charlie could no longer contain his frustration. He adjusted his direction and flew toward the chasers. Within just 10 minutes, the opponents had already scored 4 goals. At this rate, how could they continue playing? If this pace persisted, the point difference could exceed 150 before he even spotted the golden snitch. Curse the golden snitch. Curse the live broadcast. It's time to reprimand these fools. Marcus, Debbie, have you both been afflicted by a confusion spell? Why do you persist in outlining the human form? Disrupt their offense. And you 3 chasers, can you actually play? My grandmother could perform better than you. Especially you, Landon and Paul. You have squandered several scoring opportunities. Do you honor Cedric's passes? If you two do not improve your cooperation, I shall have no choice but to expel you from the team. Not even the professor could retain you. I mean it. Upon hearing Charlie's scathing remarks, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted slightly. She pressed her lips together, but seeing the glaring score on the scoreboard, she ultimately refrained from saying anything, merely letting out a gentle sigh. In contrast to McGonagall's concerns, Sebastian felt a sense of joy upon witnessing Charlie's performance. Now, that is the demeanor of a captain. Charlie is an excellent player, dedicated to practice, and, as the Quidditch team captain, he is always courteous to others, maintaining politeness regardless of whom he interacts with. After all, The Quidditch team comprises students from 4 houses, and Charlie worries that being overly strict may hinder unity. However, he forgets that sometimes politeness can also signify distance. In his usual exchanges with Wood, he is quite informal. Due to their Muggle Studies class, the relationship between Marcus and Charlie has grown considerably closer. At least on the field, Marcus is willing to heed Charlie's commands. As for Paul and the others, Charlie is genuinely unfamiliar with them. Their polite interactions have proven ineffective. Now that he has unleashed his frustrations, the results are apparent. Under Cedric's mediation, the cooperation among the 3 chasers has begun to show promise. Unfortunately, despite Hogwarts' efforts to catch up, the initial score gap proves difficult to bridge. 28,060. The match concludes with a resounding defeat for Hogwarts. Observing the despondent players trudging off the field, Sebastian's lips curled into a subtle smile. The outcome of this match is inconsequential, for as a professor, he has clearly witnessed the growth and progress of the students throughout this process. Under external pressure, Landon and Paul have remarkably collaborated. With Cedric's coordination, the synergy among the 3 chasers has visibly improved. Through this match, the rapport between the 2 beaters, Marcus and Debbie, has also become significantly more synchronized. Rather than the win or loss, these invaluable experiences are the true treasures to cherish. Not bad. Indeed, pressure fuels motivation. A particular grinning professor should take note. Snape's voice rang out. One wonders how he could manage a smile. If you cast a glance at the headmaster's side, you might suspect Fudge has undergone a transformation. Sebastian stole a glance. Fudge's face was as dark as coal, as if ink were about to drip from it. His smile was more ghastly than tears, rigidly plastered on his face as he engaged with Madame Maxime and Dumbledore. Sebastian subtly pursed his lips as he touched Snape's arm. Severus, as the head of this project, I must attend to the guests. Please keep an eye on those players and ensure nothing goes awry. The night had grown late. Charlie lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Insomnia had overtaken him. The defeat today had been utterly humiliating. A far cry from the illustrious reputation of Hogwarts. If it were merely a matter of lacking skill, it would be bearable. However, considering the infuriating performance of his teammates, Charlie felt the sting of defeat deeply. During regular practice sessions with the teams from the 4 houses, he managed effortlessly. Yet today's match had doused him with a bucket of cold water, leaving him disoriented. His head felt heavy, and he could scarcely recall how he had exited the Quidditch pitch after shaking hands with the players from both batons. The only memories that lingered were the disappointed gazes from the stands and the sound of some girls weeping. Even now, as he lay in bed, Charlie seemed to hear the complaints of young wizards as they hurried past him. He wished to block his ears. Yet aside from the sound of his own breath and heartbeat, the curtain around him enveloped him in profound silence. His mind was a bit foggy as he repeatedly flicked the light on and off. Thoughts of Penelope, the captain of the cheerleading squad, crossed his mind. When she descended from the sky, he had seen her hands covering her face in tears while Percy gently consoled her. As the captain of the cheerleaders, Penelope had truly given her all, rallying the squad to support Hogwarts regardless of the disheartening score. The pressure on her must have been immense as well. Charlie yearned to scream, to release the turmoil within him. As a seeker, he had performed impeccably in today's match. From a moment he had spotted the golden snitch. He had consistently maintained a lead over the opposing seeker. He had believed he could turn the tide, seizing the snitch first and leading the Hogwarts team to victory. Yet, unexpectedly, the players from Beau's Batons had abandoned their defense, converging on him to disrupt his flight, ultimately preventing him from capturing the snitch. Charlie reached out to the light above him with his right hand, gently grasping as if he were capturing the golden snitch. He felt a sense of injustice, longing to vocally defend his efforts. However, a persistent voice within questioned him. Is that truly the case? As the captain of the Quidditch team, Charlie found it difficult to assert that he had done his utmost. He had long been aware of the coordination issues within the team, yet, out of a sense of camaraderie, he had never been strict with them. In this regard, he felt undeniably inadequate, reflecting on the poor teamwork displayed earlier in the day. A flicker of resentment ignited within him. Why had Professor Swan not permitted the Gryffindor team to represent the school in the match? If he had been leading Gryffindor today, the outcome would surely have been far more favorable. This feeling of resentment flared up quickly, only to dissipate just as swiftly. After all, what relevance does this situation have to Professor Swan? He has provided the complete set of Quidditch uniforms and the latest Nimbus broomsticks, which should suffice. Moreover, Professor Swan not only frequently offers the team special training sessions, but also patiently teaches everyone flying techniques and imparts various tactical collaborations. Whenever he appears on the pitch, he incessantly emphasizes the importance of teamwork, as if it were his mantra. The outcome of today's match is entirely his own responsibility, for the formulation of strategies and the training of players falls squarely upon the captain's shoulders. Charlie suddenly comprehended the distinction between the Quidditch team captain and the house captain, realizing the weight of responsibility that came with being the captain of the school team. In that moment, it was as if a light had dawned upon him. His doubts evaporated instantly, replaced by a clear understanding of his duties. He recognized that within the school team, there existed no Gryffindor, no Hufflepuff, no Ravenclaw, nor Slytherin. They all shared a singular identity, Hogwarts players. As the captain, he needed to unify them as one cohesive force, representing Hogwarts Quidditch players in competition against the other two magical schools. Reflecting on his initial enthusiasm upon becoming the Quidditch captain, he now felt like a mere jester. He allowed a heavy sigh, lamenting, "Oh, how difficult this is for me." Chapter 42. The Gentle Soul is Cedric. Beneath the gentle morning breeze, the owls hooted, commencing their busy task of delivering letters for the day. Charlie, with dark circles under his eyes, sat in the Gryffindor common room, engrossed in his breakfast. When he heard the owls entering, he merely glanced up and returned his focus. His mind was consumed by Quidditch. He was determined to lead the team in more rigorous training to redeem themselves. As for other trivial matters, they hardly registered on his radar. Suddenly, Wood sat down beside him with a copy of the Daily Prophet, a look of concern etched on his face. "Charlie, take a look at this," he urged. Charlie turned his head to glance at the paper, and fury surged within him. The front page bore the bold headline, "The Misleading Sebastian Swan," by Rita Skeeter. Charlie's agitation deepened upon reading the article, and he could no longer stomach his food. He hastily wiped his mouth and began to scrutinize the newspaper. Sebastian Swan, once the most dazzling Quidditch star in the world, has come to Hogwarts to teach, driven by a desire for glory. He knows nothing of teaching and is truly misleading his students. Yesterday's match result is the best evidence of this. The author calls for reflection on whether Professor Swan is intentionally concealing his ineptitude or if he is simply a charlatan in the realm of education. How could Dumbledore permit such a charlatan to be a professor? One cannot help but wonder if there exists an undisclosed collusion between Sebastian and Dumbledore. There is ample evidence indicating that Professor Swan brought a diverse array of alchemical items to Hogwarts before the commencement of the academic year. Charlie's irritation grew exponentially as he clenched his fists, teetering on the brink of an explosive outburst. How dare that odious woman orchestrate such a scheme against Professor Swan? She even launched an attack on the Muggle Studies class he oversaw, claiming that the professor was incapable of teaching such a rudimentary subject, merely taking young wizards on excursions to the Muggle world. This not only reflects a lack of ambition, but also signifies the decline of wizardry. The glaring statements repeatedly assaulted Charlie's eyes, igniting his nerves. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes turned crimson with unbridled fury. At that moment, the voices of the young wizards reached his ears, fueling the already raging inferno of his anger. The newspaper's assertions seemed to hold merit. Wasn't Professor Swan the head of this project? He should indeed be held accountable for yesterday's failure. Is Professor Swan truly competent? Alas, I believe he excels in Quidditch. However, he might not possess the ability to teach effectively. It is difficult to say. Professor Swan is an adept seeker, winning every match within 2 minutes. Yet he may lack understanding of other positions. I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments regarding Muggle studies. Professor Swan's actions betray the pure-blood lineage. Spending all day taking students to the Muggle world. What good could possibly come of that? Hearing this, Charlie could no longer contain his fury and stood abruptly, prepared to chastise these foolish young wizards. However, someone was quicker than he. Marcus from Slytherin wore an exceedingly dark expression, raising his fist to slam it onto the hard dining table. The resounding noise instantly drowned out the discussions of the young wizards, drawing everyone's attention. Marcus leapt to his feet, lunging at a nearby Slytherin student. Grasping the student by the collar, he yanked him from his seat. Marcus, his face flushed, glared fiercely and shouted, "Is what rests upon your shoulders merely decoration? Or has a troll devoured your intellect? Do you possess no independent thought? What the newspaper states is gospel. I warn you, should I hear you utter a single disparaging word against Professor Swan, I guarantee you will spend the entire week in the infirmary." The student, still in Marcus's grip, defiantly tilted his head and retorted, "I believe the newspaper is entirely accurate. Professor Swan does indeed dishonor the pure-blood lineage. Constantly dragging students to the Muggle world is nothing short of decadence." Veins bulged on Marcus's forehead as he raised his fist to strike the insolent young wizard. However, before Marcus's fist could land, a spell shot forth from a distance, separating the two. Marcus is attacking a classmate. Slytherin loses 3 points. With a distinctive voice, Snape's figure appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall. He strode purposefully towards Marcus and the others, the black wizard's robe billowing behind him as if lifted by an unseen force. Snape initially cast an impassive glance at Marcus before turning his gaze, his hollow eyes fixating on another young Slytherin wizard. He opened his mouth and spoke slowly. McNeil has insulted a professor. Slytherin loses another 20 points. Congratulations, Mr. McNeil. You have just earned yourself 2 months of detention. After dealing with the 2 young wizards who had instigated the chaos, Snape turned to address the onlookers among the students. What are you still watching? Don't you have classes this morning? If anyone is late to my class, they will join Mr. McNeil in dealing with flobberworms. Only when Snape's figure vanished through the hall's doorway did the students relax, whispering amongst themselves as they continued to discuss the recent events. Charlie could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. He greeted his teammates from other houses and, accompanied by Wood, stepped outside. Before long, they had all gathered beyond the hall. Unlike their usual spirited demeanor, everyone was now downcast, heads bowed in embarrassment, with Cedric nearly letting his head droop to his chest. Charlie surveyed the group and spoke gravely. I assume everyone has seen today's newspaper? Before he could finish, Marcus interjected. That article is complete nonsense, utter drivel. Not a word of it is credible. I certainly know the newspaper is filled with falsehoods, Charlie replied, his voice laced with doubt. I was merely pondering. We were all enraged upon seeing the paper. What about the professor? Cedric suddenly lifted his head. I believe the professor must be even angrier. He taught us so many Quidditch techniques, and yet yesterday's match was a disaster. Now he is being misunderstood and slandered. If I were the professor, I would be heartbroken. Should we not go and apologize to the professor? It might ease his heart, Cedric suggested. Charlie nodded in agreement, affirming, You are absolutely right, Cedric. Let us find the professor at once. Chapter 43. Professor, don't cry. I'll help you deal with them. A flicker of green flame announced Sebastian's emergence from the office fireplace. He drew his wand and performed a cleaning charm on himself, then stretched lazily while stifling a deep yawn. He had toiled late into the night, resulting in a lack of energy upon waking that morning. Despite having no classes that day, he still needed to rise early for preparations. As a new professor, lesson planning consumed a considerable amount of Sebastian's energy. After all, making Muggle studies engaging and lively was no small feat. He mentally encouraged himself. Keep going. It will be easier by next year. Sebastian yawned once more. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Who could it be at such an early hour? In the realm of magical perception, there should be several students present. He opened the door and beheld 7 players standing outside, their gazes evasive, unwilling to meet his eyes directly. Professor, Charlie opened his mouth, about to utter something, but hesitated immediately. He noticed that Professor Swan's eyes were slightly reddened and glistening, reminiscent of someone who had just wept. A jolt of realization coursed through Charlie. It seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. Could it be that Professor Swan was moved to tears by the Daily Prophet's latest edition? Otherwise, why would her eyes appear so moist? This was rather awkward. He found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. Should he first offer comfort to the professor, assuring her not to take the Daily Prophet to heart, or should he directly apologize for yesterday's results? Sebastian observed Charlie's hesitant demeanor and smiled, then stepped aside to allow several students to enter the office. He waved his wand, casting a transfiguration spell that transformed the sofa in the room into an oversized, concave-shaped couch, allowing the students to take a seat comfortably. Is there something on your mind? Sebastian inquired with a smile, breaking the silence. Before Charlie could gather his thoughts, Cedric's voice broke in with confusion. Professor, why do you seem so unperturbed? Charlie's heart sank. Cedric was still too naive, lacking the subtlety to read the room. How could he not see that the professor was on the verge of tears? Unperturbed? Sebastian echoed, somewhat puzzled. Charlie's mind raced, feeling utterly flustered. This was a dramatic predicament. How was he to speak? Should he say, Professor, please don't cry. We are your steadfast support? Was he that too bold? Even if he was quite headstrong, he knew this was not the time for such candor. Besides, what man would admit to shedding tears? How embarrassing. He had not anticipated the professor would be in tears upon his arrival. Charlie contemplated scratching his head for reassurance, but that felt inappropriate. So he resorted to discreetly tapping the floor with his toes. He glanced at the teammates beside him, noticing their expectant gazes directed at him, as if to say, You are the captain. It's your turn. We are all behind you. A wave of frustration washed over him. During training sessions, few regarded him as captain. Yet at this moment, they suddenly remembered his role. He silently pleaded, Merlin, please help me. What am I to do? Professor, please don't cry. We have seen the newspaper too, and we are all quite upset. Charlie found his voice gaining momentum. But rest assured, Professor, we stand firmly by your side. We do not believe a single word of what the newspaper says. Cedric looked astonished, his eyes widening as he turned to Sebastian with confusion. Did the professor really cry just now? Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed the dampness lingering in Professor Swan's eyes, and he felt a profound admiration for Charlie. Truly, a captain to be admired. His observations are astute. How could I have missed the professor's tears? Remarkable. I must learn more from Captain Charlie in the future. Cedric felt a profound sorrow as he recalled the professor's tears, his eyes reddening with empathy. Alas, we have brought shame upon Professor Swan. Sebastian, taken aback, wore a bewildered expression. Who cried? I cried? I know not. He was utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. Early in the morning, the Quidditch players had gathered to comfort themselves and stave off tears. The students cast guilty glances in his direction. Among them, Cedric's eyes were misty, while the only young witch, Debbie, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. As the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, Sebastian hastily interjected, the professor did not cry. You have all misunderstood. Professor, do not say another word, we understand. Even more infuriating was the fact that some students believed the ludicrous tales printed in the newspaper. I swear, if I hear anyone speak ill of you again, even if it costs me all my credits, I will not hesitate to confront them. Count me in. Several young wizards eagerly declared their intent to stand against the misinformed students. Even the most well-behaved Cedric thumped his chest, vowing to reason with those misguided souls. Sebastian felt overwhelmed, rubbing his temples. Why did he feel as though he were becoming the representative of some nefarious faction? He envisioned the Hogwarts students divided into two factions. Charlie and Marcus rallied their supporters, charging at another group of students, plunging Hogwarts into chaos. Eventually, old Dumbledore appeared, quelling both the unrest and the students involved. Wait, he was not the Dark Lord. Sebastian shook his head, dismissing such incongruous thoughts from his mind. Surely, it was the peculiar turn of events that followed his emergence from the fireplace that had skewed the atmosphere so dramatically. He quickly shifted the subject. Come. Everyone sit down. I truly did not cry. You have all misunderstood. Moreover, no fighting understood. Especially you, Marcus, should I learn that you are bullying fellow students. I shall be the first to expel you from the team. Sebastian was certain there was some misunderstanding, but clarity eluded him. To prevent further chaos, he decided to cease the conversation altogether. He retrieved a magical television and images from his bag, addressing the students softly. After the students departed, Sebastian sighed deeply, collapsing onto the sofa. The report from the Daily Prophet held little weight in his mind. Nonetheless, the student's concern warmed his heart. But where did these rumors of his tears originate? How exhausting. He had initially believed the matter would settle, but unexpectedly, as he made his way to the Great Hall for lunch, he noticed groups of young wizards whispering to one another along the way. Their hushed voices, though soft, pierced his ears, leaving him feeling distinctly uneasy. Have you heard? Upon reading today's newspaper, Professor Swan was brought to tears. I am aware. Professor Swan has spent the entire morning weeping in his office. Consider how much he has contributed to the school, and yet some students still speak ill of him. If I were in his position, I would weep as well. Professor Swan, so fragile, scarcely resembles a mature wizard. As Sebastian listened to the whispers of the young wizards, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How could such rumors spread so swiftly? It felt as though every member of the faculty and student body was aware of the situation. As he walked through the halls, he was met with sympathetic or encouraging glances from the students, some even rushing up to him to offer their support, urging him to remain strong. Sebastian, feeling somewhat helpless, could only smile and nod in acknowledgement. It seemed that dining was out of the question. Perhaps it would be best to have the house elves deliver lunch to his office. How infuriating. My reputation. Why do they not believe a word I say? And that instigator, Rita Skeeter. I had no intention of addressing you, you little pest. Yet the professor is furious, and the consequences are dire. Just wait. I shall send an owl to deliver my wrath upon you. Chapter 44. Who is the uncrowned king? If Sebastian were compelled to name 3 individuals he detests most within the magical realm, Rita Skeeter would undoubtedly hold a prominent position. This unscrupulous journalist has a talent for fabricating sensationalized reports designed to capture the attention of her readers. However, her skill lies in the fact that her articles always contain a kernel of truth. She adeptly exaggerates and distorts facts to cater to the public's insatiable curiosity. Though Rita has garnered many enemies, she has also prepared numerous safe havens for herself. While he may despise her, Sebastian had no intention of seeking her out. However, With his students now driven to the brink of madness, it would be uncharacteristic of him not to retaliate, even if it were merely to vindicate his students. Moreover, the rampant rumors circulating among the students are tarnishing his reputation beyond repair. This is intolerable. Rita, brace yourself. I may not strike the students, but you are not beyond my reach. Today, you shall learn why the flowers bloom so red. After class is concluded, Sebastian arrived at a house on the outskirts of Birmingham, England. According to reliable sources, Rita Skeeter had left London yesterday and was now within this very dwelling. Standing before the door, he extended his magical senses, detecting that within, a wizard sat at a table, diligently writing. Found you, Rita Skeeter. He first cast a muggle-repelling charm, then, with a wicked grin, approached and pressed the doorbell. Ding-dong, ding-dong. As the bell chimed, a well-groomed lady opened the door. Adjusting her glasses atop her nose, she regarded the visitor outside with a displeased expression. Who is it? Apologies for intruding upon your writing. It is truly bothersome. You seem somewhat familiar. I am Sebastian Swan, with a cheerful demeanor. Sebastian introduced himself. I hope you don't mind my bold intrusion. In an instant, Rita Skeeter's displeasure transformed into vigilance. Was trouble brewing? Just this morning, she had spoken ill of this man, and here he was, appearing at her doorstep by evening. How'd he come to know this address? Do not fret, Sebastian gently assured. I come bearing significant news that you are certain to relish. Rita eased her guard. From her understanding, the man before her held an impeccable reputation and was quite protective of his standing. Moreover, he was currently a professor at Hogwarts, unlikely to engage in any rash behavior. Important news? It appeared he was prepared to offer some information in exchange for her favor. How well she understood his intentions. Knowing her penchant for various tidbits of news, Rita felt a surge of pride within her. The wealthiest in a magical community, indeed, a slight gesture from him, and he would find himself pleading for mercy. Very well, let us see just how valuable your news is. Should it bear substantial worth, I might consider sparing you a reprimand in my forthcoming report. Intrigued, Rita allowed her curiosity to guide her, making way for Sebastian to enter her abode. Please, have a seat. Rita settled opposite Sebastian, placing parchment and her shorthand quill on the table before her, then eagerly gazing at him. Mr. Swan, I trust you won't mind if I record our conversation with this quill. It will facilitate our communication. Whenever you are ready, we may commence. Sebastian took a seat on the sofa, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. The room was quite tidy, lacking excessive adornments. As a temporary refuge, it was quite satisfactory. A glance at the parchment on the table revealed the title, The Hypocrisy of Sebastian Swan. Below it lay an unfinished article. Sebastian chuckled softly. Was she preparing a detailed dissection of his character for a series of reports? No need to concern himself with that. Of course, the specifics would depend on the nature of their dialogue. He hoped for a pleasant exchange. Rita subtly threatened Sebastian, sensing she had seized the initiative in their discussion. Sebastian found himself at a loss for words. This woman possessed an audacious audacity, unabashedly speaking her mind in front of the subject at hand. Miss Skeeter, Sebastian remarked with a hint of amusement. Before we begin our conversation, I would like to pose a question. Since entering the field of journalism, you have garnered many adversaries. Yet, to my knowledge, you have never provoked those who could retaliate against you. With that, Sebastian produced a copy of today's Daily Prophet and tossed it upon the table. In your eyes, am I merely a soft target, easily bullied? I am particularly curious to know who bestowed upon you the audacity to compose such a report. Before Rita Skeeter could utter a word, Sebastian continued. Rumor has it that you are a rather astute character. But now, you truly disappoint. Upon hearing Sebastian's scornful remarks, Rita's lips twisted in anger. Her expression contorted as she retorted fiercely. Sebastian Swan, it seems you have come here merely to provoke. Leave my home. You are not welcome here. No sooner had she spoken than a quill on the table took flight, swiftly inscribing on the parchment. Sebastian Swan is not only a hypocritical charlatan, but also small-minded and vindictive, undoubtedly a dangerous individual. Upon reading the writer's report, Sebastian Swan brazenly stormed into the writer's residence, threatening their personal safety. I urge everyone to see through the true nature of this charlatan. Do not be deceived by his facade. Moreover, I express profound concern for the future of the magical realm. With such a dangerous individual teaching at Hogwarts, one wonders what kind of torment our next generation will endure. I call for a boycott of Swan alchemy. Let us start from ourselves. Observing the impassioned words on the parchment, a perverse thrill surged within Rita Skeeter. Sebastian, how dare you humiliate me in my own house? You have no idea how potent the power of words can be. With your fledgling Swan media, a farce. In the realm of words, I am the uncrowned monarch. On the day you fall from grace, I shall demand you kneel before me in supplication. Chapter 45. You are all performing me. Gazing at Rita Skeeter's contorted visage, a playful smile crept upon Sebastian's lips. He unleashed a torrent of magic from within, pressing down upon her. In an instant, the expression on Rita's face froze. She felt as if she stood before a colossal dragon, the mere presence of which rendered her breathless. This sensation reminded her of the past, when the Dark Lord reigned supreme. A mere glance at him from a distance in Diagon Alley had sent her heart racing with terror. In a panic, she drew her wand, trembling as she pointed it at Sebastian. Before she could utter any venomous words, she was astonished to see frost forming at the tip of her wand, quickly crystallizing into thick ice. As this ice appeared, it spread at an alarming rate toward her fingertips. Ah! A sharp scream erupted from Rita Skeeter's throat. She hastily released her wand, allowing it to clatter to the ground. In an instant, her entire wand was encased in thick ice. Then, with a resounding crack, it shattered upon impact with the floor. Witnessing the fragments of her shattered wand, Rita Skeeter could no longer suppress the terror that surged within her. She fell to the ground, trembling as she exclaimed, "How dare you? The Aurors will come for you." In Rita Skeeter's imagination, the worst-case scenario involved nothing more than a war of words unfolding between the Daily Prophet and Swan Media. The thought of being attacked with a wand had never crossed her mind. After all, Sebastian had no reason to act against her. Though he was a formidable wizard, he had already achieved great success and even become a professor at Hogwarts. How could he dare? Did he not fear imprisonment in Azkaban? Worse. Sebastian chuckled softly, "Madam, do you wish for the Aurors' assistance? I am more than willing to lend a hand. Allow me to cast a warning charm for you." With that, he drew his wand and cast a spell toward the window. Then, turning to Rita Skeeter, he placed a small pouch of galleons on the table. "I apologize for your wand. You may select a new one at Ollivander's." In less than half a minute, the front door burst open. Aurors on the case. Everyone remained still. Upon hearing the arrival of the Aurors, Rita Skeeter managed to suppress her fear. She leapt up in excitement and rushed toward the door. "Auror, I wish to file a report." Sebastian remained unperturbed on the sofa. He waved casually at the two wizards who entered and greeted one of them. "Hello, Delirious." She hid behind Delirious, pointing frantically at Sebastian and shouting, "Auror, it was him who attacked me. Seize this murderer and imprison him in Azkaban. We need to verify whether you have assaulted this lady." Warning charm, muggle repelling charm, cleaning charm. A flurry of spells were cast, yet none were offensive. Delirious returned the wand to Sebastian, smiling. "It seems to be a misunderstanding. Mr. Swan, you are innocent." "Innocent?" Rita Skeeter jumped up. "This man attacked me. How can he be innocent? My wand is shattered." Sebastian looked at her with pity. How could such a clever person be so oblivious? Did she not realize that the two Aurors before her were on his side? He had arranged everything prior, for he never engaged in battles without preparation. "Silence. Are you questioning the capabilities of the Aurors?" Delirious shouted. "The evidence gathered at the scene clearly shows that your wand was broken by your own hand." Rita Skeeter's face paled. She was bewildered as to how this could be. Was not the evidence clear? How could she have shattered her own wand? She glanced at the serious-faced Aurors and then at Sebastian, whose expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. A chill ran down her spine as the realization dawned upon her. These two parties were in cahoots. Fear began to creep into her heart. How casually two Aurors appeared, both aligned with Sebastian. A chilling thought struck. How many in the Ministry of Magic have succumbed to Sebastian's influence? Beyond the Aurors, just how extensive is the web he has woven within the Ministry? Rita Skeeter dared not ponder further. Regret washed over her in waves. She could not fathom how she had been so blinded, provoking this individual. She had been deceived by the favorable persona crafted by Sebastian, believing him merely to be a man of integrity. How naively foolish. Noticing Rita's silence, Delirious nodded toward Sebastian before exiting, shutting the door behind him. The sound startled Rita from her tumultuous thoughts, and she gazed at Sebastian in terror. "Can we now sit down and converse?" Sebastian's gentle voice inquired. "Of course." Rita shuddered, immediately bowing her head. "Professor Swan, please take a seat." Once Sebastian settled, Rita cautiously positioned herself across from him. "Professor Swan, do you have any instructions?" "Fear not." Sebastian softly reassured. "I indeed have an important message to share with you today." No sooner had he spoken than a lifelike beetle, crafted from ice crystals, materialized upon the table before them. Rita felt as if she had plummeted into an icy abyss. The beetle resembled the one she transformed into as an animagus. Damn it! How could he possibly know I am an animagus? And recognize my animagus form? What else does he know? Rita's mind spiraled into chaos, utterly at a loss for how to respond. "Ms. Skeeter, do you not find this revelation rather valuable?" A grotesque smile twisted upon Rita's face, more pitiable than tears. Sebastian continued with a flippant tone. Can you imagine how many envious eyes have cast their gaze upon Swan's alchemical endeavors? And how I have dealt with those individuals? You have offended many, Miss Skeeter. They despise you, yet cannot reach you, thus rendering them powerless. Many hold themselves in high esteem, too lazy to engage with you. But I am different. Sebastian's tone shifted. I am a true Slytherin. When faced with repugnant attacks, I prefer to retaliate with even greater repulsiveness. You have grown accustomed to smooth sailing, so I am here to teach you a lesson and help you remember. With that, Sebastian raised his wand towards Rita. A faint yellow orb illuminated, then swiftly struck her chest, vanishing at her heart. This is your punishment. Sebastian's demeanor turned icy. I have planted a seed within your heart. Should you ever again incite my displeasure, the fate of this little insect may not be so pleasant. With a snap of his fingers, the parchment laden with reports on the table erupted into wicked orange flames. Fiendish fire. Rita's skit, in a fit of terror, tumbled to the ground, scrambling on all fours to the wall. Her face was a mask of dread as she beheld Sebastian, who sat calmly on the sofa, as if he were a demon incarnate. Under Sebastian's masterful control, the vicious flame resembled a docile lamb, vanishing without a trace after consuming the parchment, leaving the surface of the table unscathed. In the blink of an eye, the parchment had been reduced to nothingness, not even a trace of ash remaining. Sebastian rose, bowing elegantly to Rita's skit. Moreover, I sincerely wish you sweet dreams tonight. Farewell. Chapter 46. Sebastian's Dark Humor. Rita sat motionless on the floor, her eyes vacant, staring blankly in the direction of Sebastian's departure, resembling a statue. Only upon hearing the sound of Sebastian's apparition did her pupils regain focus, slowly returning to reality. Whether it was fear, anger, or indignation, her lips trembled slightly. Yet, she remained silent, pressing her hands against her heart incessantly. The words Sebastian had spoken before leaving echoed in her mind. I have planted a special seed within your heart. A seed? That wretched man had embedded a seed of malevolence in her very heart. If she were to provoke him again, would she be incinerated from within by the inferno? How dare he, a professor brazenly wielding such notorious dark magic? The Aurors from the ministry had scarcely departed the premises when he resorted to this dark art to manipulate the safety of others. With this thought, Rita felt a wave of despair. Worse, that scoundrel was undoubtedly unafraid. The ministry's Aurors were surely in his pocket. Her previous reports had been spot on. This man was a complete hypocrite. Everyone had been deceived. Everyone, even Dumbledore, had fallen for his ruse. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have allowed such a person to become a professor at Hogwarts, to plant a seed of malevolence within a person's heart to control their very life and death. This man was, without a doubt, the new generation's Dark Lord. Rita felt she had uncovered the true nature of Sebastian, yet the cost of this revelation weighed heavily upon her. Rising to her feet, she began to lash out at everything in her sight, venting her rage and fear. Yet in her frenzy, she instinctively avoided the sofa he had occupied and the table he had used. Only when her energy was depleted, and she could smash no more, did she drag her weary feet toward the table he had utilized. As her anger subsided, reason and hatred surged within her once more. Though she lacked a wand, she resolved that she would, even at the peril of her own life, rid herself of that accursed table and sofa. Later, she resolved to leverage the extensive network she had cultivated over many years of toil to seek the aid of formidable wizards in eradicating the fiery seed lodged within her heart. Rita's skit seethed with rage, gritting her teeth at the thought of Sebastian. Once I resolve the matter of my heart, I shall ensure your disgrace. As she approached the table, Rita froze in astonishment. The beetle ice sculpture, which had shown no signs of melting, transformed before her very eyes into a puddle of water. This water, seemingly imbued with life, flowed across the table, forming two ominous sentences. A friendly reminder. I possess ample confidence that no wizard could detect the seed within your heart. The crucial question is, do you have sufficient opportunities to investigate? A chill gripped Rita's limbs, and dread once again flooded her mind. She felt as though Sebastian was monitoring her with some unknown magic. Just as the thought of retaliation emerged, he issued a warning. In a daze, Rita sensed her heart beginning to burn. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest, and repeatedly uttered in a trembling voice, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. At that moment, Sebastian had already dined at home, languidly sprawled on the sofa, enjoying a delightful evening of television. He mused whether the foolish Rita would still dare to provoke him. The thought of Rita's skit's terrified expression filled Sebastian with a refreshment akin to that of a chilled cola. Although this woman was repugnant, he had no intention of truly harming her. She was not worth sullying his hands over. As for the seed within her heart, it was merely a modified luminescent charm, designed to glow and emit heat. To label the luminescent charm as a fiery seed was simply a clever trick to magnify the significance of a minor spell. After all, those who commit misdeeds live in fear of retribution. Given Rita's nature, she would undoubtedly believe his claims with unwavering conviction, with Delirious assisting in his performance. Along with the triggering spell embedded in the beetle eye sculpture, this woman would surely avoid him in the future. Sebastian adjusted the cushion behind him and happily reveled in the pleasures of the night. As December arrived, the skies over England grew gloomy, and the streets of London saw its inhabitants don thick garments. Sebastian had long arranged for the house elves to activate the alchemical devices that provided warmth, part of the donations made to Hogwarts alchemical products. Consequently, Hogwarts Castle maintained an ambience as warm as spring. The young wizards appeared in their light attire, cloaked in thin wizarding robes, as they attended classes and frequented the library. It was only on their way to herbology class in the greenhouse or during magical creatures lessons that they donned heavier coats. Even during Quidditch matches, young spectators had to hold their coats in hand, lest they become too warm. After all, during the renovation of the stands, protective measures were implemented alongside the alchemical devices for heating and cooling, ensuring that the audience could comfortably enjoy the thrill of the game. At this moment within the castle, the young wizards congregated in small groups, animatedly discussing the recently concluded Quidditch match. Krum from Durmstrang was indeed formidable. Despite being only in his third year, he executed the highly complex Wronski feint with remarkable skill. I concede that Krum is impressive, yet Charlie is not to be underestimated. Indeed, when Charlie dove towards the ground alongside Krum, I feared he might crash headlong, but fortunately he discerned the opponent's intentions just in time. Speaking of which, our team has made significant progress, maintaining pressure on the opponents throughout the match. It was a stark contrast to our initial encounter with the Beauxbatons team. However, Durmstrang's players were no slouches either. Even while trailing by 100 points, they remained composed and mounted a tenacious counterattack. I agree, the match was truly exhilarating, with Durmstrang's players performing admirably, though we ultimately proved to be the stronger side. As for Charlie's luck, who could have predicted that a messenger owl would swoop onto the field, nearly colliding with Charlie flying at full speed? Otherwise, who knows who might have captured the golden snitch first? Haha, just thinking about that moment brings a smile. I can't shake the feeling that the owl flew off cursing in a rather ungracious manner. In this match, we dominated Durmstrang, while in November's game, Durmstrang overpowered Beauxbatons. It seems that, barring unforeseen circumstances, we are indeed the strongest. I am quite confident about the upcoming matches. I believe we can secure 2 consecutive victories and reach the finals. The next match won't occur until spring next year, which is still quite some time away. However, we will be playing as guests in the next games, and I envy the cheerleaders who will have the opportunity to visit those 2 schools. Hee, I am one of the cheerleaders. I've heard that Beauxbatons is filled with beautiful girls, and I intend to make some wonderful friends there. Noticing the conversation veer off topic, everyone cast disdainful glances at the student who had just spoken. Bah! Sebastian sat in his office chair, a letter lying upon his desk. He picked it up, noticing the words inscribed in the lower right corner of the envelope, from Mr. White. Chapter 47. The Concept of a Wizard. Gazing at the letter in his hand, Sebastian felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. He never anticipated that the root cause of Hogwarts' defeat in the match would be an owl delivering a letter to him. He broke the wax seal on the back of the envelope and slowly unfolded the letter to read. Dear Sebastian, it has been a long time since we last met. I hope you are enjoying your current life as a professor. After a lengthy period of preparation and navigating various bureaucratic hurdles, the company has finally found its footing. This process was arduous, yet we have achieved a gratifying outcome. However, I still harbor uncertainties regarding the specific plans for our next steps, and thus I greatly value your insights and suggestions. I hope you can make a trip to London soon, so we can discuss the company's future development. I believe that through our combined efforts, we will one day witness the realization of the vision you have outlined. Your loyal friend, Mr. White. Chapter 48. White or Black? Upon hearing that familiar name, White fell into a contemplative silence, his demeanor reflecting a deep introspection. He remained taciturn, indulging in one cigar after another. Sebastian, in turn, did not press him, but merely observed White as he smoked. The man before him, shrouded in smoke, bore another identity within the realm of magic. He hailed from the illustrious Black family. He was Regulus Black, the younger son, with an elder brother named Sirius Black. In the original narrative, despite his allegiance to Voldemort's Death Eaters, Regulus did not commit any heinous acts. At the tender age of 16, he followed Voldemort, motivated solely by the desire to uphold the glory of the pure-blooded black lineage. Ultimately, he sees an opportunity to exchange his life for one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, thereby aiming to obliterate the Dark Wizard's immortality. Sebastian harbored a profound admiration for this tragic figure from the original tale. Following Regulus's enrollment, he extended the hand of friendship toward him. Their kindred spirits forged a bond that blossomed into an unbreakable companionship. Amusingly, due to Snape's influence, Sebastian's relationship with Sirius was rather strained. After Regulus and Sebastian became friends, Sirius expressed his discontent, leading to numerous disputes between the brothers. Sebastian had contemplated dissuading Regulus from joining the Death Eaters. However, the Black family was among the earliest supporters of Voldemort, having entrenched themselves in his cause. Following Sirius's public denouncement of Voldemort and subsequent disownment by the family, the Blacks found themselves in an awkward predicament within the ranks of the Death Eaters. Thus, in service to the Black family and the so-called purity of blood that Voldemort espoused, Regulus ultimately chose to join the Dark ranks. Despite this divergence, Sebastian and Regulus maintained their friendship. While they outwardly feigned enmity, they continued to communicate clandestinely. To truly understand a person, one must not only heed their words but also observe their actions. This was a lesson Sebastian imparted to Regulus, which the latter took to heart. Yet, he remained entranced by the vision of a pure-blood future, until the moment he discerned that Voldemort harbored no such aspirations. The Dark Lord's every action was driven by the desire for his brutal, tyrannical dominion. The shattering of ideals and the ensuing moral conflict plunged Regulus into despair. With Voldemort at the zenith of his power and the Black family ensnared too deeply, he felt powerless. Recalling his friend's counsel, he sought out Sebastian to confide in him regarding his helplessness. Sebastian vividly remembers Regulus's anguished expression, tears streaming down his face, filled with remorse. Yet at that moment, he found himself lacking viable solutions. After all, Regulus was not alone. He had a mother, a staunch supporter of Voldemort. Should Regulus betray the Death Eaters, Voldemort would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon the Black family. However, Sebastian was acutely aware of Regulus's character, knowing full well that he would inevitably make the same choice as depicted in the original narrative. In a bid to save his friend's life, Sebastian could only subtly convey to Regulus, if one day you uncover the secret of the Dark Lord's immortality, do not attempt to handle it alone. I will bear the burden with you. To safeguard against any potential danger, Sebastian discreetly sought out Regulus's house elf, Creature, instructing him to summon Sebastian in times of peril. Sebastian felt a profound sense of relief in having secured this arrangement, ensuring that Creature would watch over Regulus's safety. Upon discovering the secret of Voldemort's immortality, Regulus resolved to confront the Horcruxes independently. When Creature, in tears, sought Sebastian's assistance and led him to the cave harboring the Horcrux, Regulus was already being dragged into the water by the Inferi. In a moment of utmost urgency, Sebastian rescued Regulus and subsequently took him away to heal his body, ravaged by poison. Although Regulus's physical form was restored, the psychological scars rendered him a mere shell of his former self. To mend his friend's spirit, Sebastian painted a vision of a future where wizards could live openly without fear. Regulus was captivated by this ideal, and at long last, he found the strength to rise again. Under Sebastian's guidance, he departed the magical realm, assuming the identity of a muggle to live and study in the muggle world. For 11 years, he scarcely returned to the magical community, only visiting briefly to see his mother in her final moments. Thereafter, he remained in the muggle realm, assisting Sebastian in managing various enterprises. As the last embers of his cigar extinguished, Regulus sighed deeply. You may call me white. Black perished 11 years ago in that cold, damp cave teeming with Inferi. He paused, his voice imbued with a sense of liberation. Perhaps one day, I shall reclaim the surname Black, but not now. I cherish the blueprint you have envisioned for me, and I embrace it as my new aspiration. Regulus shed his earlier despondency, his words now resonating with determination. I am diligently striving for a future where wizards can live openly under the sun. Moreover, I have grown quite fond of my muggle identity and the endeavors I'm currently engaged in. What about Creature? Sebastian inquired. Shall we restore his memory, so he may care for your needs? Creature. Regulus's tone was tinged with regret. I do feel somewhat guilty toward him, even though I had his consent when I altered his memories. However, since I have already modified his recollections, let him believe I have passed away. He need not tend to anyone now and can enjoy a more carefree existence. Besides, my current identity as a muggle renders the presence of a house elf rather incongruous. One day, when I once again grasp the wand, restore the black surname, and return its memories, I shall acknowledge it. Regulus straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently upon Sebastian. Very well, let us set aside my personal matters for today. There exists a popular adage among muggles. Time is money. Let us focus on discussing the company's growth and strategy, my friend. Chapter 49, Regulus's Endeavors. When the topic of company development arose, Regulus was immediately infused with vigor. Over the past 2 years, having secured ample funding, we have supported a multitude of muggles in venturing into finance, mining, energy, computing, and manufacturing. These agents are unaware of each other's existence, completely disconnected, while we remain in the shadows, refraining from interfering in their growth. The factions we have nurtured have experienced both gains and losses, yet overall, they are thriving at a remarkable pace. Furthermore, in response to the list you previously provided, I have made substantial investments in various muggle companies worldwide, such as Microsoft and Apple. However, there are some discrepancies in your list. Many of the companies mentioned have yet to be established, including Amazon, Google, and Facebook. Sebastian smiled knowingly. It is indeed correct that these companies have not yet been founded. After all, it is only 1990. Amazon will not be established until 1994, Google until 1998, and Facebook is even further off. Listing these names ahead of time is merely a precaution, a way to keep an eye on future opportunities for advantage. Naturally, if feasible, acquiring these companies in advance is not out of the question. The list is undoubtedly sound. Sebastian replied with a mysterious smile. This list was provided to me by a master of prophecy. Focus on the founders of the companies listed. Should they express intentions to establish their firms, we shall act decisively. In just a few years, Muggle currency will flow abundantly into our coffers. You, my friend, are perpetually enigmatic, Regulus remarked with a hint of exasperation, uncertain of where you found this master of prophecy. I certainly believe in that list. After all, the companies we have invested in have already yielded substantial profits. Reflecting on the fact that Sebastian had made no additional arrangements regarding those companies, Regulus nodded thoughtfully. So, our positioning with these companies is essentially as their financial benefactors, correct? We shall not interfere with their development. We will simply reap the rewards. The agents we have positioned in the East have inquired about my general arrangements multiple times. Please provide some guidance. As a member of the traveling forces, Sebastian was acutely aware of the value of land. The next 2 to 3 decades will witness a significant expansion in the real estate sector. In just a few years, these lands will appreciate dramatically, a guaranteed lucrative venture. However, Sebastian had no intention of entering the real estate market. As he had previously stated, he harbored no interest in money. His earnings were solely for the advancement of the magical realm. Thus, he had alternative plans for the lands acquired. These lands hold immense potential. Sebastian raised an eyebrow, envisioning the prospects for wizarding studios and wizarding publishing. We aim to bring the classic works of Muggles to the grand screen, and once those narratives resonate deeply with the audience, we shall construct a magnificent magical realm within the Muggle world. Regulus's eyes sparkled. We could draw inspiration from Disneyland and establish our own unique magical theme park. Indeed, a confident smile spread across Sebastian's face. Our acquisition of land globally serves this very purpose. Furthermore, creating a magical theme park is a venture that promises mutual benefits. Such a park holds significant importance for us, while also offering myriad advantages to the Muggle governments worldwide. It could generate substantial tax revenue for them, provide countless excellent job opportunities, and stimulate local tourism. I believe that, in light of these benefits, Muggle governments will extend favorable policies towards us. In that scenario, these governments would become our most effective allies in promoting the concepts of wizards and magic. Sebastian spoke with fervor. Our magical park must be grander, cooler, more luxurious, and more captivating. Accompanied by various film merchandise, such as dolls, apparel, and armor, we shall infiltrate the entertainment sphere, making the notion of wizards globally renowned within a decade. This is merely the first step towards dismantling the Secrecy Act. At that time, Sebastian continued, the world will be filled with muggles donned in wizard robes, engaged in transformations. We wizards will then be free to manifest ourselves within the muggle realm. In that moment, the line between reality and illusion shall blur, even when cloaked in wizardry. Muggles will merely perceive us as imitating characters from films, rather than necessitating the disguise of muggle attire to navigate their world as we do now. Regulus's eyes gleamed with excitement as he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, your plan is magnificent. It is both subtle and mutually beneficial. I knew placing my faith in you was the right choice. Under the admiring gaze of Regulus, Sebastian felt a sense of elation. However, this is merely the first step in breaking the Secrecy Act. The challenges ahead may be fraught with complexities. There may be smooth sailing, or we could face bloody conflicts. At the mention of potential bloodshed, Regulus hesitated for but a moment before his gaze hardened with determination. Resolutely, he declared, "Regardless, we fear no challenge. Do not worry. We can make arrangements in advance." Sebastian's tone took on a playful note. For instance, we could operate behind the scenes, supporting Muggle political parties sympathetic to wizards into power. Even if conflicts arise, we could garner support from one faction while intimidating another through force. Wealth, health, and power will always lure a faction of Muggles to our side. Regulus, somewhat contemplative, remarked, "Sebastian, your vision is always so far-reaching. To conquer through force." On this matter, Sebastian held some differing views. The essence of the world is a relentless struggle for survival, where the strong prevail and the weak perish. History, after all, is predominantly penned by the victors. The Muggle realm presents numerous exemplars of this phenomenon. The first emperor of the East sought to unify the land and succeeded, earning a revered status as a monumental figure in the hearts of the people. Conversely, the mustachioed tyrant of Europe aspired to unify the continent, but met with failure, thus becoming the scapegoat for the wars he incited. To compare the two is to unjustly elevate the latter. In contrast to the Muggle world, the realm of magic offers a canvas where individual prowess can reshape destiny. In hindsight, the Dark Lord's ideology appears somewhat ludicrous. Yet had he triumphed, he would have been hailed as a champion of justice. However, the Dark Lord lacked the omnipotence to dismiss all opposition. At the very least, he could not conquer Dumbledore. Sebastian, too, found the Dark Lord's philosophy unpalatable, prompting his allegiance to the faction opposing him, thereby contributing to the peace of the magical community. With a smile directed at Regulus, Sebastian remarked, "Though the magical realm may be fewer in number, its intricacies are profound. Rest assured, I shall navigate all matters concerning our world. The Muggle realm is entrusted to you. After all, every endeavor necessitates substantial financial backing." Regulus, brimming with confidence, replied, "Fear not. I shall uphold my responsibilities and champion the future of the magical world." Now, let's not stray too far from our topic. Please, enlighten me on the specific plans for Wizarding Cinematics and Wizarding Publishing, the two major projects I am personally overseeing. You mustn't keep any secrets. Chapter 50. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. In response to Regulus's request, Sebastian was determined to acquiesce. For this was the pivotal step in his vision for the Muggle world. This is precisely why other projects supported Muggle agents, allowing them to develop autonomously, while Wizarding Cinematics and Wizarding Publishing required Regulus to take the helm personally. Sebastian rolled up his sleeves and, with a flick of his wand, cleared the dining table. He unfurled a piece of parchment, expanding it to match the size of the table with an enlargement charm. Subsequently, he took up a quill and began sketching a mind map upon the parchment. Observing Sebastian's hands-on approach, Regulus was elated and promptly stood beside him to see what he was inscribing. As Sebastian wrote, he elucidated to Regulus, "Let us begin with Wizarding Publishing. As the arbiter of standards, Wizarding Publishing will periodically issue recruitment themes and solicit submissions globally. The works can encompass genres such as adventure, romance, action, mystery, and more. We shall welcome all exceptional pieces related to the fantastical." Sebastian clenched his fist, revealing his ambition. "We aim to establish Wizarding Publishing as the sanctuary for fantasy enthusiasts within the Muggle community." Sebastian meticulously delineated two branches beneath the publisher, the Wizard Publishing House, which he intended to bifurcate into two distinct entities, print publishing and digital publishing. Furthermore, these two divisions would be broadly categorized into teams targeting male readership and those aimed at female readership. The print publishing would adhere to established conventions. However, the digital publishing sector represented a burgeoning industry. With fervent strokes on the parchment, Sebastian emphatically marked the digital publishing segment. The contemporary internet is burgeoning in popularity, revealing vast prospects within this domain. The publication cycle for physical books is protracted, demanding high standards and yielding slow results. In contrast, ebooks offer a different paradigm, allowing for a reduction in expectations. Drawing from memories of his previous life, Sebastian sketched a rough outline of an ebook website. The vision was to create the largest digital book platform, enabling authors from around the globe to share their works. On the internet, the velocity of information transmission is remarkably swift, facilitating rapid results for the author's writings. These creators need not possess extraordinary literary prowess. As long as their narratives are engaging and their prose accessible, they would suffice. Commencing from this juncture, they could establish branches of Wizard Productions and Wizard Publishing in those territories, thereby expanding into multilingual markets. After all, many countries do not converse in English. Sebastian straightened his posture and turned to Regulus, articulating the operational model of online literature that he had observed in his past life. Their dialogue flowed with questions and answers, accompanied by continuous discussions, and soon Regulus grasped the general process. Almost forgetting, Sebastian tapped his head, recalling the importance of Wizard Productions. The synergy between Wizard Publishing and Wizard Productions could yield fruitful collaborations. Ebooks that have been validated by the market could be transformed into physical editions, and those with exceptional acclaim could be adapted into films or television series. Regulus, overwhelmed by the deluge of information, promptly requested a break. He lit another cigarette to invigorate himself. At that moment, his admiration for Sebastian surged like an unending river, and his reflections surged like a tide. How could this individual possess such extensive knowledge? He articulated his thoughts with clarity and rationale. Truly remarkable. A person who dwells in the magical realm appears to understand far more than one who has remained in the Muggle world. It seemed that during his travels in the Muggle realm, he had indeed acquired a wealth of insights. Regulus inhaled deeply, gazing at the parchment densely filled with text, replaying the knowledge imparted by Sebastian in his mind like a film. Only after ensuring that nothing was amiss did he turn to Sebastian. Now, let us discuss the development of Wizard Productions. I have acquired the copyrights to all the classic works you specified, which was an immense expenditure. Here are copies of the acquisition contract for your review. He presented several documents to Sebastian, his face beaming with pride as he proclaimed, "This is the Lord of the Rings. This is the Hobbit. This is the Chronicles of Narnia." Regulus enthusiastically recounted the copyright contracts in his possession. "I have also taken note of the few Muggle authors you specifically mentioned. According to the prophecy you provided, they are destined to create works akin to Twilight and A Song of Ice and Fire. Although these works are but shadows at present, I shall seek them out to acquire the rights as soon as they set pen to paper." At this point, a look of perplexity crossed Regulus's face. Can prophecies be so precise? Aren't they merely a collection of vague phrases? I fear I may have attended a false prophecy class. I wonder where Sebastian found such an extraordinary seer. Excellent, Sebastian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He expressed great confidence in Regulus's efficiency. Once the rights to these works were secured, Wizarding Studios would have no shortage of exceptional films for the next 2 decades. After all, these creations had already proven their worth in the market during their previous existence, each one surpassing the last. Sebastian could already envision Wizarding Studios soaring to great heights. To be candid, Regulus felt a tinge of nostalgia. These works were indeed captivating, and he had been staying up late to indulge in them. To ensure a resounding success for Wizarding Studios, the selection of the inaugural piece must be approached with utmost caution. Yet, he found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by choices. What are your thoughts, Sebastian? Simple. Sebastian's eyes sparkled with confidence. For our first project, let us choose The Lord of the Rings. I recommend the director Peter Jackson. He inscribed Peter Jackson's name on parchment and instructed Regulus, spare no effort to bring him on board. If he demands a salary, we shall pay. If he requires talent, we shall provide. In short, we must secure his commitment. Noticing Regulus furrowing his brow, Sebastian patted him on the shoulder. He is an exceptionally talented director. Trust me, he will bring this project to life with unparalleled perfection. Once this film becomes a sensation, we will firmly establish our presence in the Muggle film industry, and all our efforts will attain profound significance. At that juncture, we shall boldly launch a myriad of related merchandise, such as exquisite posters and delightful figurines, which will undoubtedly captivate the fans. Moreover, he continued, we could consider adapting it into an animated series specifically tailored for children. After all, the imaginative minds of young ones are inherently filled with fantastical wonders, making them our ideal target audience. Additionally, let us not forget to collaborate with a robust gaming company to transform this narrative into an exhilarating computer game. The potential of the video game market is boundless. Regulus listened with wide eyes, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking a grain, wholeheartedly agreeing with Sebastian's vision. The scene resembled that of a weary traveler who, after wandering through the arid desert for days, finally glimpses an oasis, or an individual who has long groped in darkness, at last beholding the dawn. Regulus eagerly inscribed every word spoken by Sebastian, as well as every letter penned upon the parchment. He felt akin to one navigating through obscurity, with Sebastian serving as the guiding light, illuminating his path forward. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall assemble a team of animators. Regarding the gaming company, I recall we invested in a firm named Ubisoft. We can entrust them with the development. By the way, Sebastian, do you have any splendid suggestions for works pertaining to the magical realm? After all, our ultimate goal is to bring the wonders of the magical world to the silver screen, allowing muggles to encounter it through this medium. Sebastian glanced at the clock on the wall, and to his surprise, it was already 11:30 at night. He casually tossed the quill onto the table, the prolonged hours of labor rendering his neck somewhat stiff. Slowly, he rotated his neck, attempting to alleviate the discomfort. There's no need to rush. Let's first thoroughly unveil the Muggle world. We are true Slytherins. Patience is paramount. However, fret not, for once we achieve fame, I shall introduce you to a wizard. He is currently the most renowned author in the magical realm. His words align perfectly with our theme. Sebastian stretched languidly, smiling as he addressed Regulus. He is quite keen on becoming a celebrity in the Muggle world. You should have some recollection of him. His name is Gilderoy Lockhart. Chapter 51. The Exemplary Employee Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart? Regulus murmured the name twice. Having been away from the magical world for so long, he was rather unfamiliar with its inhabitants. It sounds familiar, but who could it be? Here, as a hint, Sebastian teased slightly. During our time at Hogwarts, we encountered a remarkably unique individual. Exceedingly unique. Extremely unique? Upon hearing this clue, a distinctive image surfaced in Regulus's mind. I've got it, he exclaimed, his right fist gently striking his left palm in realization. It's that flamboyant Ravenclaw lad. He had just enrolled when I was in my 4th year. However, I recall his grades were mediocre, and he possessed no remarkable abilities aside from his penchant for showmanship. Sebastian smiled mysteriously. You've underestimated him. His literary prowess is exceptional. Aside from his obsession with fame, he is indeed a rare talent. Well, it is quite late now. Sebastian rose to bid farewell to Regulus when the opportunity arises. I shall introduce you to him. By the way, let me share a secret. His memory magic is exceptionally refined. Should you encounter a competitor who plays by their own rules, I could arrange for Lockhart to intervene, implanting a subtle notion in their minds, a thought that would no longer trouble you. What do you think? Of course, I'm not one to adhere rigidly to conventions. When faced with particularly insufferable individuals, I shall certainly seek your assistance. Upon returning home, Sebastian did not immediately wash up and retire for the night. Instead, he proceeded to his study and picked up the letter penned by Lockhart. Lockhart is undoubtedly talented, yet his vanity and ambition are quite pronounced. Sebastian must periodically ensure that Lockhart's actions are devoid of any missteps. In truth, he harbors a deep curiosity regarding Lockhart's sorting hat placement into Ravenclaw, as he has always believed that such an individual, so fervently obsessed with fame and fortune, ought to have been sorted into Slytherin. Since Lockhart's enrollment, Sebastian has observed him for 3 years. Unlike the diligent scholars of Ravenclaw, Lockhart exhibits no true desire for knowledge. Instead, he is preoccupied with thoughts of fame, whether boasting or concocting schemes for sensational headlines. Students tend to avoid him, and even the professors of various subjects regard him with a degree of disdain. Were it not for the memories of his past life, Sebastian might have dismissed him as utterly inept. However, he distinctly recalls that in the original narrative, aside from wielding a formidable memory charm, Lockhart was also a celebrated author. Within the circles of fans from his previous life, discussions surrounding Lockhart predominantly focused on his memory charm and the fact that he was a fraud, often neglecting his identity as a writer. Undeniably, the tales within Lockhart's books were pilfered from others. Yet many overlook the fact that the ability to weave these narratives into thrilling and captivating stories was indeed a testament to Lockhart's own skill. Sebastian had long set his sights on this individual, eager to recruit him for his own purposes. Following Lockhart's graduation, he even arranged for personnel to monitor Lockhart's every move, fully aware that Lockhart would not remain content in obscurity. When Lockhart journeyed to Armenia, Sebastian recognized that the moment had arrived. He personally traveled to Armenia. As Lockhart confronted an ancient Armenian sorcerer, Sebastian descended upon the scene, capturing him red-handed. In truth, subduing Lockhart was a straightforward endeavor, a firm reprimand followed by a sweet reward sufficed. Under Sebastian's coercion and inducement, Lockhart willingly accepted his role as an employee beneath Sebastian's command. Now, Lockhart stands not only as the most renowned author in the magical realm, but also as the head of Swan Media. Early the next morning, Sebastian hurried to Swan Media, eager to meet with Lockhart and deliver a stern admonishment. The moment he laid eyes on Lockhart, a faint headache began to throb at the temples. Though undeniably gifted, this individual is exceedingly disruptive, A mere 2 months of neglect could yield yet another sensational headline. Sebastian was greeted by Lockhart, who approached with a beaming smile. The recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly personally welcoming him. Did you not feel immensely honored? Lockhart continuously adjusted his angle, endeavoring to showcase what he deemed his most enchanting smile. Oblivious to Lockhart's grin, Sebastian walked straight past him into Lockhart's office. How is the filming of Wandering with Werewolves progressing? Has it wrapped up yet? Upon mentioning his work, Lockhart became instantly animated. He felt no fatigue. Barely seated, he sprang up from his chair, bouncing around the office. I personally adapted Wandering with Werewolves into a 36-episode series. I am not only the director, but also the lead actor. Once it airs on magical television, I shall undoubtedly become the most celebrated star in the wizarding world. Stop, stop, stop. Sebastian, exasperated by Lockhart's antics, raised his hands in a gesture of halting and insisted. Sit down. Let us converse properly. Lockhart leapt from his chair once more, striking various poses before Sebastian. Look, don't I appear tall and handsome like this? Or perhaps I resemble a gallant hero. Surely, my smile could be a selling point? Alas, the sorrows of humanity remain unshared, perhaps due to preconceived notions. Sebastian found Lockhart's posturing far from charming, merely a bit painful to behold. He waved his hand dismissively, managing a strained smile as he interrupted Lockhart once more, insincerely praising. All are quite dashing. Just choose one, or perhaps create several versions of the posters, but ensure the other actors are included. Don't be the sole star. Good eye. Lockhart gleefully responded, convinced that the audience would be captivated by his formidable performance. Suddenly, Lockhart's smile faded, and he gazed at Sebastian with a look of lament. Resurrecting old grievances. Regrettably, none of these character names belong to me. They are mere figments. Had you not intervened, I would have altered the memory of that Armenian old wizard, placing the story under my name. I wouldn't have had to part with a hefty sum of galleons for that old wizard. Now, I am merely perceived as an author, not a powerful wizard. Lockhart clasped his hands together, pleading pathetically, Please help me, Sebastian. I wish for everyone to regard me as a formidable wizard. I desire greater fame. Chapter 52. Consume this large pie, and you shall remain my good employee. Sebastian, with an exasperated glance at Lockhart, wondered how many dishes could lead to such a state. Drunk to this extent? And you consider yourself a powerful wizard? Do you not possess any self-awareness? Rolling his eyes, Sebastian replied, Let us not revisit old grievances. Your words have become tiresome. I have long stated that any matter solvable with galleons is hardly an issue. This way you're happy, I'm happy, and everyone is happy. At the very least, your fame will be rightfully earned. You are now basking in the dual glory of fame and fortune. What more could you possibly desire? Not enough. Lockhart bellowed, making a swift advance to Sebastian's side. Clenching his fists, he gazed intently at Sebastian. It is still insufficient. I yearn for greater renown. I wish to be immortalized in history. I demand a dedicated page in the annals of magical lore. Here we go again. Witnessing Lockhart's fervor, Sebastian hastily sought to placate him. Talent is not something that can be feigned. One must confront the reality of their abilities. The act of pilfering others' memories will inevitably lead to exposure. Mr. Lockhart, you surely do not wish for the world to unearth your thievery, resulting in your disgrace, do you? Upon hearing Sebastian's grim portrayal, Lockhart felt a chill creep over him. He slumped into his chair, murmuring, You promised me that as long as I followed your guidance, you would grant me fame, both in the magical realm and among muggles. Actually, there is a way, Sebastian said, crossing his legs. It is merely a matter of achieving greater notoriety. In the magical community, it can indeed be orchestrated. Leaning back in his chair, Sebastian began to coax Lockhart. First, reflect upon what you excel at. Smiling? Acting? Writing? Lockhart, somewhat perplexed, enumerated a few of his own strengths. Yes, precisely writing. Sebastian suddenly struck the table with a resounding clap, startling Lockhart. I recall that during your school years, your essays were exemplary, while there were moments of utter nonsense. Those occurrences were reserved for your later years. Such nonsense merely stemmed from your knowledge, not keeping pace with your eloquence. In your earlier years, professors were quite fond of your essays. Ha, Lockhart muttered softly. What nonsense! This is pure slander. Sebastian shot Lockhart a fierce glare, causing him to retract his neck in apprehension. After I became a professor, I discerned a grave issue at Hogwarts. A pained expression adorned Sebastian's face as he sighed, resignedly stating, First-year wizards struggle to write essays, leaving professors quite exasperated. Of course, these younglings have not undergone similar training prior to enrollment, and demanding essays from them upon their arrival is indeed a formidable challenge. Thus, Sebastian's expression turned earnest. I intend to introduce a writing course at Hogwarts, specifically tailored for first-year students, lasting 2 months. Sebastian cast a meaningful glance at Lockhart. As for the selection of the professor, me, Lockhart, shaking off his previous despondency, wildly pointed to himself, declaring that there could be no more fitting candidate than he. Lockhart was utterly delighted. A professor at Hogwarts. Such a notion had never even graced his dreams. Guiding first-year wizards in essay writing would be a breeze. The little ones would surely adore him. Although the engagement lasts only 2 months each year, it matters not. This presents a splendid opportunity to elevate one's prestige annually. Moreover, this course appears to require no profound magic, making it exceptionally well-suited for oneself. Does it not? Rest assured, you are one of us. I shall certainly prioritize your needs. Sebastian emphasized the word prioritize. Lockhart instantly comprehended the implication, sitting up straight to express his willingness to comply with any arrangements. To bear a greater burden, one must possess greater capability. Observing the obsequious expression on Lockhart's face, Sebastian spoke in a low, serious tone. You must first accomplish a task to demonstrate your capability. Count me in, my brother, Lockhart proclaimed, thumping his chest with a resounding echo, indicating his readiness for any challenge. Swan Media has been established for over 6 months, but has consistently been overshadowed by the Daily Prophet. I require you to lead Swan Media to a complete resurgence within half a year, relegating the Daily Prophet to the depths of obscurity. Simultaneously, you must not neglect our film productions. They must maintain both quality and quantity. What say you? Do you possess the confidence? Upon hearing Sebastian's demands, Lockhart's face betrayed a moment of hesitation, revealing his inner turmoil. After pondering for a brief moment, he resolutely steeled himself. I shall seize this opportunity. I cannot let it slip away. Not to mention, Sebastian has always been generous to his own. If I complete this task, my fame will undoubtedly soar. Daily Prophet. Just you wait. With this thought, Lockhart immersed himself in his role, relaying his plans to Sebastian. I have decided to postpone the release of Wandering with Werewolves. The airing will commence on the very day Hogwarts Christmas holiday begins. Each night, at 8 o'clock, we shall broadcast 2 consecutive episodes. Once the young wizards return home, they will be captivated by the thrilling plot, enticing their parents to join the viewing. Furthermore, we must consider the young wizards who remain at school during the holiday, as they often find themselves quite bored. Remember to turn on a magical television in the Hogwarts Great Hall to provide them with a new form of entertainment. With this strategy, we shall cultivate a multitude of loyal viewers in just one holiday season. Additionally, I have crafted a catchy slogan, Wandering with Werewolves every night at 8 o'clock. Don't miss it. Observing the animated and eloquent Lockhart, Sebastian felt a swell of emotion within him. He held a deep appreciation for the current iteration of Lockhart. Despite his numerous flaws, Lockhart had never ceased his efforts. Admittedly, his efforts were sometimes misdirected. Had it not been for Sebastian, Lockhart might have remained a charlatan. Yet, he had never relinquished his pursuit of success. When one path was obstructed, he sought another, seizing opportunities with tenacity. It could be said that he was indomitable, refusing to relent until he achieved success. In this regard, he surpassed many others. Sebastian had encountered numerous young wizards. Although they were youthful, they often succumbed to despondency at the first sign of adversity, languishing in complacency, bemoaning their fates. In contrast, Sebastian found himself admiring individuals like Lockhart. After all, in this life, one can always discover endeavors suited to their talents, thus realizing their intrinsic value. Each individual possesses unique talents and potential, which may not be immediately apparent. However, through persistent exploration and endeavor, one is bound to uncover the path that resonates most profoundly with oneself. Throughout this journey, encountering setbacks and failures is inevitable. Yet it is precisely these challenges that foster growth and maturity. Therefore, irrespective of the time or place, let not despair nor complacency take root. Every effort and perseverance serves as a cornerstone toward success. Have faith in oneself. Maintain an optimistic outlook. Embrace the fluctuations of life with courage. Trust in your ability to discover a position that fully reflects your worth, thereby realizing the true essence of life. Chapter 53. Oh no, Professor, Fred has been captured. Lockhart is indeed a remarkable individual, and under the influence of ambition and fame, he radiates an unparalleled zeal for work. In order to compete with the Daily Prophet, he not only launched morning and evening news segments, but also demonstrated such extraordinary efficiency that even Sebastian found himself questioning whether Lockhart had employed a time turner. Concurrently, To foster a positive collaboration with the Ministry of Magic and align himself with their interests, Lockhart established a dedicated channel for the ministry, aimed at promoting its initiatives. Faced with this opportunity for acclaim, Minister Fudge was overjoyed, taking it upon himself to engage in promotional activities. With the airing of Wandering with Werewolves, this fervor became unstoppable. If previously magical television was merely a necessity for Quidditch enthusiasts, it has now evolved into an indispensable alchemical item for every wizarding household. Even a not-so-affluent Mr. Weasley, under the children's pleas, begrudgingly acquired a magical television for the family. Initially, Mrs. Weasley opposed the purchase of such a device. However, once the magical television arrived, she swiftly changed her stance, becoming a devoted viewer. Every evening at 8 o'clock, she would faithfully appear before the magical television, eagerly awaiting the broadcast of Wandering with Werewolves. As the Christmas holidays concluded and Hogwarts resumed, most young wizards animatedly discussed the plot developments of the series. Meanwhile, young witches and wizards from Muggle families listened in confusion, piecing together the fragmented narrative of Wandering with Werewolves from their classmates' conversations. They were perplexed by the sudden shift in topics. How could the discourse have changed so drastically in just one holiday? No one was discussing Quidditch anymore. The focus had shifted entirely to television dramas. Days flowed by like a gentle stream, tranquil without a ripple, and Sebastian even felt as though he would navigate this serene atmosphere throughout the new semester. March 31st, 1991. Easter. After a day of relentless activity, Sebastian lay languidly on his soft, comfortable bed, ready to drift into sweet slumber. Suddenly, he felt his discreet extension pack begin to vibrate violently. An urgent communication? Sebastian sprang from his bed, hastily retrieving the seamless expansion pack and extracting a beautifully crafted box that was vibrating. Upon opening the lid, he was greeted by the sight of a two-way mirror, through which an anxious voice resonated. "Professor Swan, it's George. Something's gone awry. Please hurry." "George Weasley? Where are you?" Sebastian inquired, astonished. This two-way mirror should have been in Snape's possession. How had George come to acquire it? "I'm in your office, Professor. Fred has been captured." Without a moment's hesitation, Sebastian donned his attire with remarkable speed, stowing the seamless expansion pack before making his way to the fireplace. In a flash of green flames, he emerged in the office at Hogwarts. "Professor, you've finally arrived," George exclaimed, rushing to greet him as Sebastian stepped through the fireplace. "Do not panic. Take your time," Sebastian gently reassured George. The discovery of the two-way mirror, which should have been with Snape, in George's hands did not overly alarm him. After all, with Snape involved, the situation could not be too dire. At the very least, Snape would certainly not stand idly by while Fred was in peril. With Snape already on the case, the immediate priority was to ascertain what had transpired. Before embarking on a search for the two boys, it was essential to gather as much pertinent information as possible. Noticing George's anxious demeanor, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Sebastian produced a small vial of calming potion for George to consume, alleviating his anxiety. Once the potion took effect, George's taut nerves finally began to ease. Steadying himself, he began to recount the events that had led to this predicament. "Professor, while Fred and I were out for a nighttime stroll, we noticed Professor Robert from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class behaving rather suspiciously. It felt like we were both trying to remain undetected, much like during our nocturnal escapades. Curious, Fred and I decided to follow him stealthily, only to discover that he had left the castle and headed towards the Forbidden Forest. Fred wanted to pursue him further, but I feared that Professor Snape, who was patrolling, might catch us, so I stayed at the castle entrance with the Marauder's map to keep watch. Unfortunately, as Fred approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, he was struck down by a curse and dragged into the woods." Recalling the scene, George's earlier calmness began to dissipate once more. "I quickly located Professor Snape, who was on his patrol. After hearing my account, he provided me with the key to your office and this mirror to contact you. He instructed me to reach out to you and wait for your arrival. You already know the rest." After listening to George's account, Sebastian felt a mix of exasperation and concern. These two foolish boys, only in their second year, dared to follow Professor? Was it bravery or sheer recklessness? Fortunately, they had retained some caution and had not both followed through entirely. Who could fathom what might have occurred had they done so? Sebastian extended his magical senses, discovering that the castle remained quiet, which offered him a slight sense of relief. It seems that matters have not yet reached a dire state. Otherwise, Severus would have assuredly managed to communicate with the professors within the castle. Contemplating this, Sebastian took out his wand and transfigured the office sofa into a warm and cozy bed. "You shall rest here tonight, so that you may receive any news promptly. Should sleep elude you, My office is equipped with a magical television, which you may utilize to pass the time. Fear not, for good news shall arrive shortly." With that, Sebastian mounted his broomstick, opened the window, and soared into the sky towards the forbidden forest. He increased his speed to its utmost, plunging into the depths of the forest. To deter any unruly magical creatures from interfering, Sebastian unleashed his formidable magical aura, proclaiming his arrival to the entire forbidden forest like a dragon. He heightened his magical senses, following the trail left by Severus as he advanced. The dense undergrowth of the forest posed no hindrance, merely receding at an astonishing pace in his wake. The magic surging from within him grew increasingly tempestuous and fervent. As the fierce winds whipped around him, Sebastian's gaze gradually turned colder. Taking advantage of Dumbledore's absence from the school to stir up trouble truly showed a knack for timing. "Professor Robert, you are indeed clever. I hope you refrain from any foolish actions." Chapter 54, Professor, Take a Hike. Fred felt that today had been utterly dreadful. To avoid being expelled from the alchemy team by Professor Swan, he and George immersed themselves in their studies daily, exhausted to the bone. Upon returning to the dormitory, as soon as his head hit the pillow, he succumbed to slumber as if under a sleeping charm. It had been ages since he had ventured out at night or embarked on adventures within Hogwarts. In the end, an adventure did occur, but whether it was exhilarating or not was somewhat unclear to Fred. Nevertheless, he felt quite sore. When Professor Robert had dragged him into the forbidden forest, fear gripped him. In his imagination, even if discovered, it would merely result in point deductions. After all, he and George had not incurred any penalties in a long time, but rather had contributed significantly to Gryffindor's points. The worst-case scenario would simply be a reprimand from Professor McGonagall. However, he never anticipated that as they neared the forbidden forest, he would be felled by a spell. The professor is attacking the young wizard. He wanted to shout, but after being pulled into the forest by Professor Robert, his fear began to mount. Fred worried that he might truly meet his end, for anything could happen in the forbidden forest. Thus, when Professor Robert confiscated his wand and subsequently cast a countercharm on him, he stood up and obediently followed the professor's lead. After all, Professor Robert's demeanor was strikingly different from that in his usual classes, not to mention the oppressive darkness of the forest. He could hardly discern the expression on Professor Robert's face, which undoubtedly intensified the fear swelling within him, akin to a colossal stone pressing upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Silently, he prayed that George would recognize his plight and seek assistance from a more formidable professor. If only Professor McGonagall could arrive, or perhaps Professor Flitwick would suffice. Fred was being yanked by the collar, stumbling through the forbidden forest, his clothing torn by the underbrush. A long gash marred his left arm, a testament to the handiwork of Professor Robert, who walked beside him. A sense of resentment brewed within Fred. Was it not said that the forbidden forest was teeming with perilous magical creatures? Was it not claimed that centaurs patrolled the woods, forbidding wizards from encroaching? Had it not been stated that werewolves lurked in the depths of the forest? Why, then, had her journey thus far been so eerily silent? In the vast expanse of the forbidden forest, aside from Professor Robert's mutterings, not even a bird's chirp could be heard. "Little one, you're unfortunate to have crossed my path. Do not even think about calling for help. No one will hear you," Robert proclaimed, brandishing a pendant that hung from his neck with an air of ostentation. "Behold, this is a magical artifact I procured at great expense from foreign lands during the Christmas season. Within a 30-meter radius, it can nullify all sound and scent. Furthermore, it can mimic the breath of a dragon, warding off magical creatures. Quite practical in the forbidden forest, wouldn't you agree? I had longed to employ this method, but Dumbledore has always kept a watchful eye at the school, denying me the opportunity." He chuckled darkly. "I must thank you. Had you not followed me, I might not have mustered the resolve to utilize this approach." "Ha ha!" Robert's laughter was tinged with both suppression and madness. Truly, Merlin had favored him. The little one trailing behind was a Gryffindor. Today, I shall surely succeed. Oh no, no wonder they had encountered no magical creatures. It was because he bore this treasure. What a veritable artifact for nocturnal escapades. As they ventured deeper, Fred felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, they had not encountered any dangerous creatures. Otherwise, he would surely be left behind as bait. In any case, this eccentric Professor Robert hardly seemed the type to rescue him. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the heart of the forbidden forest. Here, the trees grew ever more luxuriant, so dense that the sky was nearly obscured. Upon passing through a thicket, a broad clearing suddenly unfolded before them. In the center of this open space stood a towering monolith. Robert's eyes gleamed with excitement as he strode toward the stone. "Is this the destination?" Fred wondered skeptically, observing Robert circle the monolith. After just 2 laps, Robert dragged Fred before the stone reopened his wound and, as if in a sacrificial rite, smeared his blood upon it. He then pointed his wand at the stone, murmuring incantations under his breath. As the sanguine gates of Gryffindor heritage opened slowly, a great door of radiant yellow light materialized upon the boulder. Only when the portal had firmly established itself did Robert cease his incantation. "At last, I have found you," he exclaimed, extending his arms and fervently lunging towards the door. With a resounding thud, he was flung aside. How is this possible? His face was a mask of disbelief. How could he not gain entry? Time and again, Robert hurled himself at the luminous gateway, only to be repelled each time. "I refuse to believe it. I know what it is. There must be insufficient blood." He suddenly turned to Fred, his expression twisted in rage. "You, come here." Fred's heart sank. He perceived that Professor Robert had completely lost his sanity. Despite the apparent impossibility of entry, he relentlessly continued to assault the door. Now he expected Fred to offer his own blood. What if this madman failed once more? The situation could become perilous. No, he could not remain passive. He needed to escape from this lunatic first. Retreating into the forbidden forest might offer a glimmer of hope. Staying here would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Resolving this, Fred feigned fear, trembling as he approached Professor Robert. Simultaneously, his right hand stealthily slipped into his pocket, clutching a dung bomb. "Hurry up!" Ignoring Robert's fierce urgings, Fred silently calculated the opportune moment to strike. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Fred stood before Robert, his left arm quivering as he raised it. Seizing the moment when Robert's attention was diverted to his own wound, Fred swiftly unleashed his right hand, smashing the dung bomb squarely against Robert's face. "Eat dung." Fred spun on his heel and fled, not expecting much from the dung bomb. He merely hoped it would buy him 10 seconds. No, 5 seconds would suffice. As long as he could escape the open space and slip into the underbrush, he could maneuver against Professor Robert using the terrain. Fred's strategy was sound. However, he overlooked the disparity in their heights. No sooner had he taken 2 steps than Robert seized the back of his shirt. Before he could resist, he was violently thrown to the ground. Stars danced before Fred's eyes, leaving him utterly defenseless. Ugh, Robert heaved, extending his left hand to grasp Fred by the collar, yanking him up from the ground. His right hand, clutching his wand, pressed the tip menacingly against Fred's face. "You wretched boy, how dare you be so unruly? Would it not be simpler to offer your blood willingly? Since you so carelessly disregard your life, this shall be your fate." "Enough," a low voice interjected, and a spell glowing with crimson light shot forth from a nearby thicket, striking the ground beside Robert, as if to deliver a warning. The figure of Snape emerged from the thicket like a wraith, his wand firmly in hand, and his expression inscrutable. With a voice that was cold and devoid of emotion, he resolutely declared, "The farce of tonight ends here." Chapter 55. Snape, release the students and come at me. "Professor Snape," Fred exclaimed with fervor. He had never anticipated that it would be Snape who would come to his aid. As a member of Gryffindor, he had ample reasons to harbor disdain for Snape. He loathed the dark robes that adorned him and the emotionless timbre of his voice. Yet, in this moment, Fred found Snape to be remarkably impressive. The dark cloak was striking, the detached voice was captivating, and even the manner in which he pointed his wand at Fred was strikingly heroic. However, upon closer inspection, Fred noted that Snape appeared somewhat disheveled. His breath was rapid, as if he had just sprinted vigorously. The hem of his cloak was tattered, fluttering behind him, and his trousers bore rips that revealed glimpses of his skin. Furthermore, there were remnants of what resembled cobwebs clinging to him. Nevertheless, Fred couldn't shake the feeling that Snape, at this moment, radiated an aura of brilliance. In stark contrast to Fred's excitement, Snape remained impassive, exuding calmness and reliability. Upon receiving news from George, he had set off immediately, tracing the paths of the two within the Forbidden Forest. Without much effort, he discerned the signs of their passage as soon as he entered the woods. He initially believed it to be a trivial task and thought he would soon rescue Fred. However, he encountered numerous unforeseen obstacles along the way. From the majestic hippogriff to unicorns, and from swarms of acromantulas to centaurs, he even crossed paths with a werewolf. Although these magical creatures posed little threat to Snape, they nonetheless impeded his progress. His strides were slowed. Frustration simmered within Snape as he observed that there were no signs of struggle or conflict along the path, indicating that the two had encountered no significant troubles. By the time he finally located them, he was breathless and weary. When he caught sight of the two figures from a distance, Fred was already in peril. His hesitation and the hurried nature of his spell casting led to a misfire, preventing him from achieving a decisive victory. This only served to further dampen Snape's mood. What Snape was unaware of was that all of this chaos was the fault of Robert. Disturbed from their slumber, the magical creatures harbored pent-up fury that they unleashed upon Snape as he passed through their territory. It could only be said that he was unfortunate, suffering an undeserved calamity. Snape's lips pressed into a thin line. Those familiar with him would recognize this as a telltale sign of his mounting ire. As he approached with his characteristic impassivity, Robert hastily hunched down, attempting to conceal himself behind Fred. He held Fred in front of him with one hand while pointing his wand at Snape with the other. His expression contorted with rage as he uttered the incantations. Disarm, stupefy, bombarda. Snape, undeterred, effortlessly deflected the spells with a flick of his wand. His hollow gaze fixed upon Robert as he spoke with an impassive tone. I have stated that this farce ends here tonight. Lower your wand. You are no match for me. Do not resist futilely. A peculiar laugh escaped Robert, his features exaggerated as he focused intently on Snape. Severus Snape, the infamous Death Eater. You've arrived. I have restrained myself for far too long. Robert's voice crescendoed, causing Fred's ears to ring. I have always yearned to unleash a curse upon you, to torment you mercilessly. Halt! Do not advance any further. He pressed his wand against Fred's face. Professor Snape, you would not wish for this young lad to be harmed before your eyes, would you? Oh, you wish to torment me? Snape remained as still as a statue, halting 2 meters from Robert, time seeming to freeze in his presence. Release the student. I offer you this chance. Robert's laughter grew more maniacal, tears streaming down his face. A chance? I concede. I underestimated you. I am no match for you. However, you may have forgotten one crucial detail. With his left hand, Robert tightened his grip around Fred's neck, causing the boy to cry out in pain. Put down your wand, or I shall cast the Cruciatus curse upon him. Unmoved by Robert's threat, Snape replied coolly, You refer to me as the wicked Death Eater. Do you truly believe I would relinquish my wand and allow you to threaten my life for the sake of a student? Snape cast a glance at the massive stone behind Robert. You seek this stone, do you not? You may speculate whether it can withstand my full-force assault. Do you dare? Robert shouted, his bravado faltering. Do you not care for the safety of your student? Take a gamble and see whether I dare. Snape responded, his voice unwavering. Robert hesitated. According to records, the stone was linked to Gryffindor and, logically, should not be easily destroyed. Yet he could not afford to take that risk. He had expended vast efforts and resources for that stone, nearly exhausting his family's wealth. Fearing he might provoke Snape into attacking the stone, Robert refrained from harming Fred. Observing Robert shielding Fred, Snape felt uncertain about delivering a lethal strike, thus refraining from any rash action. The standoff persisted. In light of the stalemate, Fred resolved to take matters into his own hands. He first made faces at Snape to draw his attention. Then he cautiously moved his right hand, slowly reaching into his pocket to grasp the last dung bomb. He exhaled softly before swiftly withdrawing the bomb and, relying on instinct, flung it backward over his head. With a resounding crack, the foul projectile shattered, releasing an acrid stench into the air. Right on target. Robert had merely diverted his attention from Fred for an instant when he perceived a spherical object hurtling toward his eyes. Yellow liquid streamed down from his forehead, obscuring his vision. In his moment of disorientation, panic began to set in. Driven by instinct, Robert forcefully shoved Fred toward Snape, while simultaneously casting a malevolent curse with his wand. Crucio. As Snape observed Fred's frantic gestures, he quickly comprehended that this was an attempt to create an opportunity for himself. When the excrement-laden projectile struck Robert's forehead, Snape's eyes gleamed with intent. He raised his wand, prepared to deliver a devastating blow. However, he distinctly saw Fred being thrust violently toward him, accompanied by the ominous glow of dark magic emanating from his wand. If he were to persist in attacking Robert, he would undoubtedly succeed, but Fred would certainly be collateral damage. In a split second, Snape had no time for deliberation. He instinctively dissipated his curse and forcefully pushed Fred aside. A sharp pain pierced his chest, rendering his mind blank before he fell heavily to the ground. Professor Snape. Witnessing Snape collapse, lifeless and silent, Fred felt a wave of dread wash over him. Was that curse intended for him? Realizing that Snape had just pushed him away, Fred was overwhelmed with gratitude. He stumbled to Snape's side, supporting him as he struggled to his feet, only to discover his hands stained with Snape's blood. Professor, you are bleeding profusely, Fred exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. Ha ha ha. Victory is mine. Robert cackled maniacally, pointing his wand at Snape while wiping the filth from his eyes. Snape, your heart has softened. I am the ultimate victor. I promised you torment. Excruciating agony. At that critical moment, a spell soared from a distance. Amid Fred's screams, a thick wall of ice materialized, standing resolutely between Fred and Snape. Robert's curse merely splattered harmlessly against the icy barrier. I'm afraid your plans to torment Snape have been thwarted. Sebastian's voice rang out with fury. For your next adversary is me, Professor Robert. Chapter 56, Professor Robert. Do delight me. No sooner had he spoken than Sebastian, mounted on his broomstick, landed before Fred. In the blink of an eye, the terror etched on Fred's face receded like a tide, replaced by an expression of joy and excitement. Wonderful. Professor Swan has arrived. Yet, Fred's exhilaration was fleeting, swiftly overshadowed by new concerns. After all, he was the professor of defense against the dark arts. Fred pondered anxiously whether Professor Swan would be able to prevail. How he wished it had been Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick instead. My apologies for my tardiness. Sebastian approached Fred gently, saying, Do not worry. Leave the rest to me. Professor, be cautious. Robert is a dark wizard, and he has just employed dark magic. A dark wizard? My very first job was as an Auror. I have been yearning for the chance to apprehend a dark wizard after all these years. Sebastian produced several vials of potions and placed them into Fred's hands. Fred, the safety of Professor Snape is now in your hands. First, administer the bone-replenishing potion and the blood-replenishing potion to Snape. Then pour the white essence on his chest to staunch the bleeding. After that, the professor will take care of you. The professor was also an Auror. Fred felt a wave of relief wash over him as he quickly brought the blood-replenishing potion to Snape's lips. Professor Snape, wake up and drink your potion. Sebastian stood, waved his hand to dispel the ice wall, and directed a somewhat menacing smile at Robert. Professor Robert, my dear friends and students have sustained grave injuries, and I am quite irate. Therefore, I implore you to exert your utmost effort. Otherwise, I fear I might inadvertently end your life. Hearing Sebastian's brazen words, Robert laughed breathlessly. Who do you think you are, Dumbledore? He regarded Sebastian with a mocking expression. Are you merely a humble professor of Muggle studies? I was merely being kind by allowing you and your students a moment of nostalgia. Did you truly believe I feared you? Come on, I dare you to try and kill me. Bone-breaking curse. A spell shot forth, shattering the buttons on Sebastian's sleeve, which fell to the ground. Protective alchemical artifacts. Observing Sebastian standing motionless, Robert's expression shifted. I shall see how many protective items you possess. Bone-breaking curse. Bone-breaking curse. Bone-breaking curse. A series of spells struck Sebastian forcefully, but vanished without a trace, having no effect whatsoever. Sebastian brushed the dust from his sleeve and offered Robert a disdainful smile. Professor Robert, here is your chance. You are quite ineffective. The potency of your spells is utterly feeble, akin to the trickle of water from a pipe. Lacking even the strength to pierce two protective buttons simultaneously, Robert was thoroughly incensed by Sebastian's taunts. Very well. You pride yourself on your protective gear, do you? I shall simply target the two on the ground and see how you respond. Thunderous explosion. Robert's pupils contracted as he was astounded to realize that, just as he raised his wand, Sebastian had stepped in front of the path of his spell, effortlessly redirecting it aside with his own wand. Again with this? Professor Snape could easily deflect my spell. How is it that this Muggle Studies professor can do the same? Robert had never anticipated that events would unfold this way. Watching the dark-haired figure approach with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly blocking each of his spells, Robert's mind went blank. His expression shifted unpredictably, alternating between frustration and gritted teeth. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Was his offense truly so feeble? Yet his arms felt as though they were on fire. He unleashed a torrent of malicious dark magic toward Sebastian, but the latter merely deflected it with a flick of his wand, not even pausing in his stride. This could not be right. After all, he was merely a merchant, a humble professor of Muggle studies. Why wield such formidable power only to teach Muggle studies instead of defense against the dark arts? Cold sweat trickled down Robert's forehead as he began to contemplate an escape. Flee! The notion struck him like a bolt of lightning, seizing his entire being in an instant. Disapparate! Robert stood frozen, unable to move, as if rooted to the spot. How could this be? Apologies, Sebastian's voice cut through, devoid of any warmth, to prevent your escape. I had already cast the anti-disapparition jinx while simultaneously using the freeze charm to protect Snape and the others. There is no point in running. It will be best for you to remain. Fire God, clear the way. Just as Robert took 2 steps forward, he felt an overwhelming heat emanating from behind him. A colossal dragon, wrought from raging flames, violently tore through the thick smoke he had conjured, ensnaring him within its fiery grasp. The path was blocked. Robert's right leg could advance no further. He was surrounded by towering walls of fire. Even a slight proximity made his hair curl from the searing heat. He turned, dread coursing through him as he beheld Sebastian, now just a step away. Before he could utter a word, tendrils of grass at his feet morphed into ropes, binding him entirely. A transfiguration charm. How could there be no sound? Professor Robert, Sebastian's emotionless voice echoed. From what I understand, you have always been an ally of Dumbledore. During the last Wizarding War, although you did not join Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, you openly opposed the Dark Lord. By all accounts, you should be a man of integrity. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have invited you to be a professor at Hogwarts. May I inquire as to why? Robert's eyes burned with the intensity of a raging fire. He struggled with all his might, akin to a beast trapped in a cage. Realizing escape was futile, he erupted into a torrent of curses, his fury seeming to threaten to engulf the world. Dumbledore is nothing but a hypocritical coward. It was my trust in him that led to my family's ruin. He urged me not to use the unforgivable curses, not to resort to killing curses, and I complied. And what was the outcome? The Death Eaters were repeatedly released by their accomplices within the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore had the power to eradicate those Death Eaters. Had he done so, my family would not have been driven to madness. Victory was within reach. The Dark Lord had already been vanquished by the Savior. Robert's voice cracked, his roar growing hoarse. 10 years have passed, and throughout this time, do you truly comprehend how I have endured? Each time I behold my family lying in their beds at St. Mungo's, my heart is wrenched in agony. I despise my past hesitations, which compelled me to delve fervently into the study of dark magic, with the intent of eradicating every last surviving Death Eater. Robert has become fervent, his gaze fixed intently upon Sebastian. We are but a step away. I have uncovered the legacy of Gryffindor, and soon I shall wield unparalleled power. Spare me, Sebastian. We are kindred spirits, and all my actions are motivated by the desire to vanquish evil. Sebastian's expression darkened, and he remained impervious to Robert's desperate cries. I do not trust you, Professor Robert. I have witnessed the wounds upon Fred's arm. I vowed to avenge them. I initially contemplated delivering a punch to you, for mere spells could not suffice to alleviate my wrath. Yet your visage is so sullied that I fear it may tarnish my hands. Sebastian retrieved a wooden bat from his inconspicuous bag, exchanging a faint smile with Robert, akin to a serpent revealing its venomous fangs. Professor Robert, please hold on. Do not succumb to death. I implore you, I am eternally grateful. Chapter 57. Who is the Chosen One? After enduring a brutal beating, Sebastian finally exhaled a breath of relief. Goodness, your words are far more eloquent than your actions. You speak of annihilating Death Eaters, of exterminating wickedness. Yet, with so many Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban, why not storm in and exact revenge? Had you managed to take down the likes of Bella, I would have lauded you as a hero. If the challenge of breaking into the prison is too formidable, consider that Lucius and the pureblood Death Eaters are free to roam the wizarding world. Why not confront them? Over the years, Sebastian has yet to hear of any pureblood Death Eater being vanquished. Even if one were to gather strength, they should not target students. What does this signify? This is a quintessential display of bullying the weak. Ultimately, it is merely a cowardly wretch driven by hatred. Sebastian approached Fred, casually discarding the bat at his feet. Shall we unleash a few strikes to vent our frustrations? Fred glanced at the now unrecognizable Professor Robert and vigorously shook his head, as if attempting to rattle his brain into coherence. Professor Swan is quite violent and fearsome, yet I find it exhilarating. I never anticipated that Professor Swan would possess such strength, treating Professor Robert as if he were a mere child. Fred gazed at Sebastian with excitement, awaiting his next directive. Sebastian turned his attention to Snape, who sat resting on the ground. Severus, how are you? Are you able to move? Upon Sebastian's arrival, Snape had completely relaxed, though at that moment he bore severe injuries to his chest, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. After consuming the potion provided by Sebastian, Snape found himself largely free from physical ailments. As for the minor wound on his chest, it was but a trifling injury. It was nothing significant, merely a trivial manifestation of dark magic that no longer troubled him. Struggling to his feet, Snape jested with Sebastian, recalling his earlier words, setting fire to the mountains will surely land one in prison. He gestured towards the surrounding flames, managing a faint smile. Are you not concerned about facing the consequences today? Fred's eyes widened in astonishment at the exchange. Was this truly Professor Snape? Goodness, had Professor Snape learned to jest? As Sebastian waved his wand to extinguish the flames, he chided Snape. After providing you with so many protective charms, how could you neglect to wear them? Even against such a minor adversary, you nearly stumbled. Fred, hearing Sebastian's reprimands, grew anxious. In his mind, the heroic Professor Snape, who had risked his life to save him, was nothing short of magnificent that night. If it weren't for Professor Robert's insidiousness, Snape would have faced no harm whatsoever. Such a statement from Professor Swan seemed exceedingly biased. He quickly interjected to defend Snape. That's not the case. It's my fault for being a burden to Professor Snape. Moreover, Professor Robert is exceedingly vile, using me as a human shield. Otherwise, Professor Snape would have undoubtedly triumphed with ease. As he caught the incredulous gazes of the two, Fred's voice dwindled. What I say is true. Sebastian was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Fred, a steadfast opponent of Slytherin in the original narrative, would speak in favor of Snape. With a smile, he tousled Fred's hair and raised an eyebrow at Snape. Come, let's examine tonight's spoils. The trio approached the grand door composed of yellow light, eager to explore its mysteries. As they drew nearer, Fred noticed a line of tiny script beside the door which, under the radiant glow, appeared somewhat inconspicuous. Only those possessing the courage and determination to bear the weight of the world may pass through this door into the unknown. Observing the two professors studying the light portal, Fred hesitated before voicing his concerns. Professor, it's likely that opening this door will require my blood. Professor Robert just did that. Impossible. Sebastian promptly dismissed Fred's assertion. If this door is indeed connected to Gryffindor, it could not possibly demand such a nefarious blood ritual. That would be beneath one of Hogwarts' founders, a true person of great stature. Professor Robert must have employed some dark magic to activate this door. Under normal circumstances, this would not be the procedure. Casting a glance at Fred, whose eyes gleamed with aspiration, Sebastian encouraged, "What do you think? Shall we give it a try?" Fred trembled with excitement. To claim he was unenthused would be a falsehood. Just moments ago, Professor Robert had mentioned that this door was tied to Gryffindor and the potential for immense power. This is most likely a treasure left by Gryffindor. He turned to glance at the two professors, a subtle sense of pride swelling within him. In truth, he had no intention of competing with the professors, especially since they had saved his life. However, when it came to Gryffindor's treasure, who could be more deserving than himself? After all, among the three present, two were Slytherins, while he alone hailed from Gryffindor. This is a sure win. What a tremendous fortune. Tonight's adventure is truly worthwhile. He looked up at Sebastian, and encouraged by his gaze, approached the luminous gateway. Ouch! Fred collided headfirst into it, only to be rebuffed and left sitting on the ground. Rubbing his head, he sighed inwardly. Alas, it seems I am fated to be without this treasure. Observing Fred's rejection by the glowing portal, Sebastian began to ponder. It can't be that simple, can it? Indeed, if it were that easy, the treasure would have surely been claimed long ago. After all, a millennium has passed. During this time, it is certain that some fortunate Gryffindor student must have encountered this massive stone. Moreover, during the early days of Hogwarts, the school still bore traces of the apprenticeship model. At that time, Gryffindor students could be considered direct apprentices of Gryffindor himself. If there were no trials to endure, why not pass it directly to those students? He glanced once more at the small inscription beside the gateway. The courage to bear the weight of the world on one's shoulders. Sebastian mused for a moment and turned to the two. It must be related to courage. Perhaps you should think of the bravest thing you have ever done and then give it another try. With a thud, Fred's hands were once again flung aside. He felt somewhat disheartened, convinced that he had already shown sufficient bravery. Had he not faced death directly? Was that not courageous enough? Stingy Gryffindor. In contrast to Fred's disappointment, Snape remained far more composed. He felt that compared to shouldering the world, his own courage was minuscule, small enough to only encompass Lily in his heart. However, for Lily, his courage could become boundless. After much contemplation, he ultimately felt that his courage did not align with the clue. Thus, when faced with Sebastian's invitation, he merely shook his head with indifference. I have no interest in Gryffindor's treasure. Seeing that the two were no longer attempting to approach, Sebastian adjusted his attire and stepped before the luminous portal, gently extending his hand toward it. In the blink of an eye, Fred realized that Professor Swan's figure had vanished, leaving him utterly distraught. Gryffindor must be blind. It would be one thing not to choose him, but to select a Slytherin to enter his treasure? By that logic, could Professor Swan also be considered one of Gryffindor's own? Perhaps that isn't so bad after all. At that moment, Sebastian had arrived at the entrance of Hogwarts, standing before a pure white castle gate. This feeling, why does it seem so reminiscent of a surreal dream from a movie? As he surveyed his surroundings, the grand entrance of the castle swung open, revealing a tall man with a mane of red hair and a beard that framed his face. Upon gazing at this familiar visage, Sebastian involuntarily exclaimed, Godric Gryffindor, you're still alive. Chapter 58. Has Slytherin been feasting on your ice? Gryffindor still lives? Sebastian's heart was filled with astonishment. After a millennium, how could this be possible? If Voldemort were to learn that the secret of immortality lay within the Forbidden Forest, he would undoubtedly be beside himself, lamenting his lost dream. I am Gryffindor, yet Gryffindor is not me, he declared, reminiscent of the Sorting Hat, a unique artifact forged from the thoughts of the four founders. It all began to make sense to Sebastian. No wonder he felt something was amiss. It turned out that this embodiment of Gryffindor was composed purely of magical essence, with memories belonging solely to its original owner. Before Sebastian could utter a word, Gryffindor furrowed his brow. What is a Slytherin doing here? How peculiar. The one who has discovered my legacy is not even a student of Gryffindor House. Have the current Gryffindor students lost all courage to venture into the depths of the Forbidden Forest? He sighed, his expression darkening as he regarded Sebastian, who appeared decidedly displeased at this remark. What of it? What is wrong with being a Slytherin? Have you partaken of my rice? Sebastian bristled at the implication that he held Slytherin in disdain. How can you so easily dismiss a Slytherin student? How did you discern my house? I'm not even clad in Slytherin robes. Students, sorted by the Sorting Hat, enter into a tacit agreement with their respective houses. I can discern your house at a mere glance. What? Do you think Gryffindor is so superior? Gryffindor cast a derisive glance at Sebastian. Do you wish to masquerade as a Gryffindor student? I assure you, that is not an option. Gryffindor's scornful gaze made Sebastian's temples throb with indignation. What? Is Gryffindor so illustrious? Must I demean myself to feign allegiance to Gryffindor House? Were it not for your status as a founder of Hogwarts, I would be inclined to declare, I am a proud Slytherin student. I speak for Slytherin. However, dealing with such an ancient relic requires subtlety. Slytherins are known for their adaptability. For the legacy left by Gryffindor, he endured. The dark forest you speak of is now referred to as the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Students have long been prohibited from exploring it. If you seek a Gryffindor student, you will find it no easy task. Furthermore, Sebastian straightened his posture. Slytherin students are also imbued with great courage. After all, Slytherin students are still Hogwarts students, are they not? By that logic, I'm also your pupil. You cannot withhold knowledge from me simply because I hail from Slytherin. I have passed your trial. Gryffindor chuckled, expressing his agreement with Sebastian's response. If that Slytherin lad was merely attempting to curry favor by adopting a subservient demeanor, he would surely wish for Sebastian to distance himself as much as possible. Yet, in light of his own identity, this young man maintained an admirable poise, articulating his thoughts with reason and conviction. Such courage was, paradoxically, something Gryffindor found commendable. Perhaps I have overthought this. It matters not that you are a Slytherin, as long as you possess the audacity to shoulder the weight of the world. What does it matter if you're not a student of Hogwarts? I am, after all, Gryffindor. With that, Gryffindor's expression shifted to one of seriousness. His calm magic began to simmer, transforming him into a lion poised for the hunt, his gaze intensely fixed upon Sebastian. Do you seek my legacy? Then summon every ounce of strength to challenge me, young man. Let me gauge your worthiness. Let us engage in a delightful exchange of knowledge through battle. No sooner had he spoken than a sword of pure magical energy materialized in Gryffindor's right hand, while his left grasped a wand firmly. With a slight bend of his knees, he pointed the sword at Sebastian, assuming an offensive stance. In that instant, Sebastian felt as though the very magic surrounding him had been ensnared. Yet, the surging tides of magic emanating from Gryffindor enveloped him, akin to standing before a formidable ocean wave. Is this the grandeur of the most powerful wizard from a millennium ago? Come forth. Sebastian's eyes sparkled with determination as his wand appeared in his hand, filled with fighting spirit as he regarded Gryffindor. A melee wizard, is he? Perfect. During my travels in the East, I too learned a few martial arts techniques. Their gazes locked, and Sebastian swiftly cast 3 spells targeting Gryffindor. The spells arranged in a triangular formation effectively barred any chance of Gryffindor evading. To Sebastian's astonishment, Gryffindor did not flinch or dodge. He charged straight ahead. He swung his sword, deflecting 1 spell, allowing the remaining 2 to strike him directly. The glow of the shield charm flashed as the 2 spells were repelled. Something is amiss. This shield charm feels unusual. It manifested in an instant, with no trace of Gryffindor casting it. Sebastian was certain it was not a result of wandless magic. Moreover, not only was the manner of its emergence peculiar, but the sensation of deflecting the spells felt entirely different. A nagging thought crept into Sebastian's mind. This shield charm must be extraordinarily thick. The impact felt as if he were striking armor with a wooden stick. Is this Gryffindor's secret technique? Before he could collect his thoughts, Gryffindor appeared beside Sebastian like a specter, swiftly bringing his sword down with a speed rivaling lightning streaking across the night sky. Do not be dazed, young man. I currently harness the magic of the entire Forbidden Forest. Do not underestimate me simply because I am not Gryffindor himself. Sebastian subtly sidestepped, evading the long sword that was swung at him, and then swiftly created distance between himself and Gryffindor. Without pausing, he began to engage in a tactical retreat, employing ranged attacks against his melee opponent. If he were to forego this strategy, he would surely face dire consequences. This effectiveness stemmed from the intricate layering of numerous iron armor charms, culminating in such a formidable defense. Contemplating this, Sebastian resolved to test the limits of his most powerful spell, the Severing Charm. As if anticipating Sebastian's intentions, Gryffindor stood his ground, allowing the spell to strike him directly. In an instant, the sharpest of spells sliced through the outermost layer of the iron armor charm, yet it faltered significantly, falling short of completely breaching Gryffindor's defenses. This was indeed the hallmark of the most formidable melee wizard. In a moment of clarity, Sebastian understood why historical accounts depicted Gryffindor as favoring the long sword to vanquish foes. Encased in such a robust armor, he could withstand the majority of magical assaults. Coupled with the exquisitely crafted sword made by fairies, Gryffindor's weapon was unparalleled in sharpness. In an era where wizards typically exchanged spells from a distance, Gryffindor defied convention, charging headlong into the fray, undeterred by the magical onslaught. In those times, the flow of information was limited. Against most unprepared wizards, his strikes were invariably precise. This was the legacy that remained, my unique iron armor spell layering technique. Immerse yourself in it, ponder deeply, break through your limits in battle, and master this skill. To the Slytherin lad, I shall cherish you dearly. I am grateful for everything. Chapter 59. Alchemy, Cloaked in Spells. How long had this been building up? Why such exhilaration upon confrontation? As he observed the advancing Gryffindor, Sebastian extended his hands in a gesture of cessation. Halt! The abrupt stop left Gryffindor, fueled by battle fervor, in a state of agitation. His eyes wide with fury, hair standing on end, he resembled an enraged lion as he roared at Sebastian. What is the meaning of this? Boy, have you lost the courage to fight me? Your lack of resolve is truly disappointing. Sebastian quickly waved his hands. I merely believe your teaching method is inefficient. I wish to explore an alternative approach to learning. Hearing Sebastian's disdain for his teaching style, Gryffindor's rage surged, his feet stamping in frustration. Is that so? Then pray tell. Esteemed master, how should I instruct? Sebastian recognized the sarcasm lacing Gryffindor's words. However, he was well aware of his own capabilities. With spells, he possessed an unparalleled ability to replicate techniques with precision. Thanks to his unique talent for magical perception, he could swiftly imitate any spell cast before him. A slight smile graced his lips as he boldly declared to the irate Gryffindor, simply demonstrate the casting process for me. I shall learn it in a single viewing. Learn it in one viewing? Huh. The Slytherin lad is indeed quite cunning. Clearly, he fears retribution. Observing Gryffindor's boastful demeanor, Sebastian hastily interjected, I assure you, after just one viewing, I can master your stacking spell technique. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gryffindor retorted, shaking his head. If you could learn it in 3 days, you would be exceptionally gifted. To accomplish it in 2 days would place you among the elite of our era. But to learn it in just 1 day, what then? Sebastian inquired with curiosity. I would commend you with a thumbs up and declare you magnificent. Gryffindor rolled his eyes. I have taught numerous students this technique. Very few can grasp it in 3 days. Many spend their entire lives unable to master it. As for your claim of learning it after a single viewing? Huh. Seeing Gryffindor gazing skyward, seemingly impervious to provocation, Sebastian took a step forward, employing the tried-and-true method of incitement. What is this? Professor Gryffindor, are you too timid to even give a try? Surely not. Instantly, Gryffindor's expression darkened. His magical energy surged once more, waves of power pressing toward Sebastian. How dare he question his courage? Let me make myself clear. Should you fail to learn it after a single viewing, I will undoubtedly deliver a sound thrashing to relieve my frustration. Remember, throughout our previous instruction, I did not cast a single spell upon you. I merely engaged you in combat techniques. Watch closely, young man. Gryffindor, suppressing his anger, stated, I will demonstrate it to you step by step, so pay careful attention. Though anger simmered within him, his movements were precise, and he generously elucidated the essential elements. Focus on the concluding motion of the first shield charm. As you finish, ease your magical energy and connects seamlessly to the second shield charm with absolute control. There are two critical challenges, Gryffindor glared at Sebastian. The rate at which you ease the energy and the utter mastery of your own magic. A moment's inattention could result in the two shield charms being cast separately. Do not underestimate this. Gryffindor raised his voice again. This is merely the first step, the foundation of all. The essence of stacking spells lies in the very concept of stacking. Observe my technique closely. Sebastian, fully engaged in Gryffindor's personal demonstration, dared not let his focus waver. He scrutinized every movement of Gryffindor, amplifying his perception of magic to savor every nuance of its flow. In his awareness, Gryffindor meticulously controlled each action, akin to a powerful man wielding a needle to craft intricate embroidery. Layer upon layer of shield charms were artfully stacked, resembling exquisite works of art, both aesthetically pleasing and grand. A sudden realization struck Sebastian. No wonder it was so challenging. This stacking spell is alchemy, cloaked in the guise of a charm. Without a foundational understanding of alchemy, aspiring to master the art of spell layering is nothing short of a fool's dream. Yet, it is no wonder that layered spells possess formidable defenses. They resemble the armor among muggles. Gryffindor has woven a robust protection uniquely for wizards, built upon the single iron armor charm. Truly remarkable. Gryffindor undoubtedly stands as one of the most illustrious wizards in the annals of wizarding history. At this moment, Sebastian truly grasped the weight carried by the name Gryffindor. Now, pay close attention to the final technique. With a deft flick of Gryffindor's wand, the ninth spell was flawlessly executed, intertwining seamlessly with the preceding 8 iron armor charms, forming a cohesive whole. This is the essence of spell layering. 9 iron armor charms unified constitute a single layer. The greater the layers, the stronger the defense. In theory, one could continue to layer indefinitely, thereby rendering their defenses infinitely robust. However, take heed. With each additional layer, your control must be proportionately heightened. A moment's inattention could lead to utter ruin. At this juncture, Gryffindor paused, casting a knowing glance at Sebastian. Do you not find it exceedingly cumbersome, lacking the agility of a solitary iron armor charm despite its enhanced defense? Sebastian nodded in agreement, fully understanding. In practical combat, who has the luxury of layering spells, especially when a single misstep could nullify all prior efforts? It is hardly practical. Indeed, it seems rather antiquated, does it not? Unless, of course, this layering can be prepared in advance and persist over time. Seeing the realization dawn upon Sebastian, Gryffindor chuckled heartily. You can indeed prepare in advance and layer multiple times. It can remain concealed in your vicinity without disrupting your daily life. Only when attacked, or when you summon it, does it reveal itself. Impressive, is it not? Sebastian then comprehended the significance of layering spells, an infinite enhancement of defense, with the added benefit of pre-preparation. This truly renders it exceedingly powerful, a virtually invisible shield that can continuously strengthen. So, Gryffindor, from this day forth, this spell shall bear the name Swan. Observing Sebastian nodding vigorously as though pecking for grains, Gryffindor felt a swell of pride. He stroked his beard and teased Sebastian, saying, "Come now, master. Please commence your performance." Chapter 60. Was it not agreed to strike without hitting the face? Are we to witness our own folly? Very well, old dung. Please remember your current state. With a flourish of his wand, the movements became an elegant dance, as graceful and beautiful as a fluttering sprite. Upon witnessing Sebastian successfully cast the second iron armor charm, Gryffindor's expression shifted. How could this be? The second iron armor charm succeeded at once, exhibiting remarkable stability without detaching from the first. Intriguingly, does this lad possess such innate talent? The third charm took shape effortlessly, appearing to be executed with great ease. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, Gryffindor's composure began to falter, and he found himself questioning his own existence. Could success be imminent? Is this young man truly that formidable? There is no need for haste. The conclusion of the ninth spell is of utmost significance, and I am certain this young man will not succeed. Should he manage to succeed on his first attempt, I shall perform a handstand right before him. As Sebastian reached the 8th ironclad spell, he opened his eyes and began to showcase his acting skills towards Gryffindor. With a troubled expression, he implored, "Professor Gryffindor, I find myself losing control. Your encouragement is desperately needed." Encouragement? Gryffindor scoffed at the notion. If encouragement were truly effective, what purpose will my role as a combat wizard serve? By that logic, I could simply transform into a cheerleader, rallying for my students daily, achieving far greater success. Nevertheless, contemplating Sebastian's peculiar demeanor, he hesitated and extended his thumb, reluctantly uttering, "Go on." No sooner had the words left his lips than Sebastian flicked his wand, creating an elegant arc. The ninth ironclad spell materialized, seamlessly connecting with the previous 8 spells, forming a cohesive whole. As he experienced the formidable ironclad spell executed through the stacking technique, Sebastian felt a surge of excitement. What a resilient sensation. Moreover, the original ironclad spell merely conjured an invisible shield directed by the caster's wand, serving as a protective barrier between oneself and one's adversary. Now, however, multiple ironclad spells were interlinked, enveloping him entirely, providing comprehensive, all-weather protection. Sebastian's thoughts delved deeper. A single ironclad spell could not withstand the potency of the killing curse. But what is spell stacking? According to Gryffindor, this was merely the completion of one layer of stacked spells. What if he were to stack several more? What if he were to stack 100 layers, 1,000, or even 10,000? With this thought, a fervor ignited within Sebastian. Might there come a day when he could, through the power of stacked ironclad spells, withstand Voldemort's might and deliver a resounding blow that would bring him to the ground? Followed by a triumphant proclamation, "Who else dares to challenge me?" Impossible. A thunderous roar erupted from his side. Gryffindor stood aghast, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he ruffled his hair in utter disarray, clearly overwhelmed. He dashed to Sebastian's side, seizing the collar of his robes and roaring in defiance. "I refuse to believe it. You dare to perform for me? Can encouragement yield such monumental results? No one achieves success on their first attempt. You must have learned this before. Yet how could this be? It had been lost to time. That was precisely why I established this legacy of the secret realm." Sebastian gently patted Gryffindor's arm, extricating himself from the professor's grasp. "Professor Gryffindor, your enthusiasm is rather overwhelming. I'm struggling to keep up. I prefer your previous, more rebellious demeanor." At this, Sebastian paused, voicing a lingering question. "Why is it said that spell stacking has been lost to time? Did you not mention that you taught it to several students?" Gryffindor appeared despondent, gazing up at the pristine Hogwarts castle within the realm, deeply sighing. "They have all perished." Sebastian nearly sputtered with disbelief. How could this be possible? Were they truly still alive? Furthermore, isn't stacking spells supposed to be immensely powerful? Gryffindor settled beside the steps, gesturing for Sebastian to take a seat on the ground. "Listen well, Slytherin lad. This is the last lesson I wish to impart to you. The competition of spells among wizards is, in essence, a contest of magical strength. Many spells require a formidable source of magic as their foundation. If your own magical power is insufficient, no amount of layered protego will shield you from a wizard of greater might. My students fell victim to this folly. They idolized me blindly, placing unfounded faith in the potency of stacked spells, and thus they perished. A robust, magical foundation is paramount." Upon hearing this, Sebastian felt a stirring within, recalling similar sentiments expressed by young Barty Crouch when he impersonated Moody in the original text. It seemed that even when the young wizards unleashed their spells against him, he merely suffered a nosebleed at most. Was the principle truly the same? Gryffindor regarded the contemplative Sebastian with a serious gaze and solemnly declared, "Stacking spells is not invincible. Oftentimes, you must discern for yourself whether your layered spells can withstand your opponent's magic, which requires a profound sensitivity to magical power. Do not let arrogance lead you to your demise, young one." Profound sensitivity to magical power? Sebastian felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was precisely his area of expertise. The art of stacking spells was tailor-made for him. This journey into the Forbidden Forest had been nothing short of spectacular. However, I grew disheartened and ceased to share my stacking spells, not wishing to see my cherished skills fade into obscurity. Therefore, after Slytherin vacated the school, I too concealed my unique legacy deep within the forest. Could it be that Sebastian felt a surge of excitement, contemplating whether the ladies of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had left their own legacies at Hogwarts? Gryffindor rose, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he looked at Sebastian. "Perhaps they have not. That is for you to discover, lad." With that, Gryffindor's expression turned serious, raising his wand to his chest. He performed a dueling salute to Sebastian. "Pray, tell me your name, Slytherin boy. You have earned my respect. My existence is to preserve the legacy of stacking spells. And now that my wish is fulfilled, I will soon dissipate. However, even if I am but a memory, I refuse to fade away quietly. Before that happens, let's engage in a spirited battle." Observing Gryffindor's form begin to fragment, Sebastian stood resolutely across from him, his expression grave. "Sebastian Swan, professor at Hogwarts, seeks your guidance." Gryffindor erupted in laughter, brandishing his magical sword once more, charging at Sebastian, while his wand glimmered with the light of an incantation. "Ha! I am Godric Gryffindor, the head of Gryffindor House. Allow me to impart one final lesson." Sebastian did not flinch this time. Instead, he charged forward with the unwavering determination of a Gryffindor. "Farewell to the esteemed Gryffindor professor. May your journey be smooth." After an intense battle, Sebastian emerged from the secret realm, battered and bruised. He covered his face and, with a flick of his wand, summoned Robert to his side. He then produced 3 flying broomsticks and, in a murmur, addressed the astonished Fred and Snape. "Do not inquire as to why. Nothing occurred. I seek everything, and I'm immensely grateful." Chapter 61. Do you think you could deceive me? You are yet unseasoned. Fred sat languidly in the stands of the Quidditch pitch, feeling as though he had succumbed to what muggles termed psychological trauma syndrome. He was uncertain of the validity of this diagnosis. After all, Charlie had been the one to inform him. Although a month and a half had passed and mid-May had arrived, he found himself devoid of interest in anything. The inter-school Quidditch finals, despite their fierce and thrilling nature, failed to ignite any enthusiasm within him. That evening, while out for a nocturnal stroll, George had pitifully waited in the castle for half a night. Reflecting on his own experiences, Fred still found them exhilarating. With a face full of resentment, he cast a glance at Sebastian, seated among the professors. How vexing. Why had Professor Swan imposed a gag order upon him? Such a bizarre experience. And he was forbidden from sharing any details. It was utterly stifling. Whether it was the professor's battles or Gryffindor's legacy, Professor Swan had prohibited him from disclosing a single word. In fact, Professor Swan had even compelled him to enter into a magical contract. How infuriating. This was a clear sign of distrust. He was perfectly capable of keeping secrets. At most, he would have divulged the true circumstances to George. Fred had even maliciously speculated that Professor Swan did not wish others to know of his disheveled state, hence the silence enforced upon him. After all, he vividly recalled how dismal Professor Swan had appeared upon emerging from the secret realm. The professor's right cheek was swollen, his eyes resembled those of a raccoon, and his attire was disheveled, as if he had been through an ordeal. He remembered the professor uttering a phrase, something along the lines of, "Damn old dung." That was a harsh blow. Ouch, that hurts. Was it not Gryffindor's legacy? The professor's appearance hardly suggested he had gained anything beneficial. Rather, it seemed he had encountered peril. Was that a false legacy? How terrifying. It was fortunate that he had been repelled by that portal. Otherwise, given his abilities, he might have been trapped inside indefinitely. After Professor Swan's appearance, the portal had shattered along with the boulder, and now only rubble remained. Thus, the true nature of what lay beyond that portal was likely known only to Professor Swan. Fred cast another glance at Professor Snape, sitting beside Professor Swan, and felt a deep sense of admiration. Professor Snape was indeed a true workaholic. In a state of injury, he still managed to obtain the privilege of substituting for the defense against the dark arts class from the headmaster. Ever since Professor Robert was sent to Azkaban, the class had been taught by Snape. Frankly, Headmaster Dumbledore ought to award Professor Snape a special contribution prize in recognition of his diligent work ethic. Moreover, Fred truly wished to engage in a meaningful conversation with Snape to express his gratitude. Unfortunately, despite the life-saving debt he owed to Snape, the two were hardly acquainted, rendering him at a loss for words. "Fred, stop daydreaming. Cheer for Hogwarts." Fred glanced at George, who was urging him to rally for Hogwarts, and a sense of superiority welled up within him. "Oh, George, my foolish little brother, you have no idea what I have endured. When the day of revelation arrives, do not envy your brother too much." Fred steeled himself and shouted at the sky, "Charlie, stop dawdling and catch that golden snitch." Following the preliminary rounds, the Hogwarts team, with a record of 2 wins and 2 losses, faced off against the victorious Durmstrang team in the finals. From the outset, the competition intensified, with both teams fiercely contending. The score tightly contested. The outcome of the match now hinged on which seeker could outmaneuver the other. Charlie soared through the air, wholly focused on locating the golden snitch, oblivious to all but the sound of the wind. His eyes were fixated solely on the snitch and his rival, Crumb. Suddenly, Crumb, riding his broom, began a rapid descent. Another feint. Charlie saw through Crumb's strategy. He had just confirmed that there was no snitch below. A smirk crept onto his lips as he recalled a classic line from his Muggle Studies class. "How naive, Crumb. That tactic will not work on me." He abruptly pulled his broom upward, accelerating toward the sky as if he had spotted the snitch and was making a final dash for it. Indeed, upon noticing Charlie's ascent, Crumb abruptly halted his descent before pursuing him with all his might. "Huh, a third-year lad want to play mind games? You're still too green." Charlie glanced at the tightly contested score and made a resolute decision. He resolved to take some risks and bring this match to a triumphant conclusion. Having declined several offers from professional teams, this might be his last official Quidditch match. He wanted to conclude his Quidditch career on a perfect note, desiring victory for Hogwarts. He looked at Marcus, and upon catching his attention, subtly gestured to him. He then lowered his altitude and positioned himself beside Crumb, flying in parallel. Determined not to let Crumb escape his grasp, Charlie multitasked, searching for the golden snitch, closely tracking Crumb's movements, while steadfastly blocking Crumb's line of sight to Marcus. At last, Charlie found the opportunity he had long awaited. He broke into an unrestrained grin and laughed heartily. "Crumb," he bellowed with all his might, his voice somewhat distorted by the fierce wind that rushed toward him. "Have you ever been struck down by a bludger?" As soon as he uttered these words, the entire audience collectively gasped. A dark figure suddenly streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, reaching Charlie's side in the blink of an eye. In a moment of peril, Charlie ducked just in time to evade the incoming bludger. Subsequently, this powerful ball of energy pierced through the air and struck Crumb with tremendous force. "Merlin!" The audience cried out in shock. With a thud, Crumb's figure plummeted to the ground like a bird with broken wings. The unforeseen turn of events left everyone present in a state of disbelief. No one had anticipated that. In such an intense match, Charlie would execute such a masterful collaboration with the batsman Marcus, securing an early victory for Hogwarts. "Ha, Charlie, well done." Marcus's laughter echoed throughout the arena as Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, sprang to his feet and rushed toward the pitch. When Crumb opened his eyes in Karkaroff's embrace, he heard the whistle signaling the end of the match. Hogwarts wins. Chapter 62. Beyond the struggles of Quidditch lies the final examination. As the final exams approached, the fervor for Quidditch waned after merely 2 days. With only 14 days remaining until the OWL Ordinary Wizarding Level examinations, Professor McGonagall's first words in the 5th-year classroom after the finals were, "I hope you all take this seriously. This examination will determine the course of your lives." Upon hearing this, an atmosphere of anxiety engulfed Hogwarts, particularly among the 5th and 7th-year students. Many succumbed to a peculiar ailment, a condition referred to by Professor Swan in Muggle studies as pre-exam syndrome. One Ravenclaw girl even broke down in tears during breakfast, exclaiming, "I'm so foolish, truly." At this point, I still Haven T reviewed History of Magic. What am I to do? It seems impossible for me to achieve all OS outstanding. History of Magic? Are you serious? Even if you fail that subject, so what? You still aspire to achieve all outstanding grades? My dear, consider our feelings. Even the academically challenged deserve respect. Enough with the anxiety mongering. Amidst this commotion, the anxiety among the 5th and 7th-year students intensified, with an increasing number of students experiencing headaches and insomnia. This anxious atmosphere began to spread subtly to the younger witches and wizards. Observing the tormented students, Sebastian, drawing from his own school experiences, offered a suggestion to the little ones. If the pressure becomes overwhelming, a combination of calming and euphoric potions can yield splendid results. In no time, a long queue formed outside the infirmary as the young students sought relief. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was overwhelmed with work. After reaching her breaking point, she summoned Sebastian and berated him sternly. Faced with such an outcome, Sebastian felt utterly helpless. Consequently, he was compelled to dig into his own pockets and procure a substantial quantity of potions from Swan's alchemy to meet the students' immense demands. Amidst the pre-exam anxiety, various so-called examination aids began circulating among the students. As a professor, Sebastian confiscated an eclectic array of peculiar items. After dealing decisively with a young wizard who attempted to sell desiccated fox feces as dragonclaw powder, he brought the twin brothers into his office. Upon entering, Sebastian tossed 2 cheating quills onto his desk. He turned around, his expression dark, and glared down at the twins, the tension in the air palpable enough to render it almost suffocating. "Now, tell me, why would you concoct such items?" Fred and George lowered their heads, nearly touching their chests, as if this posture could render them invisible to their professor's gaze. Their eyes were fixed on the ground, and their faces betrayed a clear sense of regret and shame, their bodies slightly trembling with palpable anxiety. "Is this what you have studied alchemy for? To create such disreputable contrivances? Is your own creation not more convenient?" Sebastian's tone was stern. He was genuinely displeased. He had high hopes for the twins and had always generously shared his alchemical expertise, frequently demonstrating techniques for them. Indeed, he considered the twins as if they were his own apprentices. The 2 boys had never complained, always rising to the occasion. Earlier in May, they had successfully completed a task assigned by Sebastian, producing a flawless Hogwarts navigation map. While concocting whimsical items might be excusable, the creation of cheating devices was something Sebastian found intolerable. Fred dared to raise his gaze to Sebastian, hesitating before speaking. "Professor, we simply thought it would be amusing." "Amusing?" Sebastian's voice betrayed no hint of inflection. "Yes, amusing." With Sebastian's tirade momentarily halted, George mustered the courage to lift his head. "We saw the cheating quills, and thought it would be fun to see if we could replicate them. Fred can vouch for that. Truly, we were competing, each crafting one, and just as we were about to find a judge to evaluate our creations, you caught us. I've been rather lethargic lately, so I sought a bit of amusement." Upon hearing this, Sebastian's apprehension dissipated. As long as they were not motivated by cheating, his furrowed brow relaxed. The flames of anger within his eyes gradually extinguished, replaced by a sense of resignation and a hint of self-deprecation. Indeed, he realized he had misjudged them. A slight smile graced Sebastian's lips as he shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. "I concede, my earlier tone was perhaps a bit excessive. It appears I have wronged you." He took out the cups and, amidst the delighted gazes of the two, poured 3 large glasses of ice-cold cola. "I offer my sincerest apologies. Let us toast." After indulging in the refreshing beverage, Fred and George felt invigorated, expressing their gratitude before noisily departing. Regardless of the unwillingness of the young wizards, the end-of-term examinations proceeded as scheduled. Due to the unique nature of the Muggle Studies course, this examination was arranged for the final day. For Sebastian, it was the first time serving as an invigilator across 2 lifetimes. Observing the little ones diligently scribbling away, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The expressions of his students varied. Some beamed with joy, while others furrowed their brows or fidgeted anxiously. Remarkably, just half an hour into the examination, some had already completed their papers and rested their heads on the desks. It was Percy, the academic overachiever. Well, that settled it. Sebastian clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely strolled around the classroom. The reactions of the little ones upon noticing the professor approaching them were quite amusing. Some trembled with nervousness, struggling to write. Others merely rolled their eyes at the professor before returning to their serious work, while a few brave young wizards lifted their heads, grinned widely, and showed no sign of fear whatsoever. Following the end-of-term exams, the students faced a fortnight dedicated solely to the 5th-year OWL examinations and the 7th-year Newt, nastily exhausting wizarding test. Sebastian did not oversee these exams. Instead, he engaged in light conversation with the examiners from the Wizarding Examination Authority before diligently grading the papers of the 3rd, 4th, and 6th-year students. He sought to evaluate the fruits of his teaching, with the students' performances serving as the most direct reflection. Quite well. Indeed, a substantial number received O, outstanding, with the lowest score being E, exceeds expectations. Finally, as all examinations concluded, the students embraced their newfound freedom. Except for a few diligent scholars poring over their textbooks to verify answers, the majority of the little ones embarked on a joyous celebration. Laughter and cheer echoed throughout the school. Marcus momentarily worried about his grades, but soon joined his friends on the Quidditch pitch for a game. Percy meticulously organized his used textbooks, resolutely vowing to achieve straight O's in the next year's OWLs. Charlie and several 7th-year classmates wandered from classroom to classroom, bidding a heartfelt farewell to Hogwarts. Fred, revitalized, huddled with George to plan another grand night excursion. As Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast, the young wizards savored their final grand meal before departing. Slytherin House triumphed over Ravenclaw by a margin of 20 points, securing the House Cup. Unlike previous years, the discussions from the other 3 houses were considerably muted. After all, the transformation of Professor Snape had been evident throughout the year. He no longer deducted points indiscriminately from other houses, nor awarded points to his own at will. In fact, one could argue that his management of Slytherin had become notably stricter. Overall, Slytherin's victory this year was well-deserved. The young wizards were equally intrigued by the profound transformation of Professor Snape. Sebastian, seated beside him, cheerfully savored the steak on his plate. He cast a glance at Snape and subtly gestured towards Dumbledore with his eyes. Then, in a hushed tone only they could hear, he inquired, "Severus, the decade has come to a close. We are preparing to fetch Harry. Would you care to join us?" Chapter 63, Greetings, Harry Potter. On June 22nd, 1991, a Saturday, in the small district of Little Whinging, Surrey, at number 4 Privet Drive, stood a tidy and unremarkable 2-story house, surrounded by meticulously trimmed lawns and flower beds. The Dursley family, residing within, epitomized the archetype of a middle-class household. Vernon Dursley, the lord of the manor, was a robust man with a ruddy complexion and a thick beard, perpetually clad in a suit and tie, relishing in bellowing orders and reprimands. His wife, Petunia Dursley, was a slender woman, always impeccably dressed, who took great pride in boasting about their family's perfection before the neighbors. Their sole son, Dudley Dursley, was a corpulent child, brash and ill-mannered, a quintessentially spoiled offspring. Moreover, they had a nephew, Harry Potter. In stark contrast to the stout and hefty Dudley, Harry's slight frame appeared particularly fragile. He bore a tousled mane of unruly black hair, which his Uncle Vernon frequently berated him for, unable to tame it. The most striking feature on his face was the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, and his bright green eyes, often shadowed by a pair of tattered round glasses, frequently revealed a sense of melancholy and yearning. On this day, Harry was not particularly cheerful, for from the moment he awoke, Uncle Vernon had summoned the entire family to undertake a thorough cleaning of the house. They barely paused for lunch, laboring tirelessly until the residence was spotless. After dinner, Vernon cleared his throat and solemnly announced to the family, "Today is a significant day. Very, very significant. As you all know, after I received the title of Outstanding Manager, a member of the board has decided to visit our home with his wife." Harry lowered his head, continuing to wash the dishes, his heart brimming with resentment. How could he not be aware of this? For the past week, Uncle Vernon had incessantly emphasized this matter. The visit of a board member was an unparalleled honor in his eyes. From the conversations between Vernon and Petunia, it became evident that he had been eagerly attempting to uncover details about this enigmatic board member. Unfortunately, the scant information he gathered revealed little. It was known that this board member rarely made public appearances and remained shrouded in mystery. However, according to whispers, this individual held the largest shares in the company, inciting Vernon's excitement as he fervently proclaimed his intent to seize this opportunity to make a grand impression before the esteemed guest. Harry's spirits were somewhat diminished. After a grueling day of cleaning, he felt utterly exhausted. This is an exceptionally precious opportunity. Vernon's voice rose a few notches, revealing an unusual seriousness. Whether he could attain a promotion, become the general manager, ascend to the role of CEO, and reach the pinnacle of his life depended on tonight. "We must rehearse one more time," Vernon instructed, rising to direct everyone into their roles. "Just think, Penny, the anticipation is exhilarating." Penny wore a look of yearning, but after receiving a stern glance from Vernon, she quickly donned a congenial smile. "I will stand in the living room, welcoming them with the warmest of smiles." Smile more naturally, more enthusiastically, under Vernon's guidance. Penny finally unveiled the most perfect smile she envisioned in her heart. "Harry, listen here, young man." Vernon stepped forward, bending down to glare menacingly at Harry. "Since you were 5, I have moved you from a storage room beneath the stairs to a room upstairs. You have never lacked for food, clothing, or care. You ought to be grateful. You would do well to stay obediently in your room." He pointed to the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. "You must understand that your scar will always provoke disdain in others. If you ruin my opportunity, I swear you will not set foot outside all summer." After everything was arranged, the Dursleys began their long wait. Vernon kept glancing at the clock on the wall, feeling as though time dragged unusually slow today. He even momentarily questioned whether the wretched clock was broken. At last, the clock's hands firmly pointed to 8 o'clock. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang, and the Dursleys swiftly sprang into action according to their rehearsed plan. Upon opening the door, they found a well-dressed gentleman of tall stature standing outside, with a beautifully made-up lady gracefully linked to his arm. How youthful! This was Vernon's initial impression. He had expected an elderly gentleman with gray hair. He paused momentarily, then forced a smile, warmly proclaiming, "Good evening, esteemed Mr. and Mrs. Swan." Sebastian smiled and nodded. "Mr. Dursley, a pleasure to meet you." This was Sebastian's first encounter with Vernon Dursley. His real-life appearance was almost indistinguishable from his on-screen persona, still bearing that rotund figure. Vernon's face was a picture of smiles as he hurriedly stepped aside to welcome the Swans inside. As they passed the storage room beneath the stairs, Sebastian murmured with a hint of nostalgia, "What a classic storage room. It's truly identical." "What?" The trailing Vernon did not quite catch that. He only vaguely heard the word storage room. He cast a suspicious glance at the storage space, his mind brimming with questions. What is so special about this? Pay it no mind. After greeting Penny, Sebastian entered the living room and sat down on the sofa with Mia. Penny wore a smile, but beneath her cheerful facade, she felt a twinge of confusion. How strange. This lady seems somewhat familiar. Just as they settled in, before Vernon could utter a word, Sebastian opened his mouth to inquire. "Mr. Dursley, according to the company's records, there should be another member of your household. Why not summon him to join us for a greeting? This is quite different from our rehearsals. I do have a nephew, Dudley hesitated, a bit shy. Perhaps it would be best not to call him. Sebastian restrained the slightly agitated Mia and emphasized to Dudley, "It is only courteous to bring him out, don't you think?" With no other option, Dudley left his seat to fetch Harry, intending to impart some necessary reminders. Moreover, that scar would ideally be concealed by his hair. Meanwhile, Petunia remained in the living room, exchanging pleasantries with Sebastian. The more she observed Mrs. Swan, the more familiar she appeared. Just as her curiosity piqued, Vernon arrived with Harry in tow. Harry was filled with questions, having been quite comfortably upstairs. Yet Uncle Vernon insisted he descend to greet the guests, stressing numerous protocols, angles of smiles, the extent of arm gestures, greetings, and the tone of his voice, among other things. The overwhelming rules left Harry's head spinning, and by the time he faced the guests, he had forgotten most of them. "Hello, Harry Potter." Chapter 64. Your attitude poses quite a dilemma for me. At the sight of Harry, Mia's eyes immediately welled with tears. A torrent of emotions surged within her, overwhelming her breath. The child before her was slight, with tousled hair and eyes of green, identical to Lily's. This was Lily's child. This was the offspring of her dearest friend. This was the child she almost had the privilege to raise. Mia sprang to her feet, tears blurring her vision as she stepped forward, gently pushing Vernon aside, and enveloped little Harry in her embrace. "Harry, you have suffered." Mia's voice trembled. "I am so sorry I arrived late. A full decade late." Upon learning of the tragic demise of Lily's family, leaving only one child, Mia had resolutely decided to adopt her friend's son. However, by the time they reached Privet Drive, they were intercepted by Dumbledore. It might have been Dumbledore's distrust of Sebastian at that time, or perhaps his concern that Harry's notoriety could lead him astray in the wizarding world. It could also be that the magic left by Lily mandated that Harry remain with his relatives. Ultimately, Dumbledore denied Mia's request to adopt Harry. And what troubled Mia even more was Dumbledore's insistence that they promise not to approach him in any manner before his 11th summer, thus preserving his tranquil existence in the Muggle world. Consequently, Mia never spoke to Dumbledore again, nor did she grant him forgiveness. In stark contrast to Mia's genuine concern for Harry, Sebastian's feelings at that time were far more complex. They encompassed a fondness for a character from a bygone narrative, as well as a desire to leverage Harry's fame to carve out his own place in the wizarding realm. In the end, he did not wish to cause his wife Mia any distress. Mia shared a profound bond with Lily, genuinely regarding Lily's child as her own protege. She had always been concerned about Harry, personally selecting a few Muggle toys each year as his birthday approached, accompanied by heartfelt birthday messages. Now that she finally met this child, how could she not feel exhilarated and emotional? Harry, utterly bewildered, found himself grappling with a trio of existential questions in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Struggling to breathe under the mounting pressure, he managed to utter, "Hello, I seem to not recognize you." Upon hearing Harry's inquiry, Mia released him, preparing to offer an explanation when Sebastian's voice interjected. "Actually, we've known each other for quite some time. Do you remember the birthday gifts you received since you turned 5? Each gift contained a birthday message from us." Birthday gifts? Harry's spirits lifted immediately. The anticipation of birthday gifts was the highlight of his year, although the number paled in comparison to Dudley's extravagant presents, which totaled only 4. The warmth he felt upon reading the messages made him feel cherished and loved. Contemplating the origins of these gifts, he hesitated before speaking. But those gifts, weren't they sent by Uncle Vernon's company as part of the orphan care project? I've seen different staff members every year. Sebastian, hearing this, felt a tinge of helplessness. Due to his promise to Dumbledore, he could not deliver the gifts personally, necessitating a valid and substantial reason. Thus, when Harry turned 5, he acquired a significant stake in Grunnings, becoming a board member of the company where the Dursleys worked. Subsequently, he established a charitable foundation under the guise of caring for orphans. Any company member who adopted an orphan would receive a monthly reward of £1,000. Moreover, on the birthdays of those children, company representatives would personally deliver gifts and bestow birthday wishes. Do you recall the signatures at the end of the messages? Mr. White, Mr. Wolf, Mr. Prince, and the Swan couple. At this revelation, Harry's eyes sparkled with understanding. How could he have never realized that Mr. and Mrs. Swan were indeed the ones sending him gifts? He lifted his gaze to Mrs. Swan, whose eyes glistened with tears, and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. His nose tinged with emotion. Mrs. Swan. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Mia enveloped him in her embrace once more. Do not call me Mrs. Swan. From now on, you may call me Mia. Mia. The exclamation escaped his lips, and Petunia finally recognized the woman before her. This was the same woman who had been invited by Lily to their home during their childhood. No wonder she looked so familiar. She abruptly stood up, her expression one of disbelief. "You are a friend of Lily, the witch." "At last, Penny, you remembered. I have come today to retrieve Harry. He is in need of a magical education." "A friend of Mother? A witch?" "To receive magical education." Overwhelmed by this deluge of information, Harry felt his head spinning. Could it be that he, too, was a wizard? No. Penny emitted a sharp cry. "I absolutely forbid it. Harry cannot go to that dreadful place to be taught by a bunch of oddities." It was then that Vernon grasped the situation. The two individuals before him were both wizards, just like Penny's sister. How infuriating. Wizards had invaded their home. He had always steered clear of such chaotic individuals. Hastily, he positioned himself in front of Penny, shielding her behind him. His face flushed with fury as he roared. "You are not welcome here. Kindly leave at once. And you shall not take Harry away. He is not going anywhere. He must remain in this household." Sebastian gestured for Mia to take Harry and begin packing. Then, with fingers interlaced, he cast a sidelong glance at Vernon, exuding an air of formidable authority. "Mr. Dursley, we shall certainly be taking Harry with us today. Mark my words." How brazen. Vernon's face turned an even deeper shade of red, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his chest heaving with uncontainable rage. "You should be aware that, due to Harry, you receive an additional £1,000 each month. I must ask you, does that not tempt you? That is entirely procedural." Vernon struggled to suppress his wrath, fearful that he might inadvertently shout, "That was a corporate project, one I applied for through proper channels." "Is that so?" The corners of Sebastian's mouth curled into a slight smirk. "How naive you are, Mr. Dursley. After all these years of navigating society, have you not heard that oftentimes the carrot comes before the pit? The company established this project because of Harry. The reason you receive that extra stipend is due to Harry. Even your ability to converse with members of the board is a privilege granted by Harry." With each of Sebastian's statements, Vernon's complexion paled a shade further, his expression one of disbelief. Harry was truly that significant? The man before him wielded such power that a project had been created specifically for Harry. Contemplating this, Vernon's rage dissipated, replaced entirely by dread. He finally comprehended that this man was not merely a wizard but also a member of the board. With such a position, a single word from him could cost Vernon his job. He had a family to support. Penny was unemployed, and Dudley was soon to attend smeltings, all of which required finances. This vile wizard must have employed dark magic to attain his position on the board. What should he do? Vernon felt utterly constricted. Was he to bow to this malevolent individual for the sake of survival? "Mr. Dursley." Sebastian lounged casually in his chair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "I harbor no ill intentions. Upon reviewing your resume, I initially intended to promote you and grant you a raise, elevating you to the position of manager within your department. However, your demeanor poses quite a challenge for me. A promotion and a raise? A managerial role?" Vernon's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was far from the oppressive grip of an evil sorcerer. It was, in fact, a testament to the discerning vision of the company's board. His face broke into a broad smile as he cautiously ventured, "I suppose it is not out of the question for you to take Harry away. However, Petunia, as his aunt, is rather reluctant." Reflecting on Petunia's situation, he let out a deep sigh. "When Petunia and I welcomed Harry into our home, we vowed to keep him safe from that dreadful world." Vernon glanced at his wife, holding her close, and hesitantly added, "Petunia is genuinely concerned for Harry's safety. Please, take him. I will have a thorough discussion with her." "Mr. Dursley," Sebastian beamed, "the place where Harry is to study is called Hogwarts. It is the safest haven in the entire wizarding realm. Moreover, I assure you, I keep my promises. You may start contemplating your plans for the managerial position." Vernon's smile widened as he eagerly retrieved the content he had rehearsed, engaging Sebastian in conversation. When Harry descended with his belongings, he was greeted by a scene of joyful camaraderie. Without a second thought, he cheerfully greeted his aunt and uncle before following Mia and Sebastian outside. Upon stepping out, Sebastian's keen eyes spotted a familiar figure concealed behind a large tree. In the dim evening light, it was nearly undetectable. Sebastian's grin widened, brimming with delight. This proud creature had resolutely declared it would not come. Together with Mia, he led Harry down the street. Only after passing the tree did he tighten his grip on Mia and Harry, whispering, "Apparate. How delightful. Is this what magic feels like?" He closed his eyes, smiling to himself. "I adore magic. I am eternally grateful for everything." Chapter 65. 1,000 galleons, merely a trifle. Young Master awakened. Harry was lost in a wondrous dream steeped in magic when he suddenly heard someone gently calling his name. "Young Master, Are they calling for me? He opened his eyes, groggily scanning his surroundings, the blurred images leaving him perplexed. His hand found his glasses on the nightstand, and upon donning them, his vision cleared instantly. His gaze fell upon the bedside, revealing an astonishing sight. A diminutive creature stood there, its ears resembling bat wings, and its eyes round as tennis balls. Dressed in an exquisite black suit, it stood elegantly upright, resembling a true gentleman. The fabric of the suit shimmered softly, impeccably tailored, exuding an air of sophistication. Harry swore that despite his ignorance of suits, this outfit was undoubtedly of considerable value. At the very least, his Uncle Vernon could never afford such attire. If this were a human, Harry would certainly deem it akin to the butler one might find in the households of ancient nobility depicted on television. What manner of creature is this? He blinked earnestly, confirming that he was not mistaken, and his curiosity was instantly ignited. He had never encountered such a peculiar being. Good morning, Master Harry. The diminutive creature respectfully bowed. Breakfast is prepared, and both Sir and Madam are awaiting your presence. Harry promptly sat up and extended his right hand. Hello, I am Harry Potter. And you are? As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed a look of surprise wash over the creature's face, quickly replaced by delight as it extended its hand to shake Harry. Yes. I am Dobby, the house elf of the Swan family. You may call upon me for any needs you have. Master Harry, you are a good person just like Sir and Madam. It is known that wizards never shake hands with house elves. Please rise. Madam has planned a grand shopping excursion for you today. A house elf? How utterly marvelous. Harry swiftly donned his clothes and hurriedly completed his morning routine before making his way to the dining room. Upon entering, Mia enveloped him in a warm embrace and gently kissed his forehead. How did you sleep last night? Are you settling in well? I intended to let you wake naturally, but our schedule today is rather full. Do eat quickly, for after breakfast, we shall take you to explore Diagon Alley, the magical marketplace. With that, Mia gently guided Harry to his seat, her eyes glimmering with affection as she watched him enjoy his meal. Observing this tender scene, Sebastian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, contemplating the plans he had for Harry. If he were an ordinary child, the arrangements for this summer would be straightforward: amusement parks, travels, and an array of delights to compensate for lost childhood. A carefree existence filled with enjoyment, allowing him to evade any resurgence of Voldemort's threats. But Harry was different. From the outset, he had no choice. As a member of the disadvantaged, he could only passively accept his fate, apart from defense against the dark arts. His other subjects were unremarkable, often relying on Hermione's assignments alongside Ron. His academic diligence could hardly be praised. He was squandering his innate talents. Without Dumbledore's exceptional guidance, Harry would never have achieved ultimate victory. Reflecting on this, Sebastian devised a plan. A single day of rest would suffice. Starting tomorrow, Harry would need to engage earnestly. He resolved to adhere to the training standards of elite aurors. Sebastian grinned as he placed a glass of milk before Harry. Drink this during your growth. Ample calcium is essential for reaching your full height. After breakfast, Harry could no longer contain his excitement. He was eager to venture into the magical world of Diagon Alley. Today's journey promises to be truly captivating. Yet, how shall we proceed? Shall we, akin to yesterday, whisk ourselves away in a flash? The sensation of being squeezed is rather unpleasant. While he remained lost in his daydreams, Mia led him to the fireplace. Ordinarily, the first visit to Diagon Alley would entail traversing through the leaky cauldron, but I noticed that you felt rather unwell after your apparition last night. Therefore, we shall utilize the fireplace for our travels today, both convenient and swift without causing you discomfort. She handed Harry a small pouch of shimmering green powder and, standing in the fireplace, instructed him with a quizzical gaze. This is flue powder, Harry. Stand in the fireplace and clearly state Diagon Alley. Allow me to demonstrate. She tossed the flue powder at her feet, and in an instant, green flames enveloped her, causing her to vanish without a trace. Harry's mouth fell agape, his astonishment palpable. He could hardly fathom that wizards could traverse distances so rapidly through flames. He grabbed a handful of flue powder, casting a nervous glance at Sebastian. Do not fret, Harry, Sebastian reassured, patting him on the shoulder. Just speak Diagon Alley clearly. In the blink of an eye, you shall see Mia again. He confidently thumped his chest, adding, even if you mispronounce it, I will follow you to find you, so rest assured. With Sebastian's assurance, Harry's anxiety dissipated. He stepped in the fireplace and exclaimed with excitement, Diagon Alley. Instantly, a powerful force enveloped him, and everything around him began to whirl at a dizzying pace. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by Mia's beaming smile, set against the backdrop of an extraordinarily bustling street. Harry stood in awe, gazing at the extraordinary sights before him, a world unlike anything he had ever encountered, his eyes scarcely able to believe the wonders unfolding. Diagon Alley was teeming with bustling wizards, all adorned in a myriad of robes. They grasped an array of peculiar items. Some held small bottles emitting wisps of smoke, others waved sparkling wands, while a few cradled oddly shaped pets. He scanned the surroundings in wonder, each shop radiating its own unique charm. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Gringotts, the Owl Emporium, the Quidditch shop, and so forth. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry," Mia beckoned. As Harry stepped out of the fireplace, she placed a stylish men's wallet into his hands. "This is your pocket money, 1,000 galleons." 1,000 galleons? Harry was unfamiliar with the concept of galleons, but the sheer amount suggested it was no trivial sum. He waved his hands in panic. "This is far too much, Mia. How about just 10? No, I mean 5 galleons would suffice." Mia chuckled, tousling Harry's hair. Take it, take it. "This is from me, as your elder. You cannot refuse. Moreover, it is merely a trifling sum of pocket money. Once you inherit your family's vault, you will likely regard this small amount with indifference." "A vault?" Harry's eyes widened, filled with confusion and astonishment. He had never heard of any vault belonging to his family, let alone the prospect of inheriting one. In this unfamiliar magical realm, everything excited yet bewildered him. Mia, observing Harry's bewildered expression, promptly patted his shoulder and reassured him. "Do not worry. We shall assist you in locating the key to your family's vault." With that, she smiled at Sebastian, who had caught up with them, and took Harry's hand, leading him forward. "Let us proceed to have some dapper outfits made. Madame Malkin's craftsmanship is truly commendable." Watching the contrasting figures of the tall and the short walking ahead, Sebastian smiled faintly and strode after them. "Wait for me, I'm not quite caught up yet." Chapter 66. Is your family wealthy? Sebastian sat contentedly at a booth of the Flor and Frosco ice cream parlor, savoring the ice cream in his hand. After wandering about all morning, he felt utterly exhausted. It was more tiring than battling Gryffindor. A little ice cream to rest would do nicely. Once Harry had selected his wand, they would indulge in a grand feast in London. They still had to continue shopping in the commercial center of London in the afternoon, which promised to be even more tiring than now. At the very least, in the wizarding world, whatever they purchased could be conveniently stowed away in their enchanted bags. In the Muggle world, however, carrying around numerous items could prove quite burdensome. Sebastian longed to stretch his legs, but he restrained himself to maintain his composure. "Sebastian, what a surprise to encounter you here enjoying ice cream. How fortuitous." A leisurely voice interrupted Sebastian's relaxed demeanor. Alas, the leisurely moment had come to an end, and solitude was no longer an option. He raised his head to see the source of the voice. Standing before him was Lucius Malfoy, tall and imposing, with silvery hair elegantly cascading over his shoulders. His pallid face, characterized by exquisite features, emanated an air of coldness and nobility. However, his eyes were a chilling gray, imbued with haughty arrogance and disdain, glimmering with a somber light. He donned a well-tailored, high-quality black robe adorned with opulent silver embellishments, exuding the authority and pride of a pure-blood aristocrat. Sebastian harbored complex feelings towards Lucius, simultaneously despising his investment in Voldemort, while admiring his capability and ambition in upholding the Malfoy family at such a young age. After joining the Death Eaters, he swiftly became one of Voldemort's most trusted servants. Presently, the extreme pureblood families looked to the Malfoy family for guidance, with Lucius himself emerging as a prominent figure among them. When Snape was recently recruited into the ranks of the Death Eaters, it was Lucius who provided him support. Thus, to this day, the Swan family and the Malfoy family remain closely intertwined business partners. "Senior, what a coincidence. Are you here to shop or to attend to family affairs? Do sit down. I shall treat you to ice cream." Draco had been incessantly clamoring to come along, while Lucius sat beside him, a fond smile gracing his face. It was a weekend and Narcissa and I had taken him to Diagon Alley to peruse its wonders. It was also the perfect opportunity to gather school supplies, as the first-year checklist remained unchanged each year. Once Draco entered Slytherin, he would require your guidance alongside Severus. Of course, Sebastian replied, glancing around. "Where are Narcissa and Draco? They have gone to Ollivander's to procure a wand. I noticed you sitting here and thought I would come over to say hello." "Buying a wand? How fortuitous. Harry is there as well. Could they possibly become friends? That would be quite amusing." Meanwhile, within the confines of Ollivander's, a golden-haired boy spotted Harry, who was selecting his wand. "Hello, I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy," he declared with a slight lift of his chin, pride radiating from his demeanor. The dark-haired boy across from him must also be a first year at Hogwarts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here to purchase a wand. Very well. The noble Malfoy requires some followers, for my father has always said that one must wield influence while navigating the world. You there, come and flatter me. Hello, I'm Harry Potter, pleased to meet you. Although Harry found the boy's demeanor somewhat peculiar, he extended his right hand amicably. Harry Potter, Malfoy exclaimed, his voice rising in astonishment. Is it truly you? Does your forehead bear? Before he could finish, he noticed the lightning scar upon Harry's brow. My Merlin. It's the real Harry Potter. Excellent. The noble Malfoy has found a friend worthy of his stature. Hello, we are friends now. He promptly extended his hand to shake Harry's. Are you in need of a wand? I can gift you one. No, thank you. I can purchase my own. I have pocket money. Harry struggled to withdraw his hand, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the boy's abrupt change in demeanor. Pocket money? How trivial. Save it, and allow Master Malfoy to cover your expenses. Today, you shall witness the wealth of the Malfoy family. A soft chuckle escaped from nearby, prompting Malfoy to glare in irritation. Who dares to mock the Malfoy family? Oh, I entered rather hastily and failed to notice, but that seems to be Mrs. Swan. Malfoy's mind was somewhat befuddled. Could it be that Harry Potter had arrived with Mrs. Swan? Harry's voice chimed in. Aunt Mia just gifted me 1,000 galleons for my pocket money. Harry, having spent the morning shopping, had a newfound understanding of the purchasing power of 1,000 galleons. However, from Malfoy's tone, it seemed he looked down upon such an amount. How affluent must the Malfoy family be? Fascinating. This was a valuable insight, deepening his understanding of the wizarding world. 1,000 galleons? Pocket money? Malfoy's complexion shifted between crimson and pale. He felt utterly embarrassed, and indeed, it was a considerable humiliation. Just as I was about to boast about my wealth, I was met with an immediate rebuttal, and regrettably, I found myself unable to counter it. Malfoy, you have yet to disclose the extent of your allowance. Do share. Appease my curiosity. Upon hearing this, Malfoy felt an acute mix of humiliation and fury. Oh, you with your prominent brows and sparkling eyes, are you deliberately mocking me? He shot an angry glance at Harry before taking his mother's hand and striding out. Mother, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Let us dine first before returning to purchase a wand. Why does it seem like you're upset? Harry innocently glanced at Mia, whose laughter was uncontrollably exuberant, shrugged, and resumed his selection of wands. At 8 p.m., Harry sat on the sofa, troubled, twirling his beloved wand as countless questions swirled in his mind. What are you pondering, Harry? Sensing his preoccupation, Mia gently inquired as she settled beside him. If you have any worries, speak them. Sebastian and I are here to assist you. I am contemplating. Harry's eyes filled with confusion. How did my parents perish? Did they truly die in an accident? Today I witnessed many extraordinary aspects of wizards. Hence I cannot accept that they died in a mere accident. An accident? Mia glanced at Sebastian, puzzled. Who suggested that? Was it Petunia? Yes. Harry's voice grew agitated. I wish to know the truth. Can you reveal it to me? Mia hesitated, uncertain of how to convey the harsh reality to Harry. Harry, sensing Mia's discomfort, Sebastian spoke up, his tone both gentle and resolute. The circumstances are intricate and grim. Are you prepared to bear the truth? A grim truth? There is indeed a hidden story. Harry's excitement surged. No matter how harsh it might be, he felt an insatiable need to uncover everything. He straightened, his gaze sharp and unwavering, locking onto Sebastian's eyes. I am ready. Please impart all that you know. Your parents were slain by being known as Voldemort. Sebastian's voice resonated slowly, recounting the tale of Voldemort's rise. Ultimately, your mother, Lily, stood before Voldemort, employing an ancient magic to protect you. In that moment, she was ruthlessly murdered, and you, the sole survivor of that confrontation, are regarded as the savior of the wizarding world. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Harry's face, rendering him speechless. Sebastian's tone deepened. Harry, regardless of what others may say, understand this. Your mother was the true savior. One day, that dark sorcerer will return. He will seek you out relentlessly. The question is, Sebastian's voice grew serious. When that day arrives, will you possess the courage to confront that dark wizard? When that day comes, will you have the resolve to wield your wand and avenge your parents? And when that day arrives, Sebastian paused. Will you have the strength to overcome him? Harry's eyes were red, and he wiped away his tears furiously, declaring, I will avenge my parents. I will do everything in my power to kill him. Therefore, Mr. Swan, I implore you, teach me magic. Chapter 67, Wingardium Leviosa. She turned her gaze sharply at Sebastian, gripping the soft flesh at his waist and twisting it with fervor. I've been giving you hints, making signals, even wrinkling my face in frustration. How could you pretend not to see? Telling Harry everything. How old is he? Are there not some truths he should not bear yet? To let him seek revenge? To confront the Dark Lord? This is akin to what you recounted from the journey to the west, sending the mighty Baba to capture the monk and his disciples. Is this merely a matter of names? Mia's voice rose an octave as she glared at Sebastian, her teeth clenched. She twisted her grip again with force. He is still a child. Do you truly believe he could vanquish the Dark Lord after just a few years of practice? This is something even Dumbledore could not achieve. What madness is this? As if still unsatisfied, Mia seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Sebastian twice. All right, Sebastian said, embracing Mia and gently patting her back to soothe her. My apologies. I should have flirted with someone blind to it. Please, allow me to explain. His voice was soft as he cradled Mia, swaying her gently as one would a child, earnestly attempting to reason with her. This is merely to give Harry a motivation to strive. You know how the atmosphere at Hogwarts is. I fear that once he arrives at school, he may lose his focus on studies. Moreover, it is always beneficial to enhance one's abilities. I do not expect him to confront the Dark Lord directly. I merely wish for him to possess the capability to stand against those Death Eaters. At the very least, he should not be easily captured. Even if he cannot win, he must be able to flee. Mia's tense back gradually relaxed as she leaned her head on Sebastian's shoulder, softly sobbing. I just feel for Harry. He is so young, yet burdened with such a heavy fate. You must teach him well, and no withholding of knowledge. Do you hear me? She lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears as she gently rubbed the spot she had just twisted. Does it hurt? I apologize. I was just a bit anxious. Sebastian, with a look of fondness, wiped away the tears from Mia's face and then patted his chest with conviction. Do not worry. I am as sturdy as iron. It is but a trivial matter. Upon hearing the sound of a door closing, Sebastian immediately contorted his face in mock pain. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Look, it's all bruised. He retrieved a potion, applying it to his wound while casting a resentful glance toward Harry's room. You, Potter, have caused me such grievous pain upon your arrival. Tomorrow, I shall train you rigorously. Early the next morning, Harry followed Sebastian to his study. Mia was busy with work at St. Mungo's and could not accompany him during the day. Now, let's embark on our journey of learning. During this process, you may refer to me as Professor Swan. Harry immediately raised his hand, his curiosity evident. Professor Swan, I have a question. He brandished his wand toward Sebastian, inquiring, must wizards always use a wand? When I was at my aunt's house, I didn't have a wand, yet I accomplished many astonishing feats. Once, my aunt forced me to wear an outfit I despised, and it promptly shrank, becoming unwearable for anyone. Also, Harry added, touching his hair with a shy smile, perhaps because I've always wanted to conceal the scar on my forehead with my hair. It grows particularly quickly. There have been numerous occasions where I've visited the barber one day, only to find my hair grown back the next. He pondered, so, why is it necessary to use a wand? Wouldn't it be more convenient without one? Such an insightful thought. It is commendable to question the reasons behind things, Sebastian replied, nodding with a smile. In fact, for powerful wizards, it is indeed possible to cast spells without a wand, as I shall demonstrate. With a flourish, he snapped his fingers, causing a bottle of cola to soar through the air and land gracefully on the table before them. While this method is convenient, possessing a wand allows for greater control over the spell's potency and enables more intricate maneuvers. However, young wizards possess unstable magical abilities, and you cannot always achieve your desired results. In another 2 years, as your magic strengthens, if you cannot consistently manage your magical output, it can lead to perilous situations. Sebastian gestured to the wand in Harry's hand. At this juncture, the wand is of utmost importance. Through it, we can reliably channel our magic. This is essential for safely casting spells. Therefore, for novice wizards and even adult sorcerers, a wand is indispensable. Without it, many wizards are unable to perform even a single spell. Hence, you must safeguard your wand, as it is fundamental to our survival as wizards. Sebastian opened the cola and took a refreshing sip. Harry, the successful casting of a spell relies on 3 elements: the gesture of the hand, the incantation, and our magical energy. First, we must comprehend what magical energy is. What is magical energy? Harry shook his head, unable to grasp the concept. I haven't read the book yet and don't know the definition in it. The concepts in books can be rather abstract. Even if you read them, you might still find them perplexing. Do not worry, I will guide you to experience it firsthand. Here is a particularly suitable spell, the levitation charm. Its incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. Pay close attention to my wand. Watch the flick and swish. As he spoke, The feather before them began to rise gently under Sebastian's guidance. The incantation must be clear, otherwise, it may lead to unpredictable dangers. Upon hearing Sebastian's instructions, Harry promptly repeated the incantation several times, then extended his wand towards the feather resting before him. Once, twice, thrice, yet the feather remained motionless on the table, as if mocking Harry's inadequacy. Anxiety swelled within him, and his wand movements grew increasingly frantic. Recognizing the commotion, Sebastian swiftly intervened. "Harry, you need not replicate my every motion. It is quite simple, just a flick and a shake. Patience is essential. Haste is a grave error in learning. Furthermore, remember my next words. Magic is the power of manifestation, the strength of belief. You must firmly believe that your spell will succeed. Do not doubt yourself." With a reassuring smile, Sebastian's voice resonated with unwavering conviction, instilling a profound sense of trust. "Now, take a deep breath, relax your mind, and naturally wield your wand, believing in your success." Harry closed his eyes, inhaling deeply until his mind calmed. He then opened his eyes, resolutely gazing at the feather before him. His arm moved gently, harnessing the strength of his wrist to guide the wand. With a flick and a shake, he uttered the spell, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather gracefully and slowly lifted from the table, resembling an elegant dancer, twirling in the air. It seemed to convey a message to Harry, perhaps celebrating his triumph. Elated, he realized he had succeeded this time. "Wonderful!" Sebastian's praise echoed. "Can you feel it? A vague yet profound sensation flowing from your arm to your wand? And between your wand and the feather, is there not an invisible connection? That is your magical essence." Harry quickly focused on his wand. As he gently twirled it, the feather in the air mirrored his movements. He discovered an intangible force binding the wand and the feather, unseen yet undeniably present. "So this is magic," he thought, excitement surging within him. "Do you wish to learn more powerful spells?" Sebastian inquired. Harry eagerly nodded, filled with fervor, yearning to master formidable incantations. Alas, Sebastian's voice interrupted, dousing Harry's enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Many potent spells are grounded in substantial magical power. Your current magical essence is still too feeble. Even with perfect pronunciation and gestures, you cannot unleash those formidable spells. Do not fret. I shall first teach you some minor hexes that you can wield effectively at your level. Remember the sensation of magic flowing within you. Let us proceed to the dueling arena." Harry's heart brimmed with anticipation. He had long noticed the vacant plot in the yard, previously mistaking it for a Muggle tennis court. He had often wondered why there was no net present on the court. Upon arriving at the dueling arena, Sebastian resumed his instruction on spells. Unlike the levitation charm learned earlier, the Jinx was an aggressive incantation. Do you recall the sensation from before? After casting the levitation charm, your wand and the feather were bound together by your magical essence. However, the Jinx operates quite differently. Once it leaves your wand, the spell is severed from your control. It is akin to throwing a stone. Once it departs your hand, you can no longer command it. With a flick of his wrist, Sebastian conjured an alchemical dummy for spell practice. A flash of red light illuminated the arena as the Jinx struck the dummy squarely in the chest. "Harry, precision is crucial with such spells. Does it feel familiar?" "Indeed," Sebastian affirmed, "but there is a distinction. Our Jinxes can affect any part of an opponent's body. Yet, do not forget that our adversaries are often wizards themselves. They will move and evade. Thus, accuracy, control of magical energy, timing, and your footwork are all paramount. I will train you on these aspects, so prepare yourself for the challenges ahead." With the foundation of the levitation charm, Harry swiftly mastered the Jinx, and soon he was executing the spells with remarkable finesse. Sebastian nodded approvingly. "Excellent. You truly possess a talent. In such a brief time, you have grasped these minor Jinxes with considerable accuracy, hitting the dummy nearly every time, even while in motion." Witnessing this, a mischievous smile crept across Sebastian's face as he strode to the opposite side of the arena. "Harry, merely striking the dummy lacks excitement and offers limited improvement. Remember, real combat is the finest way to enhance your skills. Come, attack me with full force. Show me your progress." His mere presence sent a chill down Harry's spine, causing his scalp to tingle. Harry's gaze grew vacant, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. "No way. I haven't even left the novice village. And you're asking me to battle you? How can a level 1 newbie challenge a boss? I've never encountered such a scenario. Mia, where are you? Sebastian is bullying me." Harry swallowed the bitterness in his throat, gritted his teeth, and raised his wand toward Sebastian. He refused to back down. He could not afford to retreat now. How could he face Voldemort in the future or avenge his parents if he faltered here? He had to summon the courage to strike, to unleash his spells upon the strong. Once again, Harry's heart swelled with bravery. If he could not overpower, he would outsmart. Professor Swan, please do not blame me for lacking chivalry. Surprise attack, he declared with a grin. Quite commendable, though somewhat sluggish. Do not remain stagnant. Such an approach reveals your intentions too evidently. Move your feet. Legs feel weak and unsteady. Alas, you were so close to striking me. Keep it up. The Tarantella dance. Excellent, there has been progress. However, I shall retaliate now, so do be cautious. As night fell, Harry lay in bed, feeling as though his body no longer belonged to him. Exhaustion enveloped him. His arms felt leaden and heavy from the wand waving. A tingling sensation coursed through him. According to Sebastian, this was a normal phenomenon following the depletion of magical energy. He reassured himself that he would gradually acclimate to this feeling. He felt like crying. What a splendid day it had been, filled with learning. His own progress was significant, at the very least, aside from the initial spells that had posed a challenge. He had managed to evade all subsequent ones. This is what one calls agility. He closed his eyes and, with a trembling voice, encouraged himself. Tomorrow shall be fruitful. For the next fortnight, Harry maintained a rigorous training regimen, consistently pushing the boundaries of his limits. To ensure Harry's physical well-being, Sebastian meticulously managed logistical support. In addition to preparing delectable meals, he also concocted various restorative potions to replenish Harry's strength and energy post-training. These potions were akin to liquid miracles. Each time Harry, utterly fatigued, felt on the verge of collapse, a single dose of vitality elixir would rejuvenate him swiftly. He marveled at the extraordinary efficacy of these potions. Noticing Harry's fascination with the potions, Sebastian pondered whether to enlist Snape's assistance in crafting specialized brews for him. Given that Snape had little to occupy his time during the holidays, without hesitation, he resolved to visit Spinner's in the following day. Severus, I present to you Harry. You must get along splendidly. My deepest gratitude for everything. Chapter 69. Severus, do you wish to take on a student? In the morning sunlight, Spinner's Inn welcomed two visitors, one tall and one short. They disregarded the surrounding disarray and approached a house at the end of the alley. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the rapping, Snape opened the door with an impassive expression and complained to the visitors. Sebastian, is there something that necessitates a face-to-face discussion? Why didn't you clarify in yesterday's letter? You ought to realize that not everyone shares your leisure. Before he could finish, Snape's gaze fell upon the boy standing behind Sebastian. Instantly, his hollow eyes flickered with emotion, his pupils constricting sharply. Upon recognizing the boy's emerald eyes, his heart constricted, making it difficult for him to breathe. Good morning, Severus. You need not ask. I brought your student right here. Unlike the stoic Snape, Sebastian beamed with delight. What has rendered you speechless? No complaints today? Speak up. I'm all ears. Hey. Sebastian pushed Snape aside and then led Harry into the living room. I feared you might feel lonely at home during the holidays, so I found you a splendid companion, Sebastian remarked, a triumphant arch of his brow directed at Snape, followed by a playful nudge with his elbow. What do you think? I'm quite considerate, aren't I? Come, this is Harry Potter, who has a keen interest in potions and will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Harry, don't just stand there, greet Professor Snape. Harry quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and cautiously said, Hello, Professor Snape. Since the moment he beheld those striking green eyes, Snape felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. How could they resemble her so closely? Those eyes were an exact mirror of Lily's. Is this truly Lily's son? As he shifted his gaze to the face that bore a striking resemblance to James Potter, Snape was abruptly jolted back to reality, his heart heavy with unspoken turmoil. This visage certainly did not do justice to those eyes. He steadied himself, striving to dispel these distracting thoughts from his mind. Sebastian, you need to come with me at once, he commanded, his voice strained yet attempting to maintain a semblance of calm. Harry, you sit down and rest, Sebastian said, patting Harry on the shoulder. I will discuss the curriculum with Professor Snape. Don't worry, he will appreciate your presence. Harry watched in a daze as the two exited the living room and entered what appeared to be a study. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a workbench laden with potion apparatuses. Once the door was firmly shut, he began to scrutinize the living room. It was a dim and cramped space, furnished with a few simple pieces, an aging sofa and a somewhat worn coffee table. In the center stood a massive desk, cluttered with various volumes of magical literature. An antiquated oil lamp cast a feeble yellow glow, deepening the shadows of the room. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with heavy tomes and scrolls, each exuding an air of antiquity and value. A potent amalgam of herbs and potions permeated the air, vividly reminding Harry that he had entered the abode of a master potion maker. In stark contrast to the ever-smiling Sebastian, this professor appeared exceedingly stern and seemingly difficult to approach. A sense of trepidation enveloped Harry. He yearned to learn from this master of potions, yet worried that he might not be deemed worthy. In that moment, he became engulfed in uncertainty. Meanwhile, upon entering the other room and shutting the door, Snape drew his wand and cast a silencing charm towards the living room. The serene facade he had maintained fell away, replaced by a countenance rife with fury. "You insufferable Sebastian! How dare you bring Harry here? Do you even comprehend my standing?" "What standing?" Sebastian retorted nonchalantly. "You're just a professor at Hogwarts." Snape's frustration was palpable, his expression twisting in indignation. The insufferable Swan has an uncanny ability to ignite his fury with just a few words. He abruptly tore open the sleeve of his arm, revealing the distinctive mark. "I am a Death Eater. Do not tell me you have forgotten," he exclaimed. "As long as someone witnesses Harry's presence here, it will bring him peril." "What shall I do?" Sebastian calmly reassured him. "Why not simply turn the tables? Join the side of righteousness openly and confront the Dark Lord with unrestrained vigor." The voice of the undercover Severus was laden with anguish. He only revealed his truest self before this dear friend. "I cannot stand in the sunlight freely." Severus's tone grew despondent. "Moreover, Dumbledore would never permit me to do so. After all, it was a promise I made to him at that time. To hell with Dumbledore. Just tell him you're done." Sebastian's voice rose with a hint of ire, growing more urgent. "I'll confess, I am waiting for an opportunity. Once the moment is right, even Lucius will sway to our side. An undercover agent is not in short supply. You could easily bask in the sunlight, merely serving as a professor at Hogwarts." Severus, having seemingly released the pent-up frustration within him, Severus' expression once again became impassive. "Being an undercover agent was my own choice. I hope you can understand, my friend. After all, I wish to exact my revenge upon the Dark Lord in my own way. By the way, Harry is still waiting outside." Severus pointed upwards with his finger. "Perhaps Lily is watching now. We must not cause her anxiety." Given that Harry's arrival was a certainty, he resolved to devote himself fully to teaching him. After all, Lily had a remarkable talent for potions. I shall not allow Harry to squander that gift. With that said, he pushed open the door and strode into the living room. Upon surveying the scene, his breath caught slightly. "That wretched Swan. He didn't even give me a heads up about Harry coming. My room is a mess. This table is far too cluttered." Sebastian followed Severus out, smiling as he addressed Harry. "Harry, I must take my leave for a while. I need to visit Hogwarts and will return for you this evening. If you find yourself hungry or thirsty, do not hesitate to mention it to Professor Snape. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Farewell." With that, Sebastian departed, leaving Severus and Harry exchanging wide-eyed glances. Severus endeavored to disregard Harry's face, focusing intently on his eyes instead. "Mr. Potter, what would happen if one were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" "I don't know, Professor," Harry replied, shaking his head. "What is Bezoar? What is its purpose? Where can it be found?" "I also do not know, Professor." Harry's voice had diminished significantly. "What is the difference between aconitum and wolfia?" Harry lowered his head completely. "This is dreadful. I cannot answer a single question. I should have reviewed the textbook before coming here. Surely, I will be expelled now." "Excellent. If you know everything, then my role as your professor is rendered unnecessary. I present to you an enchanted feather quill, capable of meticulously recording all our lessons. Now, let's commence our class." Chapter 70. The Elder Who Walks with the Phoenix. After departing from the Snape residence, Sebastian made his way to Hogwarts to meet with Dumbledore, as promised. The Hogwarts during the holiday season exuded an extraordinary tranquility, starkly contrasting with the bustling atmosphere of the academic term. The corridors were devoid of the usual clamor of students, with only a few ghosts gliding past, leaving behind a chill in the air. The great hall appeared exceptionally spacious, lacking the usual flurry of owls circling above, bearing letters and parcels. As Sebastian pushed open the door to the headmaster's office, the sight before him elicited an involuntary chuckle. Professor Dumbledore was wielding a colorful feather quill, playfully teasing his phoenix. Fawkes remained perched on his stand, visibly irked, rolling his eyes in annoyance, and occasionally flapping his wings while emitting a series of discontented chirps, seemingly complaining about the old man's tedious antics. This sense of familiarity. It mirrored the pastime of Muggle elders who delight in walking their birds. Yet, Dumbledore's approach was decidedly more sophisticated, engaging in the companionship of a phoenix. "How refined. Sebastian, I have heard that a rather special young guest has come to stay with you. Please have a seat." Sebastian smiled and nodded, settling into the chair opposite Dumbledore. Indeed, Headmaster, your information is quite astute. Harry is currently residing with me. I took him on a delightful excursion through London, including a visit to Diagon Alley. The little fellow is immensely curious about the magical world and approaches his studies in spellcasting with great enthusiasm. Fortunately, I possess some expertise in this area, and after a year of teaching, I have become quite adept at guiding students. Thus, I've taught him a few simple charms, and he practices diligently each day. Additionally, Harry has developed a keen interest in potion making, for which I found him an excellent instructor in Severus. He is thoroughly enjoying his days. A glimmer of concern flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. You must be quite occupied, but remember, Harry is still young. Do not overexert him. Truthfully, Dumbledore immediately discerned Sebastian's ambition to cultivate Harry's abilities. He harbored concerns that Harry had likely become aware of his heritage. Dumbledore wished to prevent Harry from evolving into an extremist driven solely by a desire for vengeance. However, he could not express this directly, lest it sow discord between himself and Sebastian. Thus, he opted for a more tactful approach. His childhood was not filled with joy, so I hope he can experience a lighter, more joyful existence. Once he arrives at Hogwarts, he will have ample time to delve into his studies. Sebastian sighed inwardly. Other young wizards might enjoy such a leisurely pace, but could Harry afford the same? He was, after all, the thorn in Voldemort's side. It would not be long before the Dark Lord returned. If they did not seize every moment to enhance Harry's strength, would they merely allow him to remain sheltered beneath their wings? For the young wizards, happiness is of utmost importance. Do you not agree, Sebastian? However, Sebastian felt a deep-seated resistance towards this notion of happiness education. Albus Dumbledore seemed oblivious to the current decline in the prowess of the British wizarding community. When he graduated, due to the pressures of war, nearly every graduate possessed the shield charm. In contrast, the graduates of Hogwarts today seldom exhibit such skills. Even many Auror trainees struggle to perform this defensive spell. This has undoubtedly frustrated the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour. In recent years, the number of students graduating who can immediately become Auror trainees has dwindled significantly. Mia had even informed him that St. Mungo's hospital was finding it increasingly difficult to recruit satisfactory healers. What about other aspects? How long has it been since Hogwarts participated in a large international competition? When was the last time students from Hogwarts graced the global stage, such as the Potions Championship among magical schools? They remained in isolation, unaware of the high standards upheld by students from other countries. To them, Hogwarts had transformed into merely a school of magical techniques. Sebastian subtly pursed his lips. He wholly disagreed with Dumbledore's perspective. Yet, he did not wish to continue the argument on this matter. After all, his meeting with Dumbledore today was not intended for such disputes. I shall give your thoughts due consideration. Sebastian smiled slightly, steering the conversation elsewhere. I am here to discuss the reform plans for the upcoming academic year. Reform plans? Dumbledore's interest was piqued. At the beginning of the last academic year, Sebastian had made grand proclamations. Through Dumbledore's observations, the members of the Quidditch team had eventually learned to coexist harmoniously. Moreover, the final results would attest to everything, would they not? Even more surprisingly, numerous cross-house friendships had emerged on campus, particularly among the third-year young wizards, all of whom shared a commonality. They had taken the Muggle Studies course. It now appeared that Sebastian, this young man, had indeed made some initial strides in breaking down house barriers. Of course, there was still a long way to go. Now, Dumbledore was eager to hear what this young mind had conceived. My plan is titled Work Study Program, and it unfolds primarily in two aspects. Firstly, for students who excel academically, they can apply to become teaching assistants for various subjects. For instance, in Charms class, some young wizards can swiftly grasp new spells, while many others progress at a slower pace. This phenomenon is equally pronounced in Transfiguration and Potions classes. Given the large number of students, professors cannot attend to each young wizard promptly. At such times, teaching assistants can work alongside the professors to provide assistance to those little ones. Not only will the young wizards serving as teaching assistants earn some pocket money, but they will also reinforce their own knowledge while teaching others. This method holds a prominent name among muggles, known as the Feynman learning technique. Sebastian spoke eloquently, elucidating its benefits to Dumbledore. Furthermore, we must consider those students who may not excel academically. Some hail from muggle families, while others come from modest wizarding households. We could offer various job opportunities, such as tending to the garden or preparing potion ingredients for the potions class. In doing so, they could earn a living through their own efforts. I firmly believe they will be motivated to study diligently, thus becoming capable of fulfilling the responsibilities associated with their positions. Having concluded his thoughts, Sebastian presented a substantial proposal to Dumbledore. Intrigued by this work-study initiative, Dumbledore eagerly opened the plan and began to read it attentively. This time he took his time, pondering deeply. Eventually, he lifted his gaze, casting a troubled look toward Sebastian. The plan is commendable. However, there exists a significant obstacle. The school's funding is insufficient. Chapter 71. Our Journey to Nomengard. Insufficient funds? That is precisely the phrase I awaited. If you had ample resources, I might have hesitated to voice my thoughts. Fear not. Headmaster, Sebastian replied with unwavering confidence. I am willing to invest in the school. 10,000 galleons. What do you think? Upon hearing Sebastian's assurance, Dumbledore's face lit up with joy. 10,000 galleons would certainly suffice to implement this work-study program for at least a year. Otherwise, he would worry about the professor's salaries. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he noticed a rather mercenary smile spreading across Sebastian's face, causing his heart to skip a beat. That smile seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time this individual sought his counsel regarding spellcasting last year. Headmaster, Sebastian beamed with a rather oily grin, considering my substantial investment in the school. Might I request a small favor? This is problematic. It seems he is here for his own gain. Yet, I have already imparted the most valuable knowledge. I should have retained a card up my sleeve. Dumbledore maintained his composure and calmly inquired, Please do elaborate. Headmaster, I merely wish to meet Gellert Grindelwald through you. Upon hearing that familiar name, Dumbledore felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. His gaze grew distant and hollow, as if he had brushed against long-buried memories. Gellert? What could this young man possibly want with Gellert? Is it related to the statute of secrecy? Reflecting on the endeavors he shared with Gellert in his youth, a faint heaviness settled in Dumbledore's heart. The smile faded from his face, and he leaned slightly forward, exuding an air of authority. His sharp gaze, magnified by the crescent-shaped spectacles perched on his nose, bore down on Sebastian. I must understand the reason, Sebastian. In that fleeting moment, Sebastian felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fierce beast, akin to standing before a slumbering lion. The moment his actions stirred the awareness of the majestic lion, it rose to its feet, fixating on the prey before it, preparing for the hunt. The reasoning was simple. Sebastian wore a countenance of calm, gazing intently into Dumbledore's eyes, yearning to master the protective spell of the fire shield. Having heard tales of the Great Fire in Paris decades prior, he was irresistibly drawn to such potent enchantments. He wished to meet Grindelwald to learn this spell. Sebastian, Dumbledore spoke softly. The fire shield is an exceedingly perilous magic. The forces it invokes are not to be wielded lightly. He gazed earnestly at Sebastian, his eyes filled with concern and sincerity. Why pursue such dark magic? You are already remarkable. I dare say, at your age, I was not nearly as accomplished. An excessive pursuit of formidable spells and an obsession with power will only serve to cloud your judgment. No, Headmaster, you misunderstand. I'm not enamored with power. Sebastian interjected quickly, cutting off Dumbledore's lengthy admonition. I believe that power in itself is not inherently wrong. It is always the wielder who determines its morality. In the latter stages of the Second Wizarding War, did not the Aurors begin employing the killing curse against the Death Eaters? We cannot label those Aurors as malevolent. A subtle, meaningful smile graced Sebastian's lips. I have always adhered to the belief that possessing a wand and not utilizing it are two entirely different concepts. Therefore, regarding such a formidable spell, I would prefer to learn it and not use it than to forego its inclusion in my repertoire. Moreover, I am more intrigued by the knowledge underpinning the spell than the spell itself. I feel that understanding that knowledge will undoubtedly elevate my capabilities. The Fire Shield is a spell capable of discerning friend from foe, and Sebastian was resolutely determined to acquire it. He was not deceiving himself. His curiosity about the knowledge behind the spell indeed far surpassed his interest in the spell itself. His visit to consult with Dumbledore was not only a gesture of respect, but also a strategic move. With Dumbledore's presence, perhaps Grindelwald would be more amenable. After all, he had no personal ties to Grindelwald, and the latter could easily dismiss all his requests. Observing Dumbledore's silence, Sebastian continued, Headmaster, Voldemort may return at any moment. We must seize every opportunity to bolster our strength. If we do not eradicate him completely, the magical world will remain forever shrouded in his shadow. How can we speak of a future under such circumstances? Upon hearing Sebastian's resolute words, Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation. After careful observation, he noted that throughout their conversation, Sebastian's gaze remained remarkably clear, devoid of any hint of madness often associated with an obsession for power. His resolve was unwavering. and he did not appear to be someone easily swayed by persuasion. In light of this, rather than allowing this young man to clandestinely seek out Gellert without his knowledge, Dumbledore contemplated a different course of action. It would be better to accompany him on this journey, allowing one to grasp all the circumstances firsthand. As the familiar silhouette materialized in his mind, Dumbledore let out a faint sigh. It had been quite some time since he last encountered Gellert. Observing the slight relaxation of Dumbledore's furrowed brow, Sebastian seized the moment to intensify his proposition. Very well, to demonstrate my sincerity, Sebastian declared with flamboyant confidence, 30,000 galleons. This shall be my investment in the school. It is not merely a matter of money, Dumbledore thought with a hint of exasperation. Why does this young lad insist on such antics? He is not one to be swayed by mere coins. Nevertheless, the allure of 30,000 galleons was undeniably tempting. After a moment's hesitation, he frowned and responded, even if we venture to Nurmengard, I cannot guarantee that Gellert will teach you. Moreover, dealing with the Austrian Ministry of Magic poses its own set of complications. Complications? That is akin to saying it's a tricky matter in Muggle terms. I am all too familiar with that excuse. Just admit that Grindelwald is your beloved, your dearest brother in arms, he retorted, extending 5 fingers. 50,000 galleons. Sebastian proclaimed with unwavering confidence. This is a sum of 50,000 galleons. I dare say you, old Dumbledore, cannot resist. With such funds, at least for the next 5 years, one need not fret over the financial burdens of student employment. For the sake of the students, you must acquiesce to my earlier proposal. Indeed, Dumbledore hesitated only briefly before nodding emphatically. Very well, I shall assist you in persuading Gellert. As for the Austrian Ministry of Magic, you need not concern yourself. Witnessing the fruition of his objective, Sebastian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Dumbledore's expression bore a hint of melancholy upon hearing the figure of 50,000 galleons. Was it possible that Grindelwald's fee was even higher, inciting a twinge of jealousy in Dumbledore? Before Sebastian could ponder further, he observed Dumbledore rising. Allowing Fawkes to perch upon his shoulder, Dumbledore raised his arm and smiled at Sebastian. Let us depart. To Nurmengard. Chapter 72. A reunion after half a century. Nurmengard loomed atop a majestic mountain, resembling a sinister beast guarding its territory. Towering spires pierced the heavens and the surrounding walls. Constructed from heavy black stones, exuded an oppressive aura. There were no guards to be seen, only a massive iron gate, adorned with intricate runes and protective spells, radiating a formidable power. The castle was enveloped in thick, swirling mists that seemed to possess a life of their own, obscuring the entirety of Nurmengard and evoking an atmosphere of mystery and dread. Gazing at the familiar inscription above the gate, Dumbledore was filled with nostalgia. For the greater good. Initially, he believed he could confront this moment with tranquility and recount the history of this place to Sebastian. However, he found himself somewhat neglecting Sebastian now. It had been 46 years since he last laid eyes on Gellert. He wondered how he was faring in the present day. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, steeling himself to confront the long-buried memories. He extended his hand, gently brushing against the iron door, laden with potent enchantments. In those days, they had envisioned a new world, one devoid of secrets and boundaries. Yet, everything had shattered amidst their mutual obsessions. The iron door creaked open, and Dumbledore stepped into the interior of Nurmengard. The castle's interior was equally stifling. A long corridor stretched into the unknown darkness, flanked by cold stone walls, with the occasional dim torch flickering against the stone. The flames illuminated the deep scars etched into the walls, as if they were recounting the solitude and struggle that once pervaded this place. Dumbledore walked slowly, uncertain whether to hasten his pace or linger. He only knew that the staircase leading upward was long, and his legs felt heavy, each step an arduous endeavor. At last, he arrived before a small room, its door ajar, emitting a faint glow from within. Dumbledore pushed the door open and beheld the familiar, yet foreign figure of Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald sat quietly on a rudimentary wooden bed, draped in a tattered and thin blanket. His gaze was calm and profound, as if he had long since seen through the fabric of the world. Upon noticing the elderly man enter, he offered a faint smile, his eyes revealing a complex tapestry of emotions. Albus, you received my letter? How wonderful. You come to see me. I have been waiting for you. For a very long time, a full 46 years. Dumbledore's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as in his mind's eye. The gaunt figure began to merge with the handsome visage of his past companion. They had once been friends, lovers, comrades, and rivals. Now, time had entwined their fates once more. Dumbledore stepped closer, his voice low and deliberate. "Gellert, it's been far too long." Grindelwald chuckled softly, patting the hard bed beside him, inviting Dumbledore to sit. "Please take a seat. I know my accommodations are rather modest, lacking even sheets, but I hope you do not mind. Though humble, the view outside is quite pleasant. I often stand by the window to gaze out, watching the dawn, the dusk, the clouds above, and the falling rain. Just the night before last, the sky was adorned with stars. I stood there for ages, and when weariness overcame me, I simply leaned against the wall and fell asleep. I find greater joy in observing my neighbor from the bed. Albus, look." Grindelwald raised his hand to point at a corner of the ceiling, where a spider rested silently in its web. "I take great delight in watching it weave, circle after circle, tirelessly at work. Alas, there are few mosquitoes here, so it often goes hungry. It is curious, really, how in our past haste, we overlooked the scenery around us. As the atmosphere settled into tranquility, I found myself captivated by the commonplace objects surrounding me." He turned his gaze, scrutinizing the figure of Dumbledore seated beside him, and let out a wistful chuckle. "How swiftly time passes, Albus. In the blink of an eye, you have aged, your beard now flowing long. We are no longer as spirited as we once were. I recall your once loquacious nature." Listening to Grindelwald's rambling, Dumbledore felt a sense of calm envelop him, a smile gracing his lips, filled with acceptance of bygone days. Indeed, Sebastian lingered silently in the shadows outside the door, uttering not a sound. This moment belonged to the two elderly gentlemen reunited after years apart. He listened intently to their reminiscences, harboring no inclination to intrude. As he observed, he noted that Grindelwald's magical prowess remained strikingly brilliant. Albeit his physical form had become frail, resembling mere bones, he was undeniably weakened. Sebastian's thoughts drifted, pondering the enigma of Grindelwald's character. Undoubtedly, the young Grindelwald had been a charming and exceptional wizard, with pale golden locks that exuded both nobility and severity. His eyes, a chilling blue, were profound and piercing, as if capable of penetrating the deepest recesses of the human soul. Under his gaze, anyone would feel utterly exposed. Contemplating this, Sebastian peered more closely through the door. He observed that Grindelwald's visage had become skeletal, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets, a stark contrast to the handsome figure of his youth. Nevertheless, Sebastian was not one to judge by appearances. He would not belittle Grindelwald merely for his now grizzled hair. He was a man of idealistic vision, coupled with remarkable talent. Possessing genius-level intellect and a ruthlessly pragmatic disposition, he meticulously orchestrated plans to achieve his ambitions, sparing no effort in their execution. It is worth noting that he had once deftly maneuvered the American Ministry of Magic with ease. Furthermore, his magnetic charisma was astonishing. Even to this day, many within the party he founded still reminisce about him, awaiting his new directives. Suddenly, the conversation within the room disrupted Sebastian's reverie. "Albus, has a young man been standing outside for so long without an introduction?" "Greetings, Mr. Grindelwald." Sebastian stepped into the room, offering a slight bow. "I am Sebastian Swan, a professor of Muggle studies at Hogwarts. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Grindelwald, seated upon the bed, scrutinized Sebastian with his penetrating gaze. After a lengthy silence, he offered a slight smile. "A remarkable young man you are. Your magical prowess is indeed radiant, reminiscent of my own youth. I am already aware of your purpose. The deepest intention nestled within your heart." His smile widened, reminiscent of a mischievous child reveling in a successful prank. "Regrettably, your aim shall not be realized, for I do not converse with the naive." Chapter 73. A jolt from the Muggle world for two elderly gentlemen. Sebastian nearly spewed his soda in disbelief. Who exactly was being childish here? One would hope there was some sense of AC in his heart. Could this truly be Grindelwald, the heartthrob of many? Where was his charismatic persona? If it weren't for the ever-smiling Dumbledore seated beside him, Sebastian could not possibly reconcile this frail old man with the legendary First Dark Lord. To be honest, prior to this encounter, he had envisioned countless scenarios of their meeting. Yet, he never anticipated that after merely exchanging greetings, he would receive such a juvenile remark. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, Sebastian found himself astonished by Grindelwald's prowess. There was not a trace of the soul-sucking charm to be found. Was this the art of prophecy? What had this old man foreseen? With an unruffled demeanor, he inquired, "What did you see?" Grindelwald cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore before regarding Sebastian with a bemused expression. "Some of your arrangements in the Muggle world. You wish to breach the statute of secrecy, do you not?" Sebastian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Truly, the man lived up to his reputation. Just from a mere glimpse of his plans, he had deduced his intention to dismantle the statute of secrecy. Was this the renowned insight into the human heart attributed to Grindelwald? Initially, he had come merely to learn spells. Yet before even beginning, Grindelwald had discerned his intent to break the statute of secrecy. This could pose a significant problem, especially as Dumbledore's expression darkened. In contrast, Grindelwald remained cheerful, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. With a steadying breath, Sebastian resolved to lay his cards on the table. Moreover, breaking the statute of secrecy had once been a desire shared by these two elders in their youth. If he could sway them to his side, his path would undoubtedly become smoother. In an instant, Sebastian mentally prepared his argument and took a seat opposite the two men. I had thought you would support my endeavor to break the statute of secrecy. I merely acknowledge your desire to break it. Had it not been for that, I wouldn't have bothered to speak to you. Even if you were accompanied by Albus, Grindelwald retorted, a glint of disdain appearing on his face. In my view, your suggestion that wizards directly govern muggles is the true embodiment of childishness. Oh, is that so? Grindelwald maintained a faint smile, as though Sebastian's words were of no consequence. If you can persuade me, I may teach you my unique spell. Seeing the contempt etched across Grindelwald's face, Sebastian shed his reservations and fully committed himself. After all, his forte lay in persuading others through reason. To engage with this solitary elder, who had lived in seclusion for half a century, he needed to present irrefutable facts to silence him, thus creating an opportunity for dialogue. However, before Sebastian could utter a word, Dumbledore could no longer remain seated. He hastily interjected to disrupt the ongoing dispute between the two. Sebastian, tell me, do you truly intend to breach the statute of secrecy? You must understand that the magical community, having endured 2 wars, is indeed fragile and cannot withstand further upheaval. Observing the grave expression on Dumbledore's face, Sebastian gestured for him to remain calm and produced a square object. There's a classic saying among muggles, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. I would like to inquire of both of you, have you truly taken the time to understand muggles? Sebastian pointed to the object on the ground. Before you lies a groundbreaking invention by muggles, a computer. Regrettably, there is no electricity or internet here, so I cannot demonstrate its formidable capabilities to you. Upon seeing this peculiar item, Grindelwald's interest was piqued. He had arrived in Nurmengard in 1945. To be frank, he had little comprehension of the purpose of this curious device. With a computer and the internet, muggles in Britain can connect with their counterparts in America in mere seconds. This communication can take the form of text, images, or even face-to-face interaction. Headmaster Dumbledore, you may not be aware, but Harry's aunt possesses such a device. What does this signify? It indicates that this invention has begun to infiltrate the homes of countless ordinary muggles. With it, people around the world can communicate freely, unbound by the constraints of distance and time. After listening to Sebastian's brief introduction, Grindelwald's countenance darkened. His prophetic abilities were triggered, revealing that the young man was not exaggerating. He glimpsed numerous applications for the computer. It was not merely a tool for communication, but also an efficient means for muggles to learn. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he noticed the young man producing a black brick. He recognized it from his visions. It too was a tool that enabled muggles to communicate effectively. A sense of heaviness enveloped Grindelwald as he pondered the current state of the muggle world, contemplating the magical community still reliant on owls for messages. He felt a wave of concern wash over him. What is the future for the magical realm? Watching Sebastian speak with such confidence, he came to a realization. Each generation has its own mission, and his time had passed. Given that this young man was contemplating the dissolution of the statute of secrecy, it would be prudent to listen to his plans. Gradually, he regained his composure and attentively listened to Sebastian's presentation. Once more, he produced numerous photographs, enlarging them one by one to share with the two elders. Are these items not remarkable? Do they not appear more magical than magic itself? Do not underestimate muggles. Though they lack magical powers, they possess a unique wisdom. Sebastian chuckled self-deprecatingly. To be honest, after wandering the streets of London, I feel that the muggle world has surpassed the magical realm in countless ways. He straightened his expression and earnestly looked at Dumbledore. Headmaster, I have been deeply concerned. Given the rapid advancement of muggle technology, it will not be long before the skies are filled with muggle satellites and their streets are lined with countless cameras. At that point, the magical world will no longer be able to conceal itself. Sebastian's tone shifted, becoming increasingly fervent. Therefore, rather than passively waiting for the situation to deteriorate, we should take proactive measures and seize control of our own fate. Chapter 74. Have you heard of nuclear deterrence theory? Dumbledore's face was etched with worry. Having lived so long within the magical world, he had not ventured into the Muggle realm for years. He had never anticipated that, in just a few years, Muggles would invent so many astonishing devices. The Muggle world that Sebastian spoke of was entirely different from the one he once knew. He felt a surge of relief that Sebastian had become the professor of Muggle studies at Hogwarts. This way, the young wizards would no longer be confined by ignorance. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Sebastian and asked, "I grasp your perspective. Muggles? What more is there to discuss?" Grindelwald became intrigued, eager to hear what this young man could articulate about Muggles. Wizards often perceive Muggles as a monolithic entity. However, the Muggle populace and the Muggle government are fundamentally distinct entities that should be treated separately. The Muggle government tends to dislike what lies beyond its control, striving to maintain a tight grip on everything. In contrast, ordinary Muggles are primarily concerned with their own lives and are not particularly invested in governmental affairs. Observing the thoughtful expressions on the two elders' faces, Sebastian smiled slightly and continued, "The war between wizards and Muggles is a matter of the distant past. Today, Muggles regard wizards as mere legends. It can be said that Muggles harbor no malice towards wizards, only a profound curiosity. Understanding this, our focus should be on harnessing their curiosity to foster a fondness for wizards. Thus, we must capitalize on the prevailing circumstances stirred by the Muggle government. Do you know what issues currently afflict the Muggle world?" At this point, Sebastian paused for effect, not allowing the two to ponder for long before revealing the answer. An oversupply of talent. Since the end of the Second World War, the Muggle world has seen a surge in the number of talented individuals, leading to an oversaturation of skilled workers. Yet, they require a substantial labor force to sustain their society's operations. Consequently, the Muggle government has devised a solution: entertainment. Noting the puzzled expressions on their faces, Sebastian offered a brief explanation. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The Muggle government desires its citizens to invest a considerable amount of time in entertainment. This approach leads to a decline in public intelligence, making governance simpler while alleviating concerns over an excess of talent. In this scenario, everyone benefits, creating a win-win situation. Sebastian is acutely aware that such policies will usher in an era dominated by entertainment on a global scale. The forthcoming 2 to 3 decades will serve as a golden age for the flourishing of the entertainment industry. Thus, he aims to capitalize on this favorable trend to vigorously develop the Muggle realm's wizarding film industry and publishing houses. Through various cinematic works, he seeks to cultivate, shape, and promote the image of wizards, embedding it deeply in the hearts of the public. They aspire to garner the acceptance of the Muggle populace towards wizards, encouraging a fondness for this group. After all, in Muggle society, the pressures of life and mental strain are ever present. Faced with demanding jobs, intricate interpersonal relationships, and the myriad disappointments of daily life, Muggles yearn for an escape, a means to alleviate their mental burdens. Consequently, the realm of fantasy gradually becomes a sanctuary for their souls. An increasing number of Muggle writers are picking up their pens to create the fantastical worlds that dwell within their imaginations. Among these realms, the magical world undoubtedly stands out as one of the most captivating. In this domain, Muggles can temporarily break free from the shackles of reality, experiencing boundless possibilities and freedom. In order to secure the support of these two elders, Sebastian exerted all his efforts, tirelessly conveying his vision for the film company and the significance of filmmaking. Grindelwald's derisive laughter interrupted Sebastian's eloquent discourse. He accused Sebastian of naivety, asserting that if the magical world existed solely within cinematic portrayals, the Muggle government would be indifferent. Just imagine, he continued, what would happen once the magical realm is fully exposed? Do you genuinely believe they will coexist harmoniously with wizards? In the face of Grindelwald's skepticism, Sebastian remained unfazed, offering a subtle smile as he provided his perspective. This dilemma, he noted, had already been addressed by astute Muggles, through division, manipulation, and suppression. It is essential to recognize that the Muggle government is not a monolith. It comprises multiple political parties, each with its own aspirations. Even within each party, there are individual Muggles, each with their own desires. Sebastian smiled knowingly. As long as there are humans, there will be desires. Where there are private ambitions, solutions can be found. We can support Muggle political parties that are friendly towards wizards, assisting them in achieving power. As for the unfriendly factions, at this juncture, Dumbledore interjected, interrupting Sebastian's grandiloquent musings. He acknowledged that Sebastian's ideological framework was quite sophisticated, even stirring his own interest. However, he cautioned that the young man's approach to manipulating politics was perilous. Moreover, it was clear from Sebastian's remarks that he intended to eliminate the adversarial Muggle parties. Thus, Dumbledore felt compelled to issue a warning to Sebastian, lest the young man stray down a misguided path. Sebastian, your thoughts are perilous. One must hold life in reverence, for disregarding its sanctity could easily lead to the degradation of your soul. Albus, upon hearing Dumbledore's counsel, Grindelwald interjected to defend Sebastian, expressing that he found the lad's ideas rather intriguing. Sebastian is correct. I must admit, I am now somewhat captivated by your perspective. As it appeared the two elders were on the brink of another dispute, Sebastian swiftly produced a world map, magically affixing it to the wall. Let us not rush an argument. Are you familiar with the theory of nuclear deterrence? He said with a mysterious smile, gesturing towards a particular nation on the map. It is common knowledge that the American magical community enforces the most stringent of confidentiality laws. This is due to the exceedingly aggressive nature of their Muggle government, which often positions itself as the dominant force in the Muggle world, meddling in the affairs of other nations. However, the existence of nuclear deterrence compels them to negotiate at the diplomatic table with other countries. Thus, if the day arrives when the confidentiality laws are breached, it would be prudent to inform those unfriendly Muggle factions to let those brigands know we in the magical realm possess our own unique form of nuclear weaponry, humanoid in nature. Sebastian stood, his gaze intensely fixed upon the two elders. Headmaster, your concerns are not without merit. I am still young and require the guidance and oversight of experienced wizards such as yourselves. Mr. Grindelwald, you are a towering figure in the magical community, and your ambition aligns with the aim of dismantling the confidentiality laws. I sincerely invite you both to join me in this endeavor. With that, Sebastian extended his right hand towards the two elders. Become my allies. Chapter 75, The Stubborn Old Man's Cursed Teaching. Alas, despite Sebastian's tone imbued with a gentle yet resolute charm, as though every word could penetrate the depths of one's soul, and despite his expression radiating an irresistible allure capable of swaying anyone's convictions, the two elders, seasoned by age, were not so easily swayed as a passionate youth might be. They wore contemplative expressions, lost in their own thoughts. With his hand outstretched, Sebastian found himself ignored, and a profound silence enveloped the room. Sebastian understood clearly that both were astute individuals, and the hallmark of intelligence is an inherent skepticism. In other words, they only believe in what they can see, think, and contemplate. He had no illusions that mere words could ensnare them into his cause today. His attempts at persuasion were akin to casting a net with little hope of catching anything substantial, at best merely planting a seed in their minds. Observing that the two elders remained absorbed in contemplation, Sebastian chose not to disturb them. Instead, he retrieved his enchanted expansion bag, producing an array of items, pristine bedding, magical lighting fixtures, enchanted televisions, multifunctional massage chairs, and so forth. In no time, the entire room underwent a remarkable transformation. Sebastian's mind was abuzz with plans. Clearly envisioning his next steps, two old fellows may not mind their exclusion, but the art of magic must be mastered today. Therefore, let us adorn this room splendidly to ensure Grindelwald's stay is most comfortable. One does not strike a smiling face. I hope that the old man will not make it difficult for me while teaching spells. Observing Sebastian's diligent efforts, Grindelwald grinned. Moreover, I shall not accompany you outside. He cast a glance at Dumbledore, for I am merely a prisoner confined within Nurmengard. Sebastian stifled the urge to scoff. A prisoner? Grindelwald had merely succumbed to despair and locked himself away. The protective enchantments outside Nurmengard seem formidable, yet they are utterly ineffectual against a wizard of Grindelwald's caliber. He had merely awaited an invitation, one from Dumbledore. Otherwise, why would he have glanced at Dumbledore just now? As Sebastian's inner musings grew more animated, he heard Grindelwald shift his tone. You, my boy, are somewhat to my liking. I shall teach you the spell. Show me a fiend fire, Sebastian. At this command, Sebastian brandished his wand, causing a piece of parchment to levitate. In the blink of an eye, an orange flame ignited at one corner of the parchment, slowly consuming it in a languorous dance. Witnessing the ferocious fiend fire transform into a surprisingly docile flame under Sebastian's command, Grindelwald's eyes sparkled with admiration. I must say, your control over magical energy and spells is remarkably adept. However, I shall only impart the essentials of the fire shield. Whether you grasp it when you do so, and the manner in which you master it, entirely depends on your own comprehension. Grindelwald adjusted his position for greater comfort. The principle is rather simple. What you must do is align your will with that of the fiend fire. Remember, it is not about controlling it with your will, but rather merging your will with it, allowing the fiend fire to gain sentience. In this way, the spell can autonomously discern friend from foe, rendering those who acknowledge your will immune to its destructive force. At this juncture, Grindelwald paused, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Sebastian. Is that all? How does one meld their will with the fiend fire? Such a crucial secret left unspoken. Sebastian felt a twinge of frustration. He was completely engrossed, only for the lesson to end so abruptly. This old man certainly knows how to leave one hanging. However, the power of will. It bears a resemblance to the strength of love. Sebastian recalled how Dumbledore often extolled the might of love in the original texts. His thoughts drifted to the protective spells Lily had left upon Harry. Wasn't he that an ancient magic infused with Lily's love for Harry? With this realization, Sebastian's heart surged with fervor. Huh, you old man, hiding your wisdom. Yet, even without your words, I shall unravel the secrets within. The towering edifice of Nurmengard cast elongated shadows in the waning light of the setting sun, the darkness resembling a colossal hand that enveloped the surrounding wilderness, imparting an eerie atmosphere. After shutting the heavy door, Sebastian could not help but lift his gaze towards the direction of Grindelwald's chamber. This obstinate old man had ultimately chosen to remain within this confinement, impervious to Sebastian's entreaties. Perhaps Grindelwald awaited an invitation from Dumbledore. But what, one might ponder, was Dumbledore anticipating? The intricate web of grievances and affections between these two ancient figures was utterly perplexing to Sebastian. Dumbledore's voice resonated, his tone devoid of inflection, rendering it impossible to discern any trace of emotion. Do you wish to unleash Gellert as a living weapon upon a magical realm? Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Sebastian hastened forward, walking alongside him. I merely seek an additional layer of assurance. After all, Mr. Grindelwald's reputation is formidable. A smile graced Sebastian's face as he addressed Dumbledore. I abhor war, for I am a merchant who cherishes peace, and the core of Swan alchemy is dedicated to quotidian necessities. Conflict would inflict severe repercussions upon our endeavors. Yet, as a wizard of considerable power, I fear not the specter of war. Sebastian's expression deepened with meaning as he echoed a phrase commonly uttered by muggles, his tone transforming from monotony to resolute clarity. Peace sought through struggle endures, while peace sought through compromise perishes. If that day ever dawns, I shall not hesitate to become a nuclear deterrent in the eyes of the Muggle government for the sake of the magical community. With that declaration, he waved toward Dumbledore, silhouetted against the sunset. Chapter 76. Love you, Mum, I am content now. At the Snape household, after an extensive theoretical study, Harry commenced practical application. He stood before the cauldron, intently observing the evolving hues of the potion, while Snape stood nearby, coldly scrutinizing his every move. Truth be told, merely standing beside Snape instilled a shiver within Harry. This experience was starkly different from his time spent learning with Sebastian. Professor Snape's demeanor was frigid. Was his method correct? He dared not voice his uncertainties or inquire. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, thickening as midday approached, when Snape abruptly turned and exited. Had he erred in the sequence of ingredient additions? Or was his weighing inaccurate? Might his execution be riddled with flaws, leading Snape to find it intolerable? Please don't go, Professor. I believe my potion could still be salvaged. A plate bearing a few rudimentary sandwiches was placed before him, almost rudely simplistic. Snape coolly addressed Harry. Your potion is commendable. Had this been in school, I would certainly award you 10 points. Eat, you require sustenance. Upon finishing, we shall resume our studies. In the beginning, when Harry faced Professor Snape alone, he was consumed by anxiety. However, after spending half a day in his company, he realized that Professor Snape was, in fact, a person of cold exterior yet warm interior. Elated, Harry relaxed and soon recognized his hunger. Thank you, Professor, he said, lifting a sandwich and taking a hefty bite, only to find his face rapidly turning purple. What a dry morsel. Does Professor Snape consume this daily? No wonder he seldom smiles. Who could find joy in eating such fare? Silently, Harry turned away, struggling to swallow the sandwich lodged in his throat. Meanwhile, out of Harry's line of sight, Snape retained his usual austere demeanor, yet there seemed to be a barely perceptible warmth beneath that stern facade. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped into the evening. Standing before the workbench, Harry gazed at the potion he had brewed that day, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He longed to commend Professor Snape, but hesitated, ultimately unable to voice his praise, instead silently lauding him in his heart. This is the master of potions. This is the caliber of Professor Snape. A mere adjustment to the textbook instructions had simplified the otherwise intricate brewing process. Yet, learning was indeed a laborious endeavor. Rubbing his now rumbling stomach, Harry felt a flicker of anticipation regarding when Sebastian would arrive to pick him up. He truly wished to avoid having dinner at Professor Snape's residence. For the bread, there was excessively dry and hard. In the days that followed, Harry ceased requesting Sebastian's transportation, as Snape had connected his fireplace to the Flynn network. His potion-making skills steadily improved, while his spell-casting proficiency soared. Days turned into weeks, and before long, it was July 31st. Harry, rise and shine. Wash up quickly. Have breakfast, for we are going to the amusement park today. It was Harry's birthday, and Mia had taken the day off well in advance. Ever since he had mentioned never having visited an amusement park, Mia had vowed to take him for an exhilarating day of fun. After breakfast, Mia, accompanied by Sebastian, transported Harry to the amusement park in true Muggle fashion. This was Harry's inaugural visit to such a place, and the sights overwhelmed him. The colossal Ferris wheel turned slowly, the carousel bobbed up and down to the music, and roller coasters soared through the air amidst the cacophony of children's laughter and screams. It turned out that every year on Dudley's birthday, they would come here to celebrate. Harry was brimming with excitement as he grasped Mia's hand and joined the queue for the roller coaster. He had long desired to ride this thrilling attraction. Today, he aimed to prove that he was braver than Dudley. Once securely strapped in, the roller coaster began its gradual ascent, accompanied by mechanical clanks. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, his hands gripping the safety bar tightly as he felt every turn of the gears. Finally, the carriage reached its apex, revealing a breathtaking panorama of the entire amusement park below. "Are you ready, Harry?" Sebastian inquired with a smile. His heart leapt into his throat, and his body felt as if it had been cast into the air, the pull of gravity imparting an unprecedented thrill. He could not suppress a scream as the wind howled around him, his ears filled with shouts and cheers. He felt utterly exhilarated, completely free. Jeff had arranged the banquet splendidly, vibrant balloons hanging from the ceiling, and a long table adorned with an array of delectable dishes. At the center of the table stood a magnificent birthday cake, embellished with vivid candies and twinkling candles. Just as Harry reveled in this delightful setting, the door swung open once more. The first to enter was a gentle middle-aged man, his face alight with a warm smile and kind eyes, though his elegant attire could not conceal the traces of time etched upon his brow. Following closely was a towering giant, his imposing figure nearly filling the doorway. With a thick beard, he bellowed a greeting to Harry upon entering. "Harry, it's been ages. The last time I saw you, you were just a wee little thing, hardly bigger than a kitten." As Harry gazed at the cake meticulously prepared for him, the flickering candles reflecting the smiles of those around him, he felt a swell of emotion. The thoughtful arrangements made by Sebastian and Mia, along with the arrival of Lupin and Hagrid, enveloped him in a sense of care and love. The loneliness and solitude he had once known seemed to dissipate into oblivion at that moment. He picked up a slice of cake and took a gentle bite. The sweet flavor melted in his mouth, as if washing away all prior bitterness. "How sweet!" he exclaimed, more delightful than any birthday cake he had ever tasted before. Harry knew he had finally found a true home. This birthday marked not just his 11th year, but the dawn of a new chapter in his life. The festivities continued with great fervor until the late hours of the night. Sitting on his bed, Harry gazed out at the starry sky, his mind awash with thoughts. He retrieved a framed photograph, a gift from Mia, looking at her radiant smile captured in the image. He softly spoke, "Aunt Mia, you once expressed regret at not being my godmother, but in my heart, you have long since taken that place." His gaze then shifted to the figure beside Mia in the photograph, that of his mother. He stared at the picture for a long while, until fatigue overcame him, and he held it close as he lay down. Just before closing his eyes, he joyfully murmured, "Love you, Mom. I'm truly happy now." Chapter 77, The Dim and Dirty Leaky Cauldron. Having celebrated late into the night, Sebastian graciously invited everyone to stay at Swan Manor. Early the next morning, Lupin had quietly departed. Sebastian, accompanied by Harry and Hagrid, stood before the grand entrance of Swan Manor. He extended his right hand and raised his wand towards the empty street, as if signaling for a carriage. Before Harry could discern the meaning of this gesture, he witnessed a dark figure racing towards them, swiftly coming to a halt before the trio. The bus doors swung open, revealing a ticket collector who cheerfully greeted, "Welcome aboard the night bus. This magical transport will take you wherever your heart desires. I am Stan Shunpike, your conductor." "A bus?" Harry rubbed his eyes vigorously, struggling to believe the scene before him. Wasn't he supposed to be traveling to Diagon Alley today? Why not use the fireplace? Taking a bus seemed so unmagical. Bewildered, Harry followed Sebastian aboard the bus and settled into a window seat. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, he overheard Hagrid bellowing to the ticket collector, "3 to the Leaky Cauldron." "Oh, that is quite nearby. We'll be there shortly." 5 sickles each, the conductor replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bus roared to life, surging forward with remarkable speed. Inside, there was no jolt or sway. Yet the rapidly retreating scenery outside sent a twinge of unease through Harry. Noticing Harry's anxious expression, the observant Sebastian offered a reassuring smile. The night bus travels smoothly. There's no need to be nervous. Today, we're taking the night bus to Diagon Alley, a convenient option for many. Not every wizard can master apparition, and some prefer to avoid the discomfort of that method. The night bus was designed for such wizards. In the future, when you wish to ride, simply extend your wand and gesture as I did. At that moment, Harry watched in astonishment as the driver maneuvered the bus recklessly. Obstacles on the road leaping aside, as if by magic, his mouth agape. He found himself wishing to apologize for his earlier skepticism. This was astonishingly magical. However, did the muggles on the street not see any of this? Before he could voice his thoughts, the night bus came to a halt. Let us go, Sebastian said, giving Harry a gentle pat on the shoulder. We arrived at the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road. Stepping off the bus, Harry discovered a remarkably small pub nestled between a bookstore and a record shop. A weathered wooden door bore a creaking sign that read the Leaky Cauldron. The streets were nearly deserted, and the few passers-by hurried on, as if the pub were invisible to them. Following Sebastian and Hagrid inside, Harry was immediately enveloped by melons of beer, tobacco, and damp wood. The dimly lit interior was illuminated by a few antiquated oil lamps casting a feeble yellow glow. The wooden floor creaked underfoot, and the walls were coated in a thick layer of dust, with mysterious stains lurking in the corners, suggesting a lack of recent cleaning. Harry couldn't help but frown, filled with confusion. This was nothing like the vibrant, lively pub he had envisioned. How dark and filthy. This was Harry's first impression of the Leaky Cauldron. His eyes widened as he scanned the room, completely unprepared for the existence of such a wizarding establishment hidden within London. Some patrons engaged in hushed conversations, others sipped on steaming, exotic beverages, while a few appeared entranced by peculiar magical artifacts. Suddenly, Harry heard Hagrid mention his name to the tavern's proprietor, who then dashed from behind the bar with palpable excitement, eagerly grasping Harry's hand. Mr. Potter, welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort since his last visit to Diagon Alley. He had become acutely aware of his notoriety within the wizarding community. However, upon learning the truth from Sebastian, he sincerely believed that the credit for vanquishing Voldemort belonged entirely to his mother, and he felt unworthy of the title of the Chosen One. Thus, for today's excursion to Diagon Alley, he had donned a hat to conceal the scar on his forehead. To his dismay, upon entering the Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid promptly revealed his identity. Truth be told, Hagrid seemed to be making an effort to lower his voice, yet his booming tone resonated throughout the establishment, leaving no one oblivious to the revelation. Mr. Potter, it is an honor to meet you. In the blink of an eye, a lengthy queue formed before Harry, each person eager to shake hands with the legendary savior. Desperately, Harry glanced toward Sebastian, only to find him seated at a chair by the entrance, smiling knowingly, as if anticipating something. Mr. Potter, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Harry quickly turned to find a pale young man before him, his voice slightly stammering. Perhaps due to nerves. Professor Quirrell, Hagrid interjected. Harry, this is a professor from Hogwarts. A Hogwarts professor? What subject does he teach? Harry was perplexed. Can someone who stutters really be a professor? Did he possess some extraordinary talent, akin to Professor Snape's mastery of potions? Nevertheless, how could he possibly teach students with such a stutter? Suppressing his curiosity, Harry politely shook Quirrell's hand. Hello, Professor Quirrell. It is a pleasure to meet you. Just as Harry was about to inquire further, Sebastian approached and gently nudged Harry towards Hagrid. Harry, you have much to attend to. You should follow Hagrid for now. He is here on business for Hogwarts, and we wouldn't want to hinder his work. By the way, you've already missed 2 potions classes, so remember to stop by the apothecary to pick up some potion ingredients. Sebastian winked at Harry. Tomorrow, bring a gift, and your potions teacher will be less inclined to be difficult. Remember, the rarer, the better. If funds are short, just set it aside, and I will assist you with the payment later. With that, Sebastian turned and enthusiastically caught up with Quirrell, exclaiming, Professor Quirrell, it's been quite some time. I hear you've been traveling in the Muggle world for the past year. Come, today I shall treat you. As future colleagues, we must cultivate our camaraderie. As the figures of the 2 professors receded from view, Harry smiled at Hagrid and followed closely behind him, making his way towards the rear of the pub. Chapter 78. Harry. Hagrid's mind is quite unconventional. Harry trailed Hagrid through the bar, arriving at a secluded courtyard surrounded by walls. Surveying the area, he noted that it contained nothing but a solitary rubbish bin. At that moment, Hagrid produced a small red umbrella and began counting the bricks on the wall. Harry, Sebastian informed me that you have already visited Diagon Alley. However, this route from the Leaky Cauldron is your first venture, I presume. Generally, young wizards from the Muggle world take this path on their inaugural journey to Diagon Alley. Now, don't blink. With the small red umbrella in hand, Hagrid gently tapped 3 times on a brick, prompting Harry to hold his breath and gaze intently at what appeared to be an ordinary wall. To Harry's astonishment, the wall began to tremble, as if an unseen force was urging the bricks to slide apart. Each brick moved with a life of its own, methodically shifting and emitting a low, grinding sound. As the final few bricks adjusted their positions, an archway emerged before them, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through with ease, revealing the familiar sights of Diagon Alley beyond. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry," Hagrid exclaimed, patting his head as if recalling something important. "Oh, I nearly forgot. This is for you." Reaching into his coat, Hagrid retrieved a letter and handed it to Harry. The Hogwarts acceptance letter, which should have arrived by owl post. "Go on. Open it." Harry eagerly unfolded the letter and began to read. Uniforms, textbooks, cauldron. He read through the acceptance letter thoroughly before looking up at Hagrid. "Hagrid, do you have any recommendations for pets? I have gathered everything else." "Pets?" Hagrid chuckled heartily. "You've come to the right person. First, scratch toads off your list. They've fallen out of favor long ago. As for cats and owls, I strongly suggest getting an owl. They can assist you with delivering letters, and many wizards choose owls as their companions." "Delivering letters?" Harry queried, recalling the two-way mirror Aunt Mia had gifted him, claiming it could be used to contact her. "A two-way mirror? That is quite a sophisticated alchemical item," Hagrid murmured, astonished. "However, it only allows communication between 2 individuals. You will make many friends in the future. Acquiring an owl is essential." As they conversed, the pair approached a peculiar building. Hagrid bent down and said to Harry, "Before we purchase a pet, we must make a stop at Gringotts. I am here today to retrieve something." With that, he stepped forward, leading Harry towards the grand entrance of Gringotts. As they passed through the doorway, Hagrid pointed to the inscription above and remarked, "Gringotts is run by goblins, who always believe everyone is coveting their treasures. Thus, they inscribed the warning upon the grand entrance." He scoffed, pondering that only a lunatic would consider robbing Gringotts. "Why, Hagrid? Why?" "Because the vaults of Gringotts lie deep underground, and the most critical areas are guarded by dragons." At the mention of dragons, Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, dragons are the most delightful, beautiful, and formidable creatures in existence. "Oh, how I long to raise one myself." A question mark floated above Harry's head. Dragons? Delightful? Beautiful? How do these 3 words intertwine? As Harry gazed up at Hagrid's towering figure, an image involuntarily formed in his mind. The imposing Hagrid cradled a ferocious dragon, laughing heartily while exclaiming, "My little fluffball, you are simply adorable." At this thought, Harry found the mental image oddly harmonious. A shiver ran down his spine. He realized that Hagrid's perspective diverged from that of ordinary folk, who would ever refer to a dragon as a charming creature. Harry shook his head, expelling these erratic musings, and followed in Hagrid's footsteps into the Hall of Gringotts. Upon entering the hall, Harry felt momentarily blinded by its brilliance. Before this, he had deemed the Swan Manor sufficiently opulent, yet here stood a structure even more resplendent. The expansive, luminous atrium was adorned with smooth marble flooring and towering columns, while the domed ceilings sparkled with radiant gems. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a golden glow throughout the entire space. Truly extravagant. Harry couldn't help but internally critique the lavishness, then turned his attention to the diminutive goblins. Are these little beings indeed goblins? They appeared scarcely taller than himself. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the goblins were short-statured, with pale skin and sharp features. Each goblin donned a finely tailored uniform and wielded a quill, diligently recording notes on parchment. After Hagrid engaged in negotiations with one of the goblins, they were escorted by another goblin into a small cart that sped down the tracks. When the cart halted in front of Vault, Harry felt a sense of exhilaration akin to that of a roller coaster, perhaps even more thrilling. "Your key," came the prompt. Hearing this, Harry hurried forward and placed the key Hagrid had entrusted him into the goblin's hands. With a series of clicks, the goblin swung open the vault's grand door, revealing the treasures within. Gazing at the heaps of gold galleons, Harry gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated such wealth. A grin spread across his face as he retrieved the wallet Mia had gifted him, eagerly stuffing it with galleons while mentally calculating. This amount could buy Aunt Mia a purse. This could procure a watch for Sebastian. And, of course, there was Professor Snape. He had presented Harry with a vial of potion just before his birthday, the golden liquid sparkling beautifully. According to Aunt Mia, that bottle of potion is exceedingly precious and can bring good fortune. Such a statement warrants a response. When Sebastian met Harry, the latter was carrying a birdcage containing a pure, white, snowy owl. Is this a gift from Hagrid? Yes, I named her Hedwig. She's truly beautiful. You must take good care of her. What about Professor Snape's gift? Puffskein fur, a highly valuable potion ingredient. Professor Snape will undoubtedly be delighted. Witnessing Harry proudly present the potion ingredient before him, Sebastian couldn't help but smile wider. How amusing. This was purchased with Potter's money. I wonder what expression Severus will wear upon discovering this. Joy? Disgust? Regardless, it will certainly be entertaining. I wish I could capture it with a magical camera. Sebastian patted Harry on the shoulder and led him toward the fireplace that led to Diagon Alley. By the way, Quirrell will be at Gringotts today. It seems this unfortunate fellow is soon to be possessed by Voldemort. Ah, Hogwarts is about to become lively again. In that case, I shall pay a visit to Hogwarts tomorrow. The Philosopher's Stone, here I come. Chapter 79, The Sorting Hat Tease. After breakfast, Sebastian arrived at Hogwarts via the fireplace. The air in the office felt somewhat stale due to a prolonged absence of care. Sweep away the whirlwind. With a wave of his hand, the office windows opened, and the foul air, along with the dust within, flew out under Sebastian's command. Standing by the window, having just inhaled a breath of fresh air, Sebastian was pleasantly surprised to observe a remarkable transformation at Hogwarts. A row of greenhouses had sprung up near the Forbidden Forest, their glass walls shimmering under the sunlight. Excellent. It seems old Dumbledore has allocated funds for the work-study program. Professor Pomona is remarkably efficient. The greenhouses are already ready. Everything is in place. Once the young wizards are settled, they can commence their tasks. Glancing at his magical watch, he noted that it was nearly time for his appointment with Dumbledore, and Sebastian briskly made his way to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, he was astonished to find the office completely empty. Dumbledore has actually missed an appointment? This is quite unprecedented. Just as Sebastian pondered this, the portrait of the headmaster began to stir. A wizard with a goat beard called out to Sebastian, "Sebastian, Dumbledore asked me to convey to you. Not here. This is rather dull." Reluctantly, Sebastian took a seat and engaged in a casual conversation with Phineas's portrait. Just when boredom was about to consume him, the Sorting Hat perched on the shelf began to speak. "Slytherin lad, why do you carry the essence of Gryffindor?" Upon hearing the Sorting Hat's inquiry, Sebastian's eyes brightened. Indeed, this is the hat of Gryffindor. He has inherited the legacy of Gryffindor. In this case, will the Sorting Hat heed his words? In previous discussions among whimsical netizens, the question of whether the Sorting Hat operates behind the scenes has remained unresolved. Now, presented with this rare opportunity, he is determined to give it a sincere attempt. He immediately speaks, his voice brimming with anticipation. "I have received Gryffindor's recognition and acquired the legacy it bestows. Given this connection to Gryffindor, could you assist me with a small favor?" As he finishes speaking, Sebastian conjures a series of protective spells, revealing layers of shimmering armor. Ah, no wonder, upon witnessing the long-lost shield charm, the Sorting Hat suddenly comprehends. "You have indeed gained Gryffindor's acknowledgement. Thus, we are allies. What is your request? Speak freely. Could you arrange for a few students to hold the Sorting Hat?" Sebastian inquires earnestly. "Absolutely not." The Sorting Hat firmly rebuffs his appeal. "I am a hat of fairness and impartiality. The sorting of students is conducted based on their inherent traits. There is certainly no underhanded maneuvering. Abandon this notion." Ah, what a notion of fairness. If Sebastian were a native of the magical realm, he might have been inclined to revere authority and trust in this alchemical artifact, imbued with the thoughts of the forefounders. However, Sebastian's essence hails from an age of information explosion in the Muggle world, where his understanding transcends the confines of the magical domain. He firmly believes that any decision made by sentient beings cannot be entirely fair and just. At best, it is merely relatively fair. Thus, the credibility of its proclaimed impartiality is questionable. Regrettably, the Sorting Hat possesses its own consciousness. It can ponder, engage in dialogue, and even compose a sorting song each year. Consequently, the fairness and justice it can achieve are subject to scrutiny. Ultimately, the Sorting Hat is merely an alchemical object belonging to Hogwarts, where the headmaster wields the greatest authority. Sebastian is entitled to question whether a wizard, upon ascending to the position of Hogwarts headmaster, possesses the right to issue directives to the Sorting Hat. Perhaps this secret is one only revealed to those who ascend to the headmaster's role. When young wizards exhibit distinct personalities, I trust you can maintain fairness and impartiality. Yet, this world is rife with exceptional circumstances, and I shall pose a query to you. Sebastian scoffs coldly. directing a profound inquiry at the Sorting Hat. For a young wizard who is industrious and wise, yet harbors ambition and subscribes to blood purity, how do you sort them? For a young witch who is courageous and steadfast, yet embodies unity and loyalty, how do you categorize her? Throughout the history of sorting, there have frequently been young wizards suitable for multiple houses, and during these moments, you must expend considerable time in deliberation. People often say that the achievements of those young wizards ultimately validate the accuracy of your sorting. Who can truly attest that those young wizards, upon venturing into other academies, would fail to achieve remarkable success? Having voiced his thoughts in one breath, Sebastian felt a surge of relief. This theory, after all, garnered praise from numerous professors at last year's opening feast. I refuse to believe that after unleashing such a combination of arguments, this tattered hat could still distinguish between north and south, east and west. As Sebastian anticipated, a barrage of questions soon rendered the Sorting Hat somewhat speechless. It was indeed incapable of proving whether those wizards with multiple traits would blend into the crowd at other institutions. Created a millennium ago, the hat had long since grasped a significant truth. If an individual possesses many admirable qualities, their endeavors are likely to yield greater success than those of the average person. He opened his mouth and, after a moment's pause, managed to utter a phrase. Keep your voice down. It's early, and some may still be indulging in slumber. For the sake of Gryffindor, whom do you wish to arrange? He stated unequivocally that he would only consider arrangements under similar conditions. Remember, I am still the fair and impartial Sorting Hat. Is that settled then? Sebastian was somewhat taken aback, having expected to exert more effort to persuade the hat. Yet, with just a few words, he had swayed it. What about the headmaster of Hogwarts? Surely, the headmaster's words carry more weight than those of the Sorting Hat? At this juncture, Sebastian could not afford to indulge in fanciful thoughts. He merely contemplated briefly before listing a few names. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. If possible, I would like to place them in Hufflepuff. Are you certain? The Sorting Hat's voice conveyed a hint of skepticism. These two names unmistakably belong to pure-blood families. Would they truly be suited for Hufflepuff? I am certain, Sebastian replied, his tone tinged with a sense of reflection. I have observed them closely. They are indeed well suited for Hufflepuff. Their thoughts are exceedingly simplistic, fixated solely on food. Their desire to join Slytherin is entirely a product of their upbringing. They lack any independent judgment. Hufflepuff is the best option for them. To be frank, just the thought of this year's troublesome newcomers to Slytherin filled Sebastian with dread. Without intervention, the two chubby boys would undoubtedly follow the same path as in the original story, joining Slytherin and becoming the sycophants of the spoiled Malfoy. During the summer, Sebastian had observed that, compared to other troublesome youths, these two were remarkably simple-minded. In such circumstances, allowing them to enter Slytherin would be ruinous. It would be far better to place them in a nurturing environment while their minds remain relatively untainted. At the very least, they would encounter a group of like-minded companions in Hufflepuff. Moreover, this would serve the added benefit of fracturing Malfoy's little clique in advance. Sebastian was also curious to see if, without his two little bodyguards, Malfoy would continue to exude such arrogance. If the situation truly mirrors your assertion, I shall contemplate it. The Sorting Hat merely took a moment to consider before acquiescing to Sebastian's proposal. So, it is just the two of them, then? Sebastian hesitated for a considerable time, letting out a gentle sigh. Indeed, it is merely the two of them. Chapter 80. Borrowing your Philosopher's Stone for a sip of water. Sebastian harbored a desire to persuade Harry to join Slytherin. However, he was acutely aware that such an endeavor was utterly futile. If he could sway the Sorting Hat, then Dumbledore would be an even greater challenge. Moreover, old Dumbledore had always held a bias against Slytherin. He treasured Harry dearly. How could he possibly allow Harry to enter Slytherin? In the past, to ensure Harry's peaceful existence remained undisturbed, Dumbledore had compelled many to pledge not to interfere with him until he turned 11. Nevertheless, Sebastian came to a realization. He believed that Harry's obstinate nature was far better suited for Gryffindor. He would be utterly out of place within the Slytherin environment. Most importantly, Harry's growth necessitated the genuine companionship of peers. In the broader context of Slytherin, it would be challenging to find that fervent companion willing to stand by Harry through thick and thin, particularly with this year's incoming Slytherin students. Many hailed from Death Eater families. Harry would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable in such an atmosphere. Harry's discomfort equated to Mia's unhappiness. Mia's unhappiness translated to his own discontent. Thus, regarding the sorting matter, Sebastian was quite pleased to see Harry join Gryffindor. With this clarity, Sebastian felt a profound sense of relief. He glanced at the sorting hat in his hand, determined to test another hypothesis. standing tall. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. In an instant, his demeanor transformed. He slowly extended his right hand into the sorting hat, his palm slightly cupped. Suddenly, an uncontainable smile spread across his face as he felt a cold metallic sensation in his grasp. It was the hilt of a sword. Grasping the hilt firmly, Sebastian yanked it with vigor. Clang! In that moment, a gem-encrusted longsword was drawn, its blade emanating a chilling radiance that illuminated the entire room. What? Why did the sound of a sword being unsheathed resonate? Wasn't he drawn from the hat? Following this sound, the entire headmaster's office erupted into commotion. "This is impossible," exclaimed Phineas from the portrait. "You are a Slytherin. How can you draw this sword?" After Phineas, the other portraits of former headmasters chimed in, engaging in fervent discussion over this extraordinary phenomenon. The clamor grew increasingly intense, until finally, Headmistress Dolores's portrait dashed into Phineas's frame, pursuing him with a flurry of knocks. Sebastian gazed joyfully at the Gryffindor sword in his hand, elegantly performing a flourish. Then, he lunged forward with the sword, smiling at the portraits of the headmasters. "Huh! From this day forth, I shall be known as the Sword Saint of Gryffindor, hailing from Slytherin." No sooner had the words left his lips than the melodious cry of Fawkes heralded the arrival of Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. He gazed at Sebastian, who had pointed the sword at him, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Sebastian, feel free to express any requests you may have. I assure you, even without the sword aimed at me, I would still be quite amenable." Despite Sebastian's thick skin, being caught in a moment of bravado by Dumbledore caused his cheeks to flush. He chuckled awkwardly, casually placing the sword of Gryffindor and the sorting hat upon the shelf before seating himself opposite Dumbledore, forcibly shifting the topic. "Headmaster, I have heard that Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone is in your possession. Might I be permitted to make use of it?" Dumbledore's expression reflected surprise. He had not anticipated that Sebastian would seek him out so soon after acquiring the stone. "Ah, if you're intrigued by the Philosopher's Stone, why not endeavor to create one for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Sebastian smiled faintly. "Wasn't it said that you would be easy to converse with? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Headmaster, although Nicholas Flamel has publicly disclosed the process of creating the stone, no one has succeeded thus far. The Swan family has also attempted to unravel the mystery, yet we have found no answers. Only Flamel knows when the stone was forged. Its true appearance came after the ravages of the Black Death in Europe. I have a hypothesis. The creation of the stone demands an immense vitality. This explains Flamel's assertion that he crafted the stone purely by chance, and even if given another opportunity, he could not replicate it." Sebastian's gaze intensified as he continued. "I do not wish to validate this theory. I merely seek to borrow the Philosopher's Stone." Dumbledore's expression remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. "Once you obtain the stone, what do you intend to do? Manufacture endless gold?" There's a saying among muggles. Human desire is akin to Pandora's box. Once fully opened, it cannot be closed again. "Sebastian, you already possess sufficient wealth. Do not allow the stone to corrupt your will." "No, you misunderstand me," Sebastian replied. "I merely wish to infuse the stone in water." He produced a specially crafted cup and placed it upon Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore was rendered speechless. Was this fellow truly taking him for a fool? While it was true that the water infused with the stone was one of the ingredients for the elixir of life, to drink it directly was rather unbecoming. Even claiming it was for watering plants would be more plausible. Sebastian, feeling somewhat exasperated, clarified that he simply desired some water infused with the Philosopher's Stone to nurture his herbs and perhaps conduct additional experiments. Moreover, he contemplated how he might assist Quirrell, pondering the latter's unfortunate predicament. Upon my first arrival at Hogwarts, Quirrell had yet to resign. It was only after receiving the scrapbook I gifted him that he resolved to wander into the Muggle world. However, Sebastian was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Quirrell would venture into the forests of Albania. What could possibly be so alluring? Were the specimens of flowers there more exquisite? Such misfortune. By the time they reunited at the Leaky Cauldron, Quirrell had been completely ensnared by Voldemort. During their conversation, Quirrell had not yet succumbed to Voldemort's possession. Sebastian subtly probed Quirrell's state, yet Quirrell appeared entirely unperturbed, as if nothing amiss had transpired. In that moment, Sebastian realized that even if he were to confront the matter directly, it would likely be futile and could inadvertently alarm the serpent. Nevertheless, Sebastian resolved to extend a helping hand at a critical juncture. The timing and manner of this assistance would require careful deliberation. While Sebastian's thoughts meandered, Dumbledore simply gazed at the specially crafted cup on the table, lost in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Sebastian, I can assist you in procuring the water you require. However, You must have heard the whispers. There are those who have set their sights on the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, I need you by my side to protect it. Chapter 81. The unyielding Hannah Abbott time swiftly passed, and September 1st arrived. Early in the morning, Swan Manor was abuzz with activity. Harry, have you packed everything? Mia, reluctant to see Harry depart, could not find words to express her feelings of parting and resorted to repeatedly checking Harry's belongings, fearing he might forget something. I have everything, Aunt Mia. We packed it all together last night. Why do you have so few snacks? Go fetch some more candy, biscuits, and soda. No. Sebastian told me that too much sugar is bad for your teeth. Listen to him rambling. Mia turned her head sharply to glare at the cheerful Sebastian, then gently addressed Harry. Don't worry, a bottle of dental potion will suffice. What about your clothes? Have you packed your uniform and casual wear? I've packed enough, Aunt Mia. There's no need to stuff more into the trunk. I won't be able to wear it all. Harry felt a bit exasperated, thinking that Mia was being rather excessive. Fortunately, this was the wizarding world, where a trunk enhanced by the undetectable extension charm could accommodate everything. Had the scene unfolded in the Muggle realm, one might have needed to hire a moving company to manage the logistics. He looked up at Sebastian, who stood at the doorway, casting a pleading glance. Sebastian, you ought to reason with Aunt Mia. Sebastian shrugged innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Harry, there exists a kind of love that makes Mia believe your suitcase can still hold more. Just enjoy it. Once all items were meticulously arranged, Sebastian drove a Muggle car, ferrying Mia and Harry toward King's Cross Station. On the journey, Harry, his face alight with excitement, inquired, Aunt Mia, you have informed me that Hogwarts comprises 4 houses. To which house should I belong? Ahem. Sebastian promptly cleared his throat and, with an air of mystery, replied, Harry, you will traverse a dark lake in a small boat. At that moment, the water creature within the depths will rise to assail you. Observing Harry's wide-eyed disbelief, Sebastian could not help but smile broadly. Fear not. This is merely a test, and you shall not be harmed. Your performance during this trial will directly influence the house to which you are assigned. Oh, so that is how it is. Harry realized, grateful for Sebastian's timely revelation, which afforded him the opportunity to prepare. Otherwise, he could only imagine how poorly he might fare when faced with an attack. Firmly gripping his wand, he resolved to perform admirably. Sebastian glanced in the rearview mirror and caught sight of Mia casting a reproachful glance in his direction. In that fleeting moment, an unspoken camaraderie enveloped the two. By 10:30, Sebastian and his companions arrived at King's Cross Station. At platform 9 3/4, a venerable red steam locomotive stood quietly, its deep rumbling echoing from the engine, while white smoke billowed gracefully from the chimney, permeating the air. A gleaming golden sign proclaimed, Hogwarts Express. Parents of young witches and wizards busily adjusted their children's robes, their faces betraying a blend of pride and reluctance. The newly admitted little ones, most clutching their wands, hopped about the platform, eagerly tugging at their parents' hands, yearning to board the train that would whisk them away to the magical realm. Meanwhile, older students exchanged greetings, animatedly discussing their summer adventures and experiences. Some could hardly contain their excitement as they squeezed into the carriages in search of friends. Harry gazed in wonder at the scene before him. This was indeed platform 9 3/4. Merely a wall separated this enchanting spectacle from the mundane world outside. A wave of uncontainable excitement and anticipation surged within him. He pondered the speed of the train. Would it rival that of night bus? Would he be able to forge new friendships aboard? Following Mia's lead, he made his way slowly toward the rear of the train. Upon discovering an empty compartment, he boarded and opened the window to converse with Mia. Sebastian stood nearby, watching the exchange with a smile, greeting passing young witches and wizards. When the train's whistle sounded, he stepped forward, draping an arm around Mia's shoulders, and waved farewell to Harry. Harry, do not merely sleep during the journey. The scenery along the way is quite lovely. Until tonight, in anticipation of the new term, the great hall of Hogwarts once again radiated with opulence. Sebastian, seated at the professor's table, regarded the neighboring Gilderoy Lockhart with a look of disdain. After Lockhart led the Swan media to decisively overshadow the Daily Prophet, Sebastian fulfilled his promise. He suggested to Dumbledore the addition of a short-term writing course and recommended Lockhart as the professor for this class. Now, having achieved his desire, Lockhart was utterly elated, adorned in the most splendid attire, showcasing the most dazzling smile, signing autographs for the young wizards one after another. My goodness, Lockhart looked even more handsome in person than on magical television, and his acting was superb. I absolutely adored him. Indeed, I'm also a great fan of the television series he starred in. I watched all the episodes 3 times this summer. He is truly remarkable, acting as the writer, director, and lead actor all at once. Do you realize how hard Lockhart works? I wonder, how much is Lockhart's autograph worth? Should I ask him for a few more signatures to make a small fortune? Listening to the excited chatter of the young wizards, Sebastian felt his head might explode. At that moment, he profoundly understood how Snape must have felt when he was under scrutiny last year. As Professor McGonagall was about to lead the first-year students into the Great Hall, Sebastian quickly nudged Lockhart with his arm. Hey, don't let it get to your head. If Professor McGonagall sees you hosting an autograph session here, she will certainly not be pleased. Lockhart instantly grasped Sebastian's signal. He stood up and addressed the eager young ones before him. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Today's signing will conclude here. For those in need, feel free to visit my office anytime. The doors of the Great Hall slowly opened, and Professor McGonagall entered with a serious demeanor, followed by a line of nervous little ones. She halted before the staff table, gesturing for the young wizards to line up, then solemnly placed the sorting hat upon the stool. The sorting ceremony will now commence. Students whose names are called, please step forward and don the sorting hat for your placement. Sebastian watched the sorting ceremony with great interest, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming memorable moments. Hannah Abbott. Upon hearing that familiar name, he leaned back in his chair, letting out a satisfied sigh. Oh, what a relief. Chapter 82. Harry. This sorting hat is not accurate at all. Harry stood in line. His face flushed as he watched the young wizards approach the sorting hat one by one, remembering the chaos he had caused on the Black Lake. He wished he could sink into the ground. He cast a resentful glance at Sebastian, who was grinning widely, muttering to himself, Sebastian, you big liar, claiming you would duel the monster. Just moments ago, you were urging the classmates not to be afraid. How foolish. Fortunately for Harry, since entering the Great Hall and commencing the sorting ceremony, his classmates' attention seemed to have been magically diverted, no longer focused on him. Suddenly, he heard a wave of complaints coming from nearby. How is it possible? Crabbe and Goyle were sorted in a Hufflepuff? The sorting hat's judgment is utterly inaccurate. There must be some foul play involved. Humph. Go to Hufflepuff is acceptable. Those two buffoons would only bring shame to Slytherin. Upon hearing these scornful remarks, Harry lifted his gaze and recognized the speaker as Malfoy, whom he had encountered in Diagon Alley. He chose to ignore the comment, lowering his head in silence as he awaited Professor McGonagall to call his name. Harry Potter. Taking a deep breath amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Harry stepped forward and placed the sorting hat upon his head. Quite a challenge indeed. To which house shall I assign you? The voice echoed in his ears, and Harry resolutely thought to himself, I wish to join Slytherin. In truth, long before arriving at Hogwarts, he had already deemed Slytherin his first choice. After all, over the past 2 months, he had developed a profound bond with the professors from Slytherin. Professor Snape's patience and erudition had ignited his interest in potions, while Sebastian's elegance and strength had garnered his admiration. Both professors had left an indelible mark on Harry's heart. Now, amidst the unfamiliarity of Hogwarts, Harry naturally hoped to be sorted into the house of his 2 mentors, eager to continue experiencing their guidance and care. As if sensing Harry's thoughts, the sorting hat whispered in his ear, desiring to join Slytherin. Indeed, this house can lead you to greatness. But then, with a loud proclamation, the sorting hat declared, therefore, you shall be placed in Gryffindor. Harry's smile froze on his face, and he nearly doubted his senses. Yet the raucous cheers from the Gryffindor table surged like a tide, reminding him that this was no illusion. Was it not said that Slytherin would lead to glory? Why the sudden reversal? Could it truly be as Malfoy suggested? This sorting hat must be too antiquated to make accurate judgments. Professor Snape remained expressionless, applauding slowly, while Sebastian watched him with a smile, his eyes brimming with encouragement and blessings. Harry offered the 2 professors a slightly apologetic smile, took a deep breath, and walked towards the boisterous Gryffindor table. The youthful troubles dissipated quickly, and soon he found himself mingling joyfully with his new Gryffindor companions. Once everyone had feasted and satisfied their appetites, Dumbledore rose and addressed the assembly. This year, 2 new professors have joined Hogwarts. One is Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, who will be responsible for a newly established subject, a writing course. First-year students will learn how to compose essays under Professor Lockhart's guidance every Saturday morning for 2 months. With Dumbledore's introduction, Lockhart stood, enthusiastically waving to the students. Instantly, the hall erupted in excitement. Why is it only first-year students who get to attend? That's unfair. Can we audit the class, Professor Lockhart? Professor, could you sign a few more autographs for me? The auditorium was in a state of uproar, and it took a considerable effort from Dumbledore to pacify the little ones. Another figure present was Professor Quirinus Quirrell, whom many of the older students would surely recognize. No sooner had he finished speaking than the serene hall erupted into noise once again. Merlin, I have just advanced in my 3rd year and was contemplating enrolling in the Muggle Studies course. What am I to do? Headmaster, you must be mistaken, surely? Harry recognized the pallid face of the man he had encountered at the leaky cauldron, though unlike before, a thick purple scarf now adorned his head. Fear not, Dumbledore intoned, casting a sonorous charm to quell the clamor within the hall. Your Professor Swan continues to teach Muggle Studies. Professor Quirrell is in charge of the defense against the Dark Arts class, and I am confident you will find your time with him enjoyable. Once the students had settled into silence again, Dumbledore continued, I now have several important announcements to make. This year, the school has initiated a work-study program, affording everyone the opportunity to earn a handsome sum of galleons. Please refer to the notice board for the specific procedures and criteria. First-year students, take heed. Entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. I must caution you, should you wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents, please steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Finally, Professor Swan has some significant matters to address, and we invite him to speak. Harry was puzzled. Wasn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place in the wizarding world? Why would the corridor on the 4th floor pose a danger? He yearned to inquire of Percy, the prefect beside him, but he noticed that everyone, including Percy, was intently gazing at Sebastian on the professor's dais. The first matter I wish to announce is the scheduling of the Quidditch team tryouts, set for the first Saturday morning of the school year at 8 o'clock. Students interested in participating should not miss this opportunity. Furthermore, a mysterious smile graced Sebastian's face as he added, this year, every student will also receive a mysterious gift. As his words concluded, orbs of light, under Sebastian's control, descended accurately into the hands of each student. The Hogwarts navigation map. Possessing it means that the newly enrolled students need not fear losing their way. Let us give a round of applause to Fred and George Weasley. With enthusiastic applause, Ron stared in astonishment at his brothers, shouting in disbelief. This is impossible. They said nothing throughout the entire summer. Nothing is impossible, little Ronnie, Fred remarked, patting Ron's shoulder as he and George bowed to the surrounding crowd. Upon entering, he spread his arms wide and called out to Mia, lounging on the couch, darling, it's just the two of us now. Let's engage in a delightful game. Mia deftly evaded Sebastian's embrace, giggling, then come catch me. Chapter 83. Severus. Why does your elbow lean towards Gryffindor? Just a week had passed, and Gryffindor had already opened a significant lead over the other houses. As Sebastian gazed at the gleaming rubies in the Gryffindor scoreboard, unease began to stir within him. Hadn't the school year just commenced a mere 10 days ago? How could Gryffindor's score surpass that of the second-place competitor by nearly 50 points? After inquiring with a few students, an irate Sebastian made his way to the dungeon. Having uncovered the truth behind the matter, he had harbored concerns that at the end of the term, old Dumbledore might arbitrarily award points to Gryffindor. But he never anticipated that the head of Slytherin had already become a traitor. Bang! The door to Snape's office swung open with force. It appeared that Professor Slughorn's mind was once again clouded, as he had forgotten even the most basic courtesies. It dawned on him. Professor Slughorn's former glory had been eclipsed by the arrival of Professor Lockhart. However, might he refrain from venting his frustration upon the hapless potions master? If you please. As for wit, Sebastian was acutely aware that he was no match for Snape's sharp tongue. Thus, when faced with Snape's sardonic remarks, he chose to feign ignorance. Immune. Moreover, provoking Snape's ire was rather simple, as Sebastian possessed his own unique techniques in this regard. He opened his magical senses and examined the potion simmering in the cauldron with keen attention. A late addition of blackroot would have enhanced the potion's quality. Upon hearing this, Snape's breath grew noticeably heavier. Just as he was preparing to deliver a scathing retort, Sebastian interrupted him, commanding, "Do not speak. Now is the time to stir the potion." Oomph. This potion was utterly irretrievable. Suppressing his annoyance, Snape plunged the stirring rod into the potion, rotating it clockwise for 7 circles. Once the concoction stabilized, he straightened up and cast a sidelong glance at Sebastian, irritably inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss? Reasonable point allocation?" Sebastian, thoroughly amused, straightened his posture and mimicked Snape's demeanor, speaking with deliberate slowness. "Mr. Potter, congratulations on becoming the teaching assistant for first-year potions. 10 points awarded. Mr. Potter's potion brewing posture is exceedingly proper. 5 points awarded. Mr. Potter, the first to complete the Scabbers potion. 5 points awarded. Mr. Potter, when Mr. Longbottom inadvertently placed a hedgehog spine into the cauldron, you promptly alerted him, averting a potential disaster. 20 points awarded." Witnessing Sebastian imitate him, Snape's ire surged. As the potion's master, I reserve the right to award points to exemplary students. Such stubbornness. Fortuitously, Voldemort remains unaware that your tongue is top-tier alchemical material. Should Voldemort utilize your tongue to forge a Horcrux, even with the basilisk's fong and the sword of Gryffindor, he would be unstoppable. Sebastian let out a cold laugh, producing a parchment inscribed with the rules for teaching assistants and placing it before Snape. Might I trouble this esteemed professor to divert his gaze from Harry and take the time to read this document? Teaching assistants receive a salary from Hogwarts. Thus, Harry's assistance to his classmates and potions is entirely appropriate, as it is part of his duties. Your additional point allocation is, quite frankly, excessive. Please pay attention to the impact. Severe as Snape remained expressionless as he meticulously examined the regulations. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the office door. Maintaining his reading posture, Snape raised his voice without looking up. Enter. The door swung open, revealing a third-year Slytherin student, who upon spotting Sebastian, exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, Professor Swan. You are truly here. You must hurry to the Great Hall. Malfoy is about to duel with Potter. Hearing this, Sebastian exchanged a glance with Snape before they both proceeded towards the Great Hall. As they approached the entrance, Sebastian could hear Ron's voice rising from within. Fred and George, you traitors. Instead of helping Harry against Slytherin, you agree to let Marcus fetch the professor. Just because you've been selected for the team, you start fawning over the captain? Don't you, you spineless fellows? Ron, Hermione's voice interjected. This situation indeed requires the professor's intervention. Yes, George chimed in. Whenever students from different houses clash, we must seek Professor Swan's assistance. This is a rule established by him. I told you not to call me Little Ronnie, Ron muttered under his breath, still displeased by the twins' explanation. Professor Swan is from Slytherin. Who can guarantee he won't show favoritism? Chuckling softly from behind Malfoy, Marcus reassured him, you need not worry. Professor Swan has always been fair in his dealings. Marcus chuckled internally, recalling his own experiences. Last year, when he had just joined the team, he had a confrontation with students from another house. After understanding the situation, Professor Swan not only deducted points from his house, but also personally supervised him for an hour in front of the Great Hall, ensuring he memorized the school rules. Since then, Marcus had transformed into a staunch advocate for maintaining peace among the houses. Gradually, conflicts between the houses diminished, as no one wished to be the subject of ridicule at the Great Hall entrance. With this thought, Marcus felt a flicker of anticipation, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. Observing Marcus's mischievous grin, Hermione felt a twinge of unease, unable to pinpoint what seemed amiss. She scanned the crowd and noted that aside from Malfoy's anxious demeanor, there was no palpable tension. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin students appeared to be reveling in the spectacle, seemingly eager for Professor Swan's arrival. Professor is here, a voice shouted from the distance, prompting the crowd to part, revealing a cluster of small figures standing in the center. Mr. Malfoy, due to your bullying of a fellow student, Slytherin loses 10 points. Sebastian cleared a space with a flick of his hand, addressing both Malfoy and Harry. Aren't you here, duel? Professor Snape and I will witness this personally. Now, please, both contestants take your positions. Chapter 84, Malfoy, I will not accept defeat. Standing upon the dueling ground prepared by the professor, Malfoy felt an overwhelming sense of panic. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't it meant to be Potter agreeing to a midnight duel, only to be caught red-handed by the caretaker, Filch? Why had he been surrounded the moment he uttered the word duel, with everyone watching as though it were a spectacle? Why were his fellow Slytherins not rallying to his side? And why had Marcus summoned the professor? He was utterly bewildered. Despite his turmoil, Malfoy maintained a facade of bravado, determined to uphold his dignity. Though a knot of anxiety tightened within him, he could not fathom losing to the so-called savior, Potter. After all, he was the heir of the Malfoy lineage. Gradually, he sensed the atmosphere around him growing still, the whispers of his classmates fading into silence. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure. With a firm grip on his wand, he focused intently on his opponent. Potter, come forth, prepared to witness the prowess of an esteemed pure-blood family. From this day forth, none shall underestimate the name Malfoy. This was but a trivial duel, so simplicity prevailed. Neither party was required to bow. On my count, 3, 2, 1, begin. Stupefied, the countdown had scarcely concluded when Malfoy surged forward, eager to seize the initiative and swiftly bring the insufferable Potter to his knees. To his astonishment, he found that Potter merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading his spell. Impossible. How could he dodge so effortlessly? Potter couldn't possibly be this formidable. Malfoy struggled to grasp the scene before him, gritting his teeth as he unleashed another incantation. His breath grew increasingly labored as he observed Potter nimbly dodging his attacks with mere lateral movements. Malfoy descended into frustration. Thus far, his spells had not even grazed Potter's robes, rendering his provocations a mere jest. A disheartening thought crept into his mind. He was destined to lose. Yet, from the depths of his heart surged a fierce unwillingness to concede like a fool. He angrily shouted at Potter, "Are you going to scurry away like a rat forever? Strike back. Show me your true ability." Hearing Malfoy's furious outburst, Harry was momentarily perplexed. He could not comprehend why his opponent was so enraged. He had only dodged the spells to gauge Malfoy's capabilities. After all, it was his first duel with a peer, and he wished to ascertain the extent of Malfoy's prowess. However, to Harry, Malfoy's wand movements were overly exaggerated, and his intentions too apparent. It was hardly a challenge to decipher the trajectory of his spells. Making evasion seemed quite reasonable. He perceived Malfoy to be lacking in skill, believing victory would come easily. Nevertheless, Harry did not underestimate Malfoy, for he hailed from a pure-blood family, and one could never be certain of hidden talents. He stole a glance at the surrounding students and noticed that both Hermione and Ron had their mouths agape, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. Harry felt a bit dazed, realizing that he had perhaps overestimated Malfoy as prowess. With this thought, a sense of ennui washed over him, prompting him to direct his wand towards Malfoy. Recalling Professor Swan's admonition that once one strikes, the opponent must be rendered incapable of resistance, both magically and physically, he uttered the incantations. Disarm. Petrify them all. Bind swiftly. In rapid succession, his spells were unleashed, causing Malfoy's wand to fly from his grasp, his expression frozen in shock, and his entire being ensnared by thick ropes. Gasp! The onlooking young wizards collectively inhaled sharply. Is this Harry Potter? How formidable! Is this the power of the Savior? Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd comprehended the outcome was decided, and the Gryffindor students surged forward, encircling Harry eagerly. "Harry," bellowed Ron, the loudest among them, "do tell us, how did you become so strong? Indeed, share your secrets with us." The young wizards clamored in unison. Students from other houses lingered as well, eager to hear what Harry had to say. In an instant, the throng around Harry dissipated, and they crowded around Sebastian, even Snape being pushed aside. Hermione strained to reach the front, raising her voice to call out Professor Swan. "I too seek your guidance." "Yes, we all require your mentorship," they echoed. "Professor, you mustn't show favoritism. We are your students too." "Professor Swan, teach us the art of dueling." After witnessing Harry's prowess, the young wizards were filled with envy. Now aware of the reason behind his strength, they were unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. They too wished to grow stronger. Listening to the students' fervent appeals, Sebastian donned a contemplative expression. He had already contemplated enhancing his students' combat abilities. He did not expect them to fight for Hogwarts in the future, but at the very least, they should possess the capability to safeguard themselves. Perhaps some of his plans could be expedited. With this thought, he raised his hand, signaling for silence among the young wizards. "Since everyone is eager to learn, I have decided to establish a dueling club. We shall convene in the Great Hall at 8 o'clock on Friday evening." Dismissed. As the young wizards gradually dispersed, Sebastian's gaze fell upon the now unbound Malfoy. He stood quietly beside Snape, his head bowed, devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. To be candid, Sebastian's feelings towards Draco Malfoy had always been rather complex. From the moment he first appeared in the original text, it was evident that he was a child spoiled by his parents, quick to assert, "My father will do such and such." He took pride in his pure blood lineage, perpetually exuding an air of superiority, as if the entire magical world were obliged to bow before him. He had witnessed his haughty father, Lucius Malfoy, groveling before the Dark Lord, bending low in subservience. The Malfoy manor, once a source of pride, had been seized by Voldemort as a stronghold. All of this has ruthlessly shattered Malfoy's pride, leading him to introspection and inner turmoil. Perhaps it is this complex psychology that prompted him to publicly declare his inability to recognize Harry when he was captured at Malfoy Manor, ultimately saving the lives of Harry and his companions. Sebastian believes that it was from that moment onward that Malfoy no longer wished for Voldemort's triumph. Since Malfoy's enrollment, Sebastian had planned to diligently mentor him. However, for this haughty child, mere admonishment or scolding would bear no fruit. Now, with Harry's fortuitous intervention, Malfoy's arrogance has been diminished. Sebastian hopes Malfoy can discern reality and recognize the futility of blood status. He aspires for Malfoy to transform from this point forward. Thus, while Malfoy may not immediately become a hero, he will at least no longer be the child consumed by pride and prejudice. Moreover, Sebastian's expectations for Malfoy extend beyond this. He perceives Draco's talents as commendable and believes they should not languish unacknowledged. As a student of Slytherin House, Sebastian also hopes to nurture him to uphold the banner of Slytherin. Sebastian approached Malfoy and gently patted his shoulder. Draco, come with me. Let's have a proper discussion in my office. Chapter 85. A dialogue between heirs of families. The two made their way to Sebastian's office. Observing Malfoy, who sat on the sofa, dejected, Sebastian inquired softly, Draco, would you care for a drink? Perhaps a refreshing pumpkin juice? If you're truly feeling down, I can make an exception for you and offer a butterbeer, of the non-alcoholic variety, of course. Sebastian raised an eyebrow, realizing that this setback had impacted Malfoy more than he had anticipated. Was this the shattering of his worldview? This would not do. Sebastian was unwilling to witness Malfoy languish in despair. Emotional wounds require thoughtful remedies. From Sebastian's understanding, the Malfoy family has always held their kin in the highest regard. Therefore, to help this young lad open up, it is essential to approach the matter through his familial connections. Sebastian adjusted his posture and employed his most adept motivational techniques. Before we commence today's conversation, I would like you to make a choice. Would you prefer me to treat you as a child and engage in a teacher-student dialogue? Or shall we converse as heirs of pure-blood families, engaging as adults? Sebastian's tone grew serious. Draco, lift your head, look into my eyes, and earnestly tell me your choice. Upon hearing Sebastian's words, Malfoy felt a stir within. I choose the latter. Very well. Should you choose this path, I shall no longer be your professor. You will encounter a mercenary, witnessing my most unflattering side. Our dialogue will be starkly realistic and rather ruthless. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this choice? Upon hearing such solemn words, Malfoy hesitated slightly. However, he detested preaching, even to the point of abhorrence, regardless of whether the interlocutor was a professor. For as long as he could remember, he had prided himself on being the heir of the Malfoy family. Consequently, he yearned for an egalitarian dialogue with Sebastian, wishing to prove himself as a worthy scion of the Malfoy lineage. With this thought in mind, Malfoy straightened his posture and fixed his somewhat reddened gaze upon Sebastian. I choose to embrace my identity as the heir of the Malfoy family. That is certain? In that case, Mr. Malfoy, Sebastian spoke gently. Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. Suppose your father were to entrust the family's enterprises to you at this very moment. How would you proceed with their development? Do you have any plans in mind? Malfoy found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had never closely attended to the family's specific enterprises and thus struggled to respond to Sebastian's inquiry. Yet, unwilling to display any weakness, he forced himself to reply, the family business is functioning adequately as it is. I trust my father will guide me. Oh, merely maintaining the status quo? I had anticipated that you would possess grander ambitions, aspirations to elevate the Malfoy enterprises through your own merit. At this teasing remark, Malfoy felt a surge of indignation rise within him. Before he could articulate a retort, Sebastian continued, let me ask you, once you take charge of the family business, what kind of employees would you hire? Purebloods, half-bloods, or muggle-borns? Sebastian smiled lightly. If we are all purebloods, what incentive would there be for us to work for the Malfoy family? Would it not be more appealing to inherit one's own family's enterprises instead? To entertain an extreme scenario, I am a beleaguered pureblood wizard. The magical world is replete with various industries. What could the Malfoy family possibly offer to entice me into employment? Upon hearing this, Malfoy's confidence wavered. Then I shall recruit half-blood employees, if all else fails. I can hire muggle-born wizards as well. Have you considered your attitude towards half-bloods and muggle-borns? From my observations, you consistently adopt an air of superiority, displaying a rather disdainful attitude towards them. To put it bluntly, half-bloods in your eyes are akin to maggots, while muggle-borns are even less than that. Merely dirt, am I correct? Malfoy opened his mouth, eager to refute Sebastian's assertions, yet he recognized these thoughts resonated with his true feelings. But what of it? Even if the Malfoy family held itself in high regard, would that matter? As long as salaries were increased, a steady stream of employees would willingly come to work for him. He could confidently assert to his staff, if you refuse, there are plenty willing to take your place. As if perceiving Malfoy's innermost thoughts, Sebastian smiled slightly. Do you truly believe there will always be employees eager to work for you? 20 years ago, your perspective would have been largely unchallenged. At that time, over 90% of industries were under the control of pureblood families. Everyone is bound by the same conditions, and their attitudes are uniform. The Muggle wizards possess little choice. However, Sebastian shifted the conversation, posing a thought-provoking question. Have you considered that everything changed after the reform at Swan Alchemy? On one side stands the amicable Swan Alchemy, welcoming to all wizards. On the other, the aloof Malfoy. If you were in such a position, how would you choose? What if one day, Muggle wizards and half-bloods united to resist the Malfoy family, and Swan alchemy turned its back on you as a partner? At this, Malfoy grew somewhat flustered, recalling his father's words about the prosperity of the Malfoy family being intertwined with Swan alchemy. Should Swan alchemy sever ties with the Malfoys, the family's enterprise would undoubtedly face catastrophic repercussions. Such a scenario is implausible, correct? Malfoy's voice quivered. After all, Swan alchemy and the Malfoy family were esteemed collaborators. Were they? Observing Malfoy's disarray, Sebastian donned a knowing smile. Mr. Malfoy, would you care to hear about reality? The harsh truths of adulthood. All partnerships are grounded in mutual benefit. If the Malfoy family's reputation deteriorates, jeopardizing the growth of Swan alchemy, then Swan alchemy will certainly contemplate alternative alliances. At that juncture, how many would revel in the demise of the Malfoy family? Upon hearing this, Malfoy felt utterly deflated, puzzled by Sebastian's motives. Was it possible that Swan alchemy had already resolved to abandon the Malfoy family? Noticing Malfoy's anxious demeanor, Sebastian reclined in his chair and spoke languidly. Mr. Malfoy, you fall short of your father. At your age, he was already strategizing the advancement of the Malfoy legacy. If you persist in this frivolous manner, I assure you, the Malfoy family is destined for decline. Tell me, what do you intend to do? How should you proceed? What will you do? Chapter 86, Professor. Thank you for your wisdom. What should I do? Malfoy could no longer maintain his posture, slumping in despair as he repeatedly questioned himself. Yet, his narrow perspective left him at a loss for solutions. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. He had been rather foolish. Sebastian's words were not merely intended to intimidate. Thus, he raised his gaze and cautiously inquired, Professor Swan, shall we engage in a dialogue between teacher and student? Would you guide me on what to do? Sebastian erupted into hearty laughter, delighted by the cunning adaptability of Slytherin students. Had he faced a headstrong Gryffindor, he likely would have been met with accusations of foul play. Standing, Sebastian moved to sit beside Malfoy. Draco, the answer to your predicament is quite simple. Treat others with equality, cultivate friendships. As your circle of friends expands, your endeavors in business will flourish. The realm of magic in Britain is rather confined, boasting but a solitary school of sorcery. This implies that every peer you encounter within its hallowed halls represents a potential client or associate. Consider this. If you were to offend them now, would you not invite a multitude of prospective adversaries upon the Malfoy family? Draco, Sebastian shifted the conversation. What do you believe is the most valued trait among us Slytherins? The most esteemed quality? Is there any doubt? Malfoy blurted blood status. If blood status were paramount, then no half-blood wizards would grace Slytherin House. Remember, we hold shrewdness and ambition in the highest regard. Only a cunning mind can steer clear of folly, such as fostering enmity. Ambition, in turn, clarifies one's aspirations. As long as you possess the drive to pursue your ambitions, your life shall not be rendered insignificant. And blood status? Huh. Sebastian scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. If blood status were the ultimate determinant, the magical world would not be rife with impoverished pureblood families. If blood were all that mattered, your duel with Mr. Potter would not have ended so miserably. Upon the mention of the duel, Malfoy's demeanor darkened. A wave of grievance washed over him, as he perceived the professor's unmistakable favoritism towards Potter. It would be one thing if professors from other houses showed bias towards Potter, yet even the head of their own house had taken a liking to him, appointing Potter as a teaching assistant in potions. What infuriated him further was the fact that Potter's exceptional dueling skills had been imparted by the very Slytherin professor standing before him. Malfoy was consumed by a sense of indignation and confusion. Why should Potter, who was not even a Slytherin, receive such preferential treatment? He looked up at Sebastian, his eyes filled with a mixture of grievance and bewilderment. Observing Malfoy's pitiful gaze, Sebastian could not resist ruffling his hair. Draco, you are quite formidable yourself. The requirements for the stunning spell are no trifling matter, and your ability to wield it at this stage is commendable. Typically, such potent offensive spells would pose a challenge even for second-year wizards. What good is that? Malfoy grumbled. I still lost to Potter, not even grazing his robes. Do not underestimate yourself. For what I have seen, among the first years, only Harry Potter surpasses you. Professor Swan, can I ever catch up to Potter, or even surpass him? Surpass Potter? Sebastian chuckled. Our only adversary is ourselves. Draco, remember, do not allow the brilliance of others to dim your own light. Yet Malfoy murmured, I still wish to surpass Potter. If you truly wish to exceed him, then resolve to exert yourself diligently. Strive to become a remarkable individual. Bid farewell to the past and become a better version of yourself. Remember this. Only by striving to your utmost can you truly comprehend your own brilliance. You were born to be a mountain, not mere chaff. After consuming several bowls of chicken soup, Malfoy felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, eager to find a place to practice spells. Noticing the spark in Malfoy's eyes and his clenched fists, Sebastian recognized the moment had arrived. Draco, both Professor Snape and I hold high expectations for you. Among all of Slytherin, your talent stands out remarkably. We hope you can grow swiftly and become a beloved emblem of Slytherin. Rising to his feet, Sebastian extended his right hand towards Malfoy. Let us strive together to enhance our house. Without disappointing Sebastian, Malfoy sprang to his feet and firmly grasped his hand. Professor Swan, I will effect change and not let you or Professor Snape down. With renewed vigor, Malfoy strode off, his demeanor transformed, head held high and exuding confidence. After the duel with Malfoy, Ron eagerly approached Harry, pleading for him to teach him a few moves to showcase his skills at the dueling club. Hermione, upon hearing Ron's request, was equally insistent, asking Harry to impart some dueling techniques in advance. Thus, after dinner, Harry led Ron and Hermione to an open area outside the Quidditch pitch to practice spells, continuing until the sun had completely set before returning to the dormitory. I feel a chill looking at this long-abandoned corridor, Hermione gasped, recognizing it as the very corridor that Professor Dumbledore had warned could be deadly. What are we waiting for? Let us leave. Ron, frightened, trembled at the thought. Unfortunately, just as they turned to depart, they spotted a cat crouched at the staircase. It was Filch's cat, and Hermione's anxiety mounted. If we get caught, Gryffindor will lose many points, and we could even be expelled. She glanced towards a room at the end of the corridor and urged the others, quick, let us hide in there. Look at the way you're leading us. Ron exclaimed as he vigorously twisted the door handle, only to find it unyielding. The door was locked. We're doomed. Get away, useless thing. Hermione shoved Ron aside and pointed her wand at the lock. Alohomora. As the words left her lips, the lock clicked open, and they all hurried inside, silencing their breaths. Pressing his ear against the door, Harry listened until he heard Filch's voice grow distant, then whispered, Filch is left. Let us go. Inside the room lay a massive three-headed dog, its foul breath nearly overwhelming Harry. He was gripped with fear, knowing that even with all his strength, he could not harm the beast. Gradually, he pulled Hermione and Ron backward, retreating just as the monstrous creature opened its eyes. Can you believe there is such a beast in the castle? Ron remarked, relieved to have escaped. If that monster had been awake, my mother wouldn't even have been able to collect my remains. It was hard to fathom that this was indeed Hogwarts, the safest place in the wizarding world. As described in the books, breathing heavily, Hermione was utterly exhausted from her frantic sprint. Guarding something? Upon hearing Hermione's words, Harry immediately recalled the small parcel they had retrieved from Gringotts with Hagrid. Just as he was about to speak, Hermione continued, How fortunate we are not to have been bitten to death or expelled. Harry, thank you for the charm lesson today. If you have no further matters, I shall retire for the night. I need to replenish my energy for tomorrow's dueling club. Chapter 87, An Opulent Teaching Lineup. At 8 o'clock on Friday evening, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was transformed, with all tables and chairs cleared away, leaving the space remarkably vast. The hall was teeming with students eager to participate in the dueling club, alongside a multitude of young wizards simply there to observe. At the center stood a magnificent dueling stage, rising majestically. Students gathered around the platform, excitedly whispering to one another, eagerly anticipating the magical confrontations to come. Isn't Professor Swan the instructor for Muggle studies? Can he really teach us about dueling? One student questioned, Did you not witness yesterday's duel? Potter himself admitted he was taught by Professor Swan. Another replied, Is that true? It feels rather odd. I believe even Professor Lockhart would be a better choice. He appears so formidable on television. Indeed, I agree that Professor Lockhart seems stronger. After all, Professor Swan lacks any notable achievements. Last semester, Fred was rescued from the Forbidden Forest by Professor Snape, and Swan merely happened to be there. Upon hearing such remarks, Fred could not help but roll his eyes. Family. Who understands? How could anyone doubt Professor Swan's prowess? If they knew the truth from last semester, it would surely terrify them. It's infuriating. If I weren't bound by a gag order, I would certainly defend him fiercely. Do not listen to their nonsense. Professor Swan's abilities surpass your wildest imaginations. Fred's words resonated with Harry, who had trained intensively with Sebastian for 2 months and had a profound appreciation of Sebastian's strength. Harry quietly urged Ron and Hermione, who stood nearby, When Professor Swan arrives, you must pay close attention. He is truly remarkable. As his words faded, The hall erupted with the jubilant shouts of young wizards at the entrance. The professors have arrived. The sight of the 5 professors entering sent the great hall into a frenzy, with hundreds of students buzzing with excitement, discussing the impressive array of faculty before them. Goodness, Professor Lockhart looks dashing today. That sky blue robe suits him perfectly. Professor Flitwick, your battle attire is splendid. You look incredibly sprightly. Professor Snape appears rather dapper, especially in that black robe. How imposing. Professor McGonagall remains as graceful as ever. I wish I could emulate her elegance. As for Professor Swan, it seemed he could not manage on his own. However, his decision to invite the other professors demonstrated some cleverness. Lockhart swiftly made his way to a specially designed elevated platform behind the dueling stage, smiling at the young wizards, and then cast an amplification charm on himself. Good evening, everyone. I am your host for tonight, Lockhart. This evening, 4 esteemed masters will unveil the intricacies of dueling. Let's extend our warmest applause to welcome them. In an instant, the applause thundered, and the young wizards were thoroughly pleased with this lineup. Professor Lockhart, will you be participating? I am rather lacking in skill, so I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. Lockhart chuckled. My duty tonight is to provide commentary. Why hasn't Professor Sprout arrived? A voice emerged from the Hufflepuff crowd. Observing Lockhart's confident demeanor, Sebastian felt a sense of relief. Ever since learning about the dueling club, Lockhart had latched onto Sebastian, imploring him to let him make an appearance. Considering Lockhart's exceptional eloquence, Sebastian had assigned him the role of host, while he also provided live commentary. It now seemed exceedingly fitting to have Lockhart address these trivial matters. Well, everyone is eagerly awaiting, so let us turn our attention to the stage. Next, the 4 professors will present 3 splendid exhibition matches. First, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick will demonstrate the application of transfiguration in dueling. To be frank, when Professor McGonagall appeared, the young wizards anticipated the inclusion of transfiguration in tonight's dueling club. However, they struggled to conceive its role in combat. In their minds, dueling typically entailed 2 individuals casting spells at one another, much like Malfoy and Potter. At this moment, Sebastian had arranged several chairs on the stage and handed a box of wizard's chess to Professor McGonagall. He nodded at her and then stepped aside. Generally, casting a spell is accompanied by a dazzling light, such as that of the stunning spell. With a flick of her wrist, Professor McGonagall sent a red spell flying towards the wall of the hall. Yet, such light often reveals our intent and trajectory of attack. Transfiguration, on the other hand, generates no light, making it exceedingly covert. As she spoke, the chairs had silently transformed into majestic lions. Mastery of transfiguration allows one to utilize any nearby objects to launch a surprise attack on their opponent, rendering them defenseless. Cool, the young wizards exclaimed in astonishment. Those lions appeared indistinguishable from the real thing, poised to pounce on their foes with ferocity. A particularly astute student recalled the wizard's chess in Professor McGonagall's hands and shouted, "Professor McGonagall, what purpose does the wizard's chess serve? Is it also for transfiguration?" At this moment, some small trinkets could prove useful, exemplified by the wizard's chess. Professor McGonagall casually tossed a few chess pieces from the box. These thumb-sized pieces spun through the air and, upon landing, transformed into towering giants over 3 meters tall. They seemed to awaken from slumber, each bearing a solemn expression, like well-trained sentinels, encircling Professor McGonagall and guarding her fiercely in the center. Merlin's socks. The intense visual spectacle left the young wizards agape. How exhilarating. I yearn to learn this. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. She perceived Professor McGonagall as a queen, surrounded by these giant guardians. Ron, filled with enthusiasm, jumped around, exclaiming that carrying a box of wizard chess was akin to having a battalion of soldiers at one's disposal. It was indeed magnificent. In contrast to the exhilarated crowd, Harry felt a twinge of melancholy. Why did Sebastian claim he was ill-suited for transfiguration? He had mentioned that his straightforward nature was more suited for direct approaches and rapid assaults. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought. But now he realized how impressive transfiguration was. Gazing at Professor McGonagall on the platform, Harry was filled with envy. Never mind, I shall learn it first. After all, trying one tea lead to demise. Chapter 88. The Spectacular Duel. Observing the young wizards with wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths forming perfect O's, Professor McGonagall's smile grew ever more radiant. She clasped her hands before her chest, nodding slightly, exuding happiness and confidence, as if to say, "I assent it astonishing? This is merely the beginning." Professor McGonagall turned to Sebastian. "Sebastian, I would appreciate your cooperation." Sebastian readily obliged, positioning himself at the opposite end of the dueling platform. He raised his wand to his chest and bowed respectfully to Professor McGonagall. At that moment, Gilderoy Lockhart's voice boomed. 321 begin. No sooner had he spoken than Sebastian launched his attack. Stupefied, unperturbed by the incoming spell, Professor McGonagall remained calm. Under her command, a lion sprang forth to intercept the curse. Did you see that? Lockhart exclaimed from the elevated platform, energetically narrating that transfiguration could effortlessly deflect an enemy's spell. If your attack frequency is too low and lacks sufficient force, you cannot breach these transformed objects. Watch closely as the transformed objects pressed toward Professor Swan. Yet, under his spell, they could not cross the center line of the platform. Professor McGonagall faced the onslaught of spells with unwavering composure, merely shifting her stance to allow the curses to fall harmlessly upon the guardians beside her. Elegant, truly exquisite. Oh my! The young wizards gasped once more. They witnessed the lions on the stage shatter into splinters, which, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a swarm of mice, scurrying toward Sebastian. In response to the advancing mice, Sebastian unleashed a powerful area attack, engulfing them in flames until nothing remained. Professor Swan's fiery approach was indeed clever. Lockhart's voice echoed again, but one must not underestimate a master of transfiguration. No sooner had he finished speaking than the flames on the ground morphed into roaring fire lions, charging once more at Sebastian. Recognizing the moment had arrived, Sebastian prepared to present an enchanting display of transfiguration. A clear stream, like a fountain, erupted into the arena, under the transformative prowess of Sebastian. The columns of water morphed into colossal serpents, entwining with the fiery lions in a fierce embrace. Subsequently, he produced several wizard chess pieces and nonchalantly cast them forth. In an instant, these pieces transformed into equally formidable warriors, engaging in a fierce skirmish beside Professor McGonagall, resembling two well-drilled armies clashing in the center of the hall. The sounds of clashing weapons reverberated, creating a magnificent spectacle. Under Sebastian's deft control, the transfigured soldiers fell one by one, leading to mutual annihilation. He then waved his wand, clearing the chaos from the arena. "Absolutely splendid," exclaimed Lockhart. "Let us offer a resounding applause for our two professors." Amidst the students' cheers, Professor McGonagall descended from the platform with a smile. The evening hall, illuminated by lights, resembled broad daylight, filled with an atmosphere tinged with both tension and excitement. Next to take the stage was Professor Flitwick, who, without waiting for Lockhart's announcement, hastily ascended the platform, eager to showcase the intricacies of spellcasting. For tonight's exhibition, he donned the robes he wore during his youthful participation in dueling tournaments. Though somewhat worn, the fabric still exuded an aura of formidable presence, each scuff a testament to his illustrious past. As the champion of the dueling competition, he had a wealth of techniques to share. Clearing his throat, he addressed the young wizards. "I shall impart some techniques related to spells. To enhance your dueling skills, it is best to focus on three key areas: offense, defense, and disruption. For instance, the stunning spell and the petrifying spell for offense, the shield charm for defense, and the smokescreen spell for disruption, among others. Moreover," Professor Flitwick raised his voice slightly, "the combination of different spells can produce remarkable effects. For example, combining the water-making spell with the freezing spell can create ice to strike at your adversaries." With a glance at Sebastian, he added, "In this regard, Professor Swan excels." True to his reputation as a master of spells, Professor Flitwick elucidated various combinations of spells with clarity and depth. In his discourse, even the simplest of spells revealed their multifaceted applications. The young wizards nodded in understanding, with some quick-minded ones already taking notes with their quills. The realm of spells is vast and profound. Achieving mastery in this domain necessitates considerable time for exploration and practice. Then, Professor Flitwick invited Sebastian to join him in presenting a spell demonstration for the young wizards. His movements were exquisitely graceful, as though his wand were not merely a tool for casting spells, but a conductor's baton guiding an invisible orchestra. In response to Professor Flitwick's advances, Sebastian, unwilling to yield, consistently found the most fitting incantations to counter his opponent's assaults. The plethora of spells rendered Lockhart speechless as he struggled to grasp the nuances of their interplay. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall discerned his predicament and promptly began to elucidate the situation to everyone present. Under her guidance, the young wizards gradually grasped the profound intricacies at play and erupted into cheers for the professors on the dueling platform. Ultimately, amidst the jubilant applause of the young wizards, both participants sheathed their wands, bringing the exhibition match to a close. Following Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape strode purposefully onto the stage. his black robes billowing dramatically behind him as he moved with haste. What could Professor Snape possibly teach? The stern potions master instilled a palpable fear in Ron, who whispered to Harry in trepidation, "Is he going to teach us how to poison our adversaries?" "Ron." Harry bristled at Ron's complaint, asserting, "I believe Professor Snape is formidable in his own right. Just wait and see." Standing before them, Snape surveyed the audience with an impassive demeanor. Unlike his predecessors, Snape's voice resonated clearly as he declared, "I shall not instruct you in the myriad applications of spells. What you must learn is how to respond to danger." Chapter 89. The art of spellcasting. Speed is of the essence. How to respond to danger. Is it necessary at Hogwarts? Nevertheless, it certainly sounded pragmatic. The young wizards exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they turned their attention to Snape. In response to their eager gazes, Snape continued at a measured pace. "These lessons should have been imparted by your Professor Garlick, but it seems he lacks the requisite competence." A murmur of suppressed laughter rippled through the crowd. Professor Garlick? This was undoubtedly a jab at Professor Quirrell. After all, he was the sole individual at Hogwarts reeking of garlic. Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance, each detecting a flicker of excitement in the other's eyes. Truth be told, prior to arriving at Hogwarts, Harry had harbored great expectations, believing that every professor would possess the same high caliber as Professor Snape. However, Professor Quirrell's presence had shattered that illusion entirely. Every class was a monotonous recitation of the textbook, devoid of any originality, as if he were merely passing the time. Even when the young wizards dozed off in his lectures, he seemed utterly indifferent, as though the proceedings bore no significance to him. In this regard, he found himself favoring Professor Snape, for despite the latter's strictness in potions class, he genuinely sought to impart valuable knowledge to his students. Upon hearing Snape's biting remarks, Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, seemingly poised to offer a word of caution. However, recalling Professor Quirrell's abysmal performance, she ultimately refrained from speaking. "I wish to remind everyone that life is not a dueling club. When faced with peril, those wretched dark wizards will adhere to no code of conduct." Paying no heed to the audience's reaction, Snape continued in his emotionless tone. "Thus, I recommend that your first spell to master be the Shriek or Alarm Charm. Many dark wizards are akin to rats in the sewers. Even the slightest noise can send them scurrying in terror. Next, you shall learn the Shield Charm. Remember to carry your protective badges at all times, for many dark wizards delight in ambush. With it, you shall gain the opportunity to retaliate or flee." At last, Snape paused, his voice no longer mundane but imbued with gravitas. "If escape is impossible, hesitate not. Strike first to seize the advantage." Someone once imparted a profound adage to me. Snape cast a fleeting glance in Sebastian's direction. "Strike first, suffer later." Remember this. It is better to endure torment in Azkaban than to have your loved ones weep at your grave. Snape spoke at length, sharing his experiences piece by piece. Professor McGonagall attempted multiple times to interrupt Snape, feeling that certain truths ought not to burden the young wizards at this juncture. After much hesitation, she recalled the decor of the fourth-floor corridor at Hogwarts. Perhaps it is for the best. The wizarding world is once again becoming tumultuous. It may not be detrimental for the little ones to be forewarned. "Professor Snape," a bold Slytherin student inquired, "what recommendations do you have for striking first?" "Recommendations?" A faint smile crept upon Snape's lips. "Utilize your most proficient offensive spells, unleashing a barrage of attacks to leave your adversary no respite. Next, I shall request Professor Swan to assist in demonstrating the quick strike technique. Young wizards, take heed when your repertoire of spells is limited. This will be the most suitable method of attack for you." Quick strike technique? Harry's eyes sparkled. He was well versed in this approach, currently employing it himself. He fixated on the two professors upon the stage, eager to gauge how far his skill fell short of theirs. Snape and Sebastian faced each other, their gazes as piercing as that of falcons. 3, 2, 1, begin. With a command, they simultaneously brandished their wands, a torrent of spells cascading forth like a deluge. Snape's wand flicked, unleashing a powerful incantation that sliced through the air, while Sebastian deftly deflected it and counterattacked in an instant. The flickering lights of magic illuminated the entire hall as they nimbly evaded one another's strikes. The exchange of spells ignited a dazzling display of brilliance. The young wizards were entranced by the spectacle, captivated by this visual feast. The rapidity of the incantations rendered them hesitant to blink, fearing they might miss a single thrilling moment. Unlike the elegance exhibited by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, these two professors exuded an overwhelming sense of ferocity. Their direct and forceful attacks were both violent and precise, each clash resonating profoundly within their hearts. The stage was a tempest of spells. as two formidable wizards clashed in a manner both swift and powerful, showcasing the ultimate allure of magical dueling. As the duel intensified, the brilliance of the magic on stage grew ever more radiant. Harry felt a surge of excitement mixed with anxiety in his eyes. The battle between the two professors was exceedingly fierce, and he wished to see neither harmed. Suddenly, both Snape and Sebastian ceased their movements, and the radiance of the arena gradually faded, restoring tranquility. The hall fell into an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous applause and cheers. Incredible, Professor! Truly remarkable! By Merlin's tights! Whoever claimed that a Muggle studies professor couldn't duel? Professor Snape is so formidable. No wonder he has always aspired to teach defense against the dark arts. Don't stop now. The outcome is yet to be determined. In an instant, the hall erupted into a cacophony of shouts and cheers. Fred, brimming with excitement, incessantly emphasized to George that this was not even the full extent of the professor's prowess. Harry clapped his hands until they turned crimson, his gaze fixed intently on the two professors in the arena. Did you see that, Ron? Can your eyes keep up with the speed of the spells? This is the true essence of a rapid assault strategy, precisely the path Professor Swan suggested for me. It's not merely about speed, Hermione shouted to her classmates. The same spells wielded by the professors possess substantially greater power. We must also hone the might of our incantations. Sebastian stood on the platform, exerting considerable effort to calm the young wizards. Are you all eager to showcase your talents? Patience. Even the greatest duelists began their journey by learning spells. Below, we shall commence tonight's focus on the petrifying charm. Pay close attention to my wand movements. Once he observed the young wizards mimicking his actions adequately, he instructed, remember, the incantation is Petrificus Totalis. With a flick of his wand, a thick mat appeared behind each young wizard. Form pairs and begin your practice. With a command, the young wizards dispersed, pairing up with their companions. Harry awkwardly realized he was left behind, with no one willing to partner with him. Sorry, mate, Ron said apologetically. You're just too powerful. I don't want to be humiliated. Hermione, a bit bashful as well, suggested, honestly, have you considered teaming up with a second or third-year student? Harry hesitated, glancing around to see that most had already formed their teams. He initially intended to find Neville, only to discover that Neville had already teamed up with Seamus. Bang! A flash startled Harry. Upon closer inspection, he found Seamus's spell had backfired, leaving his face covered in soot and his hair a wild mess. Sebastian approached, ensuring Seamus was unharmed before allowing them to continue their practice. Soon, he noticed Harry standing alone. After grasping the situation, Sebastian scanned the area and spotted Draco Malfoy, equally solitary in Slytherin. How fortuitous! He decided to pair the two together, as their abilities were the most closely matched among the first years. Sebastian walked over to Malfoy and whispered a few words in his ear. After receiving Malfoy's consent, he guided him to Harry, forming a team of two. As soon as Sebastian departed, Malfoy smirked, a glint of provocation flickering in his eyes. Potter, others may fear you, but I do not. Yesterday, I was careless. Today, I shall not grant you any further opportunities. Bring it on. Within the Great Hall, young wizards paired off, their spirits high as they engaged in dueling practice. Fred and George, the notorious pranksters, stood apart, their demeanor transformed into one of earnestness as they meticulously practiced their spells, each movement imbued with seriousness and precision. Percy stood attentively beside Penelope, adjusting her stance with a focused yet gentle expression, as if he were admiring a fine piece of art. Marcus lay rigidly on the mat, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, patiently awaiting a comrade to assist him in dispelling the curse. As time progressed, the hall grew increasingly crowded and chaotic, with occasional young wizards being inadvertently struck by spells from other groups. Every corner teemed with people, brilliant incantations illuminating the air, and the cacophony of student shouts intertwined with the sounds of spell collisions, leaving Sebastian feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He also noticed that several groups had to practice in confined spaces due to the lack of room. Frowning at this scene, Sebastian realized that the current arrangement was untenable. The Great Hall was simply too small. A better solution was imperative. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Why not construct a dedicated dueling arena? A well-equipped, spacious venue. This would not only alleviate the issues of overcrowding and chaos, but also provide young wizards with an enhanced training environment. They could practice their spells there at any time, and dueling competitions could be held if needed. Without hesitation, Sebastian gathered the professors to share his vision in detail. Excellent idea, Sebastian, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, praising the concept, as it would indeed provide young wizards with a specialized space for spell practice. Professor McGonagall regarded Sebastian with admiration. suggesting that the site could be situated next to the Quidditch pitch, where ample space was available. "You all wait here," she instructed, turning toward the exit of the Great Hall. "I shall speak with Dumbledore at once to finalize the arrangements." "Wonderful, truly wonderful." After catching Sebastian's gaze, Lockhart flashed a sycophantic smile. "I personally pledge a donation of 10,000 galleons." Snape cast a cold glance at Sebastian, his tone icy as he stated, "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." He handed Sebastian a small cloth bag, speaking kindly to him. "Dumbledore believes in you and encourages you to proceed." That night, at Swan Manor, Sebastian sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed contemplatively upon the red gem on the table. At that moment, the bathroom door opened gently, and Mia emerged, clad in her nightgown, her hair still damp. She raised her wand, and with a gentle flick, her hair transformed into a dry and silky cascade, exuding a subtle fragrance. Mia sat beside Sebastian, her attention swiftly captured by the gemstones adorning the table. "Sebastian, what kind of stone is this? It's so beautiful." She couldn't help but inquire. Sebastian smiled softly, tenderly pulling her close so that she rested her head upon his shoulder. "This is a magical stone, my dear," he whispered, his voice laced with a hint of mystery. Mia's eyes widened in astonishment. "A magical stone? The one for Nicodemus? Didn't you say it was in Dumbledore's possession? I can't believe he trusts you enough to let you take it out of Hogwarts." Sebastian nodded, gazing contemplatively at the magical stone on the table. After receiving the pouch from Professor McGonagall, he had casually stowed it in his extendable bag and continued to guide his students. To be honest, he never anticipated that the pouch contained a magical stone. Why had old Dumbledore suddenly been so generous? The stone, which had previously been withheld from his gaze, was now entrusted to him. He had thought that he would have to fund the construction of the dueling arena himself. Sebastian felt a moment of disorientation, unable to discern Dumbledore's true intentions. It was known that this stone harbored insatiable temptation. Anyone who possessed it could easily succumb to endless greed. Was this trust, or merely a test? If it were a test, the stakes seemed rather high. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sebastian's resolve surged, whether it was trust or a trial. Since Dumbledore had placed the magical stone in his hands, he must not engage in any disgraceful conduct. Mere gold could not sway my moral compass. He was determined to demonstrate to Dumbledore what true Slytherin character entailed. This magical stone would certainly not be misused. With this thought, Sebastian gently caressed Mia's hair, his gaze resolute as he began to share his thoughts with her. Mia lifted her head, her eyes firmly fixed on Sebastian's face. Adoration sparkled in her eyes. This man was her hero. Sensing the affection in Mia's gaze, Sebastian scooped her up and carried her toward the bedroom. The magical stone lay quietly on the table, appearing as nothing more than an unremarkable rock. Chapter 91. Professor Swan, you should become a contractor. Within just a day, Sebastian had prepared all the necessary materials. After breakfast, the students were astonished to see the heads of the 4 houses neatly assembled in front of the Great Hall, accompanied by their Muggle Studies professor, making their way toward the Quidditch pitch. Why were the professors heading in that direction when there were no Quidditch matches? Out of curiosity, the students trailed behind the professors, eager to uncover the mystery. A vast expanse of open land lay between the Quidditch pitch and the castle, and after discussions among the professors, it was decided that the dueling arena would be located here. As the group arrived, Sebastian opened his extendable bag. A diverse array of building materials emerged from within, soon littering the ground with an assortment of stones, timber, and steel beams. My goodness, what is transpiring here? It seems as though a structure is to be erected. Can you guess what it might be? Perhaps a menagerie. Given the significant increase in herbology greenhouses, it certainly seems reasonable to raise some magical creatures here. Such an endeavor could potentially create numerous positions for work-study opportunities. How splendid. I happen to possess a fair degree of proficiency in the care of magical creatures. The young wizards buzzed with speculation, each brimming with curiosity about what the professors intended to construct. Fred and George, upon observing the throng of onlookers, instantly recognized a prime business opportunity. They exchanged knowing smiles and swiftly maneuvered to the forefront of the crowd to initiate betting among their peers. Amidst the excited chatter, Sebastian lifted his wand and, with a gentle flourish, caused the ground to slowly sink, establishing a solid foundation. Subsequently, the towering pile of materials appeared to be levitated by an invisible force, gracefully floating into the air. With each wave of Sebastian's wand, the building materials behaved like members of an orchestrated ensemble, executing their tasks with precision and elegance. Stones began to form lofty walls, timber interwove into intricate structures, and steel beams soared through the air, ultimately securing themselves to the walls with steadfastness. Gradually, windows and door frames took shape, and this edifice, larger than a Quidditch pitch, began to come together. Its appearance was both ancient and grand, steeped in medieval aesthetics, harmoniously blending with the overall architectural style of Hogwarts. This was nothing short of a miracle. Pinch me, for I suspect I am still dreaming and have yet to awaken from this illusion. If Professor Swan were a contractor, he would undoubtedly earn a fortune. Listening to the young wizard's fervent discussions, Sebastian gazed contentedly at the dueling arena before him. Indeed, from this moment forth, the young wizards would finally possess a dedicated space for spell practice. After all, learning a spell is merely the first step, while practicing it constitutes the second. Moreover, mastering individual spells does not equate to knowing how to wield them in a duel, which presents an entirely different scenario. To put it plainly, acquiring a spell and employing it in combat are two distinct matters, much like in Muggle games where players utilize the same characters and skills. Yet some ascend to greatness, while others languish in mediocrity. Sebastian once again produced a plethora of alchemical tools, placing them upon the ground. First, he retrieved a massive stone and a notice board, positioning them on either side of the dueling arena's entrance. "Attention, everyone," he announced, gesturing to the stone. "This is an alchemical item that you may use to test your magical prowess. Instructions are inscribed on its reverse." He then pointed to the notice board, which contained a detailed description of the building and the requirements for the newly created work-study positions. Everyone was encouraged to read at their leisure. Turning to the professors, he smiled and invited, "I kindly ask for your assistance, esteemed professors. Let's adorn this space together. Professor Sprout, would you be so kind as to plant some evergreen magical flora around the venue to enhance its beauty?" As the professors entered the venue, a throng of young wizards swiftly surrounded them. Harry squeezed through the crowd, straining to decipher the words on the notice board, endeavoring to grasp all the information. "The dueling arena will be open all day starting tomorrow, welcoming every young wizard to practice spells and engage in duels." A sudden realization dawned on Harry. This was the very space the professors had prepared for everyone to hone their spell casting and dueling skills. He looked up at the magnificent dueling arena, a broad smile spreading across his face. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had long lamented the inconvenience of practicing spells here, lamenting the absence of even basic alchemical dummies. This had left him feeling quite disheartened. Harry touched the photograph he kept close to his heart. How wonderful it was! His mother would no longer need to worry about his studies. The dueling club convenes every Friday evening at 8 p.m., promptly in this very location. Hermione gazed at the text with palpable excitement. How splendid! Next Friday, Professor Flitwick will be the speaker, focusing on the application of multiple spell combinations. "Ron, look, a brand new work-study position. You wanted to apply for a role, didn't you? Take a look at the requirements." Ron felt a surge of excitement. He was still using Charlie's old wand, and was particularly eager to secure a student job at the school. Unfortunately, he had been unsuccessful in applying for positions in both herbology and potions. To him, this new opportunity gleamed like a golden galleon, and he yearned for personal growth. As he carefully read the recruitment notice, he learned that they were seeking dual hosts responsible for officiating during daily sparring sessions, ensuring safety, and explaining the rules. Exclusively open for 6th and 7th year students. Additionally, they were recruiting venue order maintainers, primarily tasked with overseeing the order during training sessions and maintaining the equipment and facilities. Open to all students. You could apply for the latter position, Ron. Hermione's voice chimed in again. Ron nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "How fantastic! When it's my turn to maintain order, I can seek trouble with Malfoy, making it impossible for him to train peacefully." "Ron," Hermione raised her voice, admonishing him. "That is utterly irresponsible. You must not do that." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Ron rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Here we go again. This girl is so bothersome. Not only is she a know-it-all, but she also loves to lecture." The young wizards gathered around the notice board chattered excitedly about the newly released information. Meanwhile, a series of gasps echoed from the giant stone, continuously drawing everyone's attention like waves. Intrigued by the commotion at the giant stone, Harry turned to Ron and Hermione, saying, "Let's go take a look at that giant stone." The three of them made their way towards it. Discovering that the crowd there was even larger than at the notice board, densely packed in layers, with occasional gasps emanating from within, adding an air of mystery and allure. From the discussions around them, Harry and his friends learned the purpose of the giant stone. The young wizards could unleash their most powerful spells against it. Upon impact, a value would be displayed beneath the stone, along with a magical rating for the young wizardess power. As soon as this novel contraption made its appearance, everyone was eager to gauge their own prowess. Finally, it was Harry's turn. He took a deep breath and raised his wand, aiming it at the colossal stone. In an instant, a dazzling red beam struck its surface. Chapter 92. I've already prepared a shield for you. Go ahead. The Hogwarts castle appeared particularly majestic under the autumnal sunset, its leaves cascading down and adding a touch of golden splendor to the campus. The corridors and the great hall were adorned with vibrant decorations. Enormous pumpkin lanterns had been meticulously carved into a variety of fantastical faces, emanating a warm orange glow. Sebastian brought forth an abundance of sweets, and with a flick of his wand, those candies instantaneously transformed into adorable chibi bats, merrily flitting about in the air. Their large eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, and their short, rounded wings fluttered like tiny leaves. The young wizards were utterly delighted by these little bats. Shrieking with joy as they chased after them, they brandished their wands, aiming at the flying bats, and with a flash of bright spells, brought them crashing down to the ground, where they converted into delectable candies. Fred and George expressed dissatisfaction with the efficiency of capturing candies with individual spells, and with a clever glance exchanged between them, they hatched a plan. Subsequently, both waved their wands simultaneously, transforming their robes into two enormous insect nets, each connected to extendable poles. Consequently, their efficiency in capturing candies surged, leaving the surrounding young wizards in awe and envy. Everyone quickly emulated their example, brandishing an array of peculiar nets, rapidly diminishing the number of bats in the sky. Laughter, shouts, and the sound of flapping wings intermingled, rendering the entire hall extraordinarily lively. After Dumbledore declared the banquet open, a sumptuous array of dishes instantaneously adorned the tables of each house. Golden roasted turkeys, aromatic baked pumpkins, crispy roasted potatoes, sweet apple pies. A kaleidoscope of candies, exquisitely creamy chocolate cakes, and fluffy puddings were all present in abundance. Harry surveyed the scene, but found no trace of Hermione. So he inquired of Ron. Ron, have you seen Hermione? She vanished after today's charms class. Ron, with a chicken leg in each hand, alternated bites. Haven't seen her. She's probably in the library. With a vigorous swallow of his food, Ron lifted a goblet of pumpkin juice and gulped down a large sip. Who cares? It's just as well. I've been rather fed up with her for a while now. Always meddling in everything. It's downright annoying. Every time I borrow her homework, she makes excuses, insisting she does her own work. I'm not copying her, just seeking a bit of guidance. Today in charms class, she was even worse, constantly correcting my pronunciation and gestures. This isn't right. That isn't right. Honestly, she's merely a teaching assistant for Transfiguration. Why does she have to oversee so much? Ron seemed to have a multitude of grievances against Hermione, and now he poured them all out. Neville, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. Enough, Ron, Parvati interjected. Hermione is utterly distraught. She has been weeping in the girls' restroom until now. Upon hearing Neville's words, a flicker of unease crossed Ron's face. Was she truly so fragile? He had merely remarked that she lacked friends. Was it necessary for her to weep for such an extended period? What should they do now? Should they go and apologize? For a moment, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both at a loss for what to do. Harry opened his mouth, poised to speak, when the grand doors of the great hall were suddenly thrust open. Turning around, Harry saw Professor Quirrell rushing in, panic-stricken, as he shouted, "A troll in the dungeon." Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This unforeseen turn of events plunged the hall into a state of chaos. Seeing this, Sebastian, who had been prepared, cast a sonorous charm upon himself. Calm down. His booming voice drowned out the students' screams, capturing their attention. He then turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, please remain here to protect the students. The feast has only just begun, and they have yet to eat their fill. It is merely a troll. Sebastian extended his magical senses, discovering that the troll had not yet left the dungeon and was still a considerable distance from Hermione, who remained in the restroom. I know where it is. I shall handle it. As for the fainted Professor, Quirrell Sebastian glanced at the unconscious professor, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. I shall place you right beneath Dumbledore's nose and see what mischief you can concoct. He waved his wand, conjuring a thick cushion and laying it in front of the professor's table, then levitated Quirrell onto it. The ground is quite chilly. Let the professor rest on the cushion for a while. Professor McGonagall, Harry exclaimed, flustered, as he and Ron rushed to the staff table. Hermione did not attend the feast. She is unaware of the troll's presence, and we fear for her safety. Could you possibly take us to find her? Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall was about to intervene when Dumbledore spoke up. Their desire to protect their friendship is admirable. If that is the case, allow them to accompany you. Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Sebastian. I trust Professor Snape to ensure the safety of the students. Acknowledging Dumbledore's gaze, Sebastian nodded. Understood. This is an opportunity for Harry to grow. It is abundantly clear this was arranged for him. Rest assured, Sebastian nonchalantly activated the enormous magical television mounted on the wall, taking out a specialized magical camera to address the students. A troll of the XXXX level, a key topic in defense against the dark arts. Living trolls are quite rare. I shall guide you through an encounter with a real troll from a first-person perspective, and you may dine while watching the live broadcast. With that, he led Harry and Ron towards the first-floor restroom. The restroom on the first floor was located at a T-junction, and as they approached the corridor leading to the restroom, a foul stench assailed their nostrils. Sebastian promptly cast a translucent bubblehead charm on each of the three individuals, then addressed the enchanted camera. The appearance of a giant is often accompanied by an overwhelming stench, a foul odor potent enough to render one unable to open their eyes. The bubblehead charm serves to shield us from a noxious air surrounding us. No sooner had he spoken than Harry and Ron felt the ground tremble. As if a colossal figure were approaching nearby, they exchanged terrified glances, their hearts racing to their throats. At that moment, a massive silhouette loomed at the entrance of the lavatory. It towered as high as a story, its skin rough and gray, resembling a thick layer of rock. Its arms were as robust as stone columns, gripping a gigantic wooden club. Its head appeared disproportionately small compared to its body, creating a disconcerting imbalance. With eyes deeply sunken in dark sockets, glimmering with a vacant light, Harry and Ron held their breaths, standing frozen in place, seemingly immobilized by the giant's imposing presence. On their way, they had learned that Hermione was inside the lavatory just ahead, and witnessing the giant's intent to enter filled them with urgency. Harry clutched his wand tightly, lifted his gaze toward Sebastian, and implored, "Please, act swiftly, Professor." Sebastian raised his wand and cast a powerful shield charm for Harry, then smiled gently, saying, "Harry, I have prepared your protection. Go forth,